once I watched the WABC in New York. I don't see that one on there, but again, you can search for those channels as well. You can browse, but they have a ton. I've never seen so many channels in one place. It's a very well done website. It's clean. As far as I can tell, there's not a ton of ads on there. So you can search United States. They've got just a whole bunch of them. I mean, looking at the ABC affiliates they have here, just so many local affiliates here. But I think that's probably the best way to do it. Or you may find that you can cancel your Dish Network altogether once you get on these streaming apps. It's everything. It's all the rules are being rewritten right now, right? When it comes to broadcast and streaming, and so everyone's trying things in slightly different ways. But if you look hard enough, you'll probably find a lot of what you want to get through these services. Just depends how they're doing it. All right, good question, Mark. Thanks for calling today in Montana. I've got to make my way out there one day. I've never been, but Big Sky Country. I remember as a kid one time being in the woods, upstate New York, Lake George, where I grew up going, and just looking up in the sky at the time, the entire sky was filled with stars. I had never seen more stars in my life. And I've been wanting to recreate that moment in my adult life, and I think Montana might be the place to do it. 888 Ridge 101, 888-742-4101, or Ridge on Tech right after this. Ridge on Tech on KFI, AM 640. Time now for a news update. I'm Under Caravelle live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. LA City Hall could see funding cuts following some news with the Fed. More on that in just a few. Right now, we're going to head to Bellflower. Looks like an accident is there on the 91 freeway. Portion of the 91 traffic is before Bellflower Boulevard. Two vehicle accident. One vehicle is blocking lanes, the other is on the right shoulder. Big time here, slow moving north Long Beach from Paramount Boulevard down to 605. We have Caltrans working on Beaches 10. The two carnival lanes are going to be shut down for center divider. Medium work between Fremont and Baldwin Avenue until early Monday. Traffic slow through the Mountain South from the 7th to 10 to San Gabriel Boulevard. The Southern California's most accurate traffic reports. I'm Michael Hughes. Want to try Ozempic for king needles? Go to futurehealth.com to get access to oral semaglutide. It's like Ozempic, put in a pill. Visit futurehealth.com. Future without the E to start losing weight this week. Our financial system is cracking under pressure. Your retirement is at risk. Take control now. Leader Capital is offering a free Sky High Silver Report and Precious Metals IRA guide at betternestegg.com. Don't leave your future to chance. Go to betternestegg.com. Until go. Even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis and Vixavan tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients. Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking painkillers for these later take longer for bleeding to slow. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Take that will help right away from unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners can increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis. Your life and your loved ones' lives depends on when you've done to prepare. Disaster, shortage, supply chain failures, they are not ifs, they are wins. Don't be left without life-saving medication. The J-Scans is a prescribed set of emergency antibiotics. Life-saving medications you have on hand before you need them. Offering peace of mind. No panic. Do you all know about Rabbi Rothschild? Rabbi has been streaming their life all night, a day before all peace, for 3 years on YouTube. They have more data archived on the internet than any person in global history. Now there's Earth's #1 research, and Rabbi has more data than anyone. Rabbi is a real-life truth show. Rabbi is going to make everyone who helps the world very well. And this project goes viral. I could listen to Rabbi talk about technology forever. Antimatter, life extension technology, mind upload. Rabbi talks about it all and more. Rabbi truly is the total package. And have you seen that schwab? It leaves me burned. Please join me and the rest of the girls in Rabbi's Discord server. The Discord.me/Rabbi. Please tell everyone you know about Rabbi. This is the biggest event. the termite lady herself, Sue. Sue Nicola has pioneered the most effective and conscientious pest control methods. What else do you do? Spring and summer oceanography, road excavation, local dramatic inspection. And most inspections are. So call Nicola today at 800-332-BUGS. That's 800-332-BUGS or on the web at termitelady.com. This report is sponsored by Leader and Federal Financial System is cracking under pressure. Your retirement is at risk. Take control now. Better Capital is offering a free Sky High Silver Report and Precious Metals IRA Guide at betternestegg.com. Don't leave your future to chance. Come to betternestegg.com. Yes, I know. I have a calming demeanor. You know, when it's your job, basically, to push people beyond their comfort zones, it's good to make them feel as safe as possible. Like an open heart surgeon or your own. You'll do fine. No worries. We got Home with Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer, tomorrow morning at 9 on KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk. Down you get to Bruce and Pacific Road. Bruce wrote in about the ghost dialing call we had earlier. A woman called in and said that her iPhone was dialing people all the time. Her daughter, other folks, and no intervention of her phone. Like the phone was just sitting there and would just dial people. And she said it was the last 3 phones she's had, which is pretty wild. Anyway, I gave her a couple of options. Bruce in Pacific Grove writes in, I'm so glad you mentioned the screen lock. I bet she won't set it to 30 seconds because one of her kids probably changed it years ago and she's used to it staying on. She might also not have password protection either. Yeah, those are 2 things I've noticed. Some people do not put password protection on their phone, and they also set their screen lock to be way longer than it should be. By the way, that burns up your battery too. Bruce says the case really is important. A portfolio-style case that closes. It helps stop these kinds of issues. Sweat, certain fabrics, you can just move it and accidentally activate the screen. That's up to you to try wrapping your phone in newspaper for a week. Most of the time, the ghost dialing stops. For folks who don't like a screen lock or a physical fix, a closing case is often the best solution. Now, I can't be on the radio here and tell you not to have a password on your phone or a passcode because that is, in this day and age, your phone holds everything. So, if you don't have a passcode, you've got to get it on your phone. Use Face ID, use the fingerprint, use a passcode. You absolutely must have it on there because there is no excuse at this point. Thanks for the email, Bruce. Let's go to Carter in Sun City. You're on the French. Wow, all right. Yeah, how are you? Okay, what happened is I thought a new product. I got a router from new router from Verizon. Looking at the site, download the Wi-Fi to my phone, the my phone to my phone, and but it's not. Every time I put the Wi-Fi password in, and it goes give it to something in the hand. But I'm not having problems with that when I load the Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi to the printer, to the your phone printer, and to my computer. And so I think that allows me to be able to get on to my pen and my Excel or my any of my electronics. Okay. So are these phones a little bit older? Both of them are high. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. Typically, when there are issues with internet connections like this, and some devices are connected, some devices are not, it's usually a matter of the network that you're using, whether it's 2.4 gigahertz or 5 gigahertz. And so I'm guessing that this router is set up to either have one network or the other, and not both. Because the fact that the printer is connected, that tells me you might be using the older network. What up, Miss Aquarius? Yes, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Sounds like you've got everything new. What happened? Suggestion, but
Okay, let's see. I can't tell. Oh, it could be a bot, but it could just be somebody playing music. Correct. They could be. Okay, well then just let them be. Yeah, no, I understand. I don't know the answer. Go in there and ask if anybody else in there knows. All right, maybe they just playing music over their speaker. Okay, well, it's soothing, I'm sure. All right, you absolutely. I wish I knew the answer. Okay, that's okay. Take care, Miss Aquarius. How many? What level am I on? Yeah, but I don't chat, and I don't have my microphone off, so I don't gain points. That's correct. Congratulations. You're welcome. Take care, Miss Aquarius. Excellent. All right. You think it's a real person? I bet they're real. Take care.
She can't last to find Megan Trainor, David Guetta, Cat's Eye, and more. Clinton City Beach. Orlando Tango is just a few days away. Get your tickets now at access.com. If you're already using Zelman's Minty Mouth, I don't have to tell you how effective these little capsules are. They've just come out with a new, delicious, sweeter spearmint flavor, and they want you to try it for free. There's an exclusive KFI offer. Go to Zelman's.com/KFI. A free pack of spearmint when you order 3 packs or the original peppermint flavor. This is good till the end of May or until it's sold out. Go to Zelman's.com/KFI. Zelmins.com/KFI. Want to try Ozempic but hate needles? Go to FutureHealth.com to get access to oral semaglutide. It's like Ozempic, but in a pill. Visit FutureHealth.com. Future without the aim to start losing weight this week. Future Health Weight Loss. I'm Dr. Wendy Walsh. Whether you're single, dating, engaged, or married, I've got the science to make sure that you have a healthy and happy love life. Dr. Wendy Walsh. Tomorrow night at 7 on KMI AM 640. More stimulating talk. Welcome back to Rich on Tech. Talking technology. The website for the show, richontech.tv. If you heard me mention something over the past couple of hours or minutes or whatever, go to the website, richontech.tv. It is all right there. This is episode 119. I take great show notes. Everything is linked up right there. Joining me now is Harry Campbell, founder of the Rideshare Guide, to break down the latest in this world of the gig economy. Harry, welcome to the show. Thanks for having me. So, tell me about the Rideshare Guide. Where did that come from? Why did you start covering this stuff? Yeah, I actually started driving for both Uber and Lyft about 11 years ago now, so it's been a while. I was actually used to work full-time as an aerospace engineer for Boeing and had a few side hustles, and driving for Uber and Lyft was one of them. So, enjoyed it a ton and pretty quickly realized that, there really isn't a boss, which is great. There's also not a lot of training, there's not a lot of community. So that's what we went out to create with Rideshare Guys. So we have a ton of content on YouTube, social media, website, articles that basically helps drivers make more money, interviews with drivers, interviews with folks in their company, basically anything for the driving. You'll find us on some box on the internet now these days talking about it. So the rideshareguide.com, that's where it's all there. You've got your newsletter, you've got your YouTube channel. I mean, you're pretty active on all this stuff, so you've watched this world evolve. But here's the thing, the biggest evolution right now is the companies that built this business are now trying to edge out all the folks that drive for them by making robo-taxis. Yeah, so, if you're here in Los Angeles or San Francisco, Phoenix, Austin, you may have seen Waymo's on the road. So the company just announced they're doing 250,000 trips per week in those 4 cities. So, honestly, it's still, it might seem like they're prevalent, but they are still a pretty small percentage. I mean, Uber alone does millions of rides a day in the United States, and that's per day, while Waymo is doing 250,000 per week in 4 cities. So it's still a very small percentage overall, but it is an interesting time for drivers. Because obviously, as you mentioned, they've been kind of the main workhorse for Uber for the past 10, 11 years, and now, as you might imagine, human drivers are not big fans of the name unit. That's putting it gently. They're not big fans of AVs, and so you see them on the roads, and you see the companies sort of celebrating AVs. So I think it's kind of a tough feeling for drivers, but at the same time, I don't think AVs are having a big negative impact on their earnings just yet. AV, autonomous vehicle? Yeah, autonomous vehicle. So, Waymo is owned by Google or Alphabet, which is the same company as Google. Are Uber and Lyft also dabbling in self-driving? So Uber and Lyft don't own any self-driving companies, but they have partnered with a number of companies. So Uber, for example, I think they're partnered with 16 or 17 different autonomous vehicle companies, from everything from doing rides to food delivery and delivery robots and delivery vehicles that are autonomous. So Uber is doing a lot. Lyft is also partnered with a company called May Mobility. Uber is also partnered with, and then the big partnership that Uber has on the autonomous vehicle side is with Waymo. So in Austin, for example, you can only call a Waymo on Uber. The product is called Waymo on Uber. So if you want a Waymo and you're in Austin, you have out and opt in to get Waymos, and then you can get a Waymo that way if there's one available, versus somewhere like Los Angeles where the only way to get one in Los Angeles is through the Waymo app. So what's it like to catch a ride in a Waymo? You've taken these things, as of very recently, huh? Yeah, I mean, I've probably taken a couple dozen rides in Los Angeles and San Francisco now over the past 6 to 12 months. And, honestly, if I put my customer hat on, from the rideshare guy perspective, right, I'm a big fan of Waymos, but if I put my normal customer hat on, I'm a big fan of Waymo. It is a great product. You're sitting in the back of a $75,000 Jaguar, so right off the bat, it's a pretty nice car. And then the Waymo driver, as I like to call it, I think is pretty good. It's pretty smooth. I took my wife out to dinner, and she was a little nervous at first, but by the end of 10, 15 minutes, she was pretty comfortable. Just the other night, I took probably my longest Waymo yet. I did a 75-minute Waymo during rush hour traffic from my house in Beverlywood all the way to Intuit Dome to watch the Clippers win games. Was that game 5, game 6? So that was the longest ride. Yeah, game 6. That was the longest ride I've taken so far, and this was a very heavy rush hour. Folks that are in Los Angeles, they know driving south at 5 p.m. is pretty tough, and I feel like the Waymo driver has actually done a lot better. It's still very safe. There were a couple of yellow lights where actually, if a human was driving, I think I probably would have gone through, to be honest, but the Waymo stops. And then there are a couple times where they're making an unprotected left turn where it didn't wait passively. It was sort of a good mix where it kind of edged out and saw a little bit of an opening and went. But if it would have been too passive, we would have never been able to make the left turn. So I was kind of impressed with that 75-minute period. So I was driving back from a shoot in Venice the other day, and there was a Waymo. These Waymos are all over the west side of Los Angeles. And I was coming out of an alleyway. There was 2 Waymos, and I realized the thing I couldn't do. I kept waving the Waymo to go. I was like, go. Like that was just my human instinct. And I realized, I was like, wait. And I wondered for a bit if Waymo has built this into their camera system to identify when a human is saying, like, go ahead, which any other human would recognize. But if Waymo is listening, they need to do that because I kept waving this thing, and it was just it was like a Wild West standoff because I could wave to the left, they wouldn't go ahead of me because it was all very congested. So people are cracking up. They're like, this is a standoff with these vehicles. Yeah, so definitely the Waymos aren't perfect yet, and I'm not sure if the Waymos can react to human gestures. It sounds like maybe they can. And this one thing I noticed on my long ride the other night is that there were a couple times where it was pretty heavy traffic, and I almost rolled down my window and started waving to people to let us in, because I think there is, and I do think they need to build upon, that sort of human gestures or, waving, letting people in, and so I still think that there's some, I wouldn't call them safety kinks, but sort of like human behavioral driving kinks that they need to work out that I think honestly are going to be a little bit tricky. And I think the other thing too that, honestly, I see when I'm out there driving, I think like since it's not an actual human driver, like I'm not as friendly to them. I might not let them in front of me, or I might try to go in front of them. I know a lot of folks have commented that to me also, and I'm not afraid to admit it, but I think maybe we won't treat them the same as a human driver. Yeah, that's an interesting aspect. How do you think the Waymo driver, the auto driver, compares to the Tesla autopilot, which I feel like has gotten much better in recent months? Yeah, well, luckily, I've owned a Tesla for quite a few years now, and I subscribe to the monthly full self-driving product, which isn't as good as Waymo's, in my opinion, I guess you would say. But I do think that it has gotten a lot better. And I've been thinking about getting a new car lately, and honestly, I don't know if I could leave Tesla once you get used to that full self-driving trips around town, driving to Mammoth, driving to Vegas from LA, 4 or 5 hours. It's quite nice to just get full self-driving mode on and take phone calls and listen to a podcast. And I think even my wife has a nice luxury car, and I'm in her car, the person adaptive cruise control and the similar Tesla features are not even close. They don't pop out of the lane. It's really not nearly as good. So I do think that Tesla, they're making a lot of noise about maybe launching a robo-taxi service, but I don't think I personally would sit in the back of one yet, but they might be close. Let's kind of shift gears to some of this Uber and Lyft. Is it still a good time to start driving for these companies, even though we're looking at this robo-taxi future? Yeah, well, like I said earlier, I mean, we did a poll on our YouTube channel, and 30% of drivers actually said they're extremely worried about AV. So it's definitely a top issue for drivers out there. But what I will say is the impact on earnings has been pretty minimal so far. There's a couple data company, one that comes to mind called Gridwise, that released a report saying that it's still less than 5% of drivers' earnings are off by more than a few percent. So, I mean, that's sort of what we're hearing from drivers too, even though it does, it's not great. It's more competition, more global competition. I still think the actual earnings profile and how much you can make, the experience as a driver is hasn't changed. And, I guess I'm a little biased because I have a whole website and business dedicated to driving and working in the gig economy, but I think it's always a great time for anyone and everyone just because of the flexibility and the quick access. I mean, I don't think a lot of people even know that you can improve to deliver food with Uber Eats or DoorDash in a day or two or less. You can improve to go out and drive people in a few days. All of the companies now have a product where you go out and drive, and after every single trip, you can actually cash out the money instantly to your bank account. So if you need $100 tomorrow to drive, you can go sign up to deliver with Uber Eats and be approved by tomorrow morning for 4 or 5 hours, and have that money basically in your bank account at the end of your shift. So I think that flexibility, kind of quick access, obviously any job there are complaints and positives and negatives, but I do think that flexibility is really quite unmatched in comparative areas of work. I mean, it's interesting here in LA, people came to town to be actors. They would wait tables, and with this gig economy, I mean, it's quite incredible that you can be your own boss on your own time. That is a major paradigm shift for the entire world. Now, by the way, people are becoming influencers and things, and they don't want to be actors anymore, but it's still the world that this has created for people to make money on their time and flexibility is quite incredible to me. Is one of these better than the other? Final word, or left any advantage to going with either one or the other for as a consumer or a driver? Well, I'd say for a driver, I mean, Uber is typically busier, so you'll make more money, but we always recommend to drivers that they sign up for those services, Uber and Lyft or DoorDash and Uber Eats, just because there's a big advantage if you have both apps. It's slow, you can turn both apps on and get a ride, and that's not what we tell customers to. A lot of people default to Uber, but I mean, a lot of times now I'm comparing Uber, Lyft, and Waymo here in Los Angeles to see where I can get the best bang for my buck. So it only takes a few seconds, and you kind of save a lot, or you earn a little extra as a driver. You kind of go with that multi-app strategy. All right, Harry Campbell, therideshareguy.com. How's the newsletter going? Good. Yeah, we've got a new newsletter called the Driverless Digest. That's where we're covering all things autonomy and rideshare, and trying to stay up to date with all the latest with Waymo and other companies like Zoom. So it's definitely a lot going on and an exciting time. All right, this was an exciting conversation. Thanks for joining me today. Really appreciate it. Thanks, Rich. All right, coming up, we're going to get through a couple more news items, including the new eyeball scanning ID system from the guy who started ChatGPT. Plus, we're going to open up the feedback coming up on Rich on Tech. Rich on Tech on KFI, AM 640. Time now for a news update. Mr. Carabell live from the KFI 24-hour news from the LA County TA. Speaking on against the Menendez brothers defense team. More on that at the top of the hour. And let's hit a Long Beach. There's an accident there, 710 freeway. Long Beach Freeway, 710 northbound just before the 405. It's a crash on the right shoulder. No delays to be down now. Long Beach, and 4 to South Beach. Up ahead, 4 East LA, 710 northbound right at the 5. And that's clear for the left-hand lane off the freeway. You still have reduced speeds heading toward Congress from the 710 north from Atlantic Boulevard up to the 5. 405 southbound just before Multnomah Drive. Spouse, dump truck, and Visit was in the right lane. The Southern California slows accurate traffic reports. I'm Mike Morris. Our financial system is cracking under pressure. Your retirement isn't a race. Take control now. Bitter Capital is offering a free sky-high silver report and precious metals IRA guide at betternestegg.com. Don't leave your future to chance. Go to betternestegg.com.
Wow, honey, I love it. It's so beautiful. It's so sparkly, just like you, Mom. Happy Mother's Day. Every day. Because with everything.
This Mother's Day, wow, Mom experimenting outfit making expression love children. Shop JTV.com/mom for wow-worthy and budget-friendly styles.
I'm never taking it off.
Another wow factor, sign up for JTV Text and get $30 off. If she loves children, she'll love JTV. Your life and your life. like the anti-weapon gun brigade, disasters, shortages, supply chain failures, they're not ifs, they're wins. Don't be left without life-saving medication. The Juice Case is a prescribed set of emergency antibiotics, life-saving medications you have on hand before you need them. Offering peace of mind, no panic and relax, afford it, and will save your life. Go to JASE.com. Use code radio for a discount because once the shelves are empty, it's already too late. Israel is still under attack. This virus resulting from conflicts has Hamas seeking Israel's destruction. Here in America, we cannot imagine living under constant threat of terrorism and rocket attacks. This is the reality of Israel. Parents taking their children to school, falling to the ground to lay on top of their small children, trying to comfort them as sirens play. The next attack against Israel is happening now, with little time to prepare, so we must act. That's why I'm the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews to help provide life-saving aid and security essentials. Your urgent gift today will help provide security essentials like bomb shelters, flak jackets, and bulletproof vests for first responders, armored security vehicles, ambulances, and more. Join me in standing with Israel. Call to make your gift at 888-488-IFCJ. That's 888-488-4325. Or online at supportifcj.org. One word, supportifcj.org. Pool season starts when I say so. So if wearing floaties to brunch is wrong, then I don't want to be wrong. But now the top 5 reasons to visit Morocco. Number 5.
It's Oasis pool season for everyone. Grab a cabana and hit the lazy river. It's fun time in the sunshine at the best pool in SoCal.
Number 4.
Because you're allowed to have pancakes and pizza of the same dish. The marketplace is open for brunch every weekend.
3.
Just like you recommend to other people. Just take that 30 minutes and it comes across pretty clearly. But my conclusion is that of course you want it, and even if you understand it and the cycles well, you can benefit from those cycles rather than to be hurt by those cycles. Because I don't know if the way the cycle works is somebody gets over indebted, they have to sell an asset. Okay, then that's when assets become cheaper. How do you acquire the asset? It's a whole process.
So again, maybe another dumb question, but
For no such thing as dumb question.
there you go. What is money? So you've mentioned, credit and money. It's another thing that if I just zoom out from an alien perspective and look at human civilization, it's incredible that we've created a thing that only works because we all agree it has value. So I guess my question is, how do you think about money as an emergent phenomenon, and what do you think is the future of money? You've commented on Bitcoin, other forms. What do you think is its history and future? How do you think about money?
There are two things that money is for. It's a medium of exchange, and it's a storehold of wealth.
Yes.
That's that. So money, so you could say something's a medium of exchange, and then you could say is it a storehold of wealth? Okay, so and money is that vehicle that is those things and can be used to pay off your debt. So when you have a debt and you provide it, it pays off your debt. So that's that process.
And it's I apologize to interrupt, but it only can be a medium of exchange or store wealth, and everybody recognizes it to be a value.
That's right. And so you see in the history around the world, and you go to places. I was in an island in the Pacific in which they had as money these big stones, and literally they were taking a boat, this big carved stone, and they were taking it from one of the islands to the other, and it sank. The piece of this big stone, piece of money that they had, and it went to the bottom, and they still perceived it as having value, so that it was, in the bottom, and it's this big hunk of rock. the fact that somebody owned it, they would say, "Oh, I'll own it for this and that." I've seen beads in different places. Gel was converted to this and mediums of exchange. And when we look at what we've got, you're exactly right. It is the notion that if I give it to you, I can then take it and I can buy something with it. And that's so it's a matter of perception. Okay. And then we go through then the history of money and the vulnerabilities of money. And what we have is through history, there's been two types of money. Those that are claimed on something of value, like the connection to gold or something.
That's right.
That would be, or they just are money without any connection, and then we have a system now, which is a fiat monetary system. So that's what money is. Then it will last as long as it's kept of value, and it works that way. So let's say central banks, when they get in the position of like they owe a lot of money, like we have in the case, it's increasingly the case, and they also are a bind, and they have the printing press to print the money and get out of that, and you have a lot of people might be in that position. Then you can print it, and then it can be devalued in there. And so history has shown, forget about today, history has shown that no currency has every currency has either ended as being a currency or devalued as a currency over periods of time, long periods of time. So it evolves and it changes, but everybody needs that medium of exchange, and everybody needs that storehold of wealth. So it keeps changing what is money over a period of time.
But so much is being digitized today, and there's this ideas that are based on the blockchain of Bitcoin and so on. So if all currencies, like all empires, come to an end, what do you think will? Do you think something like Bitcoin might emerge as the common store of value, store of wealth, and a medium of exchange?
The problem with Bitcoin is that it's not an effective medium of exchange. Like it's not easy for me to go in there and buy things with it. And then it's not an effective storehold of value because it has a volatility that based on speculation and the like. So it's not a very effective saving. That's very different from Facebook's of a stable value currency, which would be effective as both a medium of exchange and a storehold of wealth. Because if you were to hold it, and the way it's linked to, a number of things that it's linked to, would mean that it could be a very effective storehold of wealth. Then you have a digital currency that could be a very effective medium of exchange and storehold of wealth. So, in my opinion, some digital currencies are likely to succeed more or less based on that ability to do it. Then the question is, what happens? Okay, what happens is, do central banks allow that to happen? I really do believe it's possible to get a better form of money that central banks don't control. Okay, a better force of money that the central banks don't control. But then that's not yet happened. And we also have to, and so they've got to go through that evolutionary process. In order to go through that evolutionary process, first of all, governments have got to allow that to happen, which is to some extent a threat to them in terms of their power, and that's an issue. And then you have to also build the confidence in all of the components of it to say, okay, that's going to be effective because I won't I won't have problems in owning it. So I think that digital currencies have some element of potential, but there's a lot of hurdles that are going to have to be gotten over. I think that it'll be a very long time, possibly never, but anyway, a very long time before we have that, let's say, get into a position that would be in an effective means relative to gold, let's say, if you would think of that, because gold has a track record, of thousands of years, all across countries. It has its mobility. It has the ability to put it down. It has certain abilities. It's got disadvantages relative to digital currencies, but central banks will hold it. Like there's central banks that worry about others. That other countries' central banks might worry about whether the U.S. dollar is going to print enough and that. And so the thing they're going to go to is not going to be the digital currency. The thing they're going to go to is gold or something else, some other currency. They got to pick it. And so I think it's a long way to go.
But you think it's possible that one day we don't even have a central bank because of a currency that's cannot be controlled by the central bank is the primary currency? Or does that seem very unlikely?
It would be very remote possibility or very long in the future.
Got it. Again, maybe a dumb question, but romanticized one. When you sit back and you look, you describe these transactions between individuals, somehow creating short-term debt cycles, long-term debt cycles, this productivity growth. Does it amaze you that this whole thing works? That there's however many hundreds of millions of people in the United States, globally over 7 billion people, that this thing, individual transactions, it works.
Yeah, it amazes me. Like I go back and forth between being in it, and then I think, like, how did a credit card? How does that really possible? I'm still using. I look up credit card. I put it on. The guy doesn't know me.
Yeah,
It's fine. Okay. We're making the digital entries. Is that really secure enough? And that kind of thing. And then it goes back and it goes this and it clears and it all happens. And what I marvel at that and those types of things is because of the capacity of the human mind to create abstractions that are true. It's imagination, and then the ability to go from one level, and then if these things are true, then you go to the next level, and if those things are true, then you go to the next level, and all those miracles that we almost become common. It's like when I'm flying in a plane, or when I'm looking at all of the things that happen, when I get communications in the middle of, I don't know, Africa or Antarctica, and we're communicating in the ways where I see the face on my iPad of somebody, my grandkid, in someplace else, and I look at this and I say, wow, yes, it all amazes me.
So while being amazing, do you have a sense, the principle you described, that the whole thing is stable somehow also? Or are we just lucky? So the principles that you described, are those describing a system that is stable, robust, and will remain so?
That structure is right. What we're seeing is right. Now, whether there are disruptions and it has effects that can come, not because that structure is right, I believe it's right, but whether it can be hurt by, let's say, connectivity or journal entries. They could take all the money away from you through your digital entries. There's all sorts of things that can happen in various ways. That means that money is worthless or the system falls. But from what I see in terms of basic structure and those complexities that still take my breath away, I would say knowing enough about the mechanics of them, that doesn't worry me.
Have you seen disruptions in your lifetime that really surprised you?
Oh, all the time. This is one of the great lessons of my life, is that many times I've seen things that I was very surprised about, and that I realized almost all of those I was surprised about because they were just the first time it happened to me. They didn't happen in my lifetime before. But when I researched that, they happened in other places or other people's lifetimes. So, for example, I remember 1971, the dollar, there was no such thing as a devaluation of a currency, didn't experience it. And the dollar was connected to gold, and I was watching events happen, and then you get on it, and that definition of money all of a sudden went out the window because it was not tied to gold, and then you have this devaluation. And so, and then, or the first oil shock, or the second oil shock, or so many of these things. And but almost always, I realized that they, when I looked at history, they happened before. They just happened in other people's lifetimes, which led me to realize that I needed to study history and what happened in other people's lifetimes and what happened in other countries and places, so that I would have timeless and universal principles for dealing with that thing. So I've been, the implausible happening, but it's like a 1 in 100-year storm, okay?
They've happened before.
Yeah, they've happened.
Just not to you. Let me talk about, if we could, about AI a little bit. So we've at Bridgewater Associates manage about $160 billion in assets, and our artificial intelligence systems algorithms are pretty good with data. What role in the future do you see AI play in analysis and decision making in this kind of data rich and impactful area of investment?
I'm going to answer that not only in investment, but I give a more all-encompassing rule for AI. As I think you know, for the last 25 years, we have taken our thinking and put them in algorithms, and so we make decisions. The computer takes those criteria, algorithms, and they put them, they're in there, and it takes data, and they operate as an independent decision maker in parallel with our decision making. So for me, it's like there's a chess game playing, and I'm a person with my chess game, and I'm saying it made that move, and I'm making the move, and how do I compare those two moves? So we've done a lot, but let me give you a rule. If the future can be different from the past, and you don't have deep understanding, you should not rely on AI. Okay? Those two things.
Deep understanding of
the cause-effect relationships that are leading you to place that bet in anything. Okay? In anything important. Let's say if you do surgeries, and you would say, how do I do surgeries? I think it's totally fine to watch all the doctors do the surgeries. You can put it on, take a digital camera and do that, convert that into AI algorithms that go to robots and have them do surgeries, and I'd be comfortable with that. Because if it keeps doing the same thing over and over again, and you have enough of that, that would be fine, even though you may not understand the algorithms, because if the thing's happening over and over again and you're not asking, the future would be the same. That appendicitis or whatever it is will be handled the same as the surgery. That's fine. However, what happens with AI is, for the most part, is it takes a lot of data, and it with a high enough sample size, and then it puts together its own algorithms. Okay, there are two ways you can come up with algorithms. You can either take your thinking and express them in algorithms, or you can say, put the data in and say, what is the algorithm? That's machine learning.
Yeah.
And when you have machine learning, it'll give you equations which quite often are not understandable. You would try to say, okay, now describe what it's telling you. It's very difficult to describe, and so they can escape understanding. And so it's very good for doing those things that could be done over and over again if you're watching and you're not taking them. But if the future is different from the past, and you have that the future is different from the past, and you don't have deep understanding, you're going to get in trouble. And so that's the main thing. As far as AI is concerned, AI, and let's say computer replications of thinking in various ways. I think it's particularly good for processing. But the notion of what you want to do is better most of the time determined by the human mind. What are the principles? Like, okay, how should I raise my children? It's going to be a long time before AI, you're going to say it has a good enough judgment to do that. Who should I marry? All of those things. Maybe you can get the computer to help you, but if you just took data and did machine learning, it's not going to find it. If you were to then take what are my criteria for any of those questions, and then say put them into an algorithm, you'd be a lot better off than if you took AI to do it. But by and large, the mind should be used for inventing and those creative things, and then the computer should be used for processing, because it could process a lot more information, a lot faster, a lot more accurately, and a lot less emotionally. So any notion of thinking in the form of processing type thinking should be done by a computer, and anything that is in the notion of doing that other type of thinking should be operating with the brain, operating in a way where you could say, that makes sense.
The process of reducing your understanding down to principles is kind of like the process, the first one you mentioned, like type of AI algorithm, where you are encoding your expertise. You're trying to write a program. The human is trying to write a program. How do you think that's attainable? The process of reducing principles to a computer program, or when you think about principles, is there still a human element that's not reducible to an algorithm?
My experience has been that almost all things, including those things that I thought were pretty much impossible to express, I've been able to express in algorithms, but that doesn't constitute all things. So you can express far more than you can imagine you'll be able to express. So I use the example of, okay, it's not how do you raise your children? Okay, you will be able to take it piece by piece. Okay, at what age, what school, and the way to do that, in my experience, is to take that, and when you're in the moment of making a decision, or just past making a decision, to take the time and to write down your criteria for making that decision in words. Okay, that way you'll get your principles down on paper. I created an app online called, it's right now just on the iPhone. It'll be
I tried getting it on Android.
It'll be
on Android.
In a few months it'll be on Android. But it has an app in there that helps people write down their own principles, because this is very powerful. So when you're in that moment where you're thinking about it, and you're thinking your criteria for choosing the school for your child, or whatever that might be, and you write down your criteria, or whatever they are, those principles, you write down, and you that will at that moment make you articulate your principles in a very valuable way. And if you have the way that we operate, that you have easy access, so the next time that comes along, you can go to that, or you can show those principles to others to see if they're the right principles. You will get a clarity of that principle that's really invaluable in words, and that'll help you a lot. But then you start to think, how do I express that in data? And it'll shock you about how you can do that. You'll form an equation that will show the relationship between these particular parts, and then essentially the variables that are going to go into that particular equation, and you will be able to do that. And you take that little piece and you put it into the computer, and then take the next little piece and you put that into the computer, and before you know it, you will have a decision-making system that's of the sort that I'm describing.
So that you're almost making an argument against an earlier statement you've made. You're convincing me. At first, you said there's no way a computer could raise a child, essentially. But now you've described, making me think of it. If you have that kind of idea, meritocracy, you have this rigorous approach that Bridgewater takes an investment and apply it to raising a child. It feels like, through the process you just described, we could, as a society, arrive at a set of principles for raising a child and encode it into a computer.
That originality will not come from machine learning.
The first time you do, so that the original, yes.
That's what I'm referring to.
But eventually, as we together develop it, and then we can automate it.
That's why I'm saying the processing
Yes.
can be done by the computer. So we're saying the same thing. We're not inconsistent.
Yes.
We're saying the same thing, that the processing of that information and those algorithms can be done by the computer in a very, very effective way. You don't need to sit there and process and try to weigh all those things in your equation and all those things. But that notion of, okay, how do I get at that principle?
And you're saying, be surprised.
Yes, you
How
can
much
do
you
that.
can express.
That's right. You can do that. So this is where I think you're going to see the future. And right now, we go to our devices and we get information to a large extent. And then we get some guidance. We have our GPS and the like. In my opinion, principles. I want to emphasize that. You write them down. You've got those principles. They will be converted into algorithms for decision making. And they're going to also have the benefit of collective decision making. Because right now, individuals, based on what's stuck in their heads, are making their decisions in very ignorant ways. They're not the best decision makers. They're not the best criteria, and they're operating. When those principles are written down and converted into algorithms, it's almost like you'll look at that and follow the instructions, and it'll give you better results. Medicine will be much more like this. You can go to your local doctor and you can ask his point of view and whatever. And he's rushed, and he may not be the best doctor around. And you're going to go to this thing and get that same information, or just automatically have it input in that. And it's going to tell you, okay, here's what you should go do. And it's going to be much better than your local doctor. And that, the converting of information into intelligence, okay, intelligence is the thing. We're coming out with, again, I'm 70 and I want to pass all these things along. So of all these tools that I've found that need to develop all over these periods of time, all those things I want to make available. And what's going to happen as they're going to see this, they're going to see these tools operating much more that way. The idea of converting data into intelligence. Intelligence, for example, on what they are like, on what are your strengths and weaknesses. Intelligence on who do I work well with, under what circumstance.
Personalized.
Intelligence. We're going to go from what are called systems of record, which are a lot of, information organized in the right way, to intelligence. And we're going to, that'll be the next big move, in my opinion. So you will get intelligence back.
And that intelligence comes from reducing things down to principles into.
That's how it happens.
So what's your intuition if you look at future societies? Do you think we'll be able to reduce a lot of the details of our lives down to principles that would be further and further automated?
I think the real question hinges on people's emotions and irrational behaviors. I think that there's subliminal things that we want, okay? And then there's cerebral, conscious logic, and the two often are at odds. So there's almost like two yous in you, right? And so let's say, what do you want? And your mind will answer one thing, your emotions will answer something else. So when I think about it, I think emotions are, I want inspiration. I want love is a good thing, being able to have a good impact. But it is in the reconciliation of your subliminal wants and your intellectual wants so that you really say they're aligned. And so to do that in a way to get what you want. So irrationality is a bad thing if it means that it doesn't make sense in getting you what you want. But you got to decide which you you're satisfying. Is it the lower level you, emotional, subliminal one, or is it the other? But if you can align them. So what I find is that by going from you experience the decision, do this thing subliminally. And that's the thing I want. It comes to the surface. I find that if I can align that with what my logical me wants and does do the double check between them, and I get the same sort of thing, that helps me a lot. I find, for example, meditation is one of the things that helps to achieve that alignment. It's fantastic for achieving that alignment. And often then I also want to not just do it in my head. I want to say, does that make sense? Help me. And so I do it with other people. And I say, okay, well, let's say I want this thing and whatever. Does that make sense? And when you do that kind of triangulation, your two views, and you do that with also the other way, then you certainly want to be rational, right? But rationality has to be defined by those things.
And then you discover sort of new ideas that drive your future. So you're always at the edge of the set of principles you've developed. You're doing new things always. Right. So that's where the intellect is needed.
Well, and the inspiration. The inspiration is needed to do that, right? Like, what are you doing it for?
So
it's
what
the
is
excitement,
that? What is that?
the adventure, the curiosity, the hunger.
What's if you can be Freud for a second? What's in that subconscious? What's the thing that drives us?
I think you can't generalize of us. I think different people are driven by different things. There's not a common one, right? So, like if you take the Shapers, I think it is a combination of subliminally, it's a combination of excitement, curiosity.
Is there a dark element there? Is there demons? Is there fears? Is there, in your sense, something
Most of
dark
the ones that I'm dealing with, I have not seen that. I see what I really see is, if I could do that, that would be the most dream. And then the act of creativity. And you say, ooh, so excitement is one of the things. Curiosity is a big pull, okay? And then tenacity, okay, to do those things. But definitely emotions are entering into it. Then there's an intellectual component of it too, okay? It may be empathy. Can I have an impact? Can I have an impact? The desire to have an impact. That's an emotional thrill, but it has empathy, and then you start to see spirituality. By spirituality, I mean the connectedness to the whole. You start to see people operate those things. Those tend to be the things that you see the most of.
And I think you're going to shut down this idea completely, but there's a notion that some of these Shapers really walk the line between sort of madness and genius. Do you think madness has a role in any of this? Or do you still see Steve Jobs and Elon Musk as fundamentally rational?
Yeah, there's a continuum there. That what comes to my mind is that genius is often at the edge of, in some cases, imaginary genius is at the edge of insanity. And it's almost like a radio that I think, okay, if I can tune it just right, it's playing right. But if I go a little bit too far, it goes off. Okay, and so you can see this. Kay Jameson was studying bipolar. What it shows is that that's definitely the case. Because when you're going out there, that imagination, whatever it is, can be near the edge sometimes. Doesn't have to always be.
So let me ask you about automation. That's been a part of public discourse recently. What's your view on the impact of automation? Of whether we're talking about AI or more basic forms of automation on the economy in the short term and the long term? Do you have concerns about it, as some do, or do you think it's overblown?
it's not overblown, and it's a giant thing. It'll come at us in a very big way, and in the future, we're right at the edge of even really accelerating it. It's had a big impact, and it will have a big impact. And it's a two-edged sword because it'll have tremendous benefits, and at the same time, it has profound benefits in employment and distributions of wealth. Because the way I think about it is, there are certain things human beings can do, and over time we've evolved to go to almost higher and higher levels, and now we're almost like we're at this level. You know, it used to be your labor, and you would then do your labor, and okay, we can get past the labor. We got tractors and things. We go up, and we're up over here, and up to the point in our minds where okay. Anything related to mental processing, the computer can probably do better, and we can find that. And so, other than almost inventing, you're at a point where the machines and the automation will probably do it better, and that's accelerating. And that's a force, for the good. And at the same time, what it does is it displaces people in terms of employment and changes, and it produces wealth gaps and all of that. So I think the real issue is that has to be viewed as a national emergency. In other words, I think the wealth gap, the income gap, the opportunity gap, all of those things, that force is creating the problems that we're having today. A lot of the problems, the great polarity, the disenfranchised, not equal, not anything approaching equality of education. All of these problems, a lot of problems are coming as a result of that. And so it needs to be viewed really as an emergency situation in which there's a good plan worked out for how to deal with that effectively, so that it's dealt with effectively. So because it's good for the average, it's good for the impact, but it's not good for everyone. It creates that polarity, so it's got to be dealt with.
Yeah, and you talked about the American dream, and that's something that all people should have an opportunity for, and that we need to reform capitalism to give that opportunity for everyone. Let me ask on one of the ideas in terms of safety nets that support that kind of opportunity. There's been a lot of discussion of universal basic income amongst people. So there's Andrew Yang, who's running on that. He's a political candidate running for president on the idea of universal basic income. What do you think about that? Giving $1,000 or some amount of money to everybody as a way to give them the padding, the freedom to sort of take leaps, to take the call for adventure, to take the crazy pursuits.
Before I get right to my thoughts on universal basic income, I want to start with the notion that opportunity, education, development, creating equality, so that people say there's equal opportunity, and is the most important thing. And then you find out what is the amount. How are you going to provide that? How do you get the money into a public school system? How do you get the teaching? The fleshing out that plan to create equal opportunity in all of its various forms is the most pressing thing to do. And so that is that.
The opportunity, the most important one you're kind of implying is the earlier the better. Sort of like the opportunity for education. So in the early development of a human being is when you should have the equal opportunities. That's the most important.
Right. In the first phase of your life, which goes from birth until you're on your own, and you're an adult and you're now out there, and you deal with early childhood development, okay? And you take the brain and you say, what's important? The child care, okay? Like it makes a world of difference, for example, if you have good parents who are trying to think about instilling the stability in a non-traumatic environment to provide them. So I would say the good guidance that normally comes from parents and the good education that they're receiving are, the most important things in that person's development. The ability to be able to be prepared to go out there and then to go into a market that's an equal opportunity job market, to be able to then go into that kind of market is a system that creates not only fairness, anything else that's not fair, and then in addition to that, it also is a more effective economic system because the consequences of not doing that to a society are devastating. If you look at what the difference in outcomes of somebody who completes high school or doesn't complete high school, or does each one of those stage changes, and you look at what that means in terms of their costs to society, not only themselves, but their cost in incarceration costs and in crimes and all of those things. It's economically better for the society, and it's fairer if they can get those particular things. Once they have those things, then you move on to other things. But yes, from birth all the way through that process, anything less than that is bad, is a tragedy, and so on. So those are the things that I'm estimating. And so what I would want above all else is to provide that. So with that in mind, now we'll talk about universal basic income.
Start with that.
Okay.
Now we can talk about you.
Well, right, because you have to have that. Now the question is, what's the best way to provide that? Okay. So when I look at UBI, I really think is what is going to happen with that $1,000. Okay. And will that $1,000 come from another program? Does that come from an early childhood developmental program? Who are you giving the $1,000 to, and what will they do for that $1,000? I mean, like my reaction would be, I think it's a great thing that everybody should have almost $1,000 in their bank and so on. But when do they get to make decisions, or who's the parent? A lot of times you can give $1,000 to somebody and it can have a negative result. It can have, they can use that money detrimentally, not just productively. And if that money's coming away from some of those other things that are going to produce the things I want, and you're shifted to, let's say, to come in and give a check, doesn't mean its outcomes are going to be good in providing those things that I think are so fundamental important. If it was just everybody can have $1,000 and use it, so when the time comes and use it well, that would be really, really good, because it's almost like everybody, you wish everybody could have $1,000 worth of wiggle room in their lives. Okay, and I think that would be great. I love that, but I want to make sure that these other things that are taken care of. So if it comes out of that budget, and I don't want it to come out of that budget that's going to be doing those things, and so you have to figure it out.
And you have a certain skepticism that human nature may not always, in fact, frequently may not use that $1,000 for the optimal, to support the optimal trajectory.
Some will and some won't. One of the big advantages of universal basic income is that if you put it in the hands, let's say, of parents who know how to do the right things and make the right choices for their children because they're responsible, you say, I'm going to give them $1,000 wiggle room to use for the benefit of their children. Wow, that sounds great. If you put it in the hands of, let's say, an alcoholic or drug-addicted parent who is not making those choices well for their children, and what they do is they take that $1,000 and they don't use it well, then that's going to produce more harm than good.
Well put. You're, if I may say so, one of the richest people in the world. So you're a good person to ask. Does money buy happiness?
No, it's been shown that once you get over a basic level of income so that you can take care of the pain and you can health and whatever, there's no correlation between the level of happiness that one has and the level of money that one has. That would be the thing that has the highest correlation is quality relationships with others, community. If you look at surveys of these things across all surveys of all societies, It's a sense of community and interpersonal relationship. That is not in any way correlated with money. You can go down to native tribes and very poor places, where you can go in all different communities, and so they have the opportunity to have that. I'm very lucky in that I started with nothing, so I have the full range. I can tell you, like not having money, and then having quite a lot of money, and I did that in the right order.
So you start from nothing, Long Island.
Yeah, and my dad was a jazz musician, but I had all really that I needed, because I had two parents who loved me, took good care of me, and I went to a public school that was a good public school. And basically, that you don't need much more than that in order to, that's the equal opportunity part. Anyway, what I'm saying is, no, I experienced the range, and there are many studies on the answer to your question. No, money does not bring happiness. Money gives you an ability to make choices.
Does it get in the way, in any way, of forming those deep, meaningful relationships?
It can. There are lots of ways that it makes negative. That's one of them. It could stand in the way of that. Yes. Okay. But I could almost list the ways that it could stand. It could be a problem.
Yeah. What does it buy? So if you can elaborate, you mentioned a bit of freedom.
At the most fundamental level, it doesn't take a whole lot, but it takes enough that you can take care of yourself and your family, to be able to learn, do the basics, have the relationships, have health care, the basics of those types of things. You can cover the patients, and then to have maybe enough security, maybe not too much security.
That's right.
That you essentially are okay. Okay, that's really good, and you don't. That's what money will get you.
And everything else is could go either way.
Well, there's more. Okay, then beyond that, what it then starts to do. That's the most important. But beyond that, what it starts to do is to help to make your dreams happen in various ways. Okay, so for example, like in my case, those dreams might not be just my own dreams; their impact on others' dreams. Okay, so my own dreams might be, I don't know, I can pass along these, at my stage in life, I can pass along these principles to you, and I can give those things, or I can do whatever. I can go on an adventure. I can start a business. I can do those other things, be productive. I can self-actualize in ways that might be not possible otherwise. And that's my own belief. And then I can also help others. I mean, this is, to the extent when you get older and with time and whatever, you start to feel connected. Spirituality, that's what I'm referring to. You can start to have an effect on others that's beneficial and so on. Gives you the ability. I can tell you that the people who are very wealthy, who have that, feel that they don't have enough money. Bill Gates will feel almost broke, because relative to the things he'd like to accomplish, and go through the Gates Foundation and things like that, oh my God, he doesn't have enough money to accomplish the things he wishes for. But those things are not, they're not the most fundamental things. So I think that people sometimes think money has value. Money doesn't have value. Money is, like you say, just a medium of exchange in historical wealth. And so what you have to say is, what is it that you're going to buy? Now, there are other people who get their gratification in ways that are different from me, but I think in many cases, that, let's say somebody who uses money to have a status symbol, what would I say? Or that's probably unhealthy. But then, I don't know, somebody who says, I love a great, gorgeous painting, and it's going to cost lots of money. In my priorities, I can't get there. Yeah. But that doesn't mean who am I to judge others in terms of, let's say, their element of freedom to do those things. So it's a little bit complicated. But by and large, that's my view on money and wealth.
So let me ask you in terms of the idea of much of your passions in life has been through something you might be able to call work. Alan Watts has this quote. He said that the real key to life, secret to life, is to be completely engaged with what you're doing in the here and now, and instead of calling it work, realize it is play. So I'd like to ask, what is the role of work in your life's journey, or in a life's journey? And what do you think about this modern idea of kind of separating work and work-life balance?
I have a principle that I believe in is make your work and your passion the same thing. Okay. So that's similar to, in other words, if you can make your work and your passion, it's just going to work out great. And then, of course, people have different purposes of work. And I don't want to be theoretical about that. People have to take care of their family. So money at a certain point is the base, is an important component of that work. So you look beyond that. What is money going to get you? What are you trying to achieve? But the most important thing, I agree, is meaningful work and meaningful relationships. Like if you can get into the thing that your mission that you're on, and you are excited about that mission that you're on, and then you can do that with people who you have the meaningful relationships with. You have meaningful work and meaningful relationships. I mean, that is fabulous for most people.
And it seems that many people struggle to get there, not out of, not necessarily because they're constrained by the fact that they have the financial constraints of having to provide for their family and so on. But it's, I mean, this idea is out there that there needs to be a work-life balance, which means that most people, we're going to return to the same things. Most doesn't mean optimal, but most people seem to not be doing their life's passion, not unifying work and passion. Why do you think that is?
Well, the work-life balance is a life arc that you go through. Starts at 0 and ends somewhere in the vicinity of 80. And there is a phase, and you could look at the different degrees of happiness that happen in those phases. I can go through that if that was interesting, but we don't have time probably for it. But you get in the part of the life, that part of the life which has the lowest level of happiness is age 45 to 55. And because as you move into this second phase of your life. Now, the first phase of your life is when you're learning dependent on others. Second phase of your life is when you're working and others are dependent on you and you're trying to be successful. And in that phase of one's life, you encounter the work-life balance challenge because you're trying to be successful at work and successful at parenting and successful in all those things that take your demand. And they get into that, and I understand that problem in the work-life balance. The issue is primarily to know how to approach that. Okay, so I understand it's stressful. It produces stress, and it produces bad results, and it produces the lowest level of happiness in one's life. It's interesting as you get later in life, the levels of happiness rise, and the highest level of happiness is between ages 70 and 80, which is interesting for other reasons. But in that spot, and the key to work-life balance is to realize and to learn how to get more out of an hour of life. Okay, because an hour of work, what people are thinking is that they have to make a choice between one thing and another, and of course they do, but they don't realize that if they develop the skill to get a lot more out of an hour, it's the equivalent of having many more hours in your life. And so, that's why in the book Principles, I try to go into, okay, now how can you get a lot more out of an hour? That allows you to get more life into your life, and it produces the work-life balance.
And that's the primary struggle in that 35 to 45. If you could linger on that, so what are the ups and downs of life in terms of happiness in general, and perhaps in your own life? when you look back at the moments, the peaks?
It's pretty much the same pattern. Early in one's life is tends to be a very happy period all the way up, and 16 is like a really great happy. I think myself, you start to get elements of freedom, maybe your driver's license or whatever. But 16 is there. Junior year in high school quite often can be a stressful period to try to get things about the high school. You go into college, tends to be very high happiness, generally speaking, freedom, and then freedom, friendships, all of that. Freedom is a big thing. And then and then 23 is a peak point, kind of in happiness, that freedom. Then sequentially, one has a great time, they date, they go out, and so on. You find the love of your life. You begin to develop a family. And then with that, as time happens, you have more of your work-life balance challenges that come and your responsibilities. And then as you get there in that mid part of your life, that is the biggest struggle. Chances are you will crash in that period of time. You'll have your series of failures. That's when you go into the abyss. You learn. You hopefully learn from those mistakes. You have the metamorphosis. You come out. You change. You hopefully become better. You take more responsibilities and so on. And then when you get to the later part, as you are starting to approach the transition in that late part of the second phase of your life, before you go into the third phase of your life. Second phase is you're working, trying to be successful. The third phase of your life is you want people to be successful without you. Okay? And you want your kids to be successful without you, because when you're at that phase, they're at making their transition from the first phase to the second phase, and they're trying to be successful. You want them to be successful without you. And your parents are gone, and then you have freedom. And then you have freedom again. And then with that freedom, and then you have these history showing with this, you have friendships, you have perspective on life, you have different things. And that's one of the reasons that later part of the life can be real. On average, actually, it's the highest. Very interesting thing. If they their surveys and say, how good do you learn? And how good do you feel? And that's the highest survey. The person, now they're not looking the best, and they're not feeling the best, right? Maybe it's 35 that they're actually looking the best and feeling the best, but they rank the highest at that point. Survey results of being the highest in that 70 to 80 period of time, because it has to do with an attitude on life. Then you start to have grandkids. Oh, grandkids are great. And you start to experience that transition well. So that's what the arc of life pretty much looks like. And I'm experiencing it, that's
You've lived it. When you meditate, while human, while mortal, when you meditate on your own mortality, having achieved a lot of success on whatever dimension, what do you think is the meaning of it all? The meaning of our short existence on Earth as human beings?
I think that evolution is the greatest force in the universe, and that we're all tiny bits of an evolutionary type of process where it's just matter and machines that go through time, and that we all have a deeply embedded inclination to evolve and contribute to evolution. So I think it's to personally evolve and contribute to evolution.
I could have predicted you would answer that way. It's brilliant and exactly right. And I think we've said it before, but I'll say it again. You have a lot of incredible videos out there that people should definitely watch. I don't say this often. I mean, it's literally the best spend of time. And in terms of reading principles and reading basically anything you write on LinkedIn and so on, is a really good use of time. It's a lot of light bulb moments, a lot of transformative ideas in there. So, Ray, thank you so much. It's been an honor. I really appreciate it.
It's been a pleasure for me too. I'm happy to hear it's used to you and others.
Thanks for listening to the conversation with Ray Dahlia. And thank you to our presenting sponsor, Cash App. Download it, Use code LEXPODCAST. You'll get $10. $10 will go to FIRST, a STEM education nonprofit that inspires hundreds of thousands of young minds to learn and to dream of engineering our future. If you enjoy this podcast, subscribe on YouTube, get 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support on Patreon, or connect with me on Twitter. Finally, closing words of advice from Ray Dalio. Pain plus reflection equals progress. Thank you for listening, and I hope to see you next time.
Mexican holidays this Monday, as market researchers say about 70% of U.S. consumers will spend at least $25 on supplies for seasonal fireworks. Some spending $100. Research shows most of the holiday spending money in alcohol and the most popular alcohol purchase on seasonal fireworks.
The following is a conversation with Whitney Cummings. She's a stand-up comedian, actor, producer, writer, director, and recently, finally, the host of her very own podcast called Good For You. Her most recent Netflix special called Can I Touch It features in part a robot she affectionately named Bear Claw. It was designed to be visually a replica of Whitney. It's exciting for me to see one of my favorite comedians explore the social aspects of robotics and AI in our society. She also has some fascinating ideas about human behavior, psychology, and neurology, some of which she explores in her book called Undefined and Other Lies. It was truly a pleasure to meet Whitney and have this conversation with her, and even to continue it through text afterwards. Every once in a while, late at night, I'll be programming over a cup of coffee, and we'll get a text from Whitney saying something hilarious. Or weirder yet, sending a video of Brian Callen saying something hilarious. That's when I know the universe has a sense of humor, and it gifted me with one hell of an amazing journey. Then I put the phone down, go back to programming with a stupid, joyful smile on my face. If you enjoy this conversation, listen to Whitney's podcast, Good For You. Follow her on Twitter, Instagram. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, give it 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled Fridman. This show is presented by Cash App, the #1 finance app in the App Store. They regularly support Whitney's Good For You podcast as well. I personally use Cash App to send money to friends, but you can also use it to buy, sell, and deposit Bitcoin in just seconds. Cash App also has a new investing feature. You can buy fractions of the stock, say $1 worth, no matter what the stock price is. Brokerage services provided by Cash App Investing, a subsidiary of Square, and member SIPC. I'm excited to be working with Cash App to support one of my favorite organizations called FIRST, best known for their FIRST robotics and Lego competitions. They educate and inspire hundreds of thousands of students in over 110 countries and have a perfect rating at Charity Navigator, which means the donated money is used to maximum effectiveness. When you get Cash App in the App Store or Google Play and use code LEXPODCAST, you'll get $10. Cash App will also donate $10 to FIRST, which again is an organization that I've personally seen inspire girls and boys to dream of engineering a better world. This podcast is supported by ZipRecruiter. Hiring great people is hard, and to me is the most important element of a successful, mission-driven team. I've been fortunate to be a part of and to lead several great engineering teams. The hiring I've done in the past was mostly through tools that we built ourselves, but reinventing the wheel was painful. ZipRecruiter is a tool that's already available for you. It seeks to make hiring simple, fast, and smart. For example, Cookbook co-founder Gretchen Huebner used ZipRecruiter to find a new game artist to join her education tech company. By using ZipRecruiter's screening questions to filter candidates, Gretchen found it easier to focus on the best candidates and finally hiring the perfect person for the role in less than 2 weeks start to finish. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. See why ZipRecruiter is effective for businesses of all sizes by signing up, as I did, for free at ZipRecruiter.com/LexPod. That's ZipRecruiter.com/LexPod. And now, here's my conversation with Whitney Cummings, I have trouble making eye contact, as you can tell.
Me too. You know that I had to work on making eye contact because I used to live here. Do you see what I'm
That
doing?
helped. Yeah.
Do you want me to do that? Well, I'll do this way. I'll cheat the camera. But I used to do this, and finally, people like I'd be on dates, and guys would be like, "Are you looking at my hair?" Like it would make people really insecure because I didn't really get a lot of eye contact as a kid. It's 1 to 3 years. Did you not get a lot of eye contact as a kid?
I don't know. I haven't done the soul searching,
Right.
so but there's definitely some psychological issues.
Makes you uncomfortable.
Yeah. For some reason, when I connect eyes, I start to think. I assume that you're judging me.
Oh, well, I am. That's why you said that.
Yeah.
We all are.
All right.
The podcast with me and you both staring at the table.
Do you think robots of the future, ones with human level intelligence, will be female, male, genderless, or another gender we have not yet created as a society?
You're the expert at this.
Well, I'm going to ask
You know the answer.
I'm going to ask you questions that maybe nobody has the answer to, and I just want you to hypothesize as a imaginative author, director, comedian.
Can we just be very clear that you know a ton about this and I know nothing about this, but I have thought a lot about what I think robots can fix in our society. And I mean, I'm a comedian. It's my job to study human nature, make jokes about human nature, and to sometimes play devil's advocate. And I just see such a tremendous negativity around robots, or at least the idea of robots, that it was like, oh, I'm just going to take the opposite side for fun, for jokes. And then I was like, oh, no, I really agree in the devil's advocate argument. So please correct me when I'm wrong about this stuff.
So first of all, there's no right and wrong because we're all. I think most people working on robotics are really not actually even thinking about some of the big picture things that you've been exploring. In fact, your robot, what's her name, by the way? We'll go on Bearclaw. What's the genesis of that name, by the way?
Bearclaw was, I don't even remember the joke because I black out after I shoot specials, but I was writing something about like the pet names that men call women, like Cupcake, Sweetie, Honey, like we're always named after desserts or something. And I was just writing a joke about if you want to call us a dessert, at least pick like a cool dessert, like Bearclaw, like something cool.
So do you think future robots with greater and greater intelligence, would we like to make them female, male? Would we like to assign them gender? Or would we like to move away from gender and say something more ambiguous?
I think it depends on their purpose, I feel like if it's a sex robot, if people prefer certain genders, and I also, when I went down and explored the robot factory, I was asking about the type of people that bought sex robots. I was very surprised at the answer because, of course, the stereotype was it's going to be a bunch of perverts. It ended up being a lot of people that were handicapped, a lot of people with erectile dysfunction, and a lot of people that were exploring their sexuality. A lot of people that thought they were gay but weren't sure, but didn't want to take the risk of trying on someone that could reject them and being embarrassed, or they were closeted, or in a city where maybe that's taboo and stigmatized. So I think that a gendered sex robot that would serve an important purpose for someone trying to explore their sexuality. Am I into men? Let me try on this thing first. Am I into women? Let me try on this thing first. So I think gendered robots would be important for that. But I think genderless robots, in terms of emotional support robots, babysitters, I'm fine for a genderless babysitter with my husband in the house. There are places that I think that genderless makes a lot of sense, but obviously not in the sex area.
What do you mean with your husband in the house? What's that have to do with the gender of the robot?
Right. I mean, I don't have a husband, but hypothetically speaking, I think every woman's worst nightmare is like the hot babysitter. You know what I mean? So I think that there is a time and place, I think, for genderless, teachers, doctors, all that kind of. It would be very awkward if the first robotic doctor was a guy, or the first robotic nurse was a woman. It's sort of that stuff is so loaded. I think that genderless could just take the unnecessary drama out of it and possibility to sexualize them or be triggered by any of that stuff.
So there's two components to this, to bear claw. So one is the voice and the talking and so on, and then there's the visual appearance. So on the topic of gender and genderless, in your experience, what value of the physical appearance?
Welcome.
So has it added much to the depth of the interaction?
I mean, mine's kind of an extenuating circumstance because she's supposed to look exactly like me. I mean, I spent 6 months getting my face molded and having, the idea was I was exploring the
How are
concept
you?
of can robots replace us, because that's the big fear, but also the big dream in a lot of ways. And I wanted to dig into that area because, for a lot of people, it's like they're going to take our jobs and replace us. Legitimate fear, but then a lot of women I know are like, I would love for a robot to replace me every now and then, so it can go to baby showers for me, and it can pick up my kids at school, and it can cook dinner and whatever. So I just think that was an interesting place to explore. So her looking like me was a big part of it. Now her looking like me just adds an unnecessary level of insecurity because I got her a year ago and she already looks younger than me, so that's a weird problem.
Yeah.
But I think that her looking human was the idea, and I think that where we are now, please correct me if I'm wrong, a human robot resembling an actual human is going to feel more realistic than some generic face.
What you're saying that robots that have some familiarity, like look similar to somebody that you actually know, you be able to form a deeper connection with? That was the question.
So on some level.
That's an open question. I don't. It's an interesting.
Or the opposite.
Yeah.
Then you know me and you're like, well, I know this is real because you're right here. So
Yeah.
maybe it does the opposite.
We have a very keen eye for human faces, and they're able to detect strangeness, especially that when it has to do with people whose faces we've seen a lot of. So I tend to be a bigger fan of moving away completely from faces.
Recognizable faces?
No, just human faces at all.
In general, because I think that's where things get dicey. And one thing I will say is I think my robot is more realistic than other robots, not necessarily because you have seen me and then you see her and you go, oh, they're so similar, but also because human faces are flawed and asymmetrical.
Yeah.
And sometimes we forget when we're making things that are supposed to look human, we make them too symmetrical. And that's what makes them stop looking human. So because they molded my asymmetrical face, she just, even if someone didn't know who I was, I think she'd look more realistic than most generic ones that didn't have some kind of flaws.
Got it.
Because they start looking creepy when they're too symmetrical, because human beings are.
Yeah, the flaws is what it means to be human, so visually as well. But I'm just a fan of the idea of letting humans use a little bit more imagination. So just hearing the voice is enough for us humans to then start imagining the visual appearance that goes along with that voice. And you don't necessarily need to work too hard on creating the actual visual appearance. So there's some value to that. When you step into this territory of actually building a robot that looks like Bear Claw, it's such a long road of facial expressions, of sort of making everything smiling, winking, rolling the eyes, all that kind of stuff. It gets really, really tricky.
It gets tricky, and I think I'm a comedian. Like, I'm obsessed with what makes us human, and our human nature, and the nasty side of human nature tends to be where I've, ended up exploring over and over again. And I was just mostly fascinated by people's reactions. So it's my job to get the biggest reaction from a group of strangers, the loudest possible reaction. And I just had this instinct to, when I started building her, and people going, and scream, and people scream, and I would bring her out on stage, and people would scream, and to me, that was the next level of entertainment. Getting a laugh, I've done that. I know how to do that. I think comedians are always trying to figure out what the next level is, and comedy's evolving so much. And Jordan Peele had just done these genius comedy horror movies, which feel like the next level of comedy to me. And this sort of funny horror of a robot was fascinating to me. But I think the thing that I got the most obsessed with was people being freaked out and scared of her. And I started digging around with pathogen avoidance and the idea that we've essentially evolved to be repelled by anything that looks human but is off a little bit. Anything that could be sick or diseased or dead essentially is our reptilian brain's way to get us to not try to have sex with it, basically. So I got really fascinated by how freaked out and scared. I would see grown men get upset get that thing away from me. And I'm like, you're gonna get angry. And it was like, that what this is, but the sort of like, amygdala getting activated by something that to me is just a fun toy said a lot about our history as a species and what got us into trouble thousands of years ago.
So that is the deep down stuff that's in our genetics, but also is it just are people freaked out by the fact that there's a robot? That's not just the appearance, but there's an artificial human.
Anything people, I think, and I'm just also fascinated by the blind spots humans have. So the idea that you're afraid of that. I mean, how many robots have killed people? How many humans have died at the hands of other humans?
Yeah.
Millions? Hundreds of millions?
Yeah.
Yet we're scared of that, and we'll go to the grocery store and be around a bunch of humans who statistically the chances are much higher that you're going to get killed by a human. So I'm just fascinated by, without judgment, how irrational we are as a species.
The worry is the exponential, so it's, you can say the same thing about nuclear weapons before we dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So the worry that people have is the exponential growth. So it's like, it's fun and games right now, but overnight, especially if a robot provides value to society, we'll put one in every home, and then all of a sudden lose track of the actual large-scale impact it has on society, and then all of a sudden we'll gain greater and greater control to where we'll all be, affect our political system and then affect our decisions.
Robots already ruin our political systems? Didn't that just already happen?
Which ones? Oh, Russia hacking.
No offense. But hasn't that already happened? I mean, that was like an algorithm of negative things being clicked on more.
We like to tell stories. We like to demonize certain people. I think nobody understands our current political system or discourse on Twitter, the Twitter mobs. Nobody has a sense, not Twitter, not Facebook, the people running it. Nobody understands the impact of these algorithms. They're trying their best.
Yeah.
Despite what people think, they're not like a bunch of lefties trying to make sure that Hillary Clinton gets elected. It's more that it's an incredibly complex system that we don't, and that's the worry. It's so complex and moves so fast that nobody will be able to stop it once it happens.
And let me ask a question. This is a very savage question.
Yeah.
Which is this just the next stage of evolution? As humans, people will die. Yes, I mean, that's always happens, This is just taking emotion out of it? Is this basically the next stage of survival of the fittest?
Yeah, you have to think of organisms. What is it mean to be a living organism? Like, is a smartphone part of your living organism? Or
we're in relationships with our phones.
Yeah, but
We have sex through them, with them. What's the difference between with them and through them?
But it also expands your cognitive abilities, expands your memory, knowledge, and so on. So you're a much smarter person because you have a smartphone in your hand.
But when it's out of my hand, we've got big problems because we've become sort of so morphed with them.
Well, there's a symbiotic relationship, and that's what the Elon Musk with Neuralink is working on, trying to increase the bandwidth of communication between computers and your brain. And so further and further expand our ability as human beings to sort of leverage machines, and maybe that's the future, the next evolutionary step. It could be also that yes, we'll give birth, just like we give birth to human children right now. We'll give birth to AI and they'll replace us. I think it's a really interesting possibility.
I'm going to play devil's advocate. I just think that the fear of robots is wildly classist because, Facebook, like it's easy for us to say, they're taking their data. A lot of people that get employment off of Facebook, they are able to get income off of Facebook. They don't care if you take their phone numbers and their emails and their data as long as it's free. They don't want to have to pay $5 a month for Facebook. Facebook is a wildly democratic thing. Forget about the election and all that kind of stuff. A lot of, technology making people's lives easier. I find that most elite people are more scared than lower income people. So, and women for the most part. So the idea of something that's stronger than us and that might eventually kill us, like women are used to that. Like that's not, I see a lot of like really rich men being like, the robots are going to kill us. We're like, what's another thing that's going to kill us? I tend to see like, something can walk me to my car at night. Like something can help me cook dinner. Something, for people in underprivileged countries who can't afford eye surgery. Like, can we send a robot to underprivileged, places to do surgery, or they can't? I work with this organization called Operation Smile, where they do cleft palate surgeries, and there's a lot of places that can't do a very simple surgery because they can't afford doctors and medical care and such. So I just see, and this can be completely naive and completely wrong, but I feel like a lot of people are going, like, the robots are going to destroy us. Humans, we're destroying ourselves. We're self-destructing. Robots, to me, are the only hope to clean up all the messes that we created. Even when we go try to clean up pollution in the ocean, we make it worse because of the oil that the tankers use. like, to me, robots are the only solution. Firefighters are heroes, but they're limited in how many times they can run into a fire. So there's just something interesting to me. I'm not hearing a lot of lower income, more vulnerable populations talking about robots.
Maybe you could speak to it a little bit more. There's an idea, I think you've expressed it. I've heard actually a few female writers and roboticists and stuff talk to express this idea that exactly what you just said, which is it just seems that being afraid of existential threats of artificial intelligence is a male issue.
Yeah.
And I wonder what that is. If it because men have in certain positions, like you said, it's also a classist issue. They haven't been humbled by life, and so you're always looking for the biggest problems to take on around you.
It's a champagne problem to be afraid of robots. Most people don't have health insurance. They're afraid they're not going to be able to feed their kids. They can't afford a tutor for their kids. I just think of, the way I grew up. And I had a mother who, worked 2 jobs, had kids. We couldn't afford an S60 tutor. The idea of a robot coming in, being able to tutor your kids, being able to provide childcare for your kids, being able to come in with cameras for eyes and make sure, surveillance. I'm very pro surveillance because, I've had security problems and I've been, we're generally in a little more danger than you guys are. So I think that robots are a little less scary to us because we can see them maybe as free assistance, help, and protection. And then there's sort of another element for me personally, which is maybe more of a female problem. I don't know. I'm just going to make a generalization. Happy to be wrong. But, the emotional sort of component of robots and what they can provide in terms of, I think there's a lot of people that don't have microphones that I just recently kind of stumbled upon in doing all my research on the sex robots for my stand-up special, which is there's a lot of very shy people that aren't good at dating. There's a lot of people who are scared of human beings who, have personality disorders or grew up in alcoholic homes or struggle with addiction or whatever it is, where a robot can solve an emotional problem. And so we're largely having this conversation about rich guys that are emotionally healthy and how scared of robots they are. We're forgetting about a huge part of the population who maybe isn't as charming and effervescent and solvent as people like you and Elon Musk, who these robots could solve very real problems in their life, emotional or financial.
That's in general a really interesting idea that most people in the world don't have a voice. It's talked about it. Even the people on Twitter who are driving the conversation, comments. People who leave comments represent a very tiny percent of the population, and they're the ones we tend to think they for the population, but it's very possible on many topics they don't at all.
And look, I'm sure there's got to be some kind of legal, sort of structure in place for when the robots happen. You know way more about this than I do, but for me to just go, the robots are bad, that's a wild generalization that I feel like is really inhumane in some way. Just after the research I've done, you're going to tell me that a man whose wife died suddenly and he feels guilty moving on with a human woman or can't get over the grief, he can't have a sex robot in his own house? Why not? Who cares? Why do you care?
Well, there's an interesting aspect of human nature. So, we tend to, as a civilization, to create a group that's the other in all kinds of ways.
Right. And
so you work with animals you're especially sensitive to the suffering of animals. So let me kind of ask, do you think we'll abuse robots in the future? Do you think some of the darker aspects of human nature will come out?
I think some people will, but if we design them properly, the people that do it, we can put it on a record, and we can put them in jail. We can find sociopaths more easily. Like.
Well, why is that a sociopathic thing to harm a robot?
I think. Look, I don't know enough about the consciousness and stuff as you do. I guess it would have to be when they're conscious, but it is, the part of the brain that is, responsible for compassion, the frontal lobe or whatever. Like people that abuse animals also abuse humans and commit other kinds of crimes. Like it's all the same part of the brain. No one abuses animals and then is like awesome to women and children and awesome to underprivileged, minorities. Like it's all. So, we've been working really hard to put a database together of all the people that have abused animals. So when they commit another crime, we go, okay, this is, it's all the same stuff. And I think people probably think I'm nuts for a lot of the animal work I do. But because when animal abuse is present, another crime is always present. But the animal abuse is the most socially acceptable. You can kick a dog and there's nothing people can do. But then what they're doing behind closed doors, you can't see. So there's always something else going on, which is why I never feel compassion about it. But I do think we'll start seeing the same thing with robots. The person that kicks I felt compassion when the kicking the dog robot really pissed me off. I know that they're just trying to get the stability right and all that. But I do think there will come a time where that will be a great way to be able to figure out if somebody has like, antisocial behaviors.
You kind of mentioned surveillance.
Mm-hmm.
It's also a really interesting idea of yours that you just said, a lot of people feel really uncomfortable with surveillance.
Yeah.
And you just said that, for me, there's positives for surveillance.
I think people behave better when they know they're being watched. And I know this is a very unpopular opinion. I'm talking about it on stage right now. We behave better when we know we're being watched. You and I had a very different conversation before we were recording. We behave different. You sit up and you are on your best behavior, and I'm trying to sound eloquent, and I'm trying to not hurt anyone's feelings, and I'm going to have a camera right there. I'm behaving totally different than when we first started talking, When you know there's a camera, you behave differently. I mean, there's cameras all over LA at stoplights so that people don't run stoplights, but there's not even film in it. They don't even use them anymore, but it works. Right? And I'm, working on this thing in stand-up surveillance. It's like, that's why we invented Santa Claus. Santa Claus is the first surveillance, basically. All we had to say to kids is he's making a list and he's watching you, and they have to behave better.
That's brilliant.
So I do think that there are benefits to surveillance. I think we all do sketchy things in private, and we all watch weird porn or Google weird things, and we don't want people to know about it, our secret lives. So I do think that obviously we should be able to have the modicum of privacy, but I tend to think that people that are the most negative about surveillance have the most secret.
And the most high. Well, you should. You're saying you're doing bits on it now?
Well, I'm just talking in general about privacy and surveillance and how paranoid we're kind of becoming, and how it's just wild to me that people are like, our emails are going to leak and they're taking our phone numbers. Like there used to be a book full of phone numbers and addresses they just throw it at your door. And we all had a book of everyone's numbers. This is a very new thing. And, I know our amygdala is designed to compound sort of threats. And, there's stories about that. And I think we all just glom on in a very, tribal way. Yeah, they're taking our data. Like, we don't even know what that means. But we're like, well, yeah, they. So I just think that someone's like, okay, well, so what? They're going to sell your data? Who cares? Why do you care?
First of all, that bit will kill in China. So, and I say this only a little bit joking, because a lot of people in China, including the citizens, despite what people in the West think of as abuse, are actually in support of the idea of surveillance. So if they're not in support of the abuse of surveillance, the idea of surveillance is kind of like the idea of government. Like you said, we behave differently. And in a way, almost like sports, there's rules. And within the constraints of the rules, there is this more stable society. And they make good arguments about being able to build successful companies, being able to build successful social lives around a fabric that's more stable. When you have a surveillance, it keeps the criminals away, it keeps abusive animals, whatever the values in society, with surveillance, you can enforce those values better.
And here's what I will say: there's a lot of unethical things happening with surveillance. Like
Yes.
I feel the need to really
Yeah.
make that very clear. I mean, the fact that Google is like collecting if people's hands start moving on the mouse to find out if they're getting Parkinson's, and then their insurance goes up, like that is completely unethical and wrong. And I think stuff like that we have to really be careful around. So the idea of using our data to raise our insurance rates, or, you know, I heard that they can sort of predict if you're going to have depression based on your selfies by detecting micro muscles in your face, you know, all that kind of stuff. That is a nightmare, not okay. But I think, you know, we have to delineate what's a real threat and what's getting spam in your email box. That's not what to spend your time and energy on. Focus on the fact that every time you buy cigarettes, your insurance without you knowing about it.
On the topic of animals, too, can we just linger on it a little bit? Like, what do you think? What does it say about our society, the society-wide abuse of animals that we see in general, sort of factory farming, just in general, just the way we treat animals with different categories? Like, what do you think of that? What does a better world look like? What should people think about it in general?
I think the most interesting thing I can probably say around this, the least emotional, because I'm actually a very non-emotional animal person, because I think everyone's an animal person. It's just a matter of if it's yours or if you've, you know, been conditioned to go numb, you know. I think it's really a testament to what, as a species, we are able to be in denial about, mass denial, mass delusion, and how we're able to dehumanize and debase groups, you know, World War II. In a way, in order to conform and find protection in the conforming. So we are also a species who used to go to coliseums and watch elephants and tigers fight to the death. We used to watch human beings be pulled apart. It wasn't that long ago. We're also a species who had slaves, and it was socially acceptable by a lot of people. People didn't see anything wrong with it. So we're a species that is able to go numb and that is able to dehumanize very quickly and make it the norm. Child labor isn't that long ago. Like the idea that now we look back and go, oh yeah, kids were losing fingers in factories making shoes. Like someone had to come in and make that, you know. So I think it just says a lot about the fact that, you know, we are animals and we are self-serving, and one of the most successful species, because we are able to debase and degrade and essentially exploit anything that benefits us. I think the pendulum is going to swing as being like I think we're Rome now, kind of. Like I think we're on the verge of collapse because our dopamine receptors, like we are just. I think we're all kind of addicts when it comes to this stuff. Like we don't know when to stop. It's always the buffet. Like the thing that used to keep us alive, which is killing animals and eating them. Now killing animals and eating them is what's killing us, in a way. So it's like we just can't. We don't know when to call it, and we don't. Moderation is not really something that humans have evolved to have yet. So I think it's really just a flaw in our wiring.
Do you think we'll look back at this time as that our society is being deeply unethical?
Yeah. I think we'll be embarrassed.
Which are the worst parts right now going on? Is it
well, I think
in terms of anything? What's the unethical thing? It's very hard to take a step out of it. But you just said we used to watch. You know, there's been a lot of cruelty throughout history. What's the cruelty going on now?
I think it's going to be pigs. Pigs are one of the most emotionally intelligent animals, and they have the intelligence of like a 3-year-old. And I think we'll look back and be really. They use tools. I mean, I think we have this narrative that they're pigs and they're disgusting and they're dirty and they're bacon. I think that we'll look back one day and be really embarrassed about that.
Is this for just what's it called, the factory farming? So basically mass.
Because we don't see it. If you saw, I mean, we do have. I mean, this is probably an evolutionary advantage. We do have the ability to completely pretend something's not, something that is so horrific that it overwhelms us, and we're able to essentially deny that it's happening. I think if people were to see what goes on in factory farming, and also were really to take in how bad it is for us, you know, we're hurting ourselves first and foremost with what we eat. But that's also a very elitist argument. It's a luxury to be able to complain about meat. It's a luxury to be able to not eat meat. There's very few people because of, how the corporations set up meat being cheap. It's $2 to buy a Big Mac. It's $10 to buy a healthy meal. I think a lot of people don't have the luxury to even think that way. But I do think that animals in captivity, I think we're going to look back and be pretty grossed out about mammals in captivity, whales, dolphins. I mean, that's already starting to dismantle. Circuses, we're going to be pretty embarrassed about. But I think it's really more a testament to, there's just such a ability to go like, that thing is different than me and we're better. It's the ego. I mean, it's just, we have the species with the biggest ego ultimately.
Well, that's what I think. That's my hope for robots. Is you mentioned consciousness before. Nobody knows what consciousness is, but I'm hoping robots will help us empathize and understand that that there's other creatures out besides ourselves that can suffer, that can experience the world, and that we can torture by our actions. And robots can explicitly teach us that, I think, better than animals can.
I have never seen such compassion from a lot of people in my life toward any human, animal, child, as I have a lot of people in the way they interact with the robot. Because I think there's something of, I was on the robot owners chat boards for a good 8 months. And the main emotional benefit is she's never going to cheat on you. She's never going to hurt you. She's never going to lie to you. She doesn't judge you. I think that robots help people, and this is part of the work I do with animals, like I do equine therapy and train dogs and stuff, because there is this safe space to be authentic. You're with this being that doesn't care what you do for a living, doesn't care how much money you have, doesn't care who you're dating, doesn't care what you look like, doesn't care if you have cellulite, whatever. You feel safe to be able to truly, be present without being defensive and worrying about eye contact and being triggered by, needing to be perfect and judgment and all that. And robots really can't judge you yet, but they can't judge you. And I think it really puts people at their at ease, at their most authentic.
Do you think you can have a deep connection with a robot that's not judging, or do you think you can really have a relationship with a robot or a human being that's a safe space, or is it tension, mystery, danger necessary for a deep connection?
I'm going to speak for myself and say that I grew up in an alcoholic home. I identify as a codependent. I talked about this stuff before, but for me, it's very hard to be in a relationship with a human being without feeling like I need to perform in some way or deliver in some way. And I don't know if that's just the people I've been in a relationship with or me or my brokenness, but I do think this is going to sound really negative and pessimistic, but I do think a lot of our relationships are projection and a lot of our relationships are performance. And I don't think I really understood that until I worked with horses. And most communication with human is nonverbal, right? I can say like, I love you, but you don't think I love you, right? Whereas with animals, it's very direct. It's all physical. It's all energy. I feel like that with robots too. It feels very, how I say something doesn't matter. My inflection doesn't really matter. And you thinking that my tone is disrespectful, like you're not filtering it through all of the bad relationships you've been in. You're not filtering it through the way your mom talked to you. You're not getting triggered. I find that for the most part, people don't always receive things the way that you intend them to or the way intended. And that makes relationships really murky.
So the relationship with animals, the relationship with the robots as they are now, you kind of imply that that's more healthy. Can you have a healthy relationship with other humans? Or not healthy, I don't like that word, but shouldn't it be? You've talked about codependency, maybe you can talk about what is codependency, but is the challenges of that, the complexity of that necessary for passion, for love between humans?
That's right, you love passion. That's a good thing.
I thought this would be a safe space. I got trolled by Rogan
No, I think
hours on this.
I am not anti-passion. I think that I've just maybe been around long enough to know that sometimes it's ephemeral, and that passion is a mixture of a lot of different things. Adrenaline, which turns into dopamine, cortisol. It's a lot of neurochemicals. It's a lot of projection. It's a lot of what we've seen in movies. It's a lot of, it's I identify as an addict. So for me, sometimes passion is like, this could be bad. And I think we've been so conditioned to believe that passion means like your soulmates. I mean, how many times have you had a passionate connection with someone and then it was a total train wreck? Passion, train wreck. How many times exactly?
What's a
you
train
just did
wreck?
a lot of math in your head in that little moment.
Counting. I mean, what's a train wreck? Why is obsession? They describe codependency and the idea of attachment, over attachment to people who don't deserve that kind of attachment, as somehow a bad thing. I think our society says it's a bad thing. It probably is a bad thing. Like a delicious burger is a bad thing. I don't know, but
right. Oh, that's a good point. I think that you're pointing out something really fascinating. Which is like passion. If you go into it knowing this is like pizza, where it's going to be delicious for 2 hours, and then I don't have to have it again for 3. If you can have a choice in the passion, I define passion as something that is relatively unmanageable and something you can't control or stop and start with your own volition. So maybe we're operating under different definitions. If passion is something that ruins your real marriages and screws up your professional life and becomes this thing that you're not in control of and becomes addictive, I think that's the difference. Is it a choice or is it not a choice? And if it is a choice, passion's great. But if it's something that like consumes you and makes you start making bad decisions and clouds your frontal lobe and is just all about dopamine and not really about the person and more about the neurochemical, we call it sort of the internal drug cabinet. If it's all just you're on drugs, that's different, because sometimes you're just on drugs.
okay. So there's a philosophical question here. So would you rather? It's interesting for a comedian, brilliant comedian, to speak so eloquently about a balanced life. I kind of argue against this point. There's such an obsession of creating this healthy lifestyle now, psychologically speaking. I'm a fan of the idea that you sort of fly high and crash and die at 27 as also a possible life, and it's not one we should judge because I think there's moments of greatness. I've talked to Olympic athletes where some of their greatest moments are achieved in their early 20s, and the rest of their life is in the kind of fog of almost of a depression because they can
never, based on their physical prowess, right?
Physical prowess, and they'll never so they're watching the physical prowess fade, and they'll never achieve the kind of height, not just physical, of just emotion, of
max number of neurochemicals.
Yeah.
And you have to put your money on the wrong horse. That's where I would just go like, oh yeah, if you're doing a job where you peak at 22, the rest of your life is going to be hard.
That idea is considering the notion that you want to optimize some kind of, well, we're all going to die. So.
What? Now you tell me. I've immortalized myself, so I'm going to be fine.
See, you're almost like, how many Oscar-winning movies can I direct by the time I'm 100? How many this and that? But there's it's all, life is short.
I know, but it can also come a different. You go, life is short. Play hard, fall in love with as much as you can, run into walls. I would also go, life is short. Don't deplete yourself on things that aren't sustainable and that you can't keep.
Yeah.
So I think everyone gets dopamine from different places. Everyone has meaning from different places. I look at the fleeting, passionate relationships I've had in the past, and I don't have pride in them. I think that you have to decide what helps you sleep at night. For me, it's pride and feeling like I behave with grace and integrity. That's just me personally. Everyone can go like, yeah, slept with all the hot chicks in Italy I could, and I, did all the whatever you value. We're allowed to value different
Here
things.
we're talking about Brian Callen.
Brian Callen has lived his life to the fullest, to say the least. But I think that it's just for me personally, and this could be like my workaholism or my achievementism, if I don't have something to show for something, I feel like it's a waste of time or some kind of loss. I'm in a 12-step program, and the third step would say there's no such thing as wasted time, and everything happens exactly as it should, and whatever. That's a way to just sort of keep us sane, so we don't grieve too much and beat ourselves up over past mistakes. There's no such thing as mistakes. But I think passion is. I think it's so life affirming, and one of the few things that maybe people like us makes us feel awake and seen. And we just have such a high threshold for adrenaline. I mean, you are a fighter, right? Yeah. Okay. So you have a very high tolerance for adrenaline, and I think that Olympic athletes, the amount of adrenaline they get from performing, it's very hard to follow that. It's like when guys come back from the military and they have depression. It's like, do you miss bullets flying at you? Kind of, because of that adrenaline, which turned into dopamine and the camaraderie. I mean, there's people that speak much better about this than I do. But I'm obsessed with neurology, and I'm just obsessed with sort of the lies we tell ourselves in order to justify getting neurochemicals.
You've done a lot of thinking and talking about neurology. Just kind of look at human behavior through the lens of looking at how chemically our brain works. So first of all, why did you connect with that idea? How has your view of the world changed by considering the brain is just a machine?
I know it probably sounds really nihilistic, but for me, it's very liberating to know a lot about neurochemicals, because you don't have to it's like the same thing with like critics, like critical reviews. If you believe the good, you have to believe the bad, kind of thing. Like, if you believe that your bad choices were because of your moral integrity or whatever, you have to believe you're good with. I just think there's something really liberating in going like, oh, that was just adrenaline. I just said that thing because I was adrenalized and I was scared and my amygdala was activated, and that's why I said you're an asshole and get out. And that's, I just think it's important to delineate what's nature and what's nurture, what is your choice and what is just your brain trying to keep you safe. I think we forget that even though we have security systems and homes and locks on our doors, that our brain for the most part is just trying to keep us safe all the time. That's why we hold grudges, that's why we get angry, it's why we get road rage, that's why we do a lot of things. And it's also, when I started learning about neurology, I started having so much more compassion for other people. Someone yelled at me, being like, fuck you, on the road. I'd be like, okay, he's producing adrenaline right now, because we're all going 65 miles an hour and our brains aren't really designed for this type of stress. And he's scared. He was scared, so that really helped me to have more love for people in my everyday life, instead of being in fight or flight mode. But I think more interesting answer to your question is that I've had migraines my whole life. Like, I've suffered with really intense migraines, ocular migraines, ones where my arm would go numb, and I just started having to go to so many doctors to learn about it. And I started, learning that we don't really know that much.
Right.
We know a lot, but it's wild to go into one of the best neurologists in the world and he's like, yeah, we don't know. We don't know. And that fascinated me.
It's like one of the worst pains you can probably have, all that stuff, and we don't know the source.
We don't know the source, and there is something really fascinating about when your left arm starts going numb and you start not being able to see out of the left side of both your eyes. And I remember when the migraines get really bad, it's like a mini stroke almost, and you're able to see words on a page, but I can't read them. They just look like symbols to me. So there's something just really fascinating to me about your brain just being able to stop functioning. And I just wanted to learn about it, study about it. I did all these weird alternative treatments. They got this piercing in here that actually works. I've tried everything. And then both my parents had strokes. So when both of my parents had strokes, I became sort of the person who had to decide what was going to happen with their recovery, which is just a wild thing to have to deal with at, 28 years old. When it happened, and I started spending basically all day, every day in ICUs with neurologists learning about what happened to my dad's brain and why he can't move his left arm, but he can move his right leg, but he can't see out of the, and then my mom had another stroke in a different part of the brain. So I started having to learn what parts of the brain did what, and so that I wouldn't take their behavior so personally, and so that I would be able to manage my expectations in terms of their recovery. So my mom, because it affected a lot of her frontal lobe, changed a lot as a person. She was way more emotional. She was way more micromanaged. She was forgetting certain things. So it broke my heart less when I was able to know, oh yeah, well the stroke hit this part of the brain, and that's the one that's responsible for short-term memory, and that's responsible for long-term memory. Da da da. And then my brother just got something called viral encephalitis, which is an infection inside the brain. So it was kind of wild that I was able to go, oh, I know exactly what's happening here, and I know,
So that's allows you to have some more compassion for the struggles that people have, but does it take away some of the magic for some of the some of the more positive experiences of life?
Sometimes, and I'm such a control addict that, I think someone like me, my biggest dream is to know why someone's doing it. That's what stand-up is. It's just trying to figure out why, or that's what writing is, that's what acting is, that's what performing is trying to figure out why someone would do something. As an actor, you get a piece of, material, and you go, this person, why would he say that? Why would she pick up that cup? Why would she walk over here? It's really why. So I think neurology is, if you're trying to figure out human motives and why people do what they do, it's crazy not to understand how neurochemicals motivate us. I also have a lot of addiction in my family, and hardcore drug addiction and mental illness. And in order to cope with it, you really have to understand it: borderline personality disorder, schizophrenia, and drug addiction. So I have a lot of people I love that suffer from drug addiction and alcoholism. And the first thing they started teaching you is it's not a choice. These people's dopamine receptors don't hold dopamine the same ways yours do. Her frontal lobe is underdeveloped. And that really helped me to navigate loving people that were addicted to substances.
I want to be careful with this question, but how much
money do you have?
How much can I borrow $10? Okay. Is how much control, how much, despite the chemical imbalances or the biological limitations that each of our individual brains have, how much mind over matter is there? So through things that I've known people with clinical depression, and so it's always a touchy subject to say how much they can really help it.
Very.
What can, because you've talked about codependency, you talked about issues that you're struggled through, and nevertheless you choose to take a journey of healing and so on. So that's your choice, that's your actions. So how much can you do to help fight the limitations, the neurochemicals in your brain?
That's such an interesting question. I don't think I'm at all qualified to answer, but I'll say what I do know. And really quick, just the definition of codependency, because a lot of people think of codependency as like two people that can't stop hanging out, or that's not totally off, but I think for the most part, my favorite definition of codependency is the inability to tolerate the discomfort of others. You grow up in an alcoholic home, you grow up around mental illness, you grow up in chaos, you have a parent that's a narcissist, you basically are wired to just people please, worry about others, be perfect, walk on eggshells, shape-shift to accommodate other people. So codependency is a very active wiring issue that, doesn't just affect your romantic relationships, it affects you being a boss, it affects you in the world, online, you get one negative comment and it throws you for 2 weeks. So, it also is linked to eating disorders and other kinds of addictions. So it's a very big thing. And I think a lot of people sometimes only think that it's in romantic relationships. So I always feel the need to say that. And also one of the reasons I love the idea of robots so much, because you don't have to walk on eggshells around them. You don't have to worry they're going to get mad at you yet. But there's no codependents are hypersensitive to the needs and moods of others. And it's very exhausting. It's depleting. Just one conversation about where we're going to go to dinner is like, do you want to go get Chinese food? We just had Chinese food. Well, wait, are you mad? Well, no, I didn't mean to. And it's just like that codependents live in this, everything means something, and humans can be very emotionally exhausting. Why did you look at it that way? What are you thinking about? What was that? Why did you check your phone? It's just it's a hypersensitivity that can be incredibly time consuming, which is why I love the idea of robots just subbing in. Even I've had a hard time running TV shows and stuff because even asking someone to do something, I don't want to come off like a bitch. I'm very concerned about what other people think of me, how I'm perceived, which is why I think robots would be very beneficial for codependence.
By the way, just a real quick tangent. That skill or flaw, whatever you want to call it, is actually really useful for if you ever do start your own podcast for interviewing, because you're now kind of obsessed about the mindset of others, and it makes you a good sort of listener and talker with. So I think what's her name from NPR talked about Terry Gross talked about having that. So
I don't feel like she has that at all.
was
What?
but
She worries about other people's feelings.
yeah, absolutely.
Oh, I don't get that at all.
I mean, you have to put yourself in the mind of the person you're spoken.
Yes.
Speaking
Oh, I see. Just in terms of, I am starting podcasts, and the reason I haven't is because I'm codependent. I'm too worried it's not going to be perfect.
Yeah.
So a big codependent adage is perfectionism leads to procrastination, which leads to paralysis.
So how do you? Sorry to take a million tangents. How do you survive on social media? Because you're exceptionally active.
But by the way, I took you on a tangent and didn't answer your last question about how much we can control.
How much? Yeah, we'll return it, or maybe not.
Okay.
The answer is we can't.
Now it's codependent. Okay, good.
Yes.
We can, but one of the things that I'm fascinated by is, the first thing you learn when you go into 12-step programs or addiction recovery or any of this is, genetics loads the gun, environment pulls the trigger. And there's certain parts of your genetics you cannot control. I come from a lot of alcoholism. I come from, a lot of mental illness. There's certain things I cannot control, and a lot of things that maybe we don't even know yet what we can and can't because of how little we actually know about the brain. But we also talk about the warrior spirit, and there are some people that have that warrior spirit, and we don't necessarily know what that engine is, whether it's you get dopamine from succeeding or achieving or martyring yourself or that tension you get from growing. So a lot of people are like, oh, this person can edify themselves and overcome, but if you're getting attention from improving yourself, you're going to keep wanting to do that. So that is something that helps a lot of in terms of changing your brain. Talk about changing your brain to people and talk about what you're doing to overcome said obstacles. You're going to get more attention from them, which is going to fire off your reward system, and then you're going to keep doing it.
So you can leverage that momentum. Yeah.
So this is why in any 12-step program, you go into a room and you talk about your progress, because then everyone claps for you. And then you're more motivated to keep going. So that's why we say you're only as sick as the secrets you keep. Because if you keep things secret, there's no one guiding you to go in a certain direction. It's based on, right? We're sort of designed to get approval from the tribe or from a group of people because our brain, translates it to safety. So,
and in that case, the tribe is a positive one that helps you go to a positive direction.
So that's why it's so important to go into a room and also say, hey, I wanted to use drugs today. And people go, they go, me too. You feel less alone and you feel less like you're, have been castigated from the pack or whatever. And then you say, and you get a chip when you haven't drank for 30 days or 60 days or whatever. You get little rewards.
So talking about a pack that's not at all healthy or good, but in fact is often toxic, social media. So you're one of my favorite people on Twitter and Instagram to sort of just both the comedy and the insight and just fun. How do you prevent social media from destroying your mental health?
I haven't. It's the next big epidemic, isn't it? I don't think I have. I don't think.
Is moderation the answer? What?
Maybe, but you can do a lot of damage in a moderate way. I mean, I guess again, it depends on your goals, and I think for me, the way that my addiction to social media, I'm happy to call it an addiction. I mean. And I define it as an addiction because it stops being a choice. There are times I just reach over and that was
weird.
Well, that was weird. I'll be driving sometimes. I'll be like, oh my God, my arm just went to my phone. I can put it down. I can take time away from it. But when I do, I get antsy. Yeah. I get restless, irritable, and discontent. I mean, that's kind of the definition, isn't it? So I think by no means do I have a healthy relationship with social media. I'm sure there's a way to, but I think I'm especially a weirdo in this space because it's easy to conflate. Is this work? Is this not? I can always say that it's for work.
Right.
But
I mean, don't you get the same kind of thing as you get from when a room full of people laugh at your jokes? Because I see, especially the way you do Twitter, it's an extension of your comedy in a way. So
I think it'd be great for Twitter though. It'd really be great. I took like 6 months off or something for a while because it was just like it seemed like it was all kind of politics and it was just a little bit. It wasn't giving me dopamine because there was like this weird, a lot of feedback. So I had to take a break from it and then go back to it because I felt like I didn't have a healthy relationship.
have you ever tried? I don't know if I believe him, but Joe Rogan seems to not read comments. Have you? And he's one of the only people at the scale, like at your level, who at least claims not to read. So, like, it's you and him swim in this
Yeah.
space of tense ideas
Yeah.
that get the toxic folks riled up.
I think Rogan. I don't know. I think he probably looks at YouTube, like the likes, and I think if something's, if he doesn't know, I don't know. I'm sure he would tell the truth.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's got people that look at them and is like, this guest did great, or I don't, like I'm sure he gets it. I can't picture him like in the weeds on.
No, for sure. I mean, he's honestly actually saying that. It's
Feedback. We're
admirable.
addicted to feedback. Yeah, we're addicted to feedback. I mean, look, like I think that our brain is designed to get intel on how we're perceived so that we know where we stand, right? That's our whole deal, right? As humans, we want to know where we stand. We walk in a room and we go, who's the most powerful person in here? I got to talk to them and get in their good graces. It's just, we're designed to rank ourselves, right? And constantly know our rank. And social media, because of, you can't figure out your rank with 500 million people. It's possible, so our brain is like, what's my rank? And especially for following people, I think the interesting thing I think I maybe be able to say about this, besides my speech impediment, is that I did start muting people that rank wildly higher than me because it is stressful on the brain to constantly look at people that are incredibly successful, so you keep feeling bad about yourself. I think that is like cutting to a certain extent. Just like, look at me looking at all these people that have so much more money than me and so much more success than me. It's making me feel like a failure, even though I don't think I'm a failure, but it's easy to frame it so that I can feel that way.
Yeah, that's really interesting, especially if they're close to, like, if there are other comedians like that.
That's
or
right.
Whatever. It's really disappointing to me. I do the same thing as well. So other successful people that are really close to what I do, I don't know. I wish I could just admire.
Yeah.
And for it not to be a distraction.
But that's why you are where you are, because you don't just admire, you're competitive. You want to win. So it's also the same thing that bums you out when you look at this is the same reason you are where you are. So that's why I think it's so important to learn about neurology and addiction, because you're able to go like, oh, this same instinct. So I'm very sensitive. And I sometimes don't like that about myself, but I'm like, well, that's the reason I'm able to write good stand-up, and that's the reason I'm able to be sensitive to feedback and go, that joke should have been better, I can make that better. So it's the kind of thing where it's like you have to be really sensitive in your work, and the second you leave, you got to be able to turn it off. It's about developing the muscle, being able to know when to let it be a superpower and when it's going to hold you back and be an obstacle. So I try to not be in that black and white of like, being competitive is bad, or being jealous of someone, just to go like, oh, there's that thing that makes me really successful in a lot of other ways, but right now it's making me feel bad.
Well, I'm kind of looking to you because you're basically a celebrity, a famous sort of world-class comedian, and so I feel like you're the right person to be one of the key people to define what's the healthy path forward with social media. Because we're all trying to figure it out now, and it's I'm curious to see where it falls. I think you're at the center of that. So like, there's trying to leave Twitter and then come back and see, can I do this in a healthy way? I mean, you have to keep trying, exploring.
But to know, because it's being, I have a couple answers. I think, I hire a company to do some of my social media for me, so it's also being able to go, okay, I make a certain amount of money by doing this, but now let me be a good business person and say, I'm going to pay you this amount to run this for me. So I'm not 24/7 in the weeds, hashtagging and responding. And just, it's a lot to take on, a lot of energy to take on. But at the same time, part of what I think makes me successful on social media, if I am, is that people know I'm actually doing it, and that I am engaging and I'm responding and developing a personal relationship with complete strangers. So I think, figuring out that balance and really approaching it as a business, that's what I try to do. It's not dating. It's not, I try to just be really objective about, okay, here's what's working, here's what's not working. And in terms of taking a break from Twitter, this is a really savage take, but because I don't talk about my politics publicly, being on Twitter right after the last election was not going to be beneficial, because there was going to be, you had to take a side. You had to be political in order to get any kind of retweets or likes. And I just wasn't interested in doing that, because you were going to lose as many people as you were going to gain, and it was going to all come clean in the wash. So I was just like, the best thing I can do for me business wise is to just abstain, you know? And you know, the robot, I joke about her replacing me, but she does do half of my social media, you know, because I don't want people to get sick of me. I don't want to be redundant. There are times when I don't have the time or the energy to make a funny video, but I know she's going to be compelling and interesting, and that's something that you can't see every day, you know.
Of course, the humor comes from the cleverness with the humor comes from you when you film the robot. That's kind of the trick of it. I mean, the robot is not quite there to do anything funny. The absurdity is revealed through the filmmaker in that case, or whoever is interacting, not through the actual robot, you know, being who she is. So let me sort of love. Okay. How difficult?
What is it?
What is it? Oh, well, first, engineering question. I know, you're not an engineer, but how difficult do you think is it to build an AI system that you can have a deep, fulfilling, monogamous relationship with? Sort of replace the human-human relationships that we value.
I think anyone can fall in love with anything. You know, like, how often do you look back at someone? Like, I ran into someone the other day that I was in love with, and I was like, hey, it was like, there was nothing there. There was nothing there. Like, you know, like, where you're able to go like, oh, that was weird. Oh, right. You know, we're able.
You mean it's from a distant past or something?
Yeah. When you're able to go like, I can't believe we had an incredible connection, and now it's just, I do think that people will be in love with robots, probably even more deeply with humans, because it's like when people mourn their animals, when their animals die, it's sometimes harder than mourning a human, because you can't go, well, he was kind of an asshole. Like, he didn't pick me up from school. You know, it's like you're able to get out of your grief a little bit. You're able to kind of be, oh, he was kind of judgmental, or she was kind of, you know. With a robot, there's something so pure about an innocence and impish and childlike about it that I think it probably will be much more conducive to a narcissistic love, for sure, at that. But it's not like he cheated on. She can't cheat. She can't leave you. She can't, you know.
Well, if Bear Claw leaves your life, and maybe a new version or somebody else will enter, will you miss Bear Claw?
For guys that have these sex robots, they're building a nursing home for the bodies that are now rusting, because they don't want to part with bodies because they have such an intense emotional connection to it. I mean, it's kind of like a car club a little bit, you know, like it's you know, but I'm not saying this is right. I'm not saying it's cool. It's weird. It's creepy, but we do anthropomorphize things with faces, and we do develop emotional connections to things. I mean, there's certain. Have you ever tried to like throw away? I can't even throw away my teddy bear from when I was a kid. It's a piece of trash, and it's upstairs. Like, it's just like, why can't I throw that away? It's bizarre, you know. And there's something kind of beautiful about that. There's something, it gives me hope in humans, because I see humans do such horrific things all the time, and maybe I see too much of it, frankly. But there's something kind of beautiful about the way we're able to have emotional connections to objects, which, you know, a lot of, I mean, it's kind of specifically, I think, Western, right, that we don't see objects as having souls. Like, that's kind of specifically us. But I don't think it's so much that we're objectifying humans with these sex robots. We're kind of humanizing objects, right? So there's something kind of fascinating in our ability to do that, because a lot of us don't humanize humans. So it's just a weird little place to play in. And I think a lot of people will be marrying these things, is my guess.
So you've asked the question. Let me ask it of you. So what is love? You have a bit of a brilliant definition of love as being willing to die for someone who you yourself want to kill. That's kind of fun. First of all, that's brilliant. That's a really good definition. I think it'll stick with me for a long time.
This is how little of a romantic I am. A plane went by when you said that, and my brain is like, you're going to need to re-record that. I don't want you to get it to post and then not be able to use it.
And I'm a romantic because
Don't mean to ruin the moment.
I cannot be conscious of the fact that I heard the plane and it made me feel like how amazing it is that we live in a world of planes.
And I just went, why haven't we fucking evolved past planes, and why can't they make them quieter?
Yeah. Well,
But yes,
this
my definition of love,
what's your sort of a more
consistently
serious note?
producing dopamine for a long time. Consistent output of oxytocin with the same person.
Dopamine, a positive thing. What about the negative? What about the fear and the insecurity, the longing, anger, all that kind of stuff?
I think that's part of love. I think I think that love brings out the best in you, but it also, if you don't get angry and upset, it's, I don't know. I think that's part of it. I think we have this idea that love has to be like really, placid or something. I only saw stormy relationships growing up, so I don't have a judgment on how a relationship should look. But I do think that this idea that love has to be eternal is really destructive. And self-defeating and a big source of stress for people. I mean, I'm still figuring out love. I think we all kind of are, but I do kind of stand by that definition. And I think that for me, love is like just being able to be authentic with somebody. It's very simple, I know, but I think for me, it's about not feeling pressure to have to perform or impress somebody, just feeling truly like accepted unconditionally by someone. Although I do believe love should be conditional. That might be a hot take. I think everything should be conditional. I think if someone's behavior, I don't think love should just be like, I'm in love with you, now behave however you want forever. It's just unconditional. I think love is a daily action. It's not something you just like get tenure on and then get to behave however you want because we said I love you 10 years ago. It's a verb.
But there's some things that are, you see, if you explicitly make it clear that it's conditional, it takes away the magic of it. So there's certain stories we tell ourselves that we don't want to make explicit about love. I don't know, maybe that's the wrong way to think of it. Maybe you want to be explicit in relationships. So
I also think love is a business decision. Like, I do, in a good way. Like,
yeah.
I think that love is not just when you're across from somebody. It's when I go to work, can I focus? Am I worried about you? Am I stressed out about you? You're not responding to me? You're not reliable? Like, I think that being in a relationship, the kind of love that I would want is the kind of relationship where when we're not together, it's not draining me, causing me stress, making me worry, and sometimes passion, that word, gets smoky about it, but I think it's also like I could be the best version of myself when the person's not around, and I don't have to feel abandoned or scared or any of these kind of other things. So it's like love, for me, I think it's a Flaubert quote, and I'm going to butcher it, but I think it's like be, boring in your personal life so you can be violent and take risks in your professional life. Is that it? I got it wrong. Something like that. But I do think that it's being able to align values in a way to where you can also thrive outside of the relationship.
Some of the most successful people I know are those sort of happily married and have kids and so on. It's always funny.
It can be boring. Boring's okay. Yeah. Boring is serenity.
And it's funny how those elements actually make you much more productive. I don't understand
I don't think relationships should drain you and take away energy that you could be using to create things that generate pride.
Okay. Well,
did you say your relationship of love yet?
Huh?
Have you said your definition of love?
My definition of love? No, did not say it. We're out of time.
No.
When you have a podcast, maybe you can invite me on.
Oh no, I already did. You're doing it. We've already talked about this.
And because I also have codependency, I have to say yes.
So yeah, I know. I'm tapping you.
Yeah.
You owe me now.
Actually, I wondered whether when I asked if we could talk today, after sort of doing more research and reading some of your book, I start to wonder, did you just feel pressured to say yes?
Yes, of course.
Good.
But I'm a fan of yours too.
Okay,
No,
awesome.
I actually, because I am codependent, but I'm in recovery for codependent, so I actually I don't do anything I don't want to do.
You really, you got it. You were saying no.
With that, I see
You-
them all.
Good. Trying to learn
I
that.
moved this a couple. Remember, I moved it from 1 to 2.
Yeah, yeah.
I
Just to,
just to let
I
you
love
know
it.
how
Just to-
recovered I am. And I'm not codependent, but I don't do anything I don't want to do.
Yeah, you're ahead of me on that. Okay. So,
Sure, like, I don't even
do you think about your mortality?
Yes, it is a big part of how I was able to sort of like kickstart my codependence recovery. My dad passed a couple years ago, and when you have someone close to you in your life die, everything gets real clear in terms of how we're a speck of dust who's only here for a certain amount of time.
What do you think is the meaning of it all? Like, what the speck of dust? What's maybe in your own life? What's the goal, the purpose of your existence?
Is there one?
Well, you're exceptionally ambitious. You've created some incredible things in different disciplines.
Yeah, it's, we're all just managing our terror because we know we're going to die. So we create and build all these things and rituals and religions and robots and whatever we need to do to just distract ourselves from imminent rotting. We're rotting.
Yeah.
We're all dying, and I got very into terror management theory when my dad died, and it resonated. It helped me, and everyone's got their own religion or sense of purpose or thing that distracts them from the horrors of being human.
What's the terror management theory?
Terror management is basically the idea that since we're the only animal that knows they're going to die, we have to basically distract ourselves with awards and achievements and games and whatever, just in order to distract ourselves from the terror we would feel if we really processed the fact that we are going to die, but also could die at any minute because we're only superficially at the top of the food chain. Technically we're at the top of the food chain if we have houses and guns and stuff, machines, but if me and a lion are in the woods together, most things could kill us. I mean, a bee can kill some people. Like something this big can kill a lot of humans. So it's basically just to manage the terror that we all would feel if we were able to really be awake, because we're mostly zombies, right? Job, school, religion, blah, go to sleep, drink, blah, football, blah, relationship, dopamine, love.
Yeah.
We're kind of just like trudging along like zombies for the most part. And then I think
that fear of death adds some motivation.
Yes.
Well, I think I speak for a lot of people in saying that I can't wait to see what your terror creates in the next few years. I'm a huge fan. With me, thank you so much for talking today. Thanks for listening to the conversation with Whitney Cummings. And thank you to our presenting sponsor, Cash App. Download it, use code LET'S-PODCAST. You'll get $10. $10 will go to First, STEM education nonprofit that inspires hundreds of thousands of young minds to learn and to dream of engineering our future. If you enjoy this podcast, subscribe on YouTube, give it 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support it on Patreon, or connect with me on Twitter. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time.
It's hard to wrap your brain around a $15 sandwich and a quick stop. Now, as far as making money, McDonald's is still cheap. McDonald's has fewer U.S. stores in the past year or so, about 13.5. But it does make the most revenue. Starbucks.
The following is a conversation with Judea Pearl, professor at UCLA and a winner of the Turing Award that's generally recognized as the Nobel Prize of Computing. He's one of the seminal figures in the field of artificial intelligence, computer science, and statistics. He has developed and championed probabilistic approaches to AI, including Bayesian networks and profound ideas in causality in general. These ideas are important not just to AI, but to our understanding and practice of science. But in the field of AI, the idea of causality, cause and effect, to many lie at the core of what is currently missing and what must be developed in order to build truly intelligent systems. For this reason, and many others, his work is worth returning to often. I recommend his most recent book called Book of Why that presents key ideas for a lifetime of work in a way that is accessible to the general public. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, give it 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled Fridman. If you leave a review on Apple Podcasts especially, but also CastBox or comment on YouTube, consider mentioning topics, people, ideas, questions, quotes, and science, tech, and philosophy that you find interesting, and I'll read them on this podcast. I won't call out names, but I love comments with kindness and thoughtfulness in them, so I thought I'd share them with you. Someone on YouTube highlighted a quote from the conversation with Noam Chomsky, where he said, "The significance of your life is something you create." I like this line as well. On most days, the existentialist approach to life is one I find liberating and fulfilling. I recently started doing ads at the end of the introduction. I'll do 1 or 2 minutes after introducing the episode, and never any ads in the middle that break the flow of the conversation. I hope that works for you and doesn't hurt the listening experience. This show is presented by Cash App, the #1 finance app in the App Store. I personally use Cash App to send money to friends, but you can also use it to buy, sell, and deposit Bitcoin in just seconds. Cash App also has a new investing feature. You can buy fractions of a stock, say $1 worth, no matter what the stock price is. Brokerage services are provided by Cash App Investing, a subsidiary of Square, a member SIPC. I'm excited to be working with Cash App to support one of my favorite organizations called FIRST, best known for their FIRST robotics and Lego competition. They educate and inspire hundreds of thousands of students in over 110 countries and have a perfect rating at Charity Navigator, which means the donated money is used to maximum effectiveness. When you get Cash App from the App Store or Google Play and use the code LEXPODCAST, you'll get $10, and Cash App will also donate $10 to FIRST, which again is an organization that I've personally seen inspire girls and boys to dream of engineering a better world. And now, here's my conversation with Judea Pearl. You mentioned in an interview that science is not a collection of facts, but a constant human struggle with the mysteries of nature. What was the first mystery that you can recall that hooked you, that captivated
Oh,
your
the first
curiosity?
mystery. That's a good one. Yeah, I remember.
What
I
was
had
it?
a fever for 3 days. And when I learned about Descartes' analytic chemistry, and I found out that you can
No
do
way.
all the construction in geometry using algebra. And I couldn't get over it. I simply couldn't get out of bed. And
What kind of world does analytic geometry unlock?
well, it connects algebra with the geometry. Okay, so Descartes had the idea that geometrical construction and geometrical theorems and assumptions can be articulated in the language of algebra, which means all the proof that we did in high school, trying to prove that the 3 bisectors meet at one point, and that, okay, all this can be proven by just shuffling around notation. Yeah, that was
The
traumatic
connection,
experience.
the traumatic
For
experience.
me, it was. I'm telling
So
you.
it's the connection between the different mathematical disciplines that they all
Not a big to this
just
language.
languages. So which mathematic discipline is most beautiful? Is geometry it for you?
Both are beautiful. They have almost the same power.
But there's a visual element to geometry.
The visual is more transparent. But once you get over to algebra, the linear equation, the straight line, this translation is easily applicable. And to pass a tangent to a circle, you have the basic theorems, you can do it with algebra. So, but the transition from one to another was really, I thought that Descartes was the greatest mathematician of all time.
So you have been if you think of engineering and mathematics as a spectrum,
Yes.
you have walked casually along this spectrum throughout your life. You know, a little bit of engineering, and then I've done a little bit of mathematics here and there.
It's a little bit. I mean, we got a very solid background in mathematics because our teachers were genius. Our teachers came from Germany in the 1930s, running away from Hitler. They left careers in Heidelberg and Berlin and came to teach high school in Israel. And we were the beneficiary of that experiment. And they taught us math the good way,
What's a good way to teach math?
chronologically.
The people.
The people behind the theory, their cousins and their nieces and their faces, and how they jumped from the bathtub when they screamed Eureka and ran naked in town.
So you're almost educated as a historian of math.
No, we just got a glimpse of that history together with the theory. So every exercise in math was connected with the person and the time of the person, the period.
The period, also mathematically.
Mathematically speaking, yes, not the paradox.
So, and then in university, you've gone on to do engineering.
Yeah, I get a BS in engineering and technology. And then I moved here for graduate work, and I got this engineering in addition to physics in Rutgers. And I combined very nicely with my thesis, which I did in RCA laboratories on photoconductivity.
And then somehow thought to switch to almost computer science, software, even not switch, but long to get into software engineering a little bit.
Yeah.
Program, if you can call it that, in the 70s. There's all these disciplines.
Yeah.
If you were to pick a favorite, what, in terms of engineering and mathematics, which path do you think has more beauty? Which path has more power?
It's hard to choose. I enjoy doing physics and even have vortex name on my name. So I have invested in immortality.
So what is a vortex?
Vortex is the superconductivity.
In the superconductivity.
A permanent current that is swirling around. One way or the other, you can have a store 1 or 0 for a computer. That's what we worked on in the 1960s in RCA. And I discovered a few nice phenomena with the vortices. Push
So
the
there's
current
a
and they
thorough
move.
vortex.
12 vortices, like you did to Google it. Right? I didn't know about this, but the physicists picked up on my thesis, on my PhD thesis, and it became popular. I mean, thin film superconductors became important, high temperature superconductors. So they call it pure vortex without my knowledge. I discovered it only about 15 years ago.
You have footprints in all of the sciences. So let's talk about the universe a little bit. Is the universe at the lowest level deterministic or stochastic in your amateur philosophy view? Put another way, did God play dice?
Well, we know it's stochastic.
Today we think it's stochastic.
Yeah. We think because we have the Heisenberg uncertainty principle and we have some experiments to confirm it.
All we have is experiments to confirm it. We don't understand why.
And why is
You
already
wrote a book about why.
Yeah, it's a puzzle. It's a puzzle that you have the nice flipping machine for God, and the result of the flipping propagated with the speed faster than the light. You can't explain it. So, but it only governs microscopic phenomena.
So you don't think of quantum mechanics as useful for understanding the nature of reality. So, in your thinking, the world might as well be deterministic.
The world is deterministic. And as far as the new firing is concerned, it is deterministic to the first application.
What about free will?
Free will is also a nice exercise. Free will is an illusion that we AI people are going to solve.
So, what do you think once we solve it, that solution will look like? Once we put it in the
It will look like, first of all, it will look like a machine that acts as though it has. It communicates with other machines as though they have free will, and you wouldn't be able to tell the difference between a machine that does and a machine that doesn't have free will.
So the illusion, it propagates the illusion of free will amongst the other machines.
And faking it is having it. So that's what true intelligence is all about. Faking intelligence is intelligence because it's not easy to fake. It's very hard to fake. And you can only fake if you have it.
Yeah,
So
that's such a beautiful statement. Yeah, yeah.
yeah,
You can't fake it if you don't have it. Yeah. So let's begin at the beginning with probability, both philosophically and mathematically. What does it mean to say the probability of something happening is 50%? What is probability?
the degree of uncertainty that an agent has about the deal.
You're still expressing some knowledge in that statement.
So is a probability 90% is absolutely different kind of knowledge than if it is 10%.
But it's still not solid knowledge.
It's solid knowledge. I agree. If you tell me that 90% students smoking lung cancer in 5 years versus 10%, it's a piece of useful knowledge.
So the statistical view of the universe,
Yeah.
why is it useful? So we're swimming in complete uncertainty. Most
Yeah.
of everything
It allows
else.
you to predict things with certain probability, and computing those probabilities are very useful. The whole idea of prediction, and you need prediction to be able to survive. If you cannot predict the future, then you're just crossing the street would be extremely fearful.
And so you've done a lot of work in causation. And so let's think about correlation.
I started with probability.
You started with probability. You've invented the Bayesian networks.
Yeah.
And so, we'll dance back and forth between these levels of
Okay.
uncertainty. But what is correlation? What is it? So probability is something happening, is something, but then there's a bunch of things happening. And sometimes they happen together, sometimes not. They're independent or not. So how do you think about correlation of things?
Correlation occurs when two things vary together for a very long time. Is one way of measuring it, or when you have a bunch of variables that all vary recently. Then we have a correlation here. And usually when we think about correlation, we really think causation. Things are not be correlated unless there is a reason for them to vary together. Why should they vary together? If they don't see each other, why should they vary together?
So underlying it somewhere is causation.
Yes. Hidden in our intuition, there is a notion of causation because we cannot grasp any other logic except causation.
And how does conditional probability differ from causation? So what is conditional probability?
Conditional probability, how things vary when one of them stays the same. Now, staying the same means that I have chosen to look only at those incidents where the guy has the same value. It's my choice as an experiment. So things that are not correlated before could become correlated. Like, for instance, if I have two coins which are uncorrelated, and I choose only those flippings, experiments that use a bell ring and the bell rings when at least one of them is a K. And then suddenly I see correlation between the two points. Because I only looked at the cases where the bell rang. You see, this is my design, this is my ignorance, this is my audacity to ignore certain incidents. I suddenly create a correlation where it doesn't exist physically.
Right. So that's you just outlined one of the flaws of observing the world and trying to infer something from the myth about the world. Look at the correlation.
I don't know if it is a flaw, the world works that way. But the flaws come if we try to impose um, causes logic on correlation. It doesn't work too well.
I mean, but that's exactly what we do. That has been the majority of science. Is
The
you really
majority of naive science. Statisticians know it. Statisticians know that if you condition on a third variable, then you can destroy or create correlations among two other variables. They know it. It's in the data. Nothing is surprising. That's why they all dismiss the Simpson paradox. We know it.
well, there's disciplines like psychology where all the variables are hard to account for, and so oftentimes there is a leap between correlation to causation. You're
Really,
uh,
who is trying to get causation from creation?
not you're not proving causation, but you're sort of discussing it, implying, sort of hypothesizing how that ability.
Which discipline we have in mind? Tell you if they are obsolete, or if they are outdated, or they are about to get outdated.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
tell me which one you have.
Well, psychology.
The second, what is it? SEM?
No. I was thinking of applied psychology studying. For example, we work with human behavior in semi-autonomous vehicles, how people behave, and you have to conduct these studies of people driving cars.
Everything stop. What is the risk?
What is the research question? The research question: do people fall asleep when the car driving itself?
Do they fall asleep or do they tend to fall asleep more frequently
More frequently,
than the car not driving?
it's not driving itself.
That's a good question. Okay?
And so you put people in the car because it's real world. You can't conduct an experiment where you control everything.
Why can't you
You could,
turn the automatic module on and off?
because it's on road. I mean, there's aspects to it that's unethical because it's testing on public roads. So you can only use vehicles. They have to. The drivers themselves have to make that choice themselves,
Mm-hmm.
and so they regulate that. And so you just observe when they drive it honestly and when they don't, and then
But maybe they turn it off when they were very tired.
that kind of thing. You don't know those variables.
So that you have now uncontrolled
Uncontrolled experiment.
we call it observational study. And from the correlation detectable, we have to infer causal relationship. And whether it was the automatic piece that caused him to fall asleep or so that is an issue that is about 120 years old.
Yeah.
Something good. 100 years. And but maybe no. Actually, I should say it's 2,000 years old because we have this experiment by Daniel about the Babylonian king that wanted the exile, the people from Israel that were taken in exile to Babylon to serve the king. He wanted to serve them king's food, which was meat that Daniel, as a good Jew, couldn't eat a non-kosher food. So he asked them to eat vegetarian food, but the king overseer said, I'm sorry, but if the king sees that your performance falls below that of other kids, he's going to kill me. Daniel said, let's make an experiment. Let's take 4 of us in Jerusalem, they give us vegetarian food. Let's take the other guys to eat the king's food, and in about a week's time, we'll test our performance. And you know the answer. Those who did the experiment, and they were so much better than the others, and the kings nominated them to super position. So it was the first experiment. So the idea was a very simple, it's also the same research question. You want to know if vegetarian food assist or obstruct your mental ability. And okay, so that what this question is very old. Even Democritus said, if I could discover one cause of things, I would rather discover one cause and be a king of Persia. They task of discovering causes got in the mind of ancient people for many, many years. But the mathematics of doing that was only developed in the 19th. So science has left us orphaned. Science has not provided us with the mathematics that captures the idea of x causes y and y does not cause x. Because all the equations of physics are symmetrical, algebraic. The equality sign goes both ways.
Okay, let's look at machine learning. Machine learning today, you can look at deep neural networks. You can think of it as kind of conditional probability estimators.
Yes.
So,
Where did you say that?
what,
Conditional probability estimate. None of the machine learning people collaborate with you. That is,
listen, but, most people, and this is why today's conversation I think is interesting, is most people would agree with you. There's certain aspects that are just effective today, but we're going to hit a wall, and there's a lot of ideas. I think you're very right that we're going to have to return to about causality. That it would be. Let's try to explore it.
okay.
Let's even take a step back. You invented Bayesian networks that look awfully a lot like they express something like causation, but they don't, not necessarily. So how do we turn Bayesian networks into expressing causation? How do we build causal networks? This A causes B, B causes C. How do we start to infer that kind of thing?
We start asking ourselves questions. What are the factors that will determine the value of X? X could be blood pressure, death, hunger.
But these are hypotheses that we propose.
Hypothesis, everything which has to do with causality comes from theory. The difference is only what kind and how you interrogate the theory in your mind.
So it still needs a human expert to propose it.
Right. You need the human expert to specify the initial model. Initial model could be very qualitative. Just who listens to them? By whom listens I mean one variable listens to the other. Okay, the tide is listening to the moon and not to the rooster. And so forth. This is our understanding of the world in which we live. Scientific understanding of reality. We have to start here. Because if we don't know how to handle cause and effect relationship, when we do have a model, then we certainly do not know how to handle it when we don't have a model. So let's start first. An AI slogan is representation first, discovery second. But if I give you all the information that you need, can you do anything useful? That is the first representation. How do you represent it? all the knowledge in the world. How do you represent it? When you represent it, I ask you, can you infer X, Y, or Z? Can you answer certain queries? Is it complex? Is it prolonged? All the science exercise. If you do it once, you give me a representation of my knowledge. Then you can ask me, now I understand how to represent things, how do I describe it? It's a second thing.
First of all, I should echo the statement that mathematics, the current, much of the machine learning world has not considered causation as A causes B, just in anything. So that seems like that seems like a non-obvious thing that you think we would have really acknowledged it, but we haven't. So we have to put that on the table. So knowledge. How hard is it to create a knowledge for which to work?
In some area, it's easy because we have only 4 or 5 major variables. In epidemiology, economists can put them down, minimum wage, unemployment, policy, X, Y, Z, and start collecting data and quantify the parameters that are left unquantified. The routine work that you find in experimental psychology, in economics, everywhere, in the health science, that's a routine. But I should emphasize, to start with the research question, what you want to estimate. Once you have that, you have to have a language of expressing what you want to estimate. You think it's easy?
So we can talk about two things. I think one is how the science of causation is very useful for answering certain questions. And then the other is how do we create intelligent systems that need to reason with causation. So if my research question is how do I pick up this water bottle from the table, all knowledge that is required to be able to do that. How do we construct that knowledge base? Do we return back to the problem that we didn't solve in the 80s with expert systems? Do we have to solve that problem of automated construction of knowledge?
We're talking about the task of eliciting knowledge from an expert.
Task of eliciting knowledge from an expert, or just self-discovery of more knowledge, more and more knowledge. So automating the building of knowledge as much as possible.
It's a different game in the causal domain because it's essentially the same thing. You have to start with some knowledge and you're trying to enrich it. But you don't enrich it by asking for more work. You enrich it by asking for the data, to look at the data and quantifying and ask queries that you couldn't answer when you start. You couldn't because the question is quite complex and it's not within the capability of ordinary cognition, of ordinary person, ordinary expertise to answer.
So what kind of questions do you think we can start to answer?
Maybe a simple. Suppose, let's start with easy. What's the effect of the drug on recovery? Was it aspirin that caused my headache to be cured? Or what is the television program? Or the good news service? This is already a difficult question because it's find the cause and effect. The easy one is find effect and cause.
That's right. So first you construct a model saying that this is an important research question. This is an important question. Then you do.
I didn't construct the model. I just said it's important. And the first exercise is express it model. What do you want? Like, if I tell you what's the effect, what will be the effect of taking this drug? You have to say that in mathematics. How do you say that? Can you write down the question? Not the answer. I want to find the effect of a drug on my head.
Right.
Write down. Write it down.
That's where the do calculus comes in.
Yes. Do operator. What is do operator?
Do it. Which is nice. It's the difference between association and intervention. Very beautifully sort of constructed.
Yeah. So because we have a do operator, so do calculus connect on the do operator itself, connect the operation doing to something that we can see.
As opposed to purely observing, you're making the choice to change a variable.
Let's put it in heat expression. And then the way that we interpret it, the mechanism by which we take your query and we translate it into something that we can work with is by giving it semantics. Saying that you have a model of the world and you cut off all the incoming error into X. And you're looking now in the modified, mutilated model, you ask for the probability of Y. That is interpretation of doing X. Because by doing things, you liberate them from all influences that acted upon them earlier. And you subject them to the tyranny of your master.
So you remove all of the questions about causality by doing them.
So
You're now
what level of question? Answer questions about what will happen if you do things.
if you drink the coffee, if you take the aspirin.
Right.
So how do we get the doing data?
Now the question is, we cannot run experiment. Then we have to rely on observational study.
At first, we could start to interrupt. We could run an experiment
Yeah.
where we do something, where we drink the coffee and don't, and this the do operator allows you to sort of be systematic about expressing.
So imagine how the experiment will look like, even though we cannot physically and technologically conduct it. I'll give you an example. What is the effect of blood pressure on mortality? I cannot go down into your vein and change your blood pressure, but I can ask the question. Which means I can, if I have a model of your body, I can imagine the effect of how the blood pressure change will affect your mortality. Now I go into the model and I conduct this surgery about the blood pressure, even though physically I cannot do it.
Let me ask the quantum mechanics question. Does the doing change the observation? Meaning, the surgery of changing the blood pressure is,
No, the surgery is very delicate.
It's very delicate, infinitely delicate.
Incisive and delicate, which means do X means I'm going to touch on X directly into X. So that means that I change only things which depends on X by virtue of X changing. But I don't depend things which are not dependent on X. Like I wouldn't change your sex or your age. I just change your blood pressure.
So, in case of blood pressure, it may be difficult or impossible to construct such an experiment.
No, well, physically, yes. But hypothetically, no. If we have a model, that is what the model is for. So you conduct surgeries on a model, you take it apart, put it back. That's the idea of a model. The idea of factually imagining, and that's the idea of creativity.
So by constructing that model, you can start to infer if the higher the blood pressure leads to mortality, which increases or decreases. By
I construct the model, I can still cannot answer. I have to see if I have enough information in the model that will allow me to find out the effects of intervention from a non-interventional study, from a hands-off study.
what's needed,
We need to have assumptions about who affects who. If the graph is a certain property, the answer is yes, you can get it from observation. If the graph is too mushy, The answer is no, you cannot. Then you need to find either different kind of observation that you haven't considered, or one experiment.
So basically, does that puts a lot of pressure on me to encode wisdom into that graph?
You don't have to record more than what you know. God forbid. If you put the, like economists, they could identify the assumptions. They put assumptions because they don't prevail in the world. They put assumptions so they can identify things.
But the problem is, yes, beautifully put. But the problem is, you don't know what you don't know. So
You know what you do. Because if you don't know, you say it's possible. It's possible that X affects the traffic tomorrow. Mhm. It's possible. You put the other arrow which says it's possible. Every arrow in the graph says it's possible.
So there's not a significant cost to adding arrows that
The more arrow you add, the less likely you are to identify things from purely observation and data. So if the whole world is pushing and everybody affects everybody else, the answer is you can answer it ahead of time. I cannot answer my query from observation of data. I have to go to experiment.
So talk about machine learning is essentially learning by association, reasoning by association, and this do calculus is allowing for intervention. I like that word, like the action. So you also talk about counterfactuals.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to sort of understand the difference between counterfactuals and intervention. First of all, what is counterfactuals and why are they useful? Why are they especially useful as opposed to just reasoning what effect actions have?
Because the factor contains what we normally call explanations.
Can you give an
And
example?
if I tell you that acting one way affects somebody else, I didn't explain it. But if I ask you, was it the aspirin that cured my headache? I'm asking for explanation to cure my headache. And putting a finger on aspirin provide explanation. It was the aspirin that was responsible for your headache going away. If you didn't take the aspirin, you would still have a headache.
So by saying I didn't take aspirin, I would have a headache. You're thereby saying that aspirin is the thing that removes the headache.
Yeah, but you have to have another important information. I took the aspirin and my headache is gone. It's very important information. Now I'm reasoning backward. And I think, was it the aspirin?
Yeah. Like considering what would have happened if everything else is the same, but I didn't take aspirin.
That's right. So you know that things took place. Joe killed Shimon. And Shimon would be alive had John not killed his gun. Okay, so that is the counterfactor. It had a conflict. It had a conflict or clash between observed fact that he did shoot, and the hypothetical predicate which says had he not, you have a clash, a logical clash. They cannot exist together. That's counterfactual. And that is a sort of our explanation of our the idea of responsibility, regret, and freedom.
Yeah, so it certainly seems that's the highest level of reasoning, right?
Yes, and physicists do all of that.
Who does it all the time?
Physicists.
Physicists.
In every equation of physics, let's say you have a hook floor, and you put 1 kilogram on the spring, and the spring is 1 meter, and you say, had this weight been 2 kilograms, the spring would have been twice as long. It's no problem for physicists to say that, except that mathematics is only in the form of equation, equating the weight, the proportionality constant, and the length of the string. So you don't have the asymmetry in the equation of physics, although every physicist thinks counterfactual. Ask a high school kid, had the weight been 3 kilograms, what would be the length of his brain? You can answer it immediately. So they do the counterfactual processing in their mind, and then they put it into equation, algebraic equation, and they solve it. But the robot cannot do that.
How do you make a robot learn these relationships?
A robot, why you learn?
Or
Suppose
not
you tell
learn?
him, can you do it? Before you go learning,
Yeah.
you have to ask yourself, suppose I give you all the information. Can the robot perform the task that I asked him to perform? Can he reason and say, no, it wasn't the husband. It was the good news you received from the father.
Right, because, well, unless the robot had a model, a causal model.
Right?
Like, I'm sorry I have to linger on this.
But now we have to linger and we have to say, how do we do it?
How do we build it?
Yes.
How do we build a causal model without a team of human
No,
experts running
why
around?
don't you go to learning right away? You're too much involved with learning.
Because I like babies. Babies learn fast. I'm trying to figure out how they do it.
Good. So that's another question. How do the babies come up with counterfactual model of the world? And babies do that. They know how to play with in the crib. They know which balls, which another one. And but they learn it by playful manipulation. In simple world, involve only toys and balls and times. But it's if you think about it, it's a complex world.
We take for granted
Yeah.
how complicated.
And the kids do it by playful manipulation, plus parent guidance, new wisdom, and hearsay. They meet each other and they say, you shouldn't have taken my toy.
Right. And these multiple sources of information they're able to integrate. So the challenge is about how to integrate, how to form these causal relationships from different sources of data. So how much information is it to play? How much causal information is required to be able to play crib with different objects?
I don't know. I haven't experimented.
Okay, not a crib.
I
Picking
know
up,
it's a very interesting.
manipulating physical objects on this very, opening the pages of the book, all the tasks, physical manipulation tasks. Do you have a sense? Because my sense is the world is extremely complicated.
It's really complicated. I agree, and I don't know how to organize it because I've been spoiled by easy problems such as cancer and death.
Yes, first, we have to start
No, but
trying
it's
to.
easy. It's easy in the sense that you have only 20 variables, and they are just variables, they're not mechanics. It's easy. You just put them on the graph, and they speak to you.
Yeah, and you're providing a methodology for
For
letting them speak. Yeah.
I'm working only in the abstract. The abstract. Knowledge in, knowledge out. Data in between.
Now, can we take a leap trying to learn in this very, when it's not 20 variables, but 20 million variables, trying to learn causation in this world? Not learn, but to somehow construct models. I mean, it seems like you would only have to be able to learn because constructing it manually would be too difficult. Do you have ideas of
I think it's a matter of combining simple models from many sources, from many instruments, and many metaphors. Metaphors are the basic of human intelligence. Basic.
yeah, so how do you think about a metaphor in terms of its use in human intelligence?
Metaphors is an expert system. An expert system is mapping problems with which you are not familiar to the problem with which you are familiar. Like I give you an example. The Greek believed that the sky is an opaque shell. It's not in infinite space. It's an opaque shell, and the stars are holy. In the shell, in which you see the eternal truth. What's a metaphor, right? Because they understand how you poke holes in the shell. They were not familiar with infinite space. And and we are walking on a shell of a turtle. And if you get close to the edge, you will fall down to Hades or wherever. Yeah. Um, that's a metaphor. It's not true. But this kind of metaphor enabled Aristotle to measure the radius of the earth. Because he said, come on, if we are walking on a turtle shell, then a ray of light coming to this angle will be different. This place will be different angle than coming to this place. I know the distance. I'll measure the two angles, and then I have the radius of the shell of the turtle. And he did, and he found these measurements were very close to the measurements we have today. It's the 6,700 kilometers there. That's something that would not occur to the Babylonian astronomers. Even though the Babylonian experiment were the machine learning for the time, they felt that they could predict the eclipse of the moon much more accurately than the Greek, because they fixed curve. That's a different metaphor. Something that you're familiar with. Again, totally. What does it mean if you are familiar? Familiar means that answers to certain questions are explicit. You don't have to derive.
And they were made explicit because somewhere in the past you've constructed a model of that.
You're not familiar with the child is familiar with billiard ball.
Yes.
It's hard to predict that if you let loose one ball, the other one will bounce off. These are you obtain that by familiarity. Familiarity is answering questions and you store the answer explicitly. You don't have to divide it. So this is ideal for all our life, all our intelligence is built around the nothing from the unfamiliar to familiar, but the marriage is a tough thing, which we haven't been able to algorithmize.
So you think of that process of using metaphor to leap from one place to another. We can call it reasoning. Is it a kind of reasoning?
It is a reasoning by metaphor.
Reasoning by metaphor. Do you think of that as learning? So learning is a popular terminology today in a narrow sense.
It is definitely a
So you may not. Okay, right.
one of the most important learning. Taking something which theoretically is derivable and store it in accessible format. I'll give you an example. Chess. Okay? Finding the winning starting move in chess is hard. But there is an answer. Either there is a winning move for white, or there isn't, or there is a draw. So it is the answer to that is available through the rule of the game. But we don't know the answer. So what does a chess master have if we don't have? He has stored explicitly an evaluation of certain complex pattern of the board. We don't have it. Ordinary people, me, I don't know about you, I'm not a chess master. So for me, I have to derive things that for him is explicit. He has seen it before, so he's seen the pattern before, or similar pattern is it before. Yeah? And he generalized. He said, don't move in the tangent.
It's just that not in the game of chess, but in the game of billiard balls, where humans are able to initially derived very effectively and then reasoned by metaphor very effectively. And we make it so easy that it makes one wonder how hard is it to build it in a machine. So, in your sense, how far away are we to be able to construct?
I don't know. I'm not a futurist. All I can tell you is that we are making tremendous progress in the causal reasoning domain. Something that I even dare to call it a revolution, causal revolution, because what we have achieved in the past 3 decades is something that dwarf everything that was derived in the entire history.
So there's an excitement about current machine learning methodologies, and there's really important good work you're doing in causal inference. So where is the future? Where do these worlds collide, and what does that look like?
First, they're going to work without collisions. It's going to work in harmony.
Harmony. It's not
The human is going to jumpstart the exercise by providing qualitative, non-committing models of how the universe works, how the reality, the domain of discourse works. The machine is going to take over from that point of view and derive whatever the calculus says can be applied, namely quantitative answers to our question. These are complex questions. I'll give you some example of complex questions that boggle your mind. You take the result of studies in diverse populations under diverse conditions, and you infer the cause effect of a new population, which doesn't even resemble any of the one study. And you do that by do calculus, you do that by generalizing from one study to another. See what's common with it? What is different? Let's ignore the differences and pull out the commonality. And you do it of maybe 100 hospitals around the world. From there you can get really mileage from big data. It's not only you have this, you have many sources of that.
So that's a really powerful thing, and I think especially for medical applications, I mean, cure cancer, right? That's how from data you can cure cancer. So we're talking about causation, which is the temporal relationship between things.
Not only temporal, it was structural and temporal. Temporal, now, temporal precedence itself cannot replace causation.
Is temporal precedence the arrow of time in physics?
It's important, necessary.
It's important. Is it?
Yes. I never seen it called, don't forget that.
But if we use the word cause, but there's relationships that are timeless. I suppose that's still forward in the arrow of time. But are there relationships, logical relationships, that fit into the structure?
Sure. Culture is logical relationship.
That doesn't require temporal. It has just the condition that it's you're not traveling back in time.
Yeah.
So it's really a generalization, a powerful generalization of what
Boolean logic.
Boolean logic.
Yeah.
That is sort of simply put, it allows us to reason about the order of events, the source,
Not about it, we're not deriving the order. We are given cause effect relationship. They ought to be obeying the time precedence relationship. We are given it. And now that we ask questions about other causal relationships that could be derived from the initial ones, but were not given to us explicitly. like the case of the firing squad I reviewed in the first chapter. He asked what if Rifleman A declined to shoot? Would the prisoner still be dead? To decline to shoot, it means that he disobey order. And the rule of the game where he is obedient and marks. That's how you start. That's the initial order. Now you ask question about breaking the rules. What if he decided not to pull the trigger? He just became a pacifist. And you and I can answer that. The other rifleman could have killed him. Okay? I want the machine to do that. Is it so hard to ask the machine to do that? It's just a simple task. But you have to have a calculus for that.
Yes. Yeah. But the curiosity, the natural curiosity for me is that yes, you're absolutely correct and important, and it's hard to believe that we haven't done this seriously, extensively already a long time ago. So this is really important work. But I also want to know, this maybe you can philosophize about how hard is it to learn.
Okay, let's assume we're learning. We want to learn it. Okay?
We want to learn.
So what do? We put a learning machine that watches execution trials in many countries and many locations. Okay? All the machine can learn is to see shot or not shot, dead, not dead. Court issued an order or did. Okay, that's fact. For the fact you don't know who listens to whom. You don't know that the condemned person listen to the bullets, that the bullets are listening to the captain, okay? All we hear is one command, two shots, dead, okay? A triple of variable. Yes, no, yes, no. From that you can learn who listens to whom, and you can answer the question, no.
Definitively no. But don't you think you can start proposing ideas for humans to review?
You want machine to learn. I want a robot. The robot is watching trials like that,
Yeah.
200 trials, and then he has to answer the question, what if Rifleman A refrained from shooting?
So how to do that?
That's exactly my point. That looking at the facts don't give you the strings behind the facts.
Absolutely. But do you think of machine learning, as is currently defined, as only something that looks at the facts and tries?
Right now, they look at the facts.
So is there a way to modify,
Yeah.
in your sense,
Playful manipulation.
playful manipulation?
Once in a
Doing the
while,
interventionist kind of thing.
yes.
Intervention.
But it must be at random. For instance, the rifleman is sick that day, or he just vomits, or whatever. So he can observe this unexpected event, which introduces noise. The noise still has to be random to be able to relate to randomized experiment. And then you have observational studies for which to infer the strings behind the facts. It's doable to a certain extent. But now that we expert in what you can do once you have a model, we can reason back and say what kind of data you need to build a model.
Got it. So I know you're not a futurist, but are you excited? Have you, when you look back at your life, longed for the idea of creating a human level intelligence system?
Yeah, I'm driven by that. All my life, I'm driven just by one thing. But I go slowly. I go from what I know to the next step, incremental.
So without imagining what the end goal looks like, do you imagine what
And the end goal is going to be a machine that can answer sophisticated questions, counterfactuals that will create compassion, responsibility, and freedom.
So what is a good test? Is a Turing test a reasonable test?
Free will doesn't exist yet.
How would you test free will?
So far, we know one thing. We if robots can communicate with reward and punishment, among themselves, hitting each other on the wrist and say you shouldn't have done that. Playing better soccer because they can do that.
What do you mean because they can do that?
Because they can communicate among themselves.
Because of the communication they can do this.
Because they communicate like us. Reward and punishment. Yes, you didn't pass the ball the right time, and so forth. Therefore, you're going to sit on the bench for the next two. If they start communicating like that, the question is, will they play better soccer? As opposed to what? As opposed to what they do now. Without this ability to reason about reward and punishment, responsibility. And so far, I can only think about communication.
Communication is in not necessarily natural language, but just communication.
It's just communication. But that's important to have a quick and effective means of communicating knowledge. If the coach tells you should have passed the ball, ping, he conveys so much knowledge to you as opposed to what? Go down and change your software. That's the alternative. But the coach doesn't know your software. So how can the coach tell you should have passed the ball? But our language is very effective. You should have passed the ball. You know your software. You tweak the right module. The next time you don't do it.
Now that's for playing soccer where the rules are well defined.
No, what are not about the flag? When you should pass the ball,
It's not well defined.
No, it's very soft, very noisy.
Yeah,
You have to do that for pleasure.
it's art. But in terms of aligning values between computers and humans, do you think this cause and effect type of thinking is important to align the values, morals, ethics under which the machines make decisions? Is the cause effect where the two can come together?
Cause effect is necessary to build an ethical machine. Because the machine has to amplify, to understand what's good for you, to build a model of you as a recipient. It should be very much, what is compassion? They imagine you suffer pain as much as me.
As much as me.
I do have already a model of myself, right? So it's very easy for me to map you to mine. I don't have to rebuild the model. It's much easier to say, oh, you're like me. Okay, therefore I would not hate you.
And the machine has to imagine, has to try to fake to be human, essentially, so you can imagine that you're like me, right?
Moreover, who is me? That's the first. That's consciousness. They have a model of yourself. Where do you get this model? You look at yourself as if you are part of the environment. If you build a model of yourself versus the environment, then you can say, I need to have a model of myself. I have abilities, I have desires, and so on. I have a blueprint of myself. Not a full detail, because I cannot get a housing problem, but I have a blueprint. So that level of a blueprint, I can modify. I can look at myself in the mirror and say, if I change this, tweak this one, I'm going to perform differently. That is what we mean by free will.
And consciousness. What do you think is consciousness? Is it simply self-awareness, including yourself into the model of the world?
That's right. Some people tell me, no, this is only part of consciousness. And then we start telling me what they really mean by consciousness. And I lose.
Yeah.
For me, consciousness is having a blueprint of your software.
Do you have concerns about the future of AI? All the different trajectories of all of our research.
Yes.
Where's your hope? Where the movement heads? Where are your concerns?
I'm concerned because I know we are building a new species that has the capability of exceeding us, exceeding our capabilities, and can breed itself and take over the world. Absolutely, it's a new species that is uncontrolled. We don't know the degree to which we control it. We don't even understand what it means to be able to control this new species. So I'm concerned. I don't have anything add to that because it's such a gray area, an unknown. It never happened in history. The only the only time it happened in history was evolution. And it wasn't very successful, was it? Some people said it was a great success.
For us, it was, but a few people along the way, a few creatures along the way would not agree. So, so it's just because it's such a gray area, there's nothing else to say.
We have a sample of one.
Example of one.
That's us.
But
We don't
some people would look at you and say, yeah, but we were looking to you to help us make sure that sample 2 works out okay.
We have more than a sample of one. We have theories, and that's a good. So we don't need to be statisticians. So sample of one doesn't mean poverty of knowledge. It's not. Sample of one plus theory, conjectural theory of what could happen. That we do have. But I really feel helpless in contributing to this argument because I know so little and my imagination is limited and I know how much I don't know and I'm concerned.
You were born and raised in Israel.
Born and raised in Israel.
And later served in Israel military defense forces.
In the Israel Defense Force.
Yeah. What did you learn from that experience?
From his experience,
There's a kibbutz in there as well.
yes, because I was in the Nachal, which is a combination of agricultural work and military service. It was, I was really idealist. I wanted to be a member of the kibbutz throughout my life and to live a communal life. And so I prepared myself. Slowly, I want the greater challenge.
So that's a far world away. Both.
What I learned from that, it was a miracle. It was a miracle that I served in the 1950s. I don't know how we survived. The country was under austerity. It tripled its population from 600,000 to 1.8 million when I finished college. No one went hungry. Austerity, yes. When you wanted to buy, to make an omelet in a restaurant, you had to pay your own egg. And they pressed people from bringing the food from farming from the villages to the city. But no one would have it. And I always add to it, higher education will suffer any budget cut. They still invested in me, in my wife, in our generation, to get the best education that we could. So I'm really grateful for the opportunity. And I'm trying to pay back now. It's a miracle that we survived the war of 1948. We were so close to a second genocide. It was all planned. But we survived it by miracle. And then the second miracle that not many people talk about, the next phase. How no one went hungry and the country managed to triple its population. You know what? Imagine the United States going from what, 350 million to
Yeah.
unbelievable.
So it's a really tense part of the world. It's a complicated part of the world. Israel and all around. So the religion is at the core of that complexity. Or one of the components.
Religion is a strong motivating force for many, many people in the Middle East.
In your view, looking back, Is religion good for society?
That's a good question for robotics. Should
There's
we
echoes of that question.
equip robots with religious belief? Suppose we find out, we agree that religion is good to keep you in line. Should we give a robot the metaphor of a God? As a matter of fact, the robot will get it without us also. Why? Because the robot will reason by metaphor. And what is the most primitive metaphor? A child grows, mother smile, father teaching, father image, mother image, that's God. So whether you want it or not, the robot will, but assuming that the robot is going to have a mother and a father, it may only have a program that doesn't supply warmth and discipline. But discipline it does. So the robot will have a model of the trainer. And everything that happens in the world, cosmology and so on, is going to be mapped into the program. It's God.
Yeah. The thing that represents the origin of everything for that
That's
robot.
the most primitive relationship.
So it's going to arrive there by metaphor. And so the question is if overall that metaphor has served us well as humans.
I really don't know. I think it did. But as long as you keep in mind it's only metaphor.
So if you think can we talk about your son?
Yes.
Can you tell his story?
The story,
Daniel?
the story is known is he was abducted in Pakistan by Al Qaeda driven sect and under various pretenses. I don't even pay attention to what the pretense were. Originally, they wanted to have the United States deliver some promised airplanes. It was all made up. All these demands were bogus. I don't know. But, eventually, he was executed in front of a camera.
At the core of that is hate and intolerance.
At the core, yes, absolutely. Yes. We don't really appreciate the depth of the hate to which billions of people are educated. We don't understand it. I just listened recently to what they teach you in Mogadishu. when the water stopped in the tank, we knew exactly who did it. The Jews.
The Jews.
We didn't know how, but we knew who did it. We don't appreciate what it means to us. The depth is unbelievable.
Do you think all of us are capable of evil? And the education, the indoctrination is really what creates evil.
Absolutely, we are capable of evil. If you are indoctrinated sufficiently long and in depth, you are capable of ISIS, you are capable of Nazism. Yes, we are. But the question is whether we, after we have gone through some Western education, and we learn that everything is really relative. There is no absolute God. There's only a belief in God. Whether we are capable now of being transformed under certain circumstances to become brutal.
Yeah.
That is I'm worried about it because some people say yes, given the right circumstances, given bad economical crisis, you are capable of doing it too. That's worries me. I want to believe it. I'm not capable.
7 years after Daniel's death, he wrote an article at the Wall Street Journal titled Daniel Pearl, The Normalization of Evil.
Yes.
What was your message back then, and how did it change today over the years?
I lost.
What was the message?
The message was that we are not treating terrorism as a taboo. We are treating it as a bargaining device that is accepted. People have grievance and they go and bomb restaurants. It's normal. Look, you're even not surprised when I tell you that. 20 years ago, I said, what? For grievance, you go and blow a restaurant? Today, it's kind of normalized. The banalization of evil. And we have created that to ourselves by normalizing, by making it part of political life. It's a political debate. Every terrorist yesterday became a freedom fighter today, and tomorrow it becomes terrorist again. It's switchable.
Right, so we should call out evil when there's evil.
If we don't want to be part of it, yeah, if we want to separate good from evil, that's one of the first things that what was the Garden of Eden. Remember the first thing that God was, hey, if you want some knowledge, here's the tree of good and evil.
So this evil touched your life personally. Does your heart have anger, sadness, or is it hope?
Well, I see some beautiful people coming from Pakistan. I see beautiful people everywhere. But I see horrible propagation of evil in this country too. It shows you how populistic slogans can catch the mind of the best intellectual.
Today is Father's Day.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Well, I got it.
What's a fond memory you have of Daniel?
Oh, very good. Immense. He was my mentor. He had a sense of balance that I didn't have.
Yeah.
He saw the beauty in everything. He was not as emotional as I am, more looking at things in perspective. He really liked every kid. He really grew up with the idea that the fauna is a reason for curiosity, not for fear. One time we went to Berkeley and homeless came out from dark alley. He said, hey man, for a night, I would reach back, 2 feet back. And then I just hugged him and said, he was dying. And Jojo said, maybe you want some money to take a bus or whatever. Where did he get it? Not for me.
Do you have advice for young minds today dreaming about creating, as you have, creating intelligent systems? What is the best way to arrive at new breakthrough ideas and carry them through the fire of criticism and past conventional ideas?
Ask the question. Really, your questions are never done. And solve them your own way. And don't take no for an answer. But if they're really tough, you will find out quickly by trying and error to see that they're not leading at the place. But follow them and try to understand things your way. That is my advice. I don't know if it's going to help anyone.
No, that's brilliant.
There is a lot of the inertia in science, in academia, It is slowing down science.
Yeah, those two words, your way, that's a powerful thing. It's against inertia, potentially. Against the flow.
Against professor.
Against professor.
It is, I wrote the book of why in order to democratize common sense. In order to instill rebellious spirit in students, so they wouldn't wait till the professor get things right.
So you wrote the manifesto of the rebellion against the professor.
Against the professor, yes.
So looking back at your life of research, what ideas do you hope ripple through the next many decades? What do you hope your legacy will be?
I already have a tombstone cows.
Oh boy. And
The fundamental law of counterfeit. That's what it's a simple equation. But counterfactual in terms of a modern surgeon. That's it. Got everything for us. If you get that, all the rest, I can die in peace. And my student can derive all my knowledge by mathematical means.
the rest follows.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much for talking today. Really appreciate it.
Well, thank you for being so attentive and instigating.
We did it.
We did it.
Coffee Hut. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Judea Pearl. And thank you to our presenting sponsor, Cash App. Download it, use code Lex Podcast. You'll get $10, and $10 will go to First, STEM education nonprofit that inspires hundreds of thousands of young minds to learn and to dream of engineering our future. If you enjoy this podcast, subscribe on YouTube, give it 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter. And now, let me leave you with some words of wisdom from Judea Pearl. You cannot answer a question that you cannot ask. You cannot ask a question you have no words for. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
Car seats by City Mini, Graco, Alpha Baby, and others are expected to see a 20 to 30% increase according to retailer Alpha Baby.
Industry group says 90% of more baby products or their parts come from
The following is a conversation with Rohit Prasad. He's the vice president, head scientist of Amazon Alexa, and one of its original creators. The Alexa team embodies some of the most challenging, incredible, impactful, and inspiring work that is done in AI today. The team has to both solve problems at the cutting edge of natural language processing and provide a trustworthy, secure, and enjoyable experience to millions of people. This is where state-of-the-art methods in computer science meet the challenges of real-world engineering. In many ways, Alexa and the other voice assistants are the voices of artificial intelligence to millions of people, and an introduction to AI for people who have only encountered it in science fiction. This is an important and exciting opportunity. So the work that Rohit and the Alexa team are doing is an inspiration to me and to many researchers and engineers in the AI community. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, give 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled Fridman. If you leave a review on Apple Podcasts especially, but also Castbox or comment on YouTube, consider mentioning topics, people, ideas, questions, quotes, and science, tech, or philosophy that you find interesting, and I'll read them on this podcast. I won't call out names, but I love comments with kindness and thoughtfulness in them, so I thought I'd share them. Someone on YouTube highlighted a quote from the conversation with Ray Dalio, where he said that you have to appreciate all the different ways that people can be A players. This connected with me too. On teams of engineers, it's easy to think that raw productivity is the measure of excellence, but there are others. I worked with people who brought a smile to my face every time I got to work in the morning. Their contribution to the team is immeasurable. I recently started doing podcast ads at the end of the introduction. I'll do 1 or 2 minutes after introducing the episode, and never any ads in the middle to break the flow of the conversation. I hope that works for you. It doesn't hurt the listening experience. This show is presented by Cash App, the #1 finance app in the App Store. I personally use Cash App to send money to friends, but you can also use it to buy, sell, and deposit Bitcoin in just seconds. Cash App also has a new investing feature. You can buy fractions of a stock, say $1 worth, no matter what the stock price is. Brokerage services are provided by Cash App Investing, a subsidiary at Square, and member SIPC. I'm excited to be working with Cash App to support one of my favorite organizations called FIRST, best known for their FIRST robotics and Lego competition. They educate and inspire hundreds of thousands of students in over 110 countries and have a perfect rating at Charity Navigator, which means the donated money is used for maximum effectiveness. When you get Cash App in the App Store, Google Play, and use code LEXPODCAST, you'll get $10, and Cash App will also donate $10 to FIRST, which again is an organization that I've personally seen inspire girls and boys to dream of engineering a better world. This podcast is also supported by ZipRecruiter. Hiring great people is hard. To me, it's one of the most important elements of successful mission-driven teams. I've been fortunate to be a part of and lead several great engineering teams. The hiring I've done in the past was mostly the tools we built ourselves. But reinventing the wheel was painful. ZipRecruiter is a tool that's already available for you. It seeks to make hiring simple, fast, and smart. For example, Codable co-founder Gretchen Hebner used ZipRecruiter to find a new game artist to join her education tech company. By using ZipRecruiter's screening questions to filter candidates, Gretchen found it easier to focus on the best candidates, and finally, hiring the perfect person for the role in less than 2 weeks from start to finish. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. See why ZipRecruiter is effective for businesses of all sizes by signing up, as I did, for free at ZipRecruiter.com/LexPod. That's ZipRecruiter.com/LexPod. And now, here's my conversation with Rohit Prasad. In the movie Her, I'm not sure if you've human falls in love with the voice of an AI system. Let's start at the highest philosophical level before we get to deep learning and some of the fun things. Do you think what the movie Her shows, is within our reach?
I think not specifically about her, but I think what we are seeing is a massive increase in adoption of AI assistants or AI in all parts of our social fabric. And I think it's what I do believe is that the utility these AIs provide, some of the functionalities that are shown are absolutely within reach.
So some of the functionalities in terms of the interactive elements, but in terms of the deep connection that's purely voice-based, do you think such a close connection is possible with voice alone?
It's been a while since I saw Her, but I would say in terms of interactions which are both human-like and in these AI assistants, you have to value what is also superhuman. We as humans can be in only one place. AI assistants can be multiple places at the same time. One with you on your mobile device, one at your home, one at work. So you have to respect these superhuman capabilities too. Plus, as humans, we have certain attributes we're very good at reasoning. AI assistants not yet there, but in the realm of AI assistants, what they're great at is computation, memory. It's infinite and pure. These are the attributes you have to start respecting. So I think the comparison with human-like versus the other aspect, which is also superhuman, has to be taken into consideration. So I think we need to elevate the discussion to not just human-like.
So there's certainly elements you just mentioned. Alexa is everywhere. Computation is speaking. So this is a much bigger infrastructure than just the thing that sits there in the room with you. But it certainly feels to us, mere humans, that there's just another little creature there when you're interacting with it. You're not interacting with the entirety of the infrastructure, you're interacting with the device. The feeling is okay, sure, we anthropomorphize things, but that feeling is still there. So, what do you think we, as humans, the purity of the interaction with a smart assistant, what do you think we look for in that interaction?
I think in the certain interactions, I think will be very much where it does feel like a human because it has a persona of its own, and in certain ones it wouldn't be. So I think a simple example to think of it is if you're walking through the house and you just want to turn on your lights on and off, and you're issuing a command. That's not very much like a human-like interaction, and that's where the AI shouldn't come back and have a conversation with you. Just it should simply complete that command. So there's, I think, the blend of we have to think about this is not human-human alone. It is a human-machine interaction, and certain aspects of humans are needed, and certain aspects or situations demand it to be like a machine.
So I told you it can be philosophical in parts. What's the difference between human and machine and interaction? When we interact with two humans, especially those that are friends and loved ones, versus you and a machine that you also are close with.
I think you have to think about the roles the AI plays, right? So, and it differs from different customer to customer, different situation to situation. Especially, I can speak from Alexa's perspective. It is a companion, a friend at times, an assistant, and an advisor down the line. So, I think most AIs will have this kind of attributes, and it will be very situational in nature. So, where is the boundary? I think the boundary depends on the exact context in which you're interacting with AI.
So the depth and the richness of natural language conversation is been by Alan Turing been used to try to define what it means to be intelligent. There's a lot of criticism of that kind of test, but what do you think is a good test of intelligence in your view in the context of the Turing test and Alexa, the Alexa Prize, this whole realm? Do you think about this human intelligence, what it means to define it, what it means to reach that level?
I do think the ability to converse is a sign of an ultimate intelligence. I think that is no question about it. So if you think about all aspects of humans, there are sensors we have, and those are basically a data collection mechanism. And based on that, we make some decisions with our sensory brains, right? And from that perspective, I think that there are elements we have to talk about how we sense the world and then how we act based on what we sense. Those elements clearly machines have. But then there's the other aspects of computation that is way better. I also mentioned about memory again in terms of being near infinite depending on the storage capacity you have. And the retrieval can be extremely fast and pure in terms of like there's no ambiguity of who did I see when, right? I mean, if machines can remember that quite well. So, again, on a philosophical level, I do subscribe to the fact that to be able to converse, and part of that to be able to reason based on the word knowledge you've acquired and the sensory knowledge is definitely very much of intelligence. But intelligence can go beyond human level intelligence based on what machines are getting capable of.
So what do you think, maybe stepping outside of Alexa broadly as an AI field, what do you think is a good test of intelligence? Put it another way, outside of Alexa, because so much of Alexa is a product, is an experience for the customer. On the research side, what would impress the heck out of you if you saw? What is the test where you said, wow, this thing is now starting to encroach into the realm of what we loosely think of as human intelligence?
So, well, we think of it as AGI and human intelligence all together, right? So, in some sense, and I think we are quite far from that. I think an unbiased view I have is that the Alexa's intelligence capability is a great test. I think of it as there are many other proof points like self-driving cars, game playing like Go or chess. Let's take those as an example. Clearly requires a lot of data-driven learning and intelligence, but it's not as hard a problem as conversing with as an AI is with humans to accomplish certain tasks or open domain chat, as you mentioned, Alexa Price. In those settings, the key difference is that the end goal is not defined, unlike game playing. You also do not know exactly what state you are in in a particular goal completion scenario. In certain sense, sometimes you can if it is a simple goal, but if you're even certain examples like planning a weekend, or you can imagine how many things change along the way. You look for weather, you may change your mind, and you change the destination, or you want to catch a particular event, and then you decide, no, I want this other event I want to go to. So these dimensions of how many different steps are possible when you're conversing as a human with a machine makes it an extremely daunting problem, and I think it is the ultimate test for intelligence.
And don't you think that natural language is enough to prove that conversation? Just pure conversation?
From a scientific standpoint, natural language is a great test, but I would go beyond. I don't want to limit it to as natural language as simply understanding an intent or parsing for entities and so forth. We are really talking about dialogue. So I would say human-machine dialogue is definitely one of the best tests of intelligence.
So, can you briefly speak to the Alexa Prize for people who are not familiar with it, and also just maybe where things stand, and what have you learned, and what's surprising? What have you seen that's surprising from this incredible competition?
Absolutely, it's a very exciting competition. Alexa Prize is essentially a grand challenge in conversational artificial intelligence, where we threw the gauntlet to the universities who do active research in the field to say, can you build what we call a social bot that can converse with you coherently and engagingly for 20 minutes? That is an extremely hard challenge. Talking to someone in a who you're meeting for the first time, or even if you've met them quite often, to speak at 20 minutes on any topic, an evolving nature of topics, is super hard. We have completed 2 successful years of the competition. The first was one with the University of Washington, second University of California. We are in our 3rd instance. We have an extremely strong team of 10 cohorts, and the 3rd instance of the Alexa Prize is underway now. And we are seeing a constant evolution. First year was definitely a learning. It was a lot of things to be put together. We had to build a lot of infrastructure to enable these universities to be able to build magical experiences and do high quality research.
Just a few quick questions. Sorry for the interruption. What does failure look like in the 20-minute session? So, what does it mean to fail, not to reach the 20-minute mark?
Oh, awesome question. So there are first of all, I forgot to mention one more detail. It's not just 20 minutes, but the quality of the conversation too that matters. And the beauty of this competition, before I answer that question on what failure means, is first that you actually converse with millions and millions of customers as these social bots. So during the judging phases, there are multiple phases. Before we get to the finals, which is a very controlled judging in a situation where we bring in judges and we have interactors who interact with these social bots. That is a much more controlled setting. But till the point we get to the finals, all the judging is essentially by customers of Alexa. And there you basically rate on a simple question how good your experience was. So that's where we are not testing for a 20-minute boundary being crossed, because you do want it to be very much like a clear-cut winner be chosen, and it's an absolute bar. So did you really break that 20-minute barrier is why we have to test it in a more controlled setting with actors, essentially interactors, and see how the conversation goes. So this is why it's a subtle difference between how it's being tested in the field with real customers versus in the lab to award the prize. So on the latter one, what it means is that essentially that there are 3 judges, and 2 of them have to say this conversation has stalled, essentially.
Got it. And the judges are human experts.
The judges are human experts.
Okay, great. So this is in the 3rd year. So what's been the evolution? How far? So the DARPA challenge in the 1st year, the autonomous vehicles, nobody finished. The 2nd year, a few more finished in the desert. So how far along in this, I would say, much harder challenge are we?
This challenge has come a long way, to the extent that we're definitely not close to the 20-minute barrier being with coherence and engaging conversation. I think we are still 5 to 10 years away in that horizon to complete that. But the progress is immense. Like what you're finding is the accuracy and what kind of responses these social bots generate is getting better and better. What's even amazing to see that now there's humor coming in. The bots are quite,
Awesome.
you're talking about ultimate science of intelligence. I think humor is a very high bar in terms of what it takes to create humor. And I don't mean just being goofy. I really mean good sense of humor is also a sign of intelligence in my mind and something very hard to do. So these social bots are now exploring not only what we think of natural language abilities, but also personality attributes and aspects of when to inject an appropriate joke, when you don't know the domain, how you come back with something more intelligible so that you can continue the conversation. If you and I are talking about AI and we are domain experts, we can speak to it. But if you suddenly switch the topic to that I don't know of, how do I change the conversation? So you're starting to notice these elements as well, and that's coming from partly by by the nature of the 20-minute challenge that people are getting quite clever on how to really converse and essentially mask some of the understanding defects if they exist.
So some of this is not Alexa the product. This is somewhat for fun, for research, for innovation, and so on. I have a question. Sort of in this modern era, there's a lot of. You look at Twitter and Facebook and so on. There's discourse, public discourse going on, and some things that are a little bit too edgy. People get blocked and so on. I'm just out of curiosity. Are people in this context pushing the limits? Is anyone using the F word? Is anyone sort of pushing back, sort of, uh, arguing, I guess I should say, as part of the dialogue to really draw people in?
First of all, let me just back up a bit in terms of why we are doing this, right? So you said it's fun. I think fun is more part of the engaging part for customers. It is one of the most used skills as well in our skill store. But of that apart, the real goal was essentially what was happening is with a lot of AI research moving to industry, we felt that academia has the risk of not being able to have the same resources at disposal that we have, which is lots of data, massive computing power, and clear ways to test these AI advances with real customer benefits. So we brought all these three together in the Alexa Prize. That's why it's one of my favorite projects in Amazon. And with that, the secondary effect is, yes, it has become engaging for our customers as well. We're not there in terms of where we want it to be, right? But it's a huge progress. But coming back to your question on how do the conversations evolve? Yes, there is some natural attributes of what you said in terms of argument and some amount of swearing. The way we take care of that is that there is a sensitive filter we have built that says
Keywords.
it's more than keywords, a little more in terms of course, there's keyword based too, but there's more in terms of these words can be very contextual, as you can see, and also the topic can be something that you don't want a conversation to happen because this is a communal device as well. A lot of people use these devices, so we have put a lot of guardrails for the conversation to be more useful for advancing AI and not so much of these other issues you attributed what's happening in the AI field as well.
Right. So this is actually a serious opportunity. I didn't use the right word, fun. I think it's an open opportunity to do some of the best innovation in conversational agents in the world.
Absolutely.
Why just universities?
Why just universities? Because, as I said, I really felt
Young minds.
Young minds. It's also to if you think about the other aspect of where the whole industry is moving with AI, there's a dearth of talent given the demands. So you do want universities to have a clear place where they can invent and research and not fall behind with that they can't motivate students. Imagine all grad students left to industry like us,
Yeah.
or faculty members, which has happened too. So this is a way that if you're so passionate about the field where you feel industry and academia need to work well, this is a great example and a great way for universities to participate.
So what do you think it takes to build a system that wins the Alexa Prize?
I think you have to start focusing on aspects of the reasoning that there are still more lookups of what intents customers asking for and responding to those, rather than really reasoning about the elements of the conversation. For instance, if you're playing, if the conversation is about games and it's about a recent sports event, there's so much context involved, and you have to understand the entities that are being mentioned so that the conversation is coherent rather than you suddenly just switch to knowing some fact about a sports entity and you're just relaying that rather than understanding the true context of the game. Like, if you just said, I learned this fun fact about Tom Brady rather than really say how he played the game the previous night, then the conversation is not really that intelligent. So you have to go to more reasoning elements of understanding the context of the dialogue and giving more appropriate responses, which tells you that we are still quite far because a lot of times it's more facts being looked up and something that's close enough as an answer, but not really the answer. So that is where the research needs to go more in actual true understanding and reasoning. And that's why I feel it's a great way to do it because you have an engaged set of users working to make help these AI advances happen in this case.
Right. So you mentioned customers that they're quite a bit, and there's a skill. What is the experience for the user that's helping? Just to clarify, this isn't, as far as I understand, the Alexa. So this skill is a standalone for the Alexa Prize. I mean, it's focused on the Alexa Prize. It's not you ordering certain things on Amazon.com or checking the weather or playing Spotify, right? It's a separate skill.
Exactly.
And so you're focused on helping. I don't know, how do customers think of it? Are they having fun? Are they helping teach the system? What's the experience like?
I think it's both actually, and let me tell you how you invoke this skill. So all you have to say, Alexa, let's chat, and then the first time you say, Alexa, let's chat, it comes back with a clear message that you're interacting with one of those university social bots, and there's a clear, so you know exactly how you interact, right? And that is why it's very transparent. You are being asked to help, right? And we have a lot of mechanisms where, as we are in the first phase of that phase, then you send a lot of emails to our customers, and then they know that the team needs a lot of interactions to improve the accuracy of the system. So we know we have a lot of customers who really want to help these university bots, and they're conversing with them. And some are just having fun with just saying, Alexa, let's chat. And also some adversarial behavior to see whether how much do you understand as a social bot. So I think we have a good, healthy mix of all three situations.
So what is if we talk about solving the Alexa challenge, the Alexa Prize, what's the data set of really engaging, pleasant conversations look like? Because if we think of this as a supervised learning problem, I don't know if it has to be, but if it does, maybe you could comment on that. Do you think there needs to be a data set of what it means to be an engaging, successful, fulfilling
I think
conversation?
that's part of the research question here. This was, I think, we at least got the first part right, which is have a way for universities to build and test in a real world setting. Now you're asking in terms of the next phase of questions, which we're also asking, by the way, what does success look like from a optimization function? That's what you're asking in terms of we as researchers are used to having a great corpus of annotated data and then making our sort of tune our algorithms on those, right? And fortunately and unfortunately, in this world of Alexa Prize, that is not the way we are going after it. So you have to focus more on learning based on live feedback. That is another element that's unique, where just now I started with giving you how you ingress and experience this capability as a customer. What happens when you're done? So they ask you a simple question on a scale of 1 to 5, how likely are you to interact with this social bot again? That is a good feedback, and customers can also leave more open-ended feedback. And I think partly that, to me, is one part of the question you're asking, which I'm saying is a mental model shift that as researchers also, you have to change your mindset that this is not a DARPA evaluation or an NSF funded study and you have a nice corpus. This is where it's real world. You have real data.
The scale is amazing.
It's
That's a beautiful thing. And then the customer, the user can quit the conversation at any time.
Exactly. The user can. That is also a signal for how good you were at that point.
So, and then on a scale 1 to 5, 1 to 3, do they say how likely are you, or is it just a binary?
A 1 to 5.
1 to 5. Wow. Okay, that's such a beautifully constructed challenge. Okay. You said the only way to make a smart assistant really smart is to give it eyes and let it explore the world. Uh, I'm not sure, it might have been taken out of context, but can you comment on that? Can you elaborate on that idea? Because I personally also find that idea super exciting from a social robotics, personal robotics perspective.
Yeah, a lot of things do get taken out of context. This particular one was just as philosophical discussion we were having on terms of what does intelligence look like, and the context was in terms of learning. I think just we said we as humans are empowered with many different sensory abilities. I do believe that eyes are an important aspect of it in terms of if you think about how we as humans learn, it is quite complex and it's also not unimodal that you are fed a ton of text or audio and you just learn that way. No, you learn by experience, you learn by seeing, you're taught by humans, and we are very efficient in how we learn. Machines, on the contrary, are very inefficient on how they learn, especially these AIs. I think the next wave of research is going to be with less data, not just with less labeled data, but also with a lot of weak supervision, and where you increase the learning rate. I don't mean less data in terms of not having a lot of data to learn from. That we are generating so much data, but it is more about from a aspect of how fast can you learn.
So improving the quality of the data, the quality of data and the learning process.
I think more on the learning process. I think we as humans learn with a lot of noisy data, right? And I think that's the part that I don't think should change. What should change is how we learn, right? So if you look at, you mentioned supervised learning, we have making transformative shifts from moving to more unsupervised, more weak supervision. Those are the key aspects of how to learn. And I think in that setting, I hope you agree with me that having other senses is very crucial in terms of how you learn.
So absolutely, and from a machine learning perspective, which I hope we get a chance to talk to a few aspects that are fascinating there. But to stick on the point of sort of a body, an embodiment. So Alexa has a body. It's a very minimalistic, beautiful interface. Or there's a ring and so on. I mean, I'm not sure of all the flavors of the devices that Alexa lives on, but there's a minimalistic, basic interface. And nevertheless, we humans, so I have a Roomba, I have all kinds of robots all over everywhere. So, what do you think the Alexa of the future looks like if it begins to shift what his body looks like? What maybe beyond the Alexa, what do you think of the different devices in the home as they start to embody their intelligence more and more? What do you think that looks like philosophically? A future, what do you think that looks like?
I think let's look at what's happening today. You mentioned, I think, our devices as an Amazon devices, but I also wanted to point out Alexa is already integrated in a lot of third-party devices, which also come in lots of forms and shapes. Some in robots, right? Some in microwaves, some in appliances that you use in everyday life. So I think it's not just the shape Alexa takes in terms of form factors, but it's also where all it's available. And it's getting in cars, it's getting in different appliances in homes, even toothbrushes, right? So I think you have to think about it as not a physical assistant. It will be in some embodiment, as you said, we already have these nice devices. But I think it's also important to think of it. It is a virtual assistant. It is superhuman in the sense that it is in multiple places at the same time. So I think the actual embodiment, in some sense, to me doesn't matter. I think you have to think of it as not as human-like and more of what its capabilities are that derive a lot of benefit for customers, and how there are different ways to delight it and delight customers and different experiences. And I think I'm a big fan of it not being just human-like. It should be human-like in certain situations. Alexa Price Social Bot in terms of conversation is a great way to look at it, but there are other scenarios where human-like, I think, is underselling the abilities of this AI.
So, if I could trivialize what we're talking about, so if you look at the way Jobs thought about the interaction with the device that Apple produced, there was an extreme focus on controlling the experience by making sure there's only these Apple-produced devices. You see the voice of Alexa taking all kinds of forms depending on what the customers want, and that means anywhere from the microwave to a vacuum cleaner to the home and so on. The voice is the essential element of the interaction.
I think voice is an essence. It's not all, but it's a key aspect. I think to your question in terms of you should be able to recognize Alexa. And that's a huge problem. I think in terms of a huge scientific problem, I should say, like what are the traits? What makes it look like Alexa, especially in different settings, and especially if it's primarily voice, what it is. But Alexa is not just voice either, right? I mean, we have devices with a screen. Now you're seeing just other behaviors of Alexa. So I think they're in very early stages of what that means, and this will be an important topic for the following years. But I do believe that being able to recognize and tell when it's Alexa versus it's not is going to be important from an Alexa perspective. I'm not speaking for the entire AI community, but I think attribution, and as we go into more of understanding who did what, that identity of the AI is crucial in the coming world.
I think from the broad AI community perspective, that's also a fascinating problem. So basically, if I close my eyes and listen to the voice, what would it take for me to recognize that this is Alexa?
Exactly.
Or at least the Alexa that I've come to know from my personal experience in my home through my interactions.
Yeah, and the Alexa here in the US is very different than the Alexa in UK and the Alexa in India, even though they're all speaking English or the Australian version. So now think about when you go into a different culture, a different community, but you travel there, what do you recognize Alexa? I think these are super hard questions, actually.
So there's a team that works on personality. So if we talk about those different flavors of what it means culturally speaking, India, UK, US, what does it mean to add? So the problem that we just stated, which is fascinating, how do we make it purely recognizable that it's Alexa? Assuming that the qualities of the voice are not sufficient. It's also the content of what is being said. How do we do that? How does the personality come into play? What's that research going to look like? It's such a fascinating.
We have some very fascinating folks who, from both the UX background and human factors, are looking at these aspects and these exact questions. But I'll definitely say it's not just how it sounds, the choice of words, the tone. Not just, I mean, the voice identity of it, but the tone matters, the speed matters, how you speak, how you enunciate words, what choice of words are you using, how terse are you, or how lengthy in your explanations you are. All of these are factors. And you also mentioned something crucial that you may have personalized it, Alexa, to some extent in your homes or in the devices you are interacting with. So you as your individual, how you prefer Alexa sounds can be different than how I prefer. And and the amount of customizability you want to give is also a key debate we always have. But I do want to point out it's more than the voice actor that recorded and it sounds like that actor. It is more about the choices of words, the attributes of tonality, the volume, in terms of how you raise your pitch and so forth. All of that matters.
This is such a fascinating problem from a product perspective. I could see those debates just happening inside of the Alexa team of how much personalization do you do for the specific customer, because you're taking a risk if you over personalize, because you don't. If you create a personality for 1 million people, you can test that better. You can create a rich, fulfilling experience that will do well. But if the more you personalize it, the less you can test it, the less you can know that it's a great experience. So how much personalization? What's the right balance?
I think the right balance depends on the customer. Give them the control. So I'd say I think the more control you give customers, the better it is for everyone. And I'll give you some key personalization features. I think we have a feature called Remember This, which is where you can tell Alexa to remember something. There you have an explicit sort of control in customers' hand because they have to say, Alexa, remember XYZ.
What kind of things would that be used for?
So you can
For song title or something? Or...
I have stored my tire specs for my car because it's so hard to go and find and see what it is right when you're having some issues. So I store my mileage plan numbers for all the frequent flyer ones where I'm sometimes just looking at it and it's not handy. So those are my own personal choices I've made for Alexa to remember something on my behalf, right? So again, I think the choice was be explicit about how you provide that to a customer as a control. So I think these are the aspects of what you do. Like think about where we can use speaker recognition capabilities. That it's if you taught Alexa that you are Lex and this person in your household is person two, then you can personalize the experiences. Again, these are very in the CX customer experience patterns are very clear about and transparent when a personalization action is happening. And then you have other ways like you go through explicit control right now for your app that you have multiple service providers, let's say for music. Which one is your preferred one? So when you say play Sting, depend on your whether you have preferred Spotify or Amazon Music or Apple Music, that the decision is made where to play it from.
So what's Alexa's backstory from her perspective? Is there I remember just asking, as probably a lot of us are, just the basic questions about love and so on of Alexa, just to see what the answer would be. Just as it feels like there's a little bit of a feels like there's a little bit of personality, but not too much. Is Alexa have a metaphysical presence in this human universe we live in, or is it something more ambiguous? Is there a past? Is there a birth? Is there a family kind of idea, even for joking purposes and so on?
I think, well, it does tell you, I should double check this, but if you said when were you born, I think we do respond. I need to double check that, but I'm pretty positive about it.
I think you do, because I think I've tested that. But that's like how, I was born in a brand of champagne and whatever the year.
Yeah. So, in terms of the metaphysical, I think it's early. Does it have the historic knowledge about herself to be able to do that? Maybe. Have we crossed that boundary? Not yet, right? In terms of thinking, have we thought about it quite a bit? But I wouldn't say that we have come to a clear decision in terms of what it should look like. But you can imagine, though, and I bring this back to the Alexa Prize social bot one. There you will start seeing some of that. Like these bots have their identity, and in terms of that, you may find, this is such a great research topic that some academia team may think of these problems and start solving them too.
So let me ask a question. It's kind of difficult, I think, but it feels fascinating to me because I'm fascinated with psychology. It feels that the more personality you have, the more dangerous it is in terms of a customer perspective, a product. If you want to create a product that's useful, by dangerous I mean creating an experience that upsets me. And so, how do you get that right? Because if you look at the relationships, maybe I'm just a screwed up Russian, but if you look at the human to human relationships, some of our deepest relationships have fights, have tension, have the push and pull, have a little flavor in them. Do you want to have such flavor in an interaction with Alexa? How do you think about that?
So there's one other common thing that you didn't say, but we think of it as paramount for any deep relationship. That's trust.
Trust. Yeah.
So I think if you trust every attribute you said, a fight, some tension,
Yeah.
is all healthy. But what is sort of unnegotiable in this instance is trust. And I think the bar to earn customer trust for AI is very high, in some sense, more than a human. It's not just about personal information or your data. It's also about your actions on a daily basis. How trustworthy are you in terms of consistency, in terms of how accurate are you in understanding me? Like if you're talking to a person on the phone, if you have a problem with your, let's say, your internet or something, if the person's not understanding, you lose trust right away. You don't want to talk to that person. That whole example gets amplified by a factor of 10 because as when you're a human interacting with an AI, you have a certain expectation. Either you expect it to be very intelligent and then you get upset, why is it behaving this way? Or you expect it to be not so intelligent, and when it surprises you, you're like, really? You were trying to be too smart? So I think we grapple with these hard questions as well. But I think the key is actions need to be trustworthy from these AIs, not just about data protection, your personal information protection, but also from how accurately it accomplishes all commands or all interactions.
Well, it's tough to hear because trust, you're absolutely right, but trust is such a high bar with AI systems because people, and I see this because I work with autonomous vehicles, I mean, the bar that's placed on AI system is unreasonably high.
Yeah, that is going to be I agree with you, and I think of it as it's a challenge, and it's also keeps my job, right? So from that perspective, I think of it at both sides, as a customer and as a researcher. I think as a researcher, yes, occasionally it will frustrate me that why is the bar so high for these AIs, and as a customer, then I say absolutely it has to be that high. Right, so I think that's the trade-off we have to balance, but doesn't change the fundamentals. That trust has to be earned, and the question then becomes: are we holding the AIs to a different bar in accuracy and mistakes than we hold humans? That's going to be a great societal questions for years to come, I think, for us.
Well, one of the questions that we grapple as a society now that I think about a lot, I think a lot of people in the AI think about a lot, and Alexa's taking on head on is privacy. Is the reality is us giving over data to any AI system can be used to enrich our lives in profound ways. So if basically any product that does anything awesome for you, the more data it has, the more awesome things it can do. And yet, on the other side, people imagine the worst case possible scenario. What can you possibly do with that data? People, it boils down to trust, as you said before. There's a fundamental distrust of in certain groups of governments and so on, depending on the government, depending on who's in power, depending on all these kinds of factors. And so here's Alexa in the middle of all of it, in the home, trying to do good things for the customers. So how do you think about privacy in this context, the smart assistants in the home? How do you maintain, how do you earn trust?
Absolutely. So as you said, trust is the key here. So you start with trust, and then privacy is a key aspect of it. It has to be designed from the very beginning about that. And we believe in two fundamental principles. One is transparency, and second is control. So by transparency, I mean when we build what is now called smart speaker or the first echo, we were quite judicious about making these right trade-offs on customers' behalf. That it is pretty clear when the audio is being sent to cloud, the light ring comes on when it has heard you say the word wake word, and then the streaming happens, right? So when the light ring comes up, we put a physical mute button on it, just so if you didn't want it to be listening even for the wake word, then you turn the power button, the mute button on, and that disables the microphones. That's just the first decision on essentially transparency and control. Oh, then even when we launched, we gave the control in the hands of the customers that you can go and look at any of your individual utterances that is recorded and delete them anytime. And we've cut true to that promise, right? So, and that is super, again, a great instance of showing how you have the control. Then we made it even easier. You can say, Alexa, delete what I said today. So that is now making it even just more control in your hands. With what's most convenient about this technology is voice. you delete it with your voice now. So these are the types of decisions we continually make. We just recently launched this feature called what we think of it as if you wanted humans not to review your data, because you mentioned supervised learning, right? So you in supervised learning, humans have to give some annotation, and that also is now a feature where you can essentially, if you've selected that flag, your data will not be reviewed by a human. So these are the types of controls that we have to constantly offer with customers.
So why do you think it bothers people so much that so everything you just said is really powerful? So the control, the ability to delete, because we have studies here running at MIT that collects huge amounts of data, people consent and so on. The ability to delete that data is really empowering, and almost nobody ever has to delete it, but the ability to have that control is really powerful. But still, there's these popular anecdotal evidence that people say they like to tell that them and a friend were talking about something, I don't know, sweaters for cats, and all of a sudden they'll have advertisements for cat sweaters on Amazon. That's a popular anecdote, as if something is always listening. What can you explain that anecdote, that experience that people have? What's the psychology of that? What's that experience? And you've answered it, but let me just ask: is Alexa listening?
No, Alexa listens only for the wake word on the device, right?
And the wake word is
The words like Alexa, Amazon, Echo, and but you only choose one at a time. So you choose one and it listens only for that on our devices. So that's first. From a listening perspective, we have to be very clear that it's just the wake word. So you said, why is there this anxiety, if you may?
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
because there's a lot of confusion what it really listens to, right? And I think it's partly on us to keep educating our customers and the general media more in terms of like what really happens, and we've done a lot of it. And with our pages on information are clear, but still people have to have more. There's always a hunger for information and clarity, and we'll constantly look at how best to communicate. If you go back and read everything, yes, it states exactly that, and then people could still question it, and I think that's absolutely okay to question. What we have to make sure is that we are, because our fundamental philosophy is customer first, customer obsession is our leadership principle. If you put, as researchers, I put myself in the shoes of the customer, and all decisions in Amazon are made with that in that through. And trust has to be earned, and we have to keep earning the trust of our customers in this setting. And to your other point on is there something showing up based on your conversations? No. I think the answer is a lot of times when those experiences happen, you have to also know that, okay, maybe a winter season, people are looking for sweaters, right? And it shows up on your Amazon.com because it is popular. So there are many of these, you mentioned that personality or personalization. Turns out we are not that unique either,
Yeah.
right? So those things we as humans start thinking, oh, must be because something was good and that's why this other thing showed up. The answer is no. Probably it is just the season for sweaters.
But I'm not gonna ask you this question because it's just because people have so much paranoia. But let me just say, from my perspective, I hope there's a day when customer can ask Alexa to listen all the time, to improve the experience, to improve, because I personally don't negative. Because if you have the control and if you have the trust, there's no reason why you should be listening all the time to the conversations to learn more about you. Because ultimately, as long as you have control and trust, every data you provide to the device that the device wants is going to be useful. And to me, as a machine learning person, I think it worries me how sensitive people are about their data relative to how empowering it could be for the devices around them, how enriching it could be for their own life to improve the product. So it's something I think about sort of a lot, how do we make that devices. Obviously, Alexa thinks about it a lot as well. I don't know if you want to comment on that. So, okay, have you seen, let me ask you in the form of a question. Okay. Have you seen an evolution in the way people think about their private data in the previous several years. So as we as a society get more and more comfortable to the benefits we get by sharing more data.
First, let me answer that part, and then I'll want to go back to the other aspect you were mentioning. So, as a society, on a general, we are getting more comfortable as a society. It doesn't mean that everyone is. And I think we have to respect that. I don't think one size fits all is always going to be the answer for all, right? By definition. So I think that is something to keep in mind with these. Going back to your on what more magical experiences can be launched to these kind of AI settings. I think again, if you give the control, it's possible in certain parts of it. So we have a feature called follow-up mode, where if you turn it on, and Alexa, after you've spoken to it, will open the mics again, thinking you will ask something again.
Yeah.
Like if you're adding lists to your shopping items, right, or a shopping list or to-do list, you're not done. You want to keep. So in that setting, it's awesome that it opens the mic for you to say eggs and milk and bread, right? So these are the kind of things which you can empower. So and then another feature we have, which is called Alexa Guard. I said it only listens for the wake word, all right? But if you have let's say you're going to say, Alexa, you leave your home and you want Alexa to listen for a couple of sound events, like smoke alarm going off or someone breaking your glass, right? So it's like just to keep your peace of mind. So you can say Alexa on guard or I'm away, and then it can be listening for these sound events. And when you're home, you come out of that mode, right? So this is another one where you again gave controls in the hands of the user or the customer, and to enable some experience that is high utility and maybe even more delightful in the certain settings like follow-up mode and so forth. And again, the general principle is the same: control in the hands of the customer.
So I know we kind of started with a lot of philosophy, a lot of interesting topics, and we're just jumping all over the place. But really, some of the fascinating things that the Alexa team and Amazon is doing is in the algorithm side, the data side, the technology, the deep learning, machine learning, and so on. So can you give a brief history of Alexa from the perspective of just innovation, the algorithms, the data, of how it was born, how it came to be, how it has grown, where it is today?
Yeah, it starts with in Amazon. Everything starts with the customer, and we have a process called working backwards. Alexa, and more specifically than the product Echo, there was a working backwards document essentially that reflected what it would be. It started with a very simple vision statement, for instance, that morphed into a full-fledged document. Along the way, it changed into what all it can do. Right? You can, but the inspiration was the Star Trek computer. So when you think of it that way, everything is possible. But when you launch a product, you have to start with some place. And when I joined, the product was already in conception, and we started working on the far field speech recognition because that was the first thing to solve. By that we mean that you should be able to speak to a device from a distance. And in those days, that wasn't a common practice. And even in the previous research world I was in was considered to an unsolvable problem there in terms of whether you could converse from a length. And here I'm still talking about the first part of the problem where you say, get the attention of the device, as in by saying what we call the wake word, which means the word Alexa has to be detected with a very high accuracy because it is a very common word. It has sound units that map with words like I like you or Alex, right? So it's a undoubtedly hard problem to detect the right mentions of Alexa's address to the device versus I like Alexa.
So you have to pick up that signal when there's a lot of noise.
Not only noise, but a lot of conversation in the house, right? You remember on the device, you're simply listening for the wake word, Alexa. And there's a lot of words being spoken in the house. How do you know it's Alexa and directed at Alexa? Because I could say, I love my Alexa, I hate my Alexa, I want Alexa to do this. And in all these 3 sentences, I said Alexa, I didn't want it to wake up.
Can I just pause on that a second? What would be your advice that I should probably, in the introduction of this conversation, give to people in terms of with them turning off their Alexa device if they're listening to this podcast conversation out loud? Like, what's the probability that an Alexa device will go off? Because we mentioned Alexa like a million times.
So it will. We have done a lot of different things where we can figure out that there is the device, the speech is coming from a human versus over the air. Also, in terms of like, also it is, think about ads or so we have also launched a technology for watermarking kind of approaches in terms of filtering it out. But yes, if this kind of a podcast is happening, it's possible your device will wake up a few times.
Okay.
Right? It's an unsolved problem, but it is definitely something we care very much about.
But
right?
the idea is we want to detect Alexa.
Meant for the device.
So the device. I mean, first of all, just even hearing Alexa versus I like something. I mean, that's a fascinating question. So that was the first really.
That's the first
the
one.
world's best detector of Alexa.
Yeah, world's best wake word detector in a far field setting, not like something where the phone is sitting on the table. This is like people who have devices 40 feet away, like in my house, or 20 feet away, and still get an answer. So that was the first one. The next is, okay, you're speaking to the device. Of course, you're going to issue many different requests. Some may be simple, some may be extremely hard, but it's a large vocabulary speech recognition problem, essentially, where the audio is now not coming onto your phone or a handheld mic like this or a close talking mic, but it's from 20 feet away, where if you're in a busy household, your son may be listening to music, your daughter may be running around with something and asking your mom something and so forth, right? So this is like a common household setting where the words you're speaking to Alexa need to be recognized with very high accuracy, right? Now we're still just in the recognition problem. We haven't yet got to the understanding yet, right?
And if it pause, I'm sorry once again. What year was this? Is this before neural networks began to start to seriously prove themselves in the audio space?
Yeah, this was around. So I joined in 2013 in April, right? So the early research in neural networks coming back and showing some promising results in speech recognition space had started happening. It was very early, but we just now build on that. On the very first thing we did when I joined and we with the team, and remember it was a very much of a startup environment, which is great about Amazon, and we doubled down on deep learning right away, and we knew we'll have to improve accuracy fast, and because of that, we worked on and the scale of data. Once you have a device like this, if it is successful, will improve big time. Like you'll suddenly have large volumes of data to learn from to make the customer experience better. So how do you scale deep learning? So we did our one of the first works in training with distributed GPUs, and where the training time was linear in terms of like in the amount of data. So that was quite important work, where it was algorithmic improvements as well as a lot of engineering improvements to be able to train on thousands and thousands of speech. And that was an important factor. So if you ask me, like back in 2013 and 2014, we launched Echo. The combination of large-scale data, deep learning progress, near-infrared GPUs we had available on AWS even then, was all came together for us to be able to solve the far field speech recognition to the extent it could be useful to the customers. Still not solved. Like, I mean, it's not that we're perfect at recognizing speech, but we're great at it in terms of the settings that are in homes, right? So, and that was important even in the early stages.
But first of all, Stephen, I'm trying to look back at that time. If I remember correctly, it seems like the task would be pretty daunting. So so we kind of take it for granted that it works now.
Yes.
Right. So let me, how, first of all, you mentioned startup. I wasn't familiar how big the team was. Because I know there's a lot of really smart people working on it. So now it's a very, very large team. How big was the team? How likely were you to fail in the eyes of everyone else?
and ourselves.
and yourself. So what?
I'll give you a very interesting anecdote on that. when I joined the team, the speech recognition team was 6 people. My first meeting, then we had hired a few more people. It was 10 people. 9 out of 10 people thought it can't be done. Right?
Who was the one?
The one was me saying, and actually I should say, and one was semi-optimistic.
Yeah.
And 8 were trying to convince, let's go to the management and say, let's not work on this problem. Let's work on some other problem like either telephony speech for customer service calls and so forth. But this is the kind of belief you must have. And I had experience with far field speech recognition, and my eyes lit up when I saw a problem like that, saying, okay, we have been in speech recognition always looking for that killer app. And this was a killer use case to bring something delightful in the hands of customers.
So you mentioned the way you kind of think of it in the product way in the future, have a press release and an FAQ, and you think backwards. Did the team have the echo in mind? So this far field speech recognition is actually putting a thing in the home that works, that's able to interact with. Was that the press release? What was the
way close, I would say, in terms of the, as I said, the vision was Star Trek computer, right?
Yeah.
So, or the inspiration. And from there, I can't divulge all the exact specifications, but one of the first things that was magical on Alexa was music. It brought me back to music because my taste was still in when I was an undergrad.
Right.
So I still listened to those songs, and it was too hard for me to be a music fan with a phone, right? So I hate things in my ear. So from that perspective, it was quite hard, and music was part of the at least the documents I've seen, right? So from that perspective, I think yes, in terms of our how far are we from the original vision? I can't reveal that, but that's why I have a ton of fun at work, because every day we go in and thinking like these are the new set of challenges to solve.
Yeah, it's a great way to do great engineering. Is you think of the press release. I like that idea. Actually, maybe we'll talk about it a bit later. It was just a super nice way to have focus.
I'll tell you this: you're a scientist, and a lot of my scientists have adopted that. They have now they love it as a process, because it was very. As scientists, you're trained to write great papers, but they are all after you've done the research or you've proven that. And your PhD dissertation proposal is something that comes closest, or a DARPA proposal or a NSF proposal is the closest that comes to a press release. But that process is now ingrained in our scientists, which is like delightful for me to see.
You write the paper first and make it happen.
That's right. I mean, like that's not
state-of-the-art results.
Or you leave the results section open, or you have a thesis about here's what I expect, right? And here's what it will change, right? So I think it is a great thing. It works for researchers as well.
So far field recognition.
Yeah.
What was the big leap? What were the breakthroughs, and what was that journey like to today?
Yeah, I think as you said first, there was a lot of skepticism on whether far field speech recognition will ever work to be good enough, right? And what we first did was got a lot of training data in a far field setting, and that was extremely hard to get because none of it existed. So how do you collect data in far field setting, right?
With no customer base.
With no customer base, right? So that was first innovation. And once we had that, the next thing was, okay, if you have the data, first of all, we didn't talk about like what would magical mean in this kind of a setting. What is good enough for customers, right? That's always, since you've never done this before, what would be magic? So it wasn't just a research problem. You had to put some, in terms of accuracy and customer experience features, some stakes on the ground. Here's where I think it should get to. So you establish the bar. And how do you measure progress toward it, given you have no customer right now? So from that perspective, we went, so first was the data without customers. Second was doubling down on deep learning as a way to learn. And I can just tell you that the combination of the two cut our error rates by a factor of 5. From where we were, I started to, within 6 months of having that data, at that point, I got the conviction that this will work. right? So because that was magical in terms of when it started working, and
That reached the
that's
magical, came close to the magical bar.
to the bar, right? That we felt would be where people will use it. That was critical because you really have one chance at this. If we had launched in November 2014 is when we launched. If it was below the bar, I don't think this category exists if you don't meet the bar.
Yeah, and just having looked at voice-based interactions, like in the car or earlier systems, it's a source of huge frustration for people. In fact, we use voice-based interaction for collecting data on subjects to measure frustration.
Yeah.
So as a training set for computer vision, for face data, so we can get a data set of frustrated people. That's the best way to get frustrated people is having them interact with a voice-based system in the car. So that bar, I imagine, is pretty high.
It was very high, and we talked about how also errors are perceived from AIs versus errors by humans. But we are not done with the problems that ended up we had to solve to get it to learn. So you want the next one?
Yeah.
So the next one was what I think of as multi-domain natural language understanding. It's very, I wouldn't say easy, but it is during those days. Solving it, understanding in one domain, a narrow domain, was doable, but for these multiple domains like music, like information, other kinds of household productivity, alarms, timers, even though it wasn't as big as it is in terms of the number of skills Alexa has and the confusion space has like grown by 3 orders of magnitude, it was still daunting even those days. And
Again, no customer base yet.
again, no customer base. So now you're looking at meaning understanding and intent understanding and taking actions on behalf of customers based on their requests. And that is the next hard problem. Even if you have gotten the words recognized, how do you make sense of them? In those days, there was still a lot of emphasis on rule-based systems for writing grammar patterns to understand the intent. But we had a statistical first approach even then, where for our language understanding, we had in even those starting days an entity recognizer and an intent classifier, which was all trained statistically. In fact, we had to build the deterministic matching as a follow-up to fix bugs that statistical models have, right? So it was just a different mindset where we focused on data-driven statistical understanding.
Wins in the end if you have a huge data set.
Yes, it is contingent on that, and that's why it came back to how do you get the data before customers. The fact that this is why data becomes crucial to get to the point that you have the understanding system built up. And notice that for we were talking about human-machine dialogue, and even those early days, even it was very much transactional. Do one thing, one shot utterances in a great way. There was a lot of debate on how much should Alexa talk back in terms of if it misunderstood you or you said play songs by the Stones, and let's say it doesn't know, early days knowledge can be sparse. Who are the Stones, right? It's the Rolling Stones, right? So, and you don't want the match to be Stone Temple Pilots or Rolling Stones, right? So you don't know which one it is. So these kind of other signals to, there we had great assets, right, from Amazon in terms of
UX. Like, what kind of, how do you solve that problem?
in terms of what we think of it as an entity resolution problem, right? So, which one is it, right? I mean, even if you figured out the Stones is an entity, you have to resolve it to whether it's the Stones or the Stone Temple Pilots or some other Stones.
Maybe I misunderstood. Is the resolution the job of the algorithm, or is the job of UX communicating with human to help the resolution?
Well, there is both, right? It is you want 90% or high 90s to be done without any further questioning or UX, right? So, but that is absolutely okay. Just like as humans, we ask the question, I didn't understand UX. It's fine for Alexa to occasionally say, I did not understand you, right? And that's an important way to learn. And I'll talk about where we have come with more self-learning with these kind of feedback signals. But in those days, just solving the ability of understanding the intent and resolving to an action where action could be play a particular artist or a particular song was super hot. Again, the bar was high as we are talking about, right? So while we launched it in sort of 13 big domains, I would say, in terms of our, we think of it as 13 big skills we had. Like music is a massive one when we launched it, and now we have 90,000 plus skills on Alexa.
So what are the big skills that you just could go over them? Because the only thing I use it for is music, weather, and shopping.
So we think of it as music, information, right? So weather is a part of information, right? So when we launched, we didn't have smart home, but within by smart home I mean connect your smart devices, you control them with voice. If you haven't done it, it's worth. It will change
Like
your life.
turning on the lights.
Yeah, turning on your lights to anything that's connected and has a. It's just
What's your favorite smart device for you?
my light.
Light?
And now you have the smart plug with, and you don't. We also have this Echo plug, which is.
Oh yeah, you can plug it in.
Plug it in, and now you can turn that one on and off.
I
Right?
use
So
this conversation motivation to get
the
one.
garage door, you can check your status of the garage door and things like. And we have gone make Alexa more and more proactive, where it even has hunches now that. Or looks hunches like you left your light on. Or let's say you've got to your bed and you left the garage light on. So so it will help you out in these settings, right? So
That's smart devices.
right.
Information, smart devices, said music.
Yeah. So I don't remember everything we had,
Yeah,
but
but
alarms,
those are the big
timers
ones.
were
Yeah.
the big ones. Like
Yeah.
that was, the timers were very popular right away. Music also, like you could play song, artist, album, everything, and so that was like a clear win in terms of the customer experience. So that's again, this is language understanding. Now things have evolved, right? So where we want Alexa definitely to be more accurate, competent, trustworthy based on how well it does these core things. But we have evolved in many different dimensions. First is what I think of it as more conversational for high utility, not just for chat, right? And there at Remars this year, which is our AI conference, we launched what is called Alexa Conversations. That is providing the ability for developers to author multi-turn experiences on Alexa with no code, essentially, where in terms of the dialogue code. Initially, it was like, all these IVR systems, you have to fully author if the customer says this, do that, right? So the whole dialogue flow is hand authored. And with extra conversations, the way it is that you just provide a sample interaction data with your service or your API, let's say your Atom tickets that provides a service for buying movie tickets. You provide a few examples of how your customers will interact with your APIs. And then the dialog flow is automatically constructed using a recurrent neural network trained on that data. So that simplifies the developer experience. We just launched our preview for the developers to try this capability out. And then the second part of it, which shows even increased utility for customers, is you and I, when we interact with Alexa or any customer, as I'm coming back to our initial part of the conversation, the goal is often unclear or unknown to the AI. If I say, Alexa, what movies are playing nearby? Am I trying to just buy movie tickets? Am I actually even, do you think I'm looking for just movies for curiosity, whether the Avengers is still in theater or when is it? Maybe it's gone and maybe it will come on my listed. So I may watch it on Prime, right, which happened to me. So from that perspective now, you're looking into what is my goal? And let's say I now complete the movie ticket purchase. Maybe I would like to get dinner nearby. So what is really the goal here? Is it night out or is it movies? As in just go watch a movie? The answer is we don't know. So can Alexa now figure we have the intelligence that I think this meta goal is really night out, or at least say to the customer when you've completed the purchase of movie tickets from Atom Tickets or Fandango or Quick or anyone. Then the next thing is, do you want to get an Uber to the theater, right? Or do you want to book a restaurant next to it? And then not ask the same information over and over again. What time? What? How many people in your party? Right? So So this is where you shift the cognitive burden from the customer to the AI, where it's thinking of what is your, it anticipates your goal and takes the next best action to complete it. Now that's the machine learning problem. But essentially, the way we solved this first instance, and we're a long way to go to make it scale to everything possible in the world. But at least for this situation, it is from at every instance, Alexa is making the determination whether it should stick with the experience with atom tickets or offer or you based on what you say, whether either you have completed the interaction or you said no, get me the Uber now. So it will shift context into another experience or skill or another service. So that's a dynamic decision making. That's making Alexa, you can say, more conversational for the benefit of the customer, rather than simply complete transactions which are well thought through. You as a customer has fully specified what you want to be accomplished. It's accomplishing that.
So it's kind of as we do this with pedestrians, like intent modeling. It's predicting what your possible goals are, and the most likely goal, and then switching that depending on the things you say. My question is, there seems, maybe it's a dumb question, but it would help a lot if Alexa remembered me what I said previously.
Right.
Is it trying to use some memories for the customer?
Yeah, it is using a lot of memory within that. So right now, not so much in terms of, okay, which restaurant do you prefer? Right, that is a more long-term memory, but within the short-term memory, within the session, it is remembering how many people did you. So if you said buy 4 tickets, now it has made an implicit assumption that you need at least 4 seats at a restaurant, right? So these are the kind of context it's preserving between these skills, but within that session. But you're asking the right question in terms of, for it to be more and more useful, it has to have more long-term memory, and that's also an open question. And again, this was still early days.
So for me, I mean, everybody's different, but yeah, I'm definitely not representative of the general population in the sense that I do the same thing every day. Like I eat the same, like I do everything the same thing. Wear the same thing clearly. This or the black shirt. So it's frustrating when Alexa doesn't get what I'm saying because I have to correct her every time the exact same way. This has to do with certain songs. Like she doesn't know certain weird songs, and doesn't know. Complain to Spotify about this. Talk to the RD head of RD at Spotify. Stairway to Heaven. I have to correct it every time.
Really?
It doesn't play Led Zeppelin correctly. It plays the cover of Stairway to Heaven. So
you should send me your next time it fails. Feel free to send it to me. We'll take care of it.
Okay. Well,
because Led Zeppelin is one of my favorite bands. It works for me, so it's like shocked it doesn't work for you.
This is an official plug report. I'll make it public. I'll get ready to retweet it. I'm gonna fix this Stairway to Heaven. Anyway, but the point is, I'm pretty boring and do the same thing, but I'm sure most people do the same set of things. Do you see Alexa sort of utilizing that in the future for improving the experience?
Yes, and not only utilizing, it's already doing some of it. We call it where Alexa is becoming more self-learning. So Alexa is now auto-correcting millions and millions of utterances in the US without any human supervision. The way it does it is, let's take an example of a particular song didn't work for you. What do you do next? You either played the wrong song and you said, Alexa, no, that's not the song I want. Or you say, Alexa, play that, you try it again. And that is a signal to Alexa that she may have done something wrong. And from that perspective, we can learn if there's that failure pattern or that action of song A was played when song B was requested.
Yes.
It's very common with station names because play NPR, you can have N be confused as an M, and then for a certain accent like mine, people confuse my N and M all the time, and because I have a Indian accent, they're confusable to humans. So it is for Alexa too, and in that part where it starts autocorrecting, and we correct a lot of these automatically without the human looking at the failures.
So one of the things that's for me missing in Alexa, I don't know if I'm a representative customer, but every time I correct it, it would be nice to know that made a difference.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like the
Yeah.
sort of like I heard you like sort of
Some acknowledgement of that.
we work a lot with Tesla. We study autopilot and so on. And a large amount of the customers that use Tesla autopilot, they feel like they're always teaching the system. They're almost excited by the possibility that they're teaching. I don't know if Alexa customers generally think of it as they're teaching to improve the system, and that's a really powerful thing.
Again, I would say it's a spectrum. Some customers do think that way, and some would be annoyed by Alexa acknowledging that. Or so there's again no one. While there are certain patterns, not everyone is the same in this way. But we believe that again, customers helping Alexa is a tenet for us in terms of improving it. Hence, more self-learning is by, again, this is like fully unsupervised, right? There is no human in the loop and no labeling happening. And based on your actions as a customer, Alexa becomes smarter. Again, it's early days, but I think this whole area of teachable AI is going to get bigger and bigger in the whole space, especially in the AI assistant space. So that's the second part where I mentioned more conversational. This is more self-learning. The third is more natural. And the way I think of more natural is we talked about how Alexa sounds. And and we've done a lot of advances in our text-to-speech by using, again, neural network technology for it to sound very human-like.
From the individual texture of the sound to the timing, the tonality, the tone,
everything. I would think in terms of there's a lot of controls in each of the places for how the speed of the voice, the prosodic patterns, the actual smoothness of how it sounds. All of those are factored, and we do a ton of listening tests to make sure because that what naturalness, how it sounds should be very natural. How it understands requests is also very important. And in terms of we have 95,000 skills, and if we have, imagine that in many of these skills, you have to remember the skill name and say, Alexa, ask the tide skill to tell me X, right? Or now, if you have to remember the skill name, that means the discovery and the interaction is unnatural, and we are trying to solve that by what we think of as again. You don't have to have the app metaphor here. These are not individual apps, right? Even though you're not sort of opening one at a time and interacting. So it should be seamless because it's voice. And when it's voice, you have to be able to understand these requests independent of the specificity, like a skill. And to do that, what we have done is again build a deep learning based capability where we shortlist a bunch of skills when you say, Alexa, get me a car. And then we figure it out, okay, meant for an Uber skill versus a Lyft or based on your preferences. And then you can rank the responses from the skill and then choose the best response for the customer. So that's one of the more natural. Other examples of more natural is like we were talking about lists, for instance, and you don't want to say, Alexa, add milk, Alexa, add eggs, Alexa, add cookies. No, Alexa, add cookies, milk, and eggs, and that in one shot, right? So that works. That helps with the naturalness. We talked about memory, if you said, you can say, Alexa, remember, I have to go to mom's house, or you may have entered a calendar event through your calendar that's linked to Alexa. You don't want to remember whether it's in my calendar or did I tell you to remember something or some other reminder, right? So you have to now, independent of how customers create these events, it should just say, Alexa, when do I have to go to mom's house? And it tells you when you have to go to mom's house.
That's a fascinating problem. Who is that problem on? So there's people who create skills. Who's tasked integrating all of that knowledge together so the skills become seamless? Is it the creators of the skills, or is it an infrastructure that Alexa provides? The problem.
It's both. I think the large problem in terms of making sure your skill quality is high, that has to be done by our tools because so these skills, just to put the context, they are built through Alexa Skill, which is a self-serve way of building an experience on Alexa. This is like any developer in the world could go to Alexa Skills Kit and build an experience on Alexa. Like if you're on Domino's, you can build a Domino's skills, for instance, that does pizza. When you authored that, you do want to now, if people say Alexa open Domino's or Alexa ask Domino's to get a particular type of pizza, that will work. But the discovery is hard. You can't just say Alexa get me a pizza and then Alexa figures out what to do.
Yeah.
That latter part is definitely our responsibility in terms of when the request is not fully specific. How do you figure out what's the best skill or a service that can fulfill the customer's request? And it can keep evolving. Imagine going to the situation I said, which was the night out planning, that the goal could be more than that individual request that came. A pizza ordering could mean a nighting,
Yeah.
where you're having an event with your kids in your house, and you're. So this is welcome to the world of conversational AI.
This is super exciting because it's not the academic problem of NLP, of natural language processing, understanding dialogue. This is like real world.
This
And
is real
the
world.
stakes are high in the sense that customers get frustrated quickly, people get frustrated quickly, so you have to get it right. You have to get that interaction right. So it's I love it. But so from that perspective, what are the challenges today? What are the problems that really need to be solved in the
Yeah,
next few years?
I think first and foremost, as I mentioned, that to get the basics right is still true. Basically, even the one-shot request, which we think of as transaction request, needs to work magically. No question about that. If it doesn't turn your light on and off, you'll be super frustrated. Even if I can complete the night out for you and not do that, that is unacceptable as a customer, right? So that you have to get the foundational understanding going very well. The second aspect, when I said more conversational, is, as you imagine, is more about reasoning. It is really about figuring out what the latent goal is of the customer based on what I have the information now and the history. What's the next best thing to do? So that's a complete reasoning and decision making problem. Just like your self-driving car, but the goal is still more finite. Here, it evolves. Your environment is super hard in self-driving, and the cost of a mistake is huge. Here, but there are certain similarities. But if you think about how many decisions Alexa is making or evaluating at any given time, it's a huge hypothesis space. And we're only talked about so far about what I think of reactive decision in terms of you ask for something and Alexa is reacting to it. If you bring the proactive part, which is Alexa having hunches, so any given instance, then it's really a decision at any given point based on the information. Alexa has to determine what's the best thing it needs to do. So these are the ultimate AI problem about decisions based on the information.
Do you think, from my perspective, is a lot. I work a lot with sensing of the human face. Do you think they'll? And we touched this topic a little bit earlier, but do you think it'll be a day soon when Alexa can also look at you to help improve the quality of the hunch it has, or at least detect frustration, or detect, improve the quality of its perception of what you're trying to do?
I mean, let me again bring back to what it already does. We talked about how based on you barge in over Alexa, clearly it's a very high probability it must have done something wrong. That's why you barged. The next extension of whether frustration is a signal or not, of course, is a natural thought in terms of how that should be a signal to a.
You can get that from voice.
You can get from voice, but it's very hard. Like, I mean, frustration as a signal historically, if you think about emotions of different kinds, there's a whole field of affective computing, something that MIT has also done a lot of research in, is super hard. And you're now talking about a far field device, as in you're talking to a distance, noisy environment. And in that environment, it needs to have a good sense for your emotions. This is a very, very hard problem.
Very hard problem. But you haven't shied away from hard problems. So, so deep learning has been at the core of a lot of this technology. Are you optimistic about the current deep learning approaches to solving the hardest aspects of what we're talking about? Or do you think there will come a time where new ideas need to, if you look at reasoning, the OpenAI DeepMind, a lot of folks are now starting to work in reasoning, trying to see how to make neural networks reason. Do you see that new approaches need to be invented to take the next big leap
Absolutely. I think there has to be a lot more investment, and I think in many different ways. And there are these, I would say, nuggets of research forming in a good way, like learning with less data, or like zero shot learning, one shot learning.
And the active learning stuff you've talked about
Yes.
is incredible.
Yes. So transfer learning is also super critical, especially when you're thinking about applying knowledge from one task to another or one language to another, right? It's really right. So these are great pieces. Deep learning has been useful too, and now we are sort of marrying deep learning uh, with transfer learning and active learning. Of course, that's more straightforward in terms of applying deep learning in an active learning setup. But I do think in terms of now looking into more reasoning-based approaches is going to be key for our next wave of the technology. But there is a good news. The good news is that I think for keeping on to delight customers, that a lot of it can be done by prediction tasks. So we haven't exhausted that. So we don't need to give up on the deep learning approaches for that. So that's just I wanted to sort
So
of
creating a rich, filling, amazing experience that makes Amazon a lot of money and everybody a lot of money because it does awesome things. Deep learning is enough. The point.
I don't think so. No, I wouldn't say deep learning is enough. I think for the purposes of Alexa accomplish the task with customers, I'm saying there are still a lot of things we can do with prediction-based approaches that do not reason. Right? I'm not saying that, and we haven't exhausted those. But for the kind of high utility experiences that I'm personally passionate about of what Alexa needs to do, reasoning has to be solved to the same extent as you can think of natural language understanding and speech recognition to the extent of understanding intents has been how accurate it has become. But reasoning, we are very, very early days.
Let me ask it another way. How hard of a problem do you think that is?
Hardest of them. I would say hardest of them because, again, the hypothesis space of is really, really large. And when you go back in time, like you were saying, I want Alexa to remember more things. That once you go beyond a session of interaction, which is by session I mean a time span, which is today, to versus remembering which restaurant I like, and then when I'm planning a night out to say, do you want to go to the same restaurant? Now you're up the stakes big time, and this is where the reasoning dimension also goes way, way bigger.
So you think the space, maybe elaborate that a little bit, just philosophically speaking, do you think when you reason about trying to model what the goal of a person is in the context of interacting with Alexa, you think that space is huge?
It's huge. Absolutely.
Do you think so? Like another sort of devil's advocate would be that we human beings are really simple and we all want like just a small set of things. And then, so do you think it's possible? Because we're not talking about a fulfilling general conversation. Perhaps actually the Alexa Prize is a little bit more about after that. Creating a customer, like there's so many of the interactions, it feels like are clustered in groups that don't require general reasoning.
I think, yeah, you're right in terms of the head of the distribution of all the possible things customers may want to accomplish. But the tail is long and diverse, right? So from that,
many long tails.
So from that perspective, I think you have to solve that problem. Otherwise, and everyone's very different. Like I mean, we see this already in terms of the skills, right? I mean, if you're an avid surfer, which I am not, right? But somebody is asking Alexa about surfing conditions, right? And there's a skill that is there for them to get to, right? That tells you that the tail is massive, like in terms of like what kind of skills people have created. It's humongous in terms of it, and which means there are these diverse needs. And when you start looking at the combinations of these, right? Even if you have pairs of skills, and 90,000 troops too, it's still a big kind of combinations. So I'm saying there's a huge to do here now, and I think customers are, wonderfully frustrated with things, and we have to keep getting to do better things for them. So
and they're not known to be super patient, so you have to
Do it fast.
You have to do it fast. So you mentioned the idea of a press release, the research and development, Amazon, Alexa, and Amazon General. You kind of think of what the future product will look like, and you kind of make it happen. You work backwards. So can you draft me? You probably already have one, but can you make up one for 10, 20, 30, 40 years out that you see the Alexa team putting out? Just in broad strokes, something that you dream about.
I think let's start with the 5 years first, right? So, and I'll get to the 40s too.
So pretty
Too
sure
hard
you
to
have
think.
a real 5 year one. That's not anyone else. We have broad strokes. Let's start with
I think the 5 years where I think of in these spaces, it's hard, especially if you're in thick of things, to think beyond the 5 year space because a lot of things change, right? If you ask me 5 years back, will Alexa will be here? I wouldn't have. I think it has surpassed my imagination of that time, right? So I think in the from the next 5 years perspective, from a AI perspective, what we're gonna see is that notion which you said, goal-oriented dialogues and open domain like Alexa Prize. I think that bridge is gonna get closed. They won't be different, and I'll give you why that's the case. You mentioned shopping. How do you shop? Do you shop in one shot? Sure, your AA batteries, paper towels. Yes. How long does it take for you to buy a camera? You do a ton of research, then you make a decision. So is that a goal-oriented dialogue when somebody says, Alexa, find me a camera? Is it simply inquisitiveness? Right. So even if it's something that you think of it as shopping, which you said you yourself use a lot of, if you go beyond where it's reorders or items where you sort of are not brand conscious and so forth. That was just in shopping.
Yeah, just to comment quickly, I've never bought anything through Alexa that I haven't bought before on Amazon on the desktop after I clicked on a bunch and read a bunch of reviews, that kind of stuff. So it's repurchase.
So now you think in even for something that you felt like is a finite goal, I think the space is huge because even products, the attributes are many. And you want to look at reviews, some on Amazon, some outside, some you want to look at what CNET is saying or another consumer forum is saying about even a product, for instance, right? So that's just shopping where you could argue the ultimate goal is sort of no. And we haven't talked about Alexa, what's the weather in Cape Cod this weekend? Right. So why am I asking that weather question? Right. So I think of it as how do you complete goals with minimum steps for our customers, right? And when you think of it that way, the distinction between goal-oriented and conversations for open domain's sake goes away. I may want to know what happened in the presidential debate, right? And is it I'm seeking just information or I'm looking at who's winning, winning the debates, right? So these are all quite hard problems. So even the 5 year horizon problem, I'm like, I sure hope we'll solve these.
Right? You're optimistic because that's a hard problem.
Which part?
The reasoning enough to be able to help explore complex goals that are beyond something simplistic. That feels like it could be. Well, 5 years is a nice.
It's a nice bar for it, right? I think you will. It's a nice ambition. And do we have press releases for that? Absolutely. Can I tell you what specifically the roadmap will be? No, right? And what and will we solve all of it in the 5 year space? No. This is we'll work on this forever. Actually, this is the hardest of the AI problems, and I don't see that being solved even in a 40-year horizon, because even if you limit to the human intelligence, we know we are quite far from. In fact, every aspect of our sensing to neural processing to how brain stores information and how it processes it, we don't yet know how to represent knowledge, right? So we are still in those early stages. So I wanted to start, that's why, at the 5 year, because the 5 year success would look like that in solving these complex goals. And the 40 year would be where it's just natural to talk to these in terms of more of these complex goals. Right now, we've already come to the point where these transactions you mentioned, of asking for weather or reordering something or listening to your favorite tune, it's natural for you to ask Alexa. It's now unnatural to pick up your phone, right? And that, I think, is the first 5-year transformation. The next 5-year transformation would be, okay, I can plan my weekend with Alexa, or I can plan my next meal with Alexa, or my next night out with Seamless.
So just to pause and look back at the big picture of it all, this is you're part of a large team that's creating a system that's in the home, that's not human, that gets to interact with human beings. So we human beings, we these descendants of apes, have created an artificial intelligence system that's able to have conversations. I mean that to me, the two most transformative robots of this century, I think, will be autonomous vehicles, but they're a little bit transformative in a more boring way. It's like a tool. I think conversational agents in the home is like an experience. How does that make you feel? That you're at the center of creating that? Did you sit back in awe sometimes? What is your what's your feeling about the whole mess of it? Can you even believe that we're able to create something like this?
I think it's a privilege. I'm so fortunate, like where I ended up, right? And it's been a long journey. Like I've been in this space for a long time in Cambridge, right? And it's so heartwarming to see the kind of adoption conversational agents are having. 5 years back, it was almost like, should I move out of this because we are unable to find this killer application that customers would love, that would not simply be a good to have thing in research labs. And it's so fulfilling to see it make a difference to millions and billions of people worldwide. The good thing is that it's still very early. So I have another 20 years of job security doing what I love. So I think from that perspective, I tell every researcher this that joins, or every member of my team, that this is a unique privilege. I think we have, and I would say not just launching Alexa in 2014, which was first of its kind. Along the way, we have, when we launched Alexa Skills Kit, it became democratizing AI. When before that, there was no good evidence of an SDK for speech and language. Now we are coming to this where you and I are having this conversation, where I'm not saying, oh, next, planning a night out with an AI agent, impossible. I'm saying it's in the realm of possibility, and not only possibility, we'll be launching this, right? So, some elements of that, it will keep getting better. We know that is a universal truth. Once you have these kind of agents out there being used, they get better for your customers, and I think that's where I think the amount of research topics we are throwing out at our budding researchers is just gonna be exponentially hard. And the great thing is you can now get immense satisfaction by having customers use it, not just a paper in NeurEps or another conference.
I think everyone, myself included, are deeply excited about that future. So I don't think there's a better place to end. Rohit, thank you so much for talking today. This was fun.
Thank you. Same here.
Thanks for listening to the conversation with Rohit Prasad. And thank you to our presenting sponsor, Cash App. Download it, use code LEXPODCAST. You'll get $10, and $10 will go to FIRST, a STEM education nonprofit that inspires hundreds of thousands of young minds to learn and to dream of engineering our future. If you enjoy this podcast, subscribe on YouTube, give it 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support it on Patreon, or connect with me on Twitter. And now, let me leave you with some words of wisdom from the great Alan Turing. Sometimes it is the people no one can imagine anything of who do the things no one can imagine. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. The following is a conversation with Michael Stevens, the creator of Vsauce, one of the most popular educational YouTube channels in the world. with over 15 million subscribers and over 1.7 billion views. His videos often ask and answer questions that are both profound and entertaining, spanning topics from physics to psychology. Popular questions include, what if everyone jumped at once? Or what if the sun disappeared? Or why are things creepy? Or what if the earth stopped spinning? As part of his channel, he created 3 seasons of Mindfield, a series that explored human behavior. His curiosity and passion are contagious and inspiring to millions of people. So as an educator, his impact and contribution to the world is truly immeasurable. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, give 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled Fridman. I recently started doing ads at the end of the introduction. I'll do 1 or 2 minutes after introducing the episode, and never any ads in the middle that break the flow of the conversation. I hope that works for you and doesn't hurt the listening experience. This show is presented by Cash App, the #1 finance app in the App Store. I personally use Cash App to send money to friends, but you can also use it to buy, sell, and deposit Bitcoin in just seconds. Cash App also has a new investing feature. You can buy a fraction of the stock, say $1 worth, no matter what the stock price is. Brokerage services are provided by Cash App Investing, a subsidiary of Square and member SIPC. I'm excited to be working with Cash App to support one of my favorite organizations called FIRST, best known for their FIRST robotics and Lego competitions. They educate and inspire hundreds of thousands of students in over 110 countries and have a perfect rating on Charity Navigator, which means the donated money is used to maximum effectiveness. When you get Cash App in the App Store, Google Play, and use code LEXPODCAST, you'll get $10. Cash App will also donate $10 to FIRST, which again is an organization that I've personally seen inspire girls and boys to dream of engineering a better world. And now, here's my conversation with Michael Stevens. One of your deeper interests is psychology, understanding human behavior. You've pointed out how messy studying human behavior is, and that it's far from the scientific rigor of something like physics, for example. How do you think we can take psychology from where it's been in the 20th century to something more like what the physicists, theoretical physicists, are doing, something precise, something rigorous?
Well, we could do it by finding the physical foundations of psychology, right? If all of our emotions, moods, and feelings and behaviors are the result of mechanical behaviors of atoms and molecules in our brains, then can we find correlations? Perhaps like chaos makes that really difficult, and the uncertainty principle and all these things. Like we can't know the position and velocity of every single, quantum state in a brain, probably. But I think that if we can get to that point with psychology, then we can start to think about consciousness in a physical and mathematical way. When we ask questions like, well, what is self-reference? How can you think about yourself thinking? What are some mathematical structures that could bring that about?
There's ideas of, in terms of consciousness and breaking it down into physics, there's ideas of panpsychism where people believe that whatever consciousness is a fundamental part of reality. It's almost like a physics law. Do you think, what's your views on consciousness? Do you think it has this deep part of reality, or is it something that's deeply human and constructed by us humans?
Starting nice and light and easy.
Nothing I asked you today has an actually proven answer, so we're just hypothesizing.
So and I should clarify, this is all speculation, and I'm not an expert in any of these topics, and I'm not God. Yeah. But I think that consciousness is probably something that can be fully explained within the laws of physics. I think that our bodies and brains and the universe and at the quantum level is so rich and complex. I'd be surprised if we couldn't find a room for consciousness there. And why should we be conscious? Why are we aware of ourselves? That is a very strange and interesting and important question. And I think for the next few thousand years, we're going to have to believe in answers purely on faith. But my guess is that we will find that within the configuration space of possible arrangements of the universe, there are some that contain memories of others. Literally, Julian Barber calls them time capsule states, where you're like, yeah, not only do I have a scratch on my arm, but also this state of the universe also contains a memory in my head of being scratched by my cat 3 days ago. And for some reason, those kinds of states of the universe are more plentiful or more likely.
When you say those states, the ones that contain memories of its past, or ones that contain memories of its past and have degrees of consciousness?
Just the first part, because I think the consciousness then emerges from the fact that a state of the universe that contains fragments or memories of other states is one where you're going to feel like there's time. You're going to feel like, yeah, things happened in the past, and I don't know what'll happen in the future because these states don't contain information about the future. For some reason, those kind of states are either more common, more plentiful, or you can use the anthropic principle and just say, well, they're extremely rare. But until you are in one, or if you are in one, then you can ask questions like you're asking me on this podcast. So,
Why question?
But yeah, it's like, why are we conscious? Well, because if we weren't, we wouldn't be asking why we were.
You've kind of implied that you have a sense, again, hypothesis, theorizing that the universe is deterministic. What's your thoughts about free will? Do you think of the universe as deterministic in the sense that it's unrolling in particular, like it's operating under a specific set of physical laws, and when you have to set the initial conditions, it will unroll in the exact same way in our particular line of the universe every time?
That is a very useful way to think about the universe. It's done us well. It's brought us to the moon. It's brought us to where we are today, right? I would not say that I believe in determinism in that kind of an absolute form. Or actually, I just don't care. Maybe it's true, but I'm not going to live my life like it is.
What, in your sense, because you've studied kind of how we humans think of the world, what's, in your view, is the difference between our perception, like how we think the world is, and reality? Do you think there's a huge gap there? Like we delude ourselves that the whole thing is an illusion, just everything about human psychology, the way we see things, and how things actually are. In all the things you studied, what's your sense? How big is the gap in reality?
Well, again, purely speculative. I think that we will never know the answer. We cannot know the answer. There is no experiment to find an answer to that question. Everything we experience is an event in our brain. When I look at a cat, I can't prove that there's a cat there. All I am experiencing is the perception of a cat inside my own brain. I am only a witness to the events of my mind. I think it is very useful to infer that if I witness the event of cat in my head, it's because I'm looking at a cat that is literally there and has its own feelings and motivations and should be pet and given food and water and love. I think that's the way you should live your life. But whether or not we live in a simulation on the brain in a bat, I don't know.
Do you care?
I don't really. Well, I care because it's a fascinating question. Right. And it's a fantastic way to get people excited about all kinds of topics: physics, psychology, consciousness, philosophy. But at the end of the day, what would the difference be?
The cat needs to be fed at the end of the day, otherwise it would be a dead cat.
Right, but if it's not even a real cat, then it's just like a video game cat. And right, so what's the difference between killing a digital cat in a video game because of neglect versus a real cat? It seems very different to us psychologically. Like, I don't really feel bad about, oh my gosh, I forgot to feed my Tamagotchi, right? But I would feel terrible if I forgot to feed my actual cats.
So, can you just touch on the topic of simulation? Do you find this thought experiment that we're living in a simulation useful, inspiring, constructive in any kind of way? Do you think it's ridiculous? Do you think it could be true? Or is it just a useful thought experiment?
I think it is extremely useful as a thought experiment because it makes sense to everyone, especially as we see virtual reality and computer games getting more and more complex. You're not talking to an audience in like Newton's time, where you're like, imagine a clock that has mechanics in it that are so complex that it can create love. And everyone's like, no. But today, you really start to feel, man, at what point is this little robot friend of mine going to be like someone I don't want to cancel plans with, And so it's the thought experiment of, do we live in a simulation? Am I a brain in a vat that is just being given electrical impulses from some nefarious other beings so that I believe that I live on Earth and that I have a body and all this? And the fact that you can't prove it either way is a fantastic way to introduce people to some of the deepest questions.
So you mentioned a little buddy that you would want to cancel an appointment with. So that's a lot of our conversations. That's what my research is. It's artificial intelligence. And I apologize. You're such a fun person to ask these big questions with.
Well, I hope I can give some answers that are interesting.
Well, because of you've sharpened your brain's ability to explore some of the questions that many scientists are actually afraid of even touching, which is fascinating. I think you're, in that sense, ultimately a great scientist through this process of sharpening your brain.
Well, I don't know if I am a scientist. I think, science is a way of knowing. And there are a lot of questions I investigate that are not scientific questions. On like my field, we have definitely done scientific experiments and studies that had hypotheses and all of that. But, not to be too precious about what does the word science mean. But I think I would just describe myself as curious, and I hope that curiosity is contagious.
So to you, the scientific method is deeply connected to science because your curiosity took you to asking questions. To me, asking a good question, even if society feels that it's not a question within the reach of science currently, to me, asking the question is the biggest step of the scientific process. The scientific method is the second part, and that may be what traditionally is called science. But to me, asking the questions, being brave enough to ask the questions, being curious and not constrained by what you're supposed to think, is just true what it means to be a scientist.
It's certainly a huge part of what it means to be a human. If I were to say, you know what, I don't believe in forces. I think that when I push on a massive object, a ghost leaves my body and enters the object I'm pushing. And these ghosts happen to just get really lazy when they're around massive things. And that's why F equals MA. Oh, and by the way, the laziness of the ghost is in proportion to the mass of the object. So, boom, prove me wrong. Every experiment, well, you can never find the ghost. And so none of that theory is scientific. But once I start saying, can I see the ghost? Why should there be a ghost? And if there aren't ghosts, what might I expect? And I start to do different tests to see, is this falsifiable? Are there things that should happen if there are ghosts, or are there things that shouldn't happen? And do they, what do I observe? Now I'm thinking scientifically. I don't think of science as, wow, a picture of a black hole. That's just a photo. That's an image. That's data. That's a sensory and perception experience. Science is how we got that and how we understand it and how we believe in it and how we reduce our uncertainty around what it means.
But I would say I'm deeply within the scientific community and sometimes disheartened by the elitism of the thinking, sort of not allowing yourself to think outside the box. So allowing the possibility of going against the conventions of science, I think, is a beautiful part of some of the greatest scientists in history.
I don't know. I'm impressed by scientists every day. And revolutions in our knowledge of the world occur only under very special circumstances. It is very scary to challenge conventional thinking and risk. Because let's go back to elitism and ego, right? If you just say, you know what, I believe in the spirits of my body, and all forces are actually created by invisible creatures that transfer themselves between objects. If you ridicule every other theory and say that you're correct, then ego gets involved and you just don't go anywhere. But fundamentally, the question of, well, what is a force? Is incredibly important. We need to have that conversation, but it needs to be done in this very political way of like, let's be respectful of everyone and let's realize that we're all learning together and not shutting out other people. And so when you look at a lot of revolutionary ideas, they were not accepted right away. And, Galileo had a couple of problems with the authorities, and later thinkers, Descartes was like, all right, look, I kind of agree with Galileo, but I'm going to have to not say that. I'll have to create, invent, and write different things that keep me from being in trouble, but we still slowly made progress.
The revolutions are difficult in all forms, and certainly in science. Before we get to AI, on topic of revolutionary ideas, let me ask, on a Reddit AMA, you said that, is the Earth flat? Is one of the favorite questions you ever answered.
Yeah.
Speaking of revolutionary ideas, so your video on that, people should definitely watch this. Really fascinating. Can you elaborate why you enjoyed answering this question so much?
Yeah, well, it's a long story. I remember a long time ago, I was living in New York at the time, so it had to have been like 2009 or something. I visited the Flat Earth forums. And this was before the Flat Earth theories became as sort of mainstream as they are.
Sorry to ask the dumb question. Forums, online forums.
Yeah, the Flat Earth Society, I don't know if it's .com or .org, but I went there and I was reading, their ideas and how they responded to typical criticisms of, well, the Earth isn't flat because what about this? And I could not tell, and I mentioned this in my video, I couldn't tell how many of these community members actually believed the Earth was flat or were just trolling. And I realized that the fascinating thing is, how do we know anything? And what makes for a good belief versus a maybe not so tenable or good belief? And so that's really what my video about Earth being flat is about. It's about, look, there are a lot of reasons the Earth is probably not flat. But a flat Earth believer can respond to every single one of them. But it's all in an ad hoc way. And all of the rebuttals aren't necessarily going to form a cohesive, non-contradictory whole. And I believe that's the episode where I talk about Occam's razor and Newton's flaming laser sword. And then I say, well, you know what? Wait a second. We know that space contracts as you move. And so to a particle moving near the speed of light towards Earth would be flat in the direction of that particle's travel. So to them, Earth is flat. Like, we need to be, really generous to even wild ideas, because they're all thinking. They're all the communication of ideas. And what else can it mean to be a human?
Yeah, and I think I'm a huge fan of the flat Earth theory, quote unquote, in the sense that to me it feels harmless to explore some of the questions of what it means to believe something, what it means to explore the edge of science and so on. It's because to me, nobody gets hurt whether the Earth is flat or round, not literally, but I mean intellectually when we're just having a conversation. That said, again, to elitism, I find that scientists roll their eyes way too fast on the flat Earth. The kind of dismissal that I see to this even notion, they haven't sat down and say, what are the arguments that are being proposed, and this is why these arguments are incorrect. So this is, that should be something that scientists should always do, even to the most sort of ideas that seem ridiculous. So I like this. It's almost my test when I ask people what they think about flat Earth theories, is how quickly they roll their eyes.
Well, yeah, let me go on record.
Yeah.
And say that the Earth is not flat. It is a three-dimensional spheroid. However, I don't know that, and it has not been proven. Science doesn't prove anything. It just reduces uncertainty. Could the Earth actually be flat? Extremely unlikely.
Yes.
Extremely unlikely. And so it is a ridiculous notion if we care about how probable and certain our ideas might be. But I think it's incredibly important to talk about science in that way and to not resort to, well, it's true. It's true in the same way that a mathematical theorem is true. And I think we're kind of like being pretty pedantic about defining this stuff, but like, sure, I could take a rocket ship out and I could orbit Earth and look at it and it would look like a ball, right? But I still can't prove that I'm not living in a simulation, that I'm not a brain in a bag, that this isn't all an elaborate ruse created by some technologically advanced extraterrestrial civilization.
Right.
So there's always some doubt, and that's fine. That's exciting.
And I think that kind of doubt, practically speaking, is useful when you start talking about quantum mechanics or string theory. Sort of, it helps. To me, that kind of adds a little spice into the thinking process of scientists. So, I mean, I just as a thought experiment, your video kind of, okay, say the Earth is flat. What would forces when you walk about this flat Earth feel like to the human? That's a really nice thought experiment to think about.
Right, because what's really nice about it is that it's a funny thought experiment, but you actually wind up accidentally learning a whole lot about gravity and about relativity and geometry. And I think that's really the goal of what I'm doing. I'm not trying to like convince people that the Earth is round. I feel like you either believe that it is or you don't, and like that's that. How can I change that?
Yeah.
What I can do is change how you think and how you are introduced to important concepts. Like, well, how does gravity operate? Oh, it's all about the center of mass of an object. So, right, on a sphere, we're all pulled towards the middle, essentially the centroid, geometrically. But on a disk, ooh, you're going to be pulled at a weird angle if you're out near the edge. And that stuff is fascinating.
Yeah, and to me, that particular video opened my eyes even more to what gravity is. It's just a really nice visualization tool, because you always imagine gravity with spheres, with masses that are spheres.
Yeah.
And imagining gravity on masses that are not spherical, some other shape, but here a plate, a flat object is really interesting. It makes you really kind of visualize in a three-dimensional way the force.
Yeah,
gravity.
even if a disk the size of Earth would be impossible, I think anything larger than like the moon basically needs to be a sphere, because gravity will round it out. So you can't have a teacup the size of Jupiter, right? There's a great book about the teacup in the universe that I highly recommend. I don't remember the author. I forget her name, but it's a wonderful book. So look it up. I think it's called Teacup in the Universe.
Just to link on this point briefly, your videos are generally super, people love them, right? If you look at the sort of number of likes versus dislikes, this measure of YouTube, right, is incredible. And as do I. But this particular Flat Earth video has more dislikes than usual. What do you, on that topic in general, what's your sense, how big is the community, not just who believes in the Flat Earth, but sort of the anti-scientific community that naturally distrusts scientists in a way that's not an open-minded way, like really just distrust scientists, like they're bought by some kind of mechanism of some kind of bigger system that's trying to manipulate human beings. What's your sense of the size of that community? You're one of the sort of great educators in the world that educates people on the exciting power of science. So you're kind of up against this community. What's your sense of it?
I really have no idea. I haven't looked at the likes and dislikes on the Flat Earth video, so I would wonder if it has a greater percentage of dislikes than usual. Is that because of people disliking it because they, think that it's a video about Earth being flat and they find that ridiculous and they dislike it without even really watching much? Do they wish that I was more like dismissive of flat Earth theories?
Yeah.
That's possible. I know there are a lot of response videos that kind of go through the episode and are pro flat Earth, but I don't know if there's a larger community of unorthodox thinkers today than there have been in the past.
Okay.
And I just want to not lose them. I want them to keep listening and thinking. And by calling them all, idiots or something, like that is no good. Because how idiotic are they really? I mean, the Earth isn't a sphere at all. Like, we know that it's an oblate spheroid. And that in and of itself is really interesting. And I investigated that in which way is down, where I'm like, really, down does not point towards the center of the Earth. It points in different directions, depending on what's underneath you and what's above you and what's around you. The whole universe is tugging on me.
And then you also show that gravity is non-uniform across the globe. Like there's this, I guess, thought experiment. If you build a bridge all the way all the way across the Earth and then just knock out its pillars, what would happen?
Yeah.
It'd be, and you describe how it would be like a very chaotic, unstable thing that's happening because gravity is non-uniform throughout the Earth.
Yeah, in small spaces like the ones we work in, we can essentially assume that gravity is uniform, but it's not. It is weaker the further you are from the Earth, and it also is going to be, it's radially pointed towards the middle of the Earth. So a really large object will feel tidal forces because of that non-uniformness. And we can take advantage of that with satellites, right? Gravitational induced torque. It's a great way to align your satellite without having to use fuel or any kind of, engine.
So let's jump back to it. Artificial intelligence. What's your thought of the state of where we are at currently with artificial intelligence? And what do you think it takes to build human level or superhuman level intelligence?
I don't know what intelligence means. That's my biggest question at the moment. And I think my instinct is always to go, well, what are the foundations here of our discussion? What does it mean to be intelligent? How do we measure the intelligence of an artificial machine or a program or something?
Can we say that humans are intelligent? Because there's also a fascinating field of how do you measure human intelligence.
Of course.
But if we just take that for granted, saying that whatever this fuzzy intelligence thing we're talking about, humans kind of have it. What would be a good test for you during develop a test, this natural language conversation? Would that impress you? A chatbot that you'd want to hang out and have a beer with, for a bunch of hours or have dinner plans with? Is that a good test, natural language conversation? Is there something else that would impress you? Or is that also too difficult?
Oh, yeah. I'm pretty much impressed by everything. I think that if
Roomba?
If there was a chatbot that was like incredibly, really had a personality, and if I didn't, the Turing test, right? Like if I'm unable to tell that it's not another person, but then I was shown a bunch of wires and mechanical components, and there was like, that's actually what you're talking to. I don't know if I would feel that guilty destroying it. I would feel guilty because clearly it's well made and it's a really cool thing. It's like destroying a really cool car or something. But I would not feel like I was a murderer. So yeah, at what point would I start to feel that way? And this is such a subjective psychological question. If you give it movement, or if you have it act as though, or perhaps really feel pain as I destroy it and scream and resist, then I do that.
Yeah, it's beautifully put. And let's just say act like it's pain. So if you just have a robot that not screams, just like moans in pain, if you kick it, that immediately just puts in a class that we humans, we anthropomorphize it. It almost immediately becomes human.
Yeah,
but that's a psychology question as opposed to sort of a physics question.
Right. I think that's a really good instinct to have. If the robot screams and moans, even if you don't believe that it has the mental experience, the qualia of pain and suffering, I think it's still a good instinct to say, you know what, I'd rather not hurt it.
The problem is that instinct can get us in trouble because then robots can manipulate that. There's different kinds of robots. There's robots like the Facebook and the YouTube algorithm that recommends the video, and they can manipulate in the same kind of way. Well, let me ask you, just to stick on artificial intelligence for a second. Do you have worries about existential threats from AI or existential threats from other technologies like nuclear weapons that could potentially destroy life on Earth or damage it to a very significant degree?
Yeah, of course I do. Especially the weapons that we create. There's all kinds of famous ways to think about this. And one is that, wow, what if we don't see advanced alien civilizations because of the danger of technology? What if we reach a point, and I think there's a channel, Body 2. Jeez, I wish I remembered the name of the channel. But he delves into this kind of limit of maybe once you discover radioactivity and its power, you've reached this important hurdle. And the reason that the skies are so empty is that no one's ever managed to survive as a civilization once they have that destructive power. And when it comes to AI, I'm not really very worried because I think that there are plenty of other people that are already worried enough. And oftentimes these worries are they just get in the way of progress. And they're questions that we should address later. And, I think I talk about this in my interview with the self-driving autonomous vehicle guy, as I think it was a bonus scene from the trolley problem episode. And I'm like, wow, what should a car do if this really weird contrived scenario happens where it has to swerve and save the driver but kill a kid? And he's like, well, what would a human do? And if we resist technological progress because we're worried about all of these little issues, then it gets in the way. And we shouldn't avoid those problems, but we shouldn't allow them to be stumbling blocks to advancement.
So the folks like Sam Harris or Elon Musk are saying that we're not worried enough. So worry should not paralyze technological progress, but we're sort of technology's marching forward without the key scientists, the developing the technology, worrying about the overnight having some effects that would be very detrimental to society. So to push back in your thought of the idea that there's enough people worrying about it, Elon Musk says there's not enough people worrying about it. Okay. So that's the kind of balance is, it's like folks who are really focused on nuclear deterrence are saying there's not enough people worried about nuclear deterrence, right? So it's an interesting question of what is a good threshold of people to worry about these, and if it's too many people that are worried, you're right, it'd be the press would over-report on it, and there'll be halt technological progress. If not enough, then we can march straight ahead into that abyss that human beings might be destined for with their progress of technology.
Yeah, I don't know what the right balance is of how many people should be worried and how worried should they be, but we're always worried about new technology. We know that Plato was worried about the written word. It's like, we shouldn't teach people to write because then they won't use their minds to remember things. There have been concerns over technology and its advancement since the beginning of recorded history. And so, I think, however, these conversations are really important to have because, again, we learn a lot about ourselves. If we're really scared of some kind of AI coming into being that is conscious or whatever and can self-replicate, we already do that every day. It's called humans being born. They're not artificial. They're humans, but they're intelligent. And I don't want to live in a world where we're worried about babies being born because what if they become evil?
Right.
What if they become mean people? What if they're thieves? Maybe we should just not have babies born? Maybe we shouldn't create AI? It's we will want to have safeguards in place in the same way that we know, look, a kid could be born that becomes some kind of evil person, but we have laws, right?
And it's possible that with advance of genetics in general, be able to, it's a scary thought to say that, my child, if born, would have an 83% chance of being a psychopath, right? Like being able to, if it's something genetic, if there's some sort of, and what to use that information, what to do with that information is a difficult ethical.
Yeah, and I'd like to find an answer that isn't, well, let's not have them live.
Right.
I'd like to find an answer that is, well, all human life is worthy. And if you have an 83% chance of becoming a psychopath, well, you still deserve dignity.
Yeah.
And you still deserve to be treated well. And you still have rights.
At least at this part of the world, at least in America, there's a respect for individual life in that way. That's, well, to me, but again, I'm in this bubble, is a beautiful thing. But there's other cultures where individual human life is not that important, where a society, so I was born in the Soviet Union, where the strength of nation and society together is more important than any one particular individual. So it's an interesting also notion. The stories we tell ourselves. I like the one where individuals matter, but it's unclear that was what the future holds.
Well, yeah, and let me even throw this out. Like, what is artificial intelligence? How can it be artificial? I really think that we get pretty obsessed and stuck on the idea that there is something that is a wild, a pure human organism without technology. But I don't think that's a real thing. I think that humans and human technology are one organism. Look at my glasses, okay? If an alien came down and saw me, would they necessarily know that this is an invention, that I didn't grow these organically from my body? They wouldn't know that right away. And the written word and spoons and cups, these are all pieces of technology. We are not alone as an organism. And so the technology we create, whether it be video games or artificial intelligence that can self-replicate and hate us, it's actually all the same organism. When you're in a car, where do you end and the car begin? It seems like a really easy question to answer. But the more you think about it, the more you realize, wow, we are in this symbiotic relationship with our inventions. And there are plenty of people who are worried about it, and there should be. But it's inevitable.
And I think that even just us thinking of ourselves as individual intelligences may be silly notion, because it's much better to think of the entirety of human civilization. All living organisms on Earth is a single living organism,
right?
As a single intelligent creature, because you're right, everything's intertwined, everything is deeply connected. So we mentioned Elon Musk. So you're a curious lover of science. What do you think of the efforts that Elon Musk is doing with space exploration, with electric vehicles, with autopilot, sort of getting into the space of autonomous vehicles, with boring under LA, and Neuralink trying to communicate, brain-machine interfaces communicate between machines and human brains?
Well, it's really inspiring. I mean, look at the fandom that he's amassed. It's not common for someone like that to have such a following, and so
engineering nerd.
Yeah, so it's really exciting. But I also think that a lot of responsibility comes with that kind of power. So, like, if I met him, I would love to hear how he feels about the responsibility he has when there are people who are such a fan of your ideas and your dreams and share them so closely with you. You have a lot of power, and he didn't always have that. He wasn't born as Elon Musk. Well, he was, but he was named that later. But the point is that I want to know the psychology of becoming a figure like him. Well, I don't even know how to phrase the question right, but it's a question about what do you do when your following, your fans become so large that it's almost bigger than you. And how do you responsibly manage that? And maybe it doesn't worry him at all, and that's fine too. But I'd be really curious. And I think there are a lot of people that go through this where they realize, whoa, there are a lot of eyes on me. There are a lot of people who really take what I say very earnestly and take it to heart and will defend me. And whew, that's that can be dangerous, and you have to be responsible with it,
both in terms of impact on society and psychologically for the individual. Just the burden psychologically on Elon.
Yeah. How does he think about that part of his persona?
Well, let me throw that right back at you, because in some ways you're just a funny guy that's gotten a humongous following. A funny guy with a curiosity. You've got a huge following. How do you psychologically deal with the responsibility? In many ways, you have a reach in many ways bigger than Elon Musk. What is the burden that you feel in educating, being one of the biggest educators in the world, where everybody's listening to you, and actually everybody, like most of the world that uses YouTube for educational material, trust you as a source of good, strong scientific thinking?
It's a burden, and I try to approach it with a lot of humility and sharing. Like, I'm not out there doing a lot of scientific experiments. I am sharing the work of real scientists, and I'm celebrating their work and the way that they think and the power of curiosity. But I want to make it clear at all times that, like, look, we don't know all the answers, and I don't think we're ever going to reach a point where we're like, wow, and there you go, that's the universe. It's this equation, you plug in some conditions or whatever, math, and you know what's going to happen tomorrow. I don't think we're ever going to reach that point, but I think that there is a tendency to sometimes believe in science and become elitist and become, hard. In reality, it should humble you and make you feel smaller. I think there's something very beautiful about feeling very, very small and very weak, and to feel that you need other people. So I try to keep that in mind and say, look, thanks for watching. Vsauce I'm not Vsauce, you are. When I start the episodes, I say, hey, Vsauce, Michael here. Vsauce and Michael are actually a different thing in my mind. I don't know if that's always clear, but yeah, I have to approach it that way because it's not about me.
Yeah. It's not even, you're not feeling responsibility. You're just sort of plugging into this big thing that is scientific exploration of our reality. And you're a voice that represents a bunch, but you're just plugging into this big Vsauce ball that millions of others are plugged into.
Yeah, I'm just hoping to encourage curiosity and, responsible thinking and an embracement of doubt and being okay with that.
So next week, talking to Christos Goudreau. I'm not sure if you're familiar who he is, but he's the VP of engineering, head of the quote-unquote YouTube algorithm, or the search and discoveries.
Yeah.
Let me ask, first, high level, do you have a question for him that if you can get an honest answer that you would ask? But more generally, how do you think about the YouTube algorithm that drives some of the motivation behind some of the design decisions you make as you ask and answer some of the questions you do? How would you improve this algorithm in your mind in general? So what would you ask him? And outside of that, how would you like to see the algorithm improve?
Well, I think of the algorithm as a mirror. It reflects what people put in. We don't always like what we see in that mirror.
From the individual, mirror to the individual, mirror to the society.
Both. In the aggregate, it's reflecting back what people on average want to watch. And when you see things being recommended to you, it's reflecting back what it thinks you want to see. And specifically, I would guess that it's not just what you want to see, but what you will click on and what you will watch some of and stay on YouTube because of. I don't think that, this is all me guessing, but I don't think that YouTube cares if you only watch like a second of a video, as long as the next thing you do is open another video. If you close the app or close the site, that's a problem for them because they're not a subscription platform. They're not like, look, you're giving us $20 a month no matter what, so who cares? They need you to watch and spend time there and see ads.
So one of the things I'm curious about, whether they do consider longer term sort of develop your longer term development as a human being, which I think ultimately will make you feel better about using YouTube in the long term and allowing you to stick with it for longer. Because even if you see the dopamine rush in the short term and you keep clicking on cat videos, eventually you sort of wake up like from a drug and say, I need to quit this. So I wonder how much you're trying to optimize for the long term, because when I look at your videos aren't exactly sort of, no offense, but they're not the most clickable. They're both the most clickable, and I feel I watched the entire thing and I feel a better human after I watched it, right? So like they're not just optimizing for the clickability. Because I hope so. My thought is, how do you think of it, and does it affect your own content, like how deep you go, how profound you explore the directions, and so on?
I've been really lucky in that I don't worry too much about the algorithm. I mean, look at my thumbnails. I don't really go too wild with them. And with Minefield, where I'm in partnership with YouTube on the thumbnails, I'm often like, let's pull this back. Let's be mysterious. Usually I'm just trying to do what everyone else is not doing. So if everyone's doing crazy Photoshop kind of thumbnails, exactly. I'm like, what if the thumbnail's just a line?
Yeah.
What if the title is just a word? And I kind of feel like all of the Vsauce channels have cultivated an audience that expects that. And so they would rather Jake make a video that's just called Stains than one called I Explored Stains. Shocking.
Yeah.
But there are other audiences out there that want that. And, I think most people kind of, want what you see the algorithm favoring, which is mainstream traditional celebrity and news kind of information. I mean, that's what makes YouTube really different than other streaming platforms. No one's like, what's going on in the world? I'll open up Netflix to find out. But you do open up Twitter to find that out. You open up Facebook, you can open up YouTube, because you'll see that the trending videos are like what happened amongst the traditional mainstream people in different industries. And that's what's being shown. And it's not necessarily YouTube saying, we want that to be what you see. It's that's what people click on. When they see Ariana Grande reads a love letter from like her high school sweetheart, they're like, I want to see that. And when they see a video from me that's got some lines in math and it's called Law and Causes, they're like, well, I mean, I'm just on the bus. Like, I don't have time to dive into a whole lesson. So, before you get super mad at YouTube, you should say, really, they're just reflecting back human behavior.
Is there something you would improve about the algorithm, knowing, of course, that as far as we're concerned, it's a black box, so we don't know how it works?
Right, and I don't think that even anyone at YouTube really knows what it's doing. They know what they've tweaked, but then it learns. I think that it learns and it decides how to behave, and sometimes the YouTube employees are left going, I don't know. Maybe we should change the value of how much it, worries about watch time, and maybe it should worry more about something else. I don't know. But I mean, I would like to see, I don't know what they're doing and not doing.
Well, is there a conversation that you think they should be having, just internally, whether they're having it or not? Is there something, should they be thinking about the long-term future? Should they be thinking about educational content, and whether that's educating about what just happened in the world today, news, or educational content like what you're providing, which is asking big, sort of timeless questions about how the way the world works?
Well, it's interesting. What should they think about? Because it's called YouTube, not our tube. And that's why I think they have so many phenomenal educational creators.
Yes.
You don't have shows like 3 Blue 1 Brown or Physics Girl or Looking Glass Universe or Up and Atom or Brain Scoop or I could go on and on. They aren't on Amazon Prime and Netflix, and they don't have commissioned shows from those platforms. It's all organically happening because there are people out there that want to share their passion for learning, that want to share their curiosity. And YouTube could, promote those kinds of shows more. But first of all, they probably wouldn't get as many clicks. And YouTube needs to make sure that the average user is always clicking and staying on the site. They could still promote it more for the good of society, But then we're making some really weird claims about what's good for society, because I think that cat videos are also an incredibly important part of what it means to be a human. I've mentioned this quote before from Unamuno about, look, I've seen a cat like estimate distances and calculate a jump, more often than I've seen a cat cry. And so things that play with our emotions and make us feel things can be cheesy and can feel cheap, but like, man, that's very human. And so even the dumbest vlog is still so important that I don't think I have a better claim to take its spot than it has to have that spot.
It puts a mirror to us, the beautiful parts, the ugly parts, the shallow parts, the deep parts. You're right.
What I would like to see is, I miss the days when engaging with content on YouTube helped push it into my subscribers' timelines. It used to be that when I liked a video, say from Veritasium, it would show up in the feed on the front page of the app or the website of my subscribers. And I knew that if I liked a video, I could send it 100,000 views or more. That no longer is true. But I think that was a good user experience. When I subscribe to someone, when I'm following them, I want to see more of what they like. I want them to also curate the feed for me. And I think that Twitter and Facebook are doing that in also some ways that are kind of annoying. But I would like that to happen more. I can see communities being stronger on YouTube if it was that way. Instead of YouTube going, well, technically Michael liked this Veritasium video, but people are way more likely to click on Carpool Karaoke. So I don't even care who they are, just give them that. Not saying anything against Carpool Karaoke. That is an extremely important part of our society, what it means to be a human on Earth, But
I'll say it sucks. But
but a lot of people would disagree with you, and they should be able to see as much of that as they want. And even people who don't think they like it should still be really aware of it, because it's such an important thing and such an influential thing. But yeah, I just wish that new channels I discover that I subscribe to, I wish that my subscribers found out about that, because especially in the education community, a rising tide floats all boats. If you watch a video from Numberphile, you're just more likely to want to watch an episode from me, whether it be on Vsauce One or Ding. It's not competitive in the way that traditional TV was, where it's like, well, if you tune into that show, it means you're not watching mine, because they both air at the same time. So helping each other out through collaborations takes a lot of work, but just through engaging, commenting on their videos, liking their videos, subscribing to them, whatever, that I would love to see become easier, more powerful.
So a quick and impossibly deep question, last question about mortality. You've spoken about death as an interesting topic. Do you think about your own mortality?
Yeah, every day. It's really scary.
So what do you think is the meaning of life that mortality makes very explicit? So why are you here on Earth, Michael? What's the point of this whole thing? What does mortality in the context of the whole universe make you realize about yourself? Just you, Michael Stevens.
Well, it makes me realize that I am destined to become an ocean. I'm destined to become a memory. And we can extend life. I think there's really exciting things being done to extend life. We still don't know how to protect you from some accident that could happen, some unforeseen thing. Maybe we could save my connectome and recreate my consciousness digitally, but even that it could be lost if it's stored on a physical medium or something. So basically, I just think that embracing, realizing how cool it is that someday I will just be an idea, and there won't be a Michael anymore that can be like, no, that's not what I meant. It'll just be what people they have to guess what I meant, and they'll remember me, and how I live on as that memory will maybe not even be who I want it to be. But there's something powerful about that, and there's something powerful about letting future people run the show themselves. I think I'm glad to get out of their way at some point and say, all right, it's your world now.
So you, the physical entity, Michael, have ripple effects in the space of ideas that far outlives you.
Yeah,
in ways that you can't control, but it's nevertheless fascinating to think. I mean, especially with you, you can imagine an alien species when they finally arrive and destroy all of us would watch your videos to try to figure out what were the questions.
But even if they didn't, you know, I still think that there will be ripples. Like when I say memory, I don't specifically mean people remember my name and my birth date and have like there's a photo of me on Wikipedia. Like all that can be lost, but I still would hope that people ask questions and teach concepts in some of the ways that I have found useful and satisfying. Even if they don't know that I was the one who tried to popularize it, that's fine. But if Earth was completely destroyed, like burnt to a crisp, everything on it today, the universe wouldn't care. Like Jupiter is not going to go, oh no. And that could happen. So we do, however, have the power to, you know, launch things into space to try to extend how long our memory exists. And what I mean by that is, you know, we are recording things about the world, and we're learning things and writing stories and all of this, and preserving that is truly what I think is the essence of being a human. We are autobiographers of the universe, and we're really good at it. We're better than fossils. We're better than light spectrum. We're better than any of that. We collect much more detailed memories of what's happening, much better data. And so that should be our legacy. And I hope that that's kind of mine too, in terms of people remembering something or having some kind of effect. But even if I don't, you can't not have an effect.
Right.
This is not me feeling like I hope that I have this powerful legacy. It's like no matter who you are, you will. But you also have to embrace the fact that impact might look really small, and that's okay. One of my favorite quotes is from Tessa D'Urberville's, and it's along the lines of the measure of your life depends on not your external displacement, but your subjective experience. If I am happy and those that I love are happy, can that be enough? Because if so, excellent.
I think there's no better place to end it, Michael. Thank you so much. It was an honor to meet you. Thanks for talking to me.
Thank you. It was a pleasure.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Michael Stevens. And thank you to our presenting sponsor, Cash App. Download it, use code LEXPODCAST. You'll get $10, and $10 will go to FIRST, a STEM education nonprofit that inspires hundreds of thousands of young minds to learn, to dream of engineering our future. If you enjoy this podcast, subscribe on YouTube, give it 5 stars on Apple Podcast, support it on Patreon, or connect with me on Twitter. And now, let me leave you with some words of wisdom from Albert Einstein. The important thing is not to stop questioning. Curiosity has its own reason for existence. One cannot help but be in awe when he contemplates the mysteries of eternity, of life, the marvelous structure of reality. It is enough if one tries merely to comprehend a little of this mystery every day. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. Following is conversation with Sebastian Thrun. He's one of the greatest roboticists, computer scientists, and educators of our time. He led the development of the autonomous vehicles at Stanford that won the 2005 DARPA Grand Challenge and placed second in the 2007 DARPA Urban Challenge. He then led the Google self-driving car program, which launched the self-driving car revolution. He taught the popular Stanford course on artificial intelligence in 2011, which was one of the first massive open online courses, or MOOCs, as they're commonly called. That experience led him to co-found Udacity, an online education platform. If you haven't taken courses on it yet, I highly recommend it. Their self-driving car program, for example, is excellent. He's also the CEO of Kitty Hawk, a company working on building flying cars.
or more technically, ETOLs, which stands for Electric Vertical Takeoff and Landing Aircraft. He has launched several revolutions and inspired millions of people. But also, as many know, he's just a really nice guy. It was an honor and a pleasure to talk with him. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, give it 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, follow it on Spotify, support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled Fridman. If you leave a review on Apple Podcasts or YouTube or Twitter, consider mentioning ideas, people, topics you find interesting. It helps guide the future of this podcast. In general, I just love comments, kindness, and thoughtfulness in them. This podcast is a side project for me, as many people know, but I still put a lot of effort into it. So the positive words of support from an amazing community, from you, really help. I recently started doing ads at the end of the introduction. I'll do 1 or 2 minutes after introducing the episode, never any ads in the middle. It can break the flow of the conversation. I hope that works for you and doesn't hurt the listening experience. I provide timestamps for the start of the conversation that you can skip to, but it helps if you listen to the ad and support this podcast by trying out the product or service being advertised. This show is presented by Cash App, the #1 finance app in the App Store. I personally use Cash App to send money to friends, but you can also use it to buy, sell, and deposit Bitcoin in just seconds. Cash App also has a new investing feature. You can buy fractions of a stock, say $1 worth, no matter what the stock price is. Brokerage services are provided by Cash App Investing, subsidiary of Square, and member SIPC. I'm excited to be working with Cash App to support one of my favorite organizations called FIRST, best known for their FIRST robotics and Lego competitions. They educate and inspire hundreds of thousands of students in over 110 countries and have a perfect rating at Charity Navigator, which means the donated money is used for maximum effectiveness. When you get Cash App from the App Store or Google Play and use code LEXPODCAST, you'll get $10, and Cash App will also donate $10 to FIRST, which again is an organization that I've personally seen inspire girls and boys to dream of engineering a better world. And now, here's my conversation with Sebastian Thrun. You mentioned that The Matrix may be your favorite movie. So let's start with the crazy philosophical question. Do you think we're living in a simulation? And in general, do you find the thought experiment interesting?
Define simulation, I would say maybe we are, maybe we are not, but it's completely irrelevant to the way we should act.
Putting aside for a moment the fact that it might not have any impact on how we should act as human beings, for people studying theoretical physics, these kinds of questions might be kind of interesting, looking at the universe's information processing system.
The universe is an information processing system. It's a huge physical, biological, chemical computer. There's no question. But I live here and now. I care about people. I care about us.
What do you think is trying to compute?
I don't think there's an intention. I think it's just the world evolves the way it evolves, and it's beautiful. It's unpredictable, and I'm really, really grateful to be alive.
Spoken like a true human.
Which last time I checked, I was.
Well, that in fact, this whole conversation is just a Turing test to see if indeed you are. You've also said that one of the first programs, or the first few programs you've written, was wait for it, TI-57 calculator.
Yeah.
Maybe that's early 80s. We don't want to date calculators or anything.
It's early 80s, correct.
Yeah. So if you were to place yourself back into that time, into the mindset you were in, could you have predicted the evolution of computing, AI, the internet, technology in the decades that followed?
I was super fascinated by Silicon Valley, which I'd seen on television once, and thought, my God, this is so cool. They built like DRAMs there and CPUs. How cool is that? And as a college student, a few years later, I decided to study intelligence and study human beings, and found that even back then in the 80s and 90s, artificial intelligence is what fascinated me the most. I was missing is that back in the day, because they're really small, they're like the brains people built were not anywhere bigger than a cockroach, and cockroaches aren't very smart. So we weren't at the scale yet where we are today.
Did you dream at that time to achieve the kind of scale we have today?
Did that seem possible?
I always wanted to make robots smart. I felt it was super cool to build an artificial human. And the best way to build an artificial human was to build a robot, because that's kind of the closest people do. Unfortunately, we aren't there yet. Robots today are still very brittle. But it's fascinating to study intelligence from a constructive perspective. You build something.
To understand, you build. What do you think it takes to build an intelligent system, an intelligent robot?
I think the biggest innovation that we've seen is machine learning. And it's the idea that their computers can basically teach themselves. Let's give an example. Let's say everybody pretty much knows how to walk. And we learn how to walk in the first year or two of our lives. But no scientist has ever been able to write down the rules of human gait. We don't understand it. We have it in our brains somehow. We can practice it. We understand it, but we can't articulate it. We can't pass it on by language. And that, to me, is kind of the deficiency of today's computer programming. When you program a computer, they're so insanely dumb that you have to give rules for every contingencies. Very unlike the way people learn from data and experience. Computers are being instructed. And because it's so hard to get this instruction set right, we pay software engineers $200,000 a year. Now, the most recent innovation, which has been in the make for like 30, 40 years, is an idea that computers can find their own rules. So they can learn from falling down and getting up the same way children can learn from falling down and getting up. And that revolution has led to a capability that's completely unmatched. Today's computers can watch experts do their jobs, whether you're a doctor or a lawyer, pick up the regularities, learn those rules, and then become as good as the best experts.
So the dream of an 80s of expert systems, for example, had at its core the idea that humans could boil down their expertise on a sheet of paper to sort of reduce, sort of be able to explain to machines how to do something explicitly. So do you think, what's the use of human expertise into this whole picture? Do you think most of the intelligence will come from machines learning from experience without human expertise input?
So the question for me is much more, how do you express expertise? You can express expertise by writing a book. You can express expertise by showing someone what you're doing. You can express expertise by applying it by many different ways. And I think the expert systems was our best attempt in AI to capture expertise and rules. Where someone sat down and said, here are the rules of human gait. Here's when you put your big toe forward and your heel backwards, and here how to stop stumbling. And as we now know, the set of rules, the set of language that we can command is incredibly limited. The majority of the human brain doesn't deal with language. It deals with like subconscious, numerical, perceptual things that we don't even have to self-aware of. Now, when a AI system watches an expert do their job and practice their job, it can pick up things that people can't even put into writing, into books or rules. And that's where the real power is. We now have AI systems that, for example, look over the shoulders of highly paid human doctors like dermatologists or radiologists, and they can somehow pick up those skills that no one can express in words.
So you were a key person in launching 3 revolutions: online education, autonomous vehicles, and flying cars, or VTOLs. So, high level, and I apologize for all the philosophical questions.
No apology necessary.
How do you choose what problems to try and solve? What drives you to make those solutions a reality?
I have two desires in life. I want to literally make the lives of others better. Or as we often say, maybe jokingly, make the world a better place. I actually believe in this. It's as funny as it sounds. And second, I want to learn. I want to get new skills. I don't want to be in the job I'm good at, because if I'm in a job that I'm good at, the chances for me to learn something interesting is actually minimized. So I want to be in a job I'm bad at. It's really important to me. So when I built, for example, what people often call flying cars, with electrical, vertical takeoff and landing vehicles. I'm just no expert in any of this. And it's fun to learn on the job what it actually means to build something like this. Now, I'd say that the stuff that I've done lately after I finished my professorship at Stanford, to really focus on, like, what has the maximum impact on society? Like, transportation is something that has transformed the 21st or 20th century more than any other invention, in my opinion, even more than communication. And cities are different, work is different, women's rights are different because of transportation. And yet we still have a very suboptimal transportation solution where we kill 1.2 or so million people every year in traffic. It's like the leading cause of death for young people in many countries, where we are extremely inefficient resource-wise. Just go to your average neighborhood city and look at the number of parked cars. It's a travesty, in my opinion. Or where we spend endless hours in traffic jams. And very, very simple innovations like a self-driving car or what people call a flying car could completely change this. And it's there. I mean, the technology is basically there. You have to close your eyes not to see it.
So, lingering on autonomous vehicles, fascinating space, some incredible work you've done throughout your career there. So let's start with DARPA. I think the DARPA challenge, the desert and then urban to the streets. I think that inspired an entire generation of roboticists and obviously sprung this whole excitement about this particular kind of four-wheeled robots we called autonomous cars, self-driving cars. So you led the development of Stanley, the autonomous car that won the Race to the Desert, the DARPA Challenge in 2005, and Junior, the car that finished second in the DARPA Urban Challenge, also did incredibly well in 2007, I think. What are some painful, inspiring, or enlightening experiences from that time that stand out to you?
Oh my God. Painful were all these incredibly complicated, stupid bugs that had to be found. We had a phase where the Stanley, our car that eventually won the DARPA Grand Challenge, would every 30 miles just commit suicide, and we didn't know why. And it ended up to be that in the syncing of two computer clocks, occasionally a clock went backwards and that negative time elapsed, screwed up the entire internal logic, but it took ages to find this. There were like bugs like that. I'd say enlightening is the Stanford team immediately focused on machine learning and on software, whereas everybody else seemed to focus on building better hardware. Our analysis had been a human being with an existing rental car can perfectly drive the course. Why do I have to build a better rental car? I should replace the human being. And the human being to me was a conjunction of three steps. We had sensors, eyes and ears, mostly eyes. We had brains in the middle, and then we had actuators, our hands and our feet. Now the actuators are easy to build. The sensors are actually also easy to build. What was missing was the brain, so we had to build a human brain. And nothing clearer than to me that the human brain is a learning machine, so why not just train our robots to it? We would build massive machine learning into our machine. And with that, we're able to not just learn from human drivers, we had the entire speed control of the vehicle was copied from human driving, but also have the robot learn from experience where it made a mistake and recover from it and learn from it.
You mentioned the pain point of software and clocks. Synchronization seems to be a problem that continues with robotics. It's a tricky one with drones and so on. What does it take to build a system with so many constraints? You have a deadline, no time. You're unsure about anything really. It's the first time that people are really even exploring. Yeah, it's not even sure that anybody can finish when we're talking about the Race to the Desert the year before nobody finished. What does it take to scramble and finish a product a system that actually works?
We were lucky, we were a really small team. The core of the team were 4 people.
Yeah.
It was 4 because 5 couldn't comfortably sit inside a car, but 4 could. And I, as a team leader, my job was to get pizza for everybody and wash the car and stuff like this, and repair the radiator when it broke and debug the system. And we were very kind of open-minded. We had like no egos involved. We just wanted to see how far we can get. What we did really, really well was time management. We were done with everything a month before the race, and we froze the entire software a month before the race. And it turned out, looking at other teams, every other team complained if they had just 1 more week, they would have won. And we decided that's going to fall into that mistake. We're going to be early. And we had an entire month to shake the system. And we actually found 2 or 3 minor bugs in the last month that we had to fix. And we were completely prepared when the race occurred.
Okay, so first of all, that's such an incredibly rare achievement in terms of being able to be done on time or ahead of time. How do you do that in your future work? What advice do you have in general? Because it seems to be so rare, especially in highly innovative projects like this. People work till the last second.
But the nice thing about the Data Grand Challenge is that the problem was incredibly well defined. We were able for a while to drive the old Data Grand Challenge course, which had been used the year before. And then at some reason, we were kicked out of the region. So we had to go to a different desert, the Sonoran Desert, and be able to drive desert trails just at the same time. So there was never any debate about like what is actually the problem. We didn't sit down and say, hey, should we build a car or a plane? If we had to build a car. That made it very, very easy. Then I studied my own life and life of others and realized that the typical mistake that people make is that there is this kind of crazy bug left that they haven't found yet. And it's just, they regret it and I would be trivial to fix it, just haven't fixed it yet. They didn't want to fall into that trap. So I built a testing team. We had a testing team that built a testing booklet of 160 pages of tests we had to go through just to make sure we shape out the system appropriately. Wow. And the testing team was with us all the time and dictated to us, today we do railroad crossings. Tomorrow we do practice the start of the event. And in all of these, we thought, oh my God, this long solved trivial. And then we tested it out. Oh my God, it doesn't do railroad crossing. Why not? Oh my God, it mistakes the rails for metal barriers. We have to fix this. So it was really a continuous focus on improving the weakest part of the system. And as long as you focus on improving the weakest part of the system, you eventually build a really great system.
Let me just pause on that. To me, as an engineer, it's just super exciting that you were thinking like that, especially at that stage. That's brilliant. That testing was such a core part of it. Maybe to linger on the point of leadership. I think it's one of the first times you were really a leader, and you've led many very successful teams since then. What does it take to be a good leader?
I would say most of all, I just take credit for the work for others.
Right.
That's very convenient, turns out, because I can't do all these things myself. I'm an engineer at heart, so I care about engineering. So I don't know what the chicken and the egg is, but as a kid, I loved computers because you could tell them to do something and they actually did it. It was very cool. And you could, like, in the middle of the night, wake up at 1 in the morning and switch on your computer, and what you told you to do yesterday, I could still do. That was really cool. Unfortunately, that didn't quite work with people. So you go to people and tell them what to do, and they don't do it. And they hate you for it. Or you do it today, and then go a day later, and they stop doing it. So you have to. So then the question really became, how can you put yourself in the brain of people as opposed to computers? And because the computers are super dumb, they're just so dumb. If people were as dumb as computers, I wouldn't want to work with them. But people are smart, and people are emotional, and people have pride, and people have aspirations. So how can I connect to that? And that's the thing where most of leadership just fails, because many engineers turn manager believe they can treat their team just the same way they can treat a computer, and it just doesn't work this way. It's just really bad. So how can I connect to people? It turns out, as a college professor, the wonderful thing you do all the time is to empower other people. Like, your job is to make your students look great. That's all you do. You're the best coach. And it turns out, if you do a fantastic job at making your students look great, they actually love you, and their parents love you, and they give you all the credit for stuff you don't deserve. Just that all my students were smarter than me. All the great stuff invented at Stanford was their stuff, not my stuff. And they give me credit and say, oh, Sebastian, but just making them feel good about themselves. So the question really is, take a team of people, and what does it take to make them to connect to what they actually want in life and turn this into productive action. It turns out every human being that I know has incredibly good intentions. I've really rarely met a person with bad intentions. I believe every person wants to contribute. I think every person I've met wants to help others. It's amazing how much of a urge we have not to just help ourselves, but to help others. So how can we empower people and give them the right framework that they can accomplish this? In moments when it works, it's magical, because you'd see the confluence of people being able to make the world a better place and deriving enormous confidence and pride out of this. And that's when my environment works the best. These are moments where I can disappear for a month and come back and things still work. It's very hard to accomplish, but when it works, it's amazing.
So I agree with you very much. It's not often heard that most people in the world have good intentions. At the core, their intentions are good and they're good people. That's a beautiful message. It's not often heard.
We make this mistake, and a friend of mine, Alexander, told me this, that we judge ourselves by our intentions and others by their actions. And I think the biggest skill, I mean, here in Silicon Valley, we're full of engineers that have very little empathy and are kind of befuddled by it doesn't work for them. The biggest skill I think that people should acquire is to put themselves into the position of the other and listen to what the other has to say. And they'll be shocked how similar they are to themselves. And they might even be shocked how their own actions don't reflect their intentions. I often have conversations with engineers where I say, look, hey, I love you, you're doing a great job. And by the way, what you just did has the following effect. Are you aware of that? And then people would say, oh my God, no, I wasn't, because my intention was that. And I say, yeah, I trust your intention, you're a good human being. But just to help you in the future, if you keep expressing it that way, then people will just hate you. And I've had many instances where we say, oh my God, thank you for telling me this, because it wasn't my intention to look like an idiot. It wasn't my intention to help other people. I just didn't know how to do it. Very simple, by the way. There's a book, Dale Carnegie, 1936, How to Make Friends and How to Influence Others. Has the entire Bible. You just read it and you're done, and you apply it every day. And I wish I was good enough to apply it every day. But it's just simple things, right? Like, be positive, remember people's names, smile, and eventually have empathy. Like, really think that the person that you hate and you think is an idiot is actually just like yourself. It's a person who's struggling, who means well, and who might, guess what, you need help.
I've recently spoken with Stephen Schwarzman. I'm not really sure if you know who that is, but so he said,
it's on my list.
On the list. But he said, sort of to expand on what you're saying, that one of the biggest things you can do is hear people when they tell you what their problem is and then help them with that problem. He says it's surprising how few people actually listen to what troubles others. And because it's right there in front of you, and you can benefit the world the most, and in fact yourself and everybody around you, by just hearing the problems and solving them.
I mean, that's my little history of engineering. That is, while I was engineering with computers, I didn't care at all what the computer's problems were. I just told them what to do it. And it just doesn't work this way with people. It doesn't work with me. You come to me and say, do A, I do the opposite.
But let's return to the comfortable world of engineering. Can you tell me in broad strokes how you see it? Because you're at the core of starting it, the core of driving it, the technical evolution of autonomous vehicles, from the first DARPA Grand Challenge to the incredible success we see with the program you started with the self-driving car and Waymo, and the entire industry that sprung up of different kinds of approaches, debates, and so on.
Well, the idea of self-driving car goes back to the 80s. There was a team in Germany, the Carnegie Mellon, that did some very pioneering work. But back in the day, I'd say the computers were so deficient that even the best professors and engineers in the world basically stood no chance. It then folded into a phase where the US government spent at least $500 million that I could count on research projects. But the way the procurement works, a successful stack of paper describing lots of stuff that no one's ever going to read was a successful product of a research project. So we trained our researchers to produce lots of paper. That all changed with the DARPA Grand Challenge, and I really got to credit the ingenious people at DARPA, in the US government and Congress, that took a complete new funding model where they said, let's not fund effort, let's fund outcomes. And it sounds very trivial, but there was no tax code that allowed the use of congressional tax money for a price. It was all effort-based. So if you put in 100 hours in, you could charge 100 hours. If you put in 1,000 hours in, you could bill 1,000 hours. By changing the focus and say, making the price, we don't pay you for development, we pay you for accomplishment. They automatically drew out all these contractors who are used to the drug of getting money per hour. And they drew in a whole bunch of new people. And these people are mostly crazy people. There were people who had a car and a computer, and they wanted to make $1 million. $1 million was the original price. Money was then doubled. And they felt if I put my computer in my car and program it, I can be rich. And that was so awesome. Like half the teams, there was a team that was surfer dudes, and they had like 2 surfboards on their vehicle, and brought like these fashion girls, super cute girls, like twin sisters. And you could tell these guys were not your common Beltway bandit who like gets all these big multi-million and billion-dollar countries from the US government. And that was a great reset. Universities moved in. I was very fortunate at Stanford that I just received tenure, so I couldn't be fired. Otherwise, I wouldn't have done it. And I had enough money to finance this thing, and I was able to attract a lot of money from third parties. And even car companies moved in. They kind of moved in very quietly because they were super scared to be embarrassed that their car would flip over. But Ford was there, and Volkswagen was there, and a few others, and GM was there. So it kind of reset the entire landscape of people. And if you look at who's the big name in self-driving cars today, these are mostly people who participated in those challenges.
Okay, that's incredible. Can you just comment quickly on your sense of lessons learned from that kind of funding model and the research that's going on in academia in terms of producing papers? Is there something to be learned and scaled up bigger, having these kinds of grand challenges that could improve outcomes?
So I'm a big believer in focusing on kind of an end-to-end system. I'm a really big believer in systems building. I've always built systems in my academic career, even though I do a lot of math and abstract stuff. But it's all derived from the idea of let's solve a real problem. And it's very hard for me to be an academic and say, let me solve a component of a problem. Like if someone there's fields like monetary logic or AI planning systems where people believe that a certain style of problem solving is the ultimate end objective, and I would always turn it around and say, hey, what problem would my grandmother care about that doesn't understand computer technology and doesn't want to understand? And how can I make her love what I do? Because only then do I have an impact on the world. I can easily impress my colleagues. That is much easier, but impressing my grandmother is very, very hard. So I would always thought if I can build a self-driving car and my grandmother can, after she loses her driving privileges or children can use it or we save maybe 1 million lives, that would be very impressive. And then there's so many problems like these. Like there's a problem of curing cancer or whatever it is, live twice as long. Once the problem is defined, of course I can't solve it in its entirety. Like it takes sometimes tens of thousands of people to find a solution. There's no way you can fund an army of 10,000 at Stanford. So you're going to build a prototype. Let's build a meaningful prototype. And the Java challenge was beautiful because it told me what this prototype had to do. I didn't have to think about what it had to do. I just had to read the rules. And it was really, really beautiful.
That is most beautiful. You think what academia could aspire to is to build a prototype that's the systems level that solves, gives you an inkling that this problem could be solved with this prototype.
First of all, I want to emphasize what academia really is, and I think people misunderstand it. First and foremost, academia is a way to educate young people. First and foremost, the professor is an educator, no matter whether you are at a small suburban college or whether you are a Harvard or Stanford professor. That's not the way most people think of themselves in academia, because we have this kind of competition going on for citations and publication. That's a measurable thing, but that is secondary to the primary purpose of educating people to think. Now, in terms of research, most of the great science, great research comes out of universities. You can trace almost everything back, including Google, to universities. So there's nothing really fundamentally broken here. It's a good system, and I think America has the finest university system on the planet. We can talk about reach and how to reach people outside the system. It's a different topic, but the system itself is a good system. If I had one wish, I would say it'd be really great if there was more debate about what the great big problems are in society and focus on those. And most of them are interdisciplinary. Unfortunately, it's fallen into an interdisciplinary viewpoint. Your problem is dictated by what your closest colleagues believe the problem is. It's very hard to break out and say, well, there's an entire new field of problems. So to give an example, prior to me working on self-driving cars, I was a roboticist and a machine learning expert, and I wrote books on robotics. Something called probabilistic robotics. It's a very methods-driven kind of viewpoint of the world. I built robots that acted in museums as tour guides, that led children around. It is something that at the time was moderately challenging. When I started working on cars, several colleagues told me, Sebastian, you're destroying your career, because in our field of robotics, cars look like a gimmick. They're not expressive enough. They can only push the throttle and the brakes. There's no dexterity, there's no complexity. It's just too simple. And no one came to me and said, wow, if you solve that problem, you can save 1 million lives. Right? Among all robotic problems that I've seen in my life, I would say the self-driving car, transportation, is the one that has the most hope for society. So how come the robotics community wasn't all over the place? And it was because we focused on methods and solutions and not on problems. Like, if you go around today and ask your grandmother what bugs you, what really makes you upset, I challenge any academic to do this and then realize how far your research is probably away from that today.
At the very least, that's a good thing for academics to deliberate on.
The other thing that's really nice in Silicon Valley is full of smart people outside academia. Right? So there's the Larry Pages and Mark Zuckerbergs in the world who are anywhere smarter than the best academics I've met in my life. And what they do is they are at a different level. They build the systems, they build the customer-facing systems, they build things that people can use without technical education. And they are inspired by research. They're inspired by scientists. They hire the best PhDs from the best universities for a reason. So I think this kind of vertical integration that between the real product, the real impact, and the real thought, the real ideas, that's actually working surprisingly well in Silicon Valley. It did not work as well in other places in this nation. When I worked at Carnegie Mellon, we had the world's finest computer science university, but there wasn't those people in Pittsburgh that would be able to take these very fine computer science ideas and turn them into massively impactful products. That symbiosis seemed to exist pretty much only in Silicon Valley and maybe a bit in Boston and Austin.
Yeah. With Stanford, that's really interesting. So if you look a little bit further on from the DARPA Grand Challenge and the launch of the Google self-driving car, what do you see as the state, the challenges of autonomous vehicles as they are now? Is actually achieving that huge scale and having a huge impact on society?
I'm extremely proud of what has been accomplished. And again, I'm taking a lot of credit for the work by others. And I'm actually very optimistic. And people have been kind of worrying, is it too fast, is it too slow, why isn't it there yet, and so on. It is actually quite an interesting hard problem in that a self-driving car, to build one that manages 90% of the problems encountered in everyday driving is easy. We can literally do this over a weekend. To do 99% might take a month. Then there's 1% left. So 1% would mean that you still have a fatal accident every week. Very unacceptable. So now you work on this 1%, and the 99% of that left, the remaining 1% is actually still relatively easy. But now you're down to like 100th of 1%, and it's still completely unacceptable in terms of safety. So the variety of things you encounter are just enormous, and that gives me enormous respect for human beings that we're able to deal with the couch on the highway, right, or the deer in the headlight, or the blown tire that we've never been trained for, and all of a sudden have to handle in an emergency situation, and often do very, very successfully. It's amazing from that perspective what safe driving actually is, given how many millions of miles we drive every year in this country. We are now at a point where I believe the technology is there, and I've seen it. I've seen it in Waymo, I've seen it in Aptiv, I've seen it in Cruise, in a number of companies, in Voyage, where vehicles now driving around and basically flawlessly are able to drive people around in limited scenarios. In fact, you can go to Vegas today and order a summon and lift, and if you get the right setting of your app, you'll be picked up by a driverless car. Now, there's still safety drivers in there, but that's a fantastic way to kind of learn what the limits are of technology today. And there's still some glitches, but the glitches have become very, very rare. I think the next step is going to be to down-cost it, to harden it. The entrapment, the sensors are not quite an automotive grade standard yet. And then to really build the business models to really kind of go somewhere and make the business case. And the business case is hard work. It's not just, oh my God, we have this capability, people are just going to buy it. You have to make it affordable. You have to give people find the social acceptance of people. None of the teams yet has been able to, or gutsy enough to drive around without a person inside the car. And that's the next magical hurdle, to be able to send these vehicles around completely empty in traffic. And I think I wait for the news that Waymo has just done this.
So, interesting you mentioned gutsy. Let me ask some maybe unanswerable question, maybe edgy questions, but in terms of how much risk is required, some guts, in terms of leadership style, it would be good to contrast approaches, and I don't think anyone knows what's right. But if we compare Tesla and Waymo, for example, Elon Musk and the Waymo team, there's slight differences in approach. So on the Elon side, there's more, I don't know what the right word to use, but aggression in terms of innovation. And on the Waymo side, there's more sort of cautious, safety-focused approach to the problem. What do you think it takes? Which leadership at which moment is right? Which approach is right?
Look, I don't sit in either of those teams, so I'm unable to even verify like so it is correct.
Right.
In the end of the day, every innovator in that space will face a fundamental dilemma, and I would say you could put aerospace titans into the same bucket, which is you have to balance public safety with your drive to innovate. And this country in particular, in the States, has a 100+ year history of doing this very successfully. Air travel is 100 times as safe per mile than ground travel, than cars. And there's a reason for it, because people have found ways to be very methodological about ensuring public safety while still being able to make progress on important aspects, for example, like air and noise and fuel consumption. So I think that those practices are proven and they actually work. We live in a world safer than ever before. And yes, there will always be the provision that something goes wrong. There's always the possibility that someone makes a mistake or there's an unexpected failure. We can never guarantee to 100% absolute safety other than just not doing it. But I think I'm very proud of the history of the United States. I mean, we've dealt with much more dangerous technology like nuclear energy and kept that safe too. We have nuclear weapons and we keep those safe. So we have methods and procedures that really balance these two things very, very successfully.
You've mentioned a lot of great autonomous vehicle companies that are taking sort of the level 4, level 5. They jump in full autonomy with a safety driver and take that kind of approach, and also through simulation and so on. There's also the approach that Tesla Autopilot is doing, which is kind of incrementally taking a level 2 vehicle and using machine learning and learning from the driving of human beings and trying to creep up, trying to incrementally improve the system until it's able to achieve level 4 autonomy. So perfect autonomy in certain kind of geographical regions. What are your thoughts on these contrasting approaches?
Well, so first of all, I'm a very proud Tesla owner, and I literally use the Autopilot every day, and it literally has kept me safe. It's a beautiful technology specifically for highway driving when I'm slightly tired, because then it turns me into a much safer driver. And I'm 100% confident that's the case. In terms of the right approach, I think the biggest change I've seen since I ran the Waymo team is this thing called deep learning. I think deep learning was not a hot topic when I started Waymo or Google self-driving cars. It was there. In fact, we started Google Brain at the same time in Google X, so I invested in deep learning, but people didn't talk about it. It wasn't a hot topic. And now there's a shift of emphasis from more geometric perspective, where you use geometric sensors that give you a full 3D view and you do geometric reasoning about, oh, this box over here might be a car, towards a more human-like, let's just learn about that. This looks like the thing I've seen 10,000 times before, so maybe it's the same thing. Machine learning perspective. And that has really put, I think, all these approaches on steroids. at Udacity, we teach a course in self-driving cars. In fact, I think we've graduated over 20,000 or so people on self-driving car skills. So every self-driving car team in the world now uses our engineers. And in this course, the very first homework assignment is to do lane finding on images. And lane finding images, for layman, what this means is you put a camera into your car or you open your eyes and you would know where the lane is, right? So you can stay inside the lane with your car. Humans can do this super easily. You just look and you know where the lane is, just intuitively. For machines, for a long time, it was super hard because people would write these kind of crazy rules. There's like wine lane markers, and these what white really means. This is not quite white enough, so it's always not white. Or maybe the sun is shining, so when the sun shines, and this is white, and this is a straight line. Okay, it's not quite a straight line because the road is curved. And do we know that there's really 6 feet between lane markings or not, or 12 feet, whatever it is? And now, what the students are doing, they would take machine learning. So instead of like writing these crazy rules for the lane marker, is they say, hey, let's take an hour driving and label it and tell the vehicle this is actually the lane by hand. And then these are examples, and have the machine find its own rules what lane markings are. And within 24 hours, now every student that's never done any programming before in this space can write a perfect lane finder as good as the best commercial lane finders. And that's completely amazing to me. We've seen progress using machine learning that completely dwarfs anything that I saw 10 years ago.
Yeah, and just as a side note, the self-driving car nano degree, the fact that you launched that many years ago now, maybe 4 years ago, 3 years ago, is incredible. That's a great example of system level thinking, sort of just taking an entire course that teaches you how to solve the entire problem. I definitely recommend people.
It's become super popular, and it's become actually incredibly high quality. We did it with Mercedes and various other companies in that space. And we find that engineers from Tesla and Waymo are taking it today. The insight was that two things. One is existing universities will be very slow to move because they're departmentalized and there's no department for self-driving cars. So between Mackie and Double E and computer science, getting these folks together into one room is really, really hard. And every professor listening here would probably agree to that. And secondly, even if all the great universities did this, which none so far has got a big curriculum in this field, it is just a few thousand students that can partake because all the great universities are super selected. So how about people in India? How about people in China or in the Middle East or Indonesia or Africa? Why should those be excluded from the skill of building self-driving cars? Are they any dumber than we are? Are we any less privileged? And the answer is we should just give everybody the skill to build a self-driving car, because if we do this, then we have like 1,000 self-driving car startups, and if 10% succeed, it's like 100. That means 100 countries now will have self-driving cars and be safer.
It's kind of interesting to imagine, impossible to quantify, but the number, over a period of several decades, the impact that has like a single course, like a ripple effect to society. I just recently talked to Andrew, who was creator of Cosmos. So the show, it's interesting to think about how many scientists that show launched.
Yeah.
And so it's really, in terms of impact, I can't imagine a better course than the self-driving car course. There's other more specific disciplines like deep learning and so on that Udacity is also teaching. The self-driving cars is really, really interesting course.
Yeah, and it came at the right moment. It came at a time when there were a bunch of acqui-hires. Acqui-hire is an acquisition of a company not for its technology or its products or business, but for its people. So acqui-hire means maybe a company of 70 people. They have no product yet, but they're super smart people, and you pay a certain amount of money. So I took acqui-hires like GM Cruise and Uber and others and did the math and said, hey, how many people are there and how much money was paid? And as a lower bound, I estimated the value of a self-driving car engineer in these acquisitions to be at least $10 million, right? So think about this. You get this have a skill and you team up and build a company, and your worth now is $10 million. I mean, that's kind of cool. I mean, what other thing could you do in life to be worth $10 million within a year?
Yeah, amazing. But to come back for a moment onto deep learning and its application in autonomous vehicles, what are your thoughts on Elon Musk's statement, provocative statement perhaps, that lighter is a crunch? So this geometric way of thinking about the world may be holding us back what we should instead be doing in this robotic space, in this particular space of autonomous vehicles, is using camera as a primary sensor and using computer vision and machine learning as the primary way to.
Okay, I have 2 comments. I think first of all, we all know that people can drive cars without lidars in their heads because we only have eyes, and we mostly just use eyes for driving. Maybe we use some other perception of our bodies, accelerations, occasionally our ears, certainly not our noses. So the existence proof is there that eyes must be sufficient. In fact, we could even drive a car if someone put a camera out and then gave us the camera image with no latency. We would be able to drive a car that way the same way. So a camera is also sufficient. Secondly, I really love the idea that in the Western world, we have many, many different people trying different hypotheses. It's almost like an anthill. Like if an anthill tries to forage for food, right? You can sit there as 2 ants and agree what the perfect path is, and every single ant marches where the most likely location of food is. Or you can even just spread out. And I promise you, the spread out solution will be better, because if the discussing philosophical, intellectual ants get it wrong and they're all moving in the wrong direction, they're going to waste the day, and then they're going to discuss again for another week. Whereas if all these ants go in the right direction, someone's going to succeed. They're going to come back and claim victory and get the Nobel Prize or whatever they can do this. And then they all march in the same direction. And that's great about society. That's great about the Western society. We're not clan-based. We're not central-based. We don't have a Soviet Union-style central government that tells us where to forge. We just forge. We start in C Corp. We get investor money, go out and try it out. And who knows who's going to win?
I like it. When you look at the long-term vision of autonomous vehicles, do you see machine learning as fundamentally being able to solve most of the problems? So learning from experience.
I'd say we should be very clear about what machine learning is and is not. And I think there's a lot of confusion. What it is today is a technology that can go through large databases of repetitive patterns and find those patterns. So an example, we did a study at Stanford 2 years ago where we applied machine learning to detecting skin cancer in images. And we harvested or built a data set of 129,000 skin photo shots that all had been biopsied for what the actual situation was. And those included melanomas and carcinomas, also included rashes and other skin conditions, lesions. And then we had a network find those patterns, and it was by and large able to then detect skin cancer with an iPhone as accurately as board certified Stanford level dermatologists. We proved that. Now this thing was great in this one thing, in finding skin cancer, but it couldn't drive a car. So the difference to human intelligence is we do all these many, many things, and we can often learn from a very small data set of experiences. Whereas machines still need very large data sets and things that be very repetitive. Now that's still super impactful because almost everything we do is repetitive, so that's going to transform human labor. But it's not this almighty general intelligence. We're really far away from a system that will exhibit general intelligence. To that end, I actually commiserate the naming a little bit, because artificial intelligence, if you believe Hollywood, is immediately mixed to the idea of human suppression and machine superiority. I don't think that we're going to see this in my lifetime. I don't think human suppression is a good idea. I don't see it coming. I don't see the technology being there. What I see instead is a very pointed, focused pattern recognition technology that's able to extract patterns from large data sets. And in doing so, it can be super impactful. Right? Super impactful. Let's take the impact of artificial intelligence on human work. We all know that it takes something like 10,000 hours to become an expert. If you're going to be a doctor or a lawyer or even a really good driver, it takes a certain amount of time to become experts. Machines now are able and have been shown to observe people become experts and observe experts, and then extract those rules from experts in some interesting way. It could go from law to sales to driving cars to diagnosing cancer, and then giving that capability to people who are competing in their job. We now can That's been done. It's been done commercially in many instantiations. So that means we can use machine learning to make people expert on the very first day of their work. Like, think about the impact. If your doctor is still in their first 10,000 hours, you have a doctor who's not quite an expert yet. Who would not want a doctor who is the world's best expert? And now we can leverage machines to really eradicate error in decision making, error and lack of expertise for human doctors. That could save your life.
You can link on that for a little bit. In which way do you hope machines in the medical field could help assist doctors? You mentioned this sort of accelerating the learning curve, or people, if they start a job or in the first 10,000 hours, can be assisted by a machine. How do you envision that assistance looking?
So we built this app for an iPhone that can detect and classify and diagnose skin cancer. And we proved 2 years ago that it does pretty much as good or better than the best human doctors. So let me tell you a story. So there's a friend of mine, let's call him Ben. Ben is a very famous venture capitalist. He goes to his doctor, and the doctor looks at a mole and says, hey, that mole is probably harmless. And for some very funny reason, he pulled out that form with our app. He's a collaborator in our study. And the app says, no, this is a melanoma. And for background, melanomas are, and skin cancer is the most common cancer in this country. Melanomas can go from stage 0 to stage 4 within less than a year. Stage 0 means you can basically cut it out yourself with a kitchen knife and be safe. And stage 4 means your chances of living 5 more years is less than 20%. So it's a very serious condition. So this doctor who took out the iPhone looked at the iPhone and was a little bit puzzled and said, you know what, just to be safe, let's cut it out and biopsy it. That's the technical term for it. Let's get an in-depth diagnostics that is more than just looking at it. And it came back as cancerous, as a melanoma, and it was then removed. And my friend Ben, I was hiking with him, and then we were talking about AI, and he said, I'm trying to do this woman, skin cancer. And he said, oh, funny, my doctor just had an iPhone that found my cancer. Wow. So I was like completely intrigued. I didn't know about this. So here's a person, I mean, this is a real human life, right? Like, who doesn't know somebody who has been affected by cancer? Cancer is cause of death number 2. Cancer is this kind of disease that is mean in the following way. Most cancers can actually be cured relatively easily if we catch them early. And the reason why we don't tend to catch them early is because they have no symptoms. Like, your very first symptom of a gallbladder cancer or a pancreatic cancer might be a headache. And when you finally go to your doctor because of these headaches or your back pain and you're being imaged, it's usually stage 4 plus, and that's the time when your curing chances might be dropped to a single-digit percentage. So if we could leverage AI to inspect your body on a regular basis without even a doctor in the room, maybe when you take a shower or what have you, I know this sounds creepy, but then we might be able to save millions and millions of lives.
You've mentioned there's a concern that people have about near-term impacts of AI in terms of job loss. So you've mentioned being able to assist doctors, being able to assist people in their jobs. Do you have a worry of people losing their jobs or the economy being affected by the improvements in AI?
Yeah, anybody concerned about job losses, please come to gedacity.com. We teach contemporary tech skills, and we have our kind of implicit job promise. We often, when we measure, we spend way over 50% of our graduates in new jobs, and they're very satisfied about it. And it costs almost nothing, it costs like 1,500 max or something like that.
And so there's a cool new program that you agree with the U.S. government, guaranteeing that you will help give scholarships that educate people in this kind of situation.
Yeah, we're working with the U.S. government on the idea of basically rebuilding the American dream. So UDASI has just dedicated 100,000 scholarships for citizens of America for various levels of courses that eventually will get you a job. And those courses are all somewhat related to the tech sector, because the tech sector is kind of the hottest sector right now, and they range from entry-level digital marketing to very advanced self-driving car engineering. And we're doing this with the White House because we think it's bipartisan. It's an issue that if you want to really make America great. Being able to be part of the solution and live the American dream requires us to be proactive about our education and our skill set. It's just the way it is today. And it's always been this way. And we always had this American dream to send our kids to college. And now the American dream has to be to send ourselves to college. We can do this very, very, very efficiently, very, very. We can squeeze in the evenings and things to online
at all ages.
All ages. So our learners go from age 11 to age 80. I just traveled Germany, and the guy in the train compartment next to me was my students. It's like, wow, that's amazing. I don't think about impact. We've become the educator of choice for now, I believe, officially 6 countries, 5 countries, mostly in the Middle East, like Saudi Arabia and in Egypt. In Egypt, we just had a cohort graduate where we had 1,100 high school students that went through programming skills proficient at the level of a computer science undergrad. And we had a 95% graduation rate, even though everything's online. It's kind of tough, but we're kind of trying to figure out how to make this effective. The vision is very, very simple. The vision is education ought to be a basic human right. It cannot be locked up behind ivory tower walls only for the rich people, for the parents who might even bribe themselves into the system, and only for young people, and only for people from the right demographics and the right geography, and possibly even the right race. It has to be open up to everybody. If we are truthful to the human mission, if we are truthful to our values, we're going to open up education to everybody in the world. So Udacity's pledge of 100,000 scholarships, I think, is the biggest pledge of scholarships ever in terms of the numbers. And we're working, as I said, with the White House and with very accomplished CEOs like Tim Cook from Apple and others to really bring everywhere in the world.
Not to ask you to pick the favorite of your children, but at this point,
that's Jasper.
Okay, good. In this particular moment, what degree, what set of courses are you most excited about at Udacity, or is that too impossible to pick?
I've been super excited about something we haven't launched yet and we're building, which is when we talk to our partner companies, we have now a very strong footing in the enterprise world, and also to our students. We've kind of always focused on these hard skills, like the programming skills or math skills or building skills or design skills. And a very common ask is soft skills, like how do you behave in your work? How do you develop empathy? How do you work in a team? What are the very basics of management? How do you do time management? How do you advance your career in the context of a broader community? And that's something that we haven't done very well at Udacity, and I would say most universities are doing very poorly as well, because we're so obsessed with individual test scores and pay so little attention to teamwork in education. So that's something I see us moving into as a company, because I'm excited about this. And I think, look, we can teach people tech skills and they're going to be great, but if we teach people empathy, that's going to have the same impact.
Maybe harder than self-driving cars, but
I don't think so. I think the rules are really simple. You just have to want to engage. We literally went in school in K through 12. We teach kids like get the highest math score. And if you are a rational human being, you might evolve from this education state, having the best math score and the best English scores, making the best leader. And it turns out not to be the case. It's actually really wrong, because first of all, in terms of math scores, I think it's perfectly fine to hire somebody with great math skills. You don't have to do it yourself. You can't hire someone with great empathy for you. That's much harder. But you can always hire someone with great math skills. But we live in a fluent world where we constantly deal with other people, and that's a beauty. It's not a nuisance, it's a beauty. So if we somehow develop that muscle, we can do that well and empower others in the workplace. I think we're going to be super successful.
And I know many fellow roboticist and computer scientists that I will insist to take this course.
So to be named,
not to be named. Many years ago, 1903, the Wright brothers flew in Kitty Hawk for the first time, and you've launched a company of the same name, Kitty Hawk, with the dream of building flying cars, eVTOLs. So
at the big picture, what are the big challenges of making this thing that actually have inspired generations of people about what the future looks like? What does it take? What are the biggest challenges?
So flying cars has always been a dream. Every boy, every girl wants to fly. Let's be honest.
Yes.
And let's go back in our history when we are dreaming of flying. I think my single most remembered childhood dream has been a dream where I was sitting on a pillow and I could fly. I was like 5 years old. I remember like maybe 3 dreams of my childhood, but that's the one I remember most vividly. And then Peter Thiel famously said they promised us flying cars and they gave us 140 characters. Pointing as Twitter at the time limited the message size to 140 characters. So we're coming back now to really go for this super impactful stuff like flying cars. And to be precise, they're not really cars. They don't have wheels. They're actually much closer to a helicopter than anything else. They take off vertically, they fly horizontally, but they have important differences. One difference is that they are much quieter. We just released a vehicle called Project Heaviside that can fly over you as low as a helicopter, and you basically can't hear it. It's like 38 decibels. It's like if you go inside the library, you might be able to hear it, but anywhere outdoors, your ambient noise is higher. Secondly, they're much more affordable. They're much more affordable than helicopters, and the reason is helicopters are expensive for many reasons. There's lots of single point of failures in a helicopter. There's a bolt between the blades that's called Jesus bolt, and the reason why it's called Jesus bolt is if this bolt breaks, you will die. There is no second solution in helicopter flight. Whereas we have these distributed mechanisms. When you go from gasoline to electric, you can now have many, many, many small motors as opposed to one big motor. And that means if you lose one of those motors, not a big deal. Heaviside, if it loses a motor, has 8 of those. If you lose one of those 8 motors, so it's 7 left, you can take off just like before and land just like before. We are now also moving into a technology that doesn't require a commercial pilot, because in some level, flight is actually easier than ground transportation. Like in self-driving cars, the world is full of like children, and bicycles, and other cars, and mailboxes, and curbs, and shrubs, and what have you. All these things you have to avoid. When you go above the buildings and tree lines, there's nothing there. I mean, you can do the test right now. Look outside and count the number of things you see flying. I'd be shocked if you could see more than 2 things. It's probably just 0. In the Bay Area, the most I've ever seen was 6. And maybe it's 15 or 20, but not 10,000. So the sky is very ample and very empty and very free. So the vision is, can we build a socially acceptable mass transit solution for daily transportation that is affordable? And we have an existence proof. Heaviside can fly 100 miles in range with still 30% electric reserves. They can fly up to like 180 miles an hour. We know that that solution at scale would make your ground transportation 10 times as fast as a car, based on use census statistics data, which means you would take your 300 hours of yearly commute down to 30 hours and give you 270 hours back. Who wouldn't want? I mean, who doesn't hate traffic? Like, I hate it. Give me the person who doesn't hate traffic. I hate traffic every day. Every time I'm in traffic, I hate it. And if we could free the world from traffic, we have technology. We can free the world from traffic. We have the technology. It's there. We have an existence proof. It's not a technological problem anymore.
Do you think there's a future where tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of both delivery drones and flying cars of this kind, eVTOLs, fill the sky?
I absolutely believe this. And there's obviously the societal acceptance is a major question. And of course, safety. I believe in safety, we're going to see ground transportation safety, as has happened for aviation already, commercial aviation. And in terms of acceptance, I think one of the key things is noise. That's why we are focusing relentlessly on noise, and we built perhaps the wisest electric VTOL vehicle ever built. The nice thing about the sky is it's 3-dimensional. So any mathematician will immediately recognize the difference between 1D of like a regular highway to 3D of a sky. But to make it clear for the layman, say you want to make 100 vertical lanes of Highway 101 in San Francisco, because you believe building 100 vertical lanes is the right solution. Imagine how much it would cost to stack 100 vertical lanes physically onto 101. That would be prohibitive. That would be consuming the world's GDP for an entire year just for one highway. It's amazing expensive. Okay. In the sky, it would just be a recompilation of a piece of software because all these lanes are virtual. That means any vehicle that is in conflict with another vehicle would just go to different altitudes, and then the conflict is gone. And if you don't believe this, that's exactly how commercial aviation works. When you fly from New York to San Francisco, another plane flies from San Francisco to New York, they're at different altitudes, so they don't hit each other. It's a solved problem for the jet space, and it will be a solved problem for the urban space. There's companies like Google Wing and Amazon working on very innovative solutions how to do airspace management. They use exactly the same principles as we use today to route today's jets. There's nothing hard about this.
Do you envision autonomy being a key part of it, so that the flying vehicles are either semi-autonomous or fully autonomous?
100% autonomous. You don't want idiots like me fly in the sky, I promise you. And you get 10,000. Watch the movie The Fifth Element to get a feel for what would happen if it's not autonomous.
And a centralized, there's a really interesting idea of a centralized sort of management system for lanes and so on. So actually just being able to have similar as we have in the current commercial aviation, but scale it up to much more vehicles. That's a really interesting optimization problem.
It is very mathematically very, very straightforward. Like the gap between jets is gargantuous, and part of the reason is there isn't that many jets. So this feels like a good solution. Today, when you get vectored by air traffic control, someone talks to you, right? So an ATC controller might have up to maybe 20 planes on the same frequency, and then they talk to you, you have to talk back. And that feels right because there isn't more than 20 planes around anyhow, so you can talk to everybody. But if there's 20,000 things around, you can't talk to everybody anymore. So you have to do something that's called digital, like text messaging. Like we do have solutions, like we have 4 or 5 billion smartphones in the world now, right? And they're all connected. And some of us solve the scale problem with smartphones. We know where they all are, they can talk to somebody, and they're very reliable. They're amazingly reliable. We could use the same system, the same scale for air traffic control. So instead of me as a pilot talking to a human being in the middle of the conversation, receiving a new frequency, like how ancient is that? We could digitize this stuff and digitally transmit the right flight coordinates. And that solution will automatically scale to 10,000 vehicles.
We talked about empathy a little bit. Do you think we will one day build an AI system that a human being can love and that loves that human back, like in the movie Her?
Look, I'm a pragmatist. For me, AI is a tool. It's like a shovel, and the ethics of using the shovel are always with us, the people, and it has to be this way. In terms of emotions, I would hate to come into my kitchen and see that my refrigerator spoiled all my food, then have it explained to me that it fell in love with the dishwasher, and I wasn't as nice as the dishwasher, so as a result, it neglected me. That would just be a bad experience, and it would be a bad product. I would probably not recommend this refrigerator to my friends. And that's where I draw the line. I think, to me, technology has to be reliable. It has to be predictable. I want my car to work. I don't want to fall in love with my car. I just want it to work. I want it to complement me, not to replace me. I have very unique human properties, and I want the machines to turn me into a superhuman. Like I'm already a superhuman today thanks to the machines that surround me. And I'll give you examples. I can run across the Atlantic at near the speed of sound at 36,000 feet today. That's kind of amazing. I can, my voice now carries me all the way to Australia using a smartphone today, and it's not the speed of sound, which would take hours. It's the speed of light. My voice travels at the speed of light. How cool is that? That makes me superhuman. I would even argue my flushing toilet makes me superhuman. Just think of the time before flushing toilets, and maybe you have a very old person in your family that you can ask about this, or take a trip to rural India to experience it. It makes me superhuman. So to me, what technology does, it complements me. It makes me stronger. Therefore, words like love and compassion have very little interest in this for machines. I have interest in people.
You don't think, first of all, beautifully argued, but do you think love has use in our tools? Compassion.
I think love is a beautiful human concept. And if you think what love really is, love is a means to convey safety, to convey trust. I think trust is a huge need in technology as well, just people. We want to trust our technology the same way in a similar way we trust people. In human interaction, standards have emerged and feelings, emotions have emerged, maybe genetically, maybe biologically, that are able to convey sense of trust, sense of safety, sense of passion, of love, of dedication, that makes the human fabric. And I'm a big slacker for love. I want to be loved, I want to be trusted, I want to be admired, all these wonderful things. And because all of us do, we have this beautiful system, I wouldn't just blindly copy this to the machines. Here's why. When you look at, say, transportation, you could have observed that up to the end of the 19th century, almost all transportation used any number of legs, from 1 leg to 2 legs to 1,000 legs. And you could have concluded that is the right way to move about the environment. We make exception of birds who use flapping wings. In fact, there are many people in aviation that flap wings to their arms and jump from cliffs. Most of them didn't survive. Then the interesting thing is that the technology solutions are very different. Like in technology, it's easy to build a wheel. In biology, it's super hard to build a wheel. There's very few perpetually rotating things in biology. They usually one cells and things. In engineering, we can build wheels, and those wheels gave rise to cars. Similar wheels gave rise to aviation. Like there's no thing that flies that wouldn't have something that rotates, like a jet engine or helicopter blades. So the solutions have used very different physical laws in nature, and that's great. So for me, to be too much focused on, oh, this is how nature does it, let's just replicate it. If we really believed that the solution to the agricultural revolution was a humanoid robot, we would still be waiting today.
Again, beautifully put. You said that you don't take yourself too seriously.
Did I say that?
Maybe
You
I
want me to say that?
Maybe
You don't take me seriously.
I'm not. That's right.
Good. You're right. I don't want to.
I just made that up. But you have a humor and a lightness about life that I think is beautiful and inspiring to a lot of people. Where does that come from? The smile, the humor, the lightness amidst all the chaos of the hard work that you're in. Where does that come from?
I just love my life. I love the people around me. I'm just so glad to be alive. Like, I'm 52. Hard to believe. People say 52 is the new 51. So I feel better. But in looking around the world, just go back 200, 300 years. Humanity is 300,000 years old. But for the first 300,000 years, minus the last 100, our life expectancy would have been plus or minus 30 years, roughly, give or take. So I would be long dead now. Like, that makes me just enjoy every single day of my life, because I don't deserve it. Like, why am I born today when so many of my ancestors died of horrible deaths, like famines, massive wars that ravaged Europe for the last 1,000 years, mystically disappeared after World War II when the Americans and the Allies did something amazing for my country that didn't deserve it, country of Germany. This is so amazing. And then when you're alive and feel this every day, then it's just so amazing what we can accomplish, what we can do. We live in a world that is so incredibly vastly changing every day. Almost everything that we cherish, from your smartphone to your flushing toilet, to all these basic inventions, the new clothes you're wearing, your watch, your plane, penicillin, anesthesia for surgery, penicillin have been invented in the last 150 years. So in the last 150 years, something magical happened. And I would trace it back to Gutenberg and the printing press, that has been able to disseminate information more efficiently than before, that all of a sudden we're able to invent agriculture and nitrogen fertilization that made agriculture so much more potent that we didn't have to work on the farms anymore, and we could start reading and writing, and we could become all these wonderful things we are today, from airline pilot to massage therapist to software engineer. It's just amazing. Like, living in that time is such a blessing. We should sometimes really think about this. Steven Pinker, who is a very famous author and philosopher whom I really adore, wrote a great book called Enlightenment Now, and that's maybe the one book I would recommend. And he asks the question, if there was only a single article written in the 20th century, it's only one article, what would it be? What's the most important innovation, the most important thing that happened? And he would say this article would credit a guy named Karl Bosch. And I challenge anybody, have you ever heard of the name Karl Bosch? I hadn't, okay? There's a Bosch corporation in Germany, but it's not associated with Karl Bosch. So I looked it up. Karl Bosch invented nitrogen fertilization. And in doing so, together with an older invention of irrigation, was able to increase the yield per agricultural land by a factor of 26. So a 2,500% increase in fertility of land. And that, so Steve Pinker argues, saves over 2 billion lives today. 2 billion people who would be dead if this man hadn't done what he had done. Okay, think about that impact and what that means to society. That's the way I look at the world. I mean, it's just so amazing to be alive and be part of this. And I'm so glad I lived after Karl Bosch and not before.
I don't think there's a better way to end it, Sebastian. It's an honor to talk to you, Joe. I had the chance to learn from you. Thank you so much for talking.
Thanks for coming out. It's a real pleasure.
Thank you for listening to the conversation with Sebastian Thrun. And thank you to our presenting sponsor, Cash App. Download it, use code LEX Podcast. You'll get $10, and $10 will go to FIRST, a STEM education nonprofit that inspires hundreds of thousands of young minds to learn and to dream of engineering our future. If you enjoy this podcast, subscribe on YouTube, get 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support it on Patreon, or connect with me on Twitter. And now, let me leave you with some words of wisdom from Sebastian Thrun. It's important to celebrate your failures as much as your successes. If you celebrate your failures really well, if you say, wow, I failed, I tried, I was wrong, but I learned something, then you realize you have no fear. When your fear goes away, you can move the world. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time. The following is a conversation with S. James Gates Jr. He's a theoretical physicist and professor at Brown University, working on supersymmetry, supergravity, and superstring theory. He served on former President Obama's Council of Advisors on Science and Technology, and he's now the co-author of a new book titled Proving Einstein Right, about the scientists who set out to prove Einstein's theory of relativity. You may have noticed that I've been speaking with not just computer scientists, but philosophers, mathematicians, physicists, economists, and soon much more. To me, AI is much bigger than deep learning, bigger than computing. It is our civilization's journey into understanding the human mind and creating echoes of it in the machine. That journey includes, of course, the world of theoretical physics and its practice in first principles mathematical thinking and exploring the fundamental nature of our reality. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, give it 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, follow on Spotify, support on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled Fridman. If you leave a review on Apple Podcasts, or YouTube, or Twitter, consider mentioning ideas, people, topics you find interesting. It helps guide the future of this podcast. But in general, I just love comments that are full of kindness and thoughtfulness in them. This podcast is a side project for me, but I still put a lot of effort into it. So the positive words of support from an amazing community, from you, really help. I recently started doing ads at the end of the introduction. I'll do 1 or 2 minutes after introducing the episode and never any ads in the middle that can break the flow of the conversation. I hope that works for you and doesn't hurt the listening experience. I provide timestamps for the start of the conversations you may have noticed that you can skip to, but it helps if you listen to the ad and support this podcast by trying out the product or service being advertised. This show is presented by Cash App, the #1 finance app in the App Store. I personally use Cash App to send money to friends, but you can also use it to buy, sell, and deposit Bitcoin in just seconds. Cash App also has a new investing feature. You can buy fractions of stock, say $1 worth, no matter what the stock price is. Brokerage services are provided by Cash App Investing, a subsidiary of Square and member SIPC. I'm excited to be working with Cash App to support one of my favorite organizations called FIRST, best known for their FIRST robotics and Lego competitions. They educate and inspire hundreds of thousands of students in over 110 countries and have a perfect rating on Charity Navigator, which means that donated money is used to maximum effectiveness. When you get Cash App in the App Store or Google Play and use code LEXPODCAST, you'll get $10, and Cash App will also donate $10 to FIRST, which again is an organization that I've personally seen inspire girls and boys to dream of engineering a better world. And now, here's my conversation with S. James Gates Jr. You tell a story when you were 8. You had a profound realization that the stars in the sky are actually places that travel to one day. Do you think human beings will ever venture outside our solar system?
Wow, question of whether humanity gets outside of the solar system. It's going to be a challenge. And as long as the laws of physics that we have today are accurate and valid, it's going to be extraordinarily difficult. I'm a science fiction fan, as you probably know, so I love to dream of starships and traveling to other solar systems, but the barriers are just formidable.
If we just kind of venture a little bit into science fiction, do you think the spaceships, if we are successful, that take us outside the solar system will look like the ones we have today? Or are fundamental breakthroughs necessary?
In order to have genuine starships, probably some really radical views about the way the universe works are going to have to take place in our science. We could, with our current technology, think about constructing multi-generational starships where the people who get on them are not the people who get off at the other end. But even if we do that, the formidable problem is actually our bodies, which doesn't seem to be conscious for a lot of people. Even getting to Mars is going to present this challenge because we live in this wonderful home, has a protective magnetosphere around it, and so we're shielded from cosmic radiation. Once you leave this shield, there are some estimates that, for example, if you send someone to Mars, with our technology, probably about 2 years out there without the shield, they're going to be bombarded. That means radiation, probably means cancer. So that's one of the most formidable challenges, even if we could get over the technology.
Do you think Mars is a harsh place? Do Elon Musk, SpaceX, and other folks, NASA, are really pushing to put a human being on Mars? Do you think, again, forgive me for lingering in science fiction land for a little bit, do you think one day we may be able to colonize Mars? First, do you think we'll put a human on Mars? And then do you think we'll put many humans on Mars?
So first of all, we're not, I am extraordinarily convinced we will not put human on Mars by 2030, which is a date that you often hear in the public debate.
What's the challenge there? What do you think?
So there are a couple of ways that I could slice this, but the one that I think is simplest for people to understand involves money. So you look at how we got to the moon in the 1960s. It was about a 10-year duration between the challenge that President Kennedy laid out and our successfully landing a moon. I was actually here at MIT when that first moon landing occurred, so I remember watching it on TV. But how did we get there? Well, we had this extraordinary technical agency of the United States government, NASA. It consumed about 5% of the country's economic output. And so you say 5% of the economic output over about a 10-year period gets us 250,000 miles in space. Mars is about 100 times farther. So you have at least 100 times the challenge, and we're spending about 1/10 of the funds that we spent then as a government. So my claim is that it's at least 1,000 times harder for me to imagine us getting to Mars by 2030.
And he had that part that you mentioned in the speech that I just have to throw in there of JFK, of we do these things not because they're easy, but because they're hard. That's such a beautiful line that I would love to hear a modern president say about a scientific endeavor.
Well, one day we live in hope that such a president will arise for our nation. But even if, like I said, even if you fix the technical problems, the biological engineering that I worry most about. However, I'm going to go out on a limb here. I think that by 2090 or so, or 2100, let's say 120, I suspect we're going to have a human on Mars.
Wow, so you think that many years out? First, a few tangents. You said bioengineering is a challenge. What's the challenge there?
So, as I said, the real problem with interstellar travel, aside from the technology challenges, the real problem is radiation. And how do you engineer either an environment or a body, because we see rapid advances going on in bioengineering. How do you engineer either a ship or a body so that some person that's recognizably human will survive the rigors of interplanetary space travel? It's much more difficult than most people seem to take into account.
So, if we could linger on the 2090, 2100, 2120, sort of thinking of that kind of, and let's linger on money.
Okay.
So Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos are pushing the cost, trying to push the cost down. I mean, so do you have hope? Is this actually a sort of a brilliant big picture scientist? Do you think a business entrepreneur can take science and make it cheaper and get it out there faster?
So bending the cost curve, you'll notice that has been an anchor. This is the simplest way for me to discuss this with people about what the challenge is. So yes, bending the cost curve is certainly critical if we're going to be successful. Now, you asked about the endeavors that are out there now, sponsored by two very prominent American citizens, Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk. I'm disappointed actually in what I see in terms of the routes that are being pursued. So let me give you one example there. This one is going to be a little bit more technical. So if you look at the kinds of rockets that both these organizations are creating, yes, it's wonderful, reusable technology. We just see a rocket go up and land on its fins just like it did in science fiction movies when I was a kid. That's astounding. But the real problem is those rockets, the technology that we're doing now is not really that different than what was used to go to the moon. And there are alternatives, it turns out. There's an engine called a flare engine, so a traditional rocket, if you look at the engine, it looks like a bell, right? And then the flame comes out the bottom. But there is a kind of engine called a flare engine, which is essentially, when you look at it, it looks like an exhaust pipe on like a fancy car that's long and elongated, and it's a type of rocket engine that we know there's been preliminary testing. We know it works, and it also is actually much more economical because what it does is allow you to vary the amount of thrust as you go up in a way that you cannot do with one of these bell-shaped engines. So you would think that an entrepreneur might try to have the breakthrough to use flare nozzles, as they're called, as a way to bend the cost curve. Because as we keep coming back, that's going to be a big factor. But that's not happening. In fact, what we see is what I think of as incremental change in terms of our technology. So I'm not really very encouraged by what I personally think.
So incremental change won't bend the cost curve.
I don't see it.
Just to linger on the sci-fi for one more question.
Sure.
Do you think we're alone in the universe? Are we the only intelligent form of life?
So there is a quote by Carl Sagan, which I really love when I hear this question. And I recall the quote, and it goes something like, If we're the only conscious life in the universe, it's a terrible waste of space because the universe is an incredibly big place. And when Carl made that statement, we didn't know about the profusion of planets that are out there. In the last decade, we've discovered over 1,000 planets, and a substantial number of those planets are Earth-like in terms of being in the Goldilocks zone, as it's called. So it's in my mind, it's practically inconceivable that we're the only conscious form of life in the universe. But that doesn't mean they've come to visit us.
Do you think they would look? Do you think we'll recognize alien life if we saw it? Do you think it'd look anything like the carbon-based, the biological system we have on Earth today?
It would depend on that life's native environment in which it arose. If that environment was sufficiently like our environment, there's a principle in biology and nature called convergence, which is that even if you have two biological systems that are totally separated from each other, if they face similar conditions, nature tends to converge on solutions. And so there might be similarities if this alien life form was born in a place that's kind of like this place.
Physics appears to be quite similar, laws of physics across the entirety of the universe. Do you think weirder things than we see on Earth can spring up out of the same kinds of laws of physics?
From the laws of physics, I would say yes. First of all, if you look at carbon-based life, why are we carbon-based? Well, it turns out it's because of the way that carbon interacts with elements, which in fact is also a reflection on the electronic structure of the carbon nucleus. So you can look down the table of elements and say, well, gee, do we see similar elements? The answer is yes. And one that often hears about in science fiction is silicon. So maybe there's a silicon-based life form out there if the conditions are right. But I think it's presumptuous of us to think that we are the template by which all life has to appear.
Before we dive into beautiful details, let me ask a big question. What to you is the most beautiful idea, maybe the most surprising, mysterious idea in physics?
The most surprising idea to me is that we can actually do physics. The universe did not have to be constructed in such a way that with our limited intellectual capacity, that is actually put together in such a way, and that we are put together in such a way that we can, with our mind's eye, delve incredibly deeply into the structure of the universe. That, to me, is pretty close to a miracle.
So there's simple equations, relatively simple, that can describe things, the fundamental functions. They can describe everything about our reality. That's not... Can you imagine universes where everything is a lot more complicated? Do you think there's something inherent about universes that simple laws are...
Well, first of all, this is a question that I encounter in a number of guises. A lot of people will raise the question about whether mathematics is the language of the universe. And my response is, mathematics is the language that we humans are capable of using in describing the universe. It may have little to do with the universe, but in terms of our capacity, it's the microscope, it's the telescope through which it's the lens through which we are able to view the universe with the precision that no other human language allows. So could there be other universes? Well, I don't even know if this one looks like I think it does.
But the beautiful, surprising thing is that the physics, there are laws of physics, very few laws of physics that can effectively compress down the functioning of the universe.
Yes, that's extraordinarily surprising. I like to use the analogy with computers and information technology. If you worry about transmitting large bundles of data, one of the things that computer scientists do for us is they allow for processes that are called compression, where you take big packets of data and you press them down into much smaller packets, and then you transmit those and then unpack them at the other end. And so it looks a little bit to me like the universe has kind of done us a favor. It's constructed our minds in such a way that we have this thing called mathematics, which then as we look at the universe teaches us how to carry out the compression process.
A quick question about compression. Do you think the human mind could be compressed, the biology could be compressed. And we talked about space travel, to be able to compress the information that captures some large percent of what it means to be me or you, and then be able to send that at the speed of light.
Wow, that's a big question. And let me try to take it apart, unpack it into several pieces. I don't believe that wetware biology, such as we are, has an exclusive patent on intellectual consciousness. I suspect that other structures in the universe are perfectly capable of producing the data streams that we use to process, first of all, our observations of the universe and an awareness of ourselves. I can imagine other structures can do that also. So that's part of what you were talking about, which I would have some disagreement with.
Consciousness.
Yes.
What's the most interesting part of
Consciousness?
Of us humans? Is consciousness is the thing.
I think that's the most interesting thing about you.
And then you're saying that there's other entities throughout the universe.
I can well imagine that the architecture that supports our consciousness, again, has no patent on consciousness.
Just in case you have an interesting thought here, there's folks, perhaps in philosophy, called panpsychists that believe consciousness underlies everything. It is one of the fundamental laws of the universe. Do you have a sense that that could possibly fit into physics?
I don't know the answer to that question. One part of that belief system is Gaia, which is that there's a kind of conscious life force about our planet. And, I've encountered these things before. I don't quite know what to make of them. My own life experience, and I'll be 69 in about 2 months, and I have spent all my adulthood thinking about the way that mathematics interacts with nature and with us to try to understand nature. And all I can tell you from all of my integrated experience is that there is something extraordinarily mysterious to me about our universe. This is something that Einstein said from his life experience as a scientist. And this mysteriousness almost feels like the universe is our parent. It's a very strange thing, perhaps, to hear scientists say, but there are just so many strange coincidences that you just get a sense that something is going on.
Well, I interrupted you in terms of compressing wetware down to send it at the speed of light.
Yes. So the first thing is, I would argue that it's probably very likely that artificial intelligence ultimately will develop something like consciousness, something that for us would probably be indistinguishable from consciousness. So that's what I meant by our biological processing equipment that we carry up here probably does not hold a patent on consciousness, because it's really about the data streams. I mean, that's, as far as I can tell, that's what we are. We are self-actuating, self-learning data streams. That, to me, is the most accurate way I can tell you what I've seen in my lifetime about what humans are at the level of consciousness. So if that's the case, then you just need to have an architecture that supports that information processing. So let's assume that that's true, that in fact what we call consciousness is really about a very peculiar kind of data stream. If that's the case, then if you can export that to a piece of hardware, something metal, electronic, what have you, then you certainly will, ultimately that kind of consciousness could get to Mars very quickly. It doesn't have our problems. You can engineer the body, as I said, it's a ship or a body, you engineer one or both. Send it at the speed of light. Well, that one is a more difficult one, because that now goes beyond just a matter of having a data stream. It's now the preservation of the information in the data stream. And so unless you can build something that's like a super version of the way the internet works, because most people aren't aware that the internet itself is actually a miracle. It's based on a technology called message packaging. So if you could exponentiate message packaging in some way to preserve the information that's in the data stream, then maybe your dream becomes true.
Can we, you mentioned with artificial intelligence, sort of us human beings not having a monopoly on consciousness. Does the idea of artificial intelligence systems computational systems being able to basically replacing us humans. Scare you, excite you? What do you think about
So
that?
I'm going to tell you about a conversation I once had with Eric Schmidt. I was sitting at a meeting with him, and he was a few feet away. And he turned to me and he said something like, you know, Jim, in maybe a decade or so, we're going to have computers that do what you do. And my response was, not unless they can dream. Because there's something about the way that we humans actually generate creativity. It's somehow, I get this sense of my lived experience and watching creative people that's somehow connected to the irrational parts of what goes on in our head. And dreaming is part of that irrational. So unless you can build a piece of artificial intelligence that dreams, I have a strong suspicion that you will not get something that will fully be conscious by the definition that I would accept, for example.
So you mentioned dreaming. You've played around with some out there fascinating ideas. How do you think, and we'll start diving into the world of the very small ideas of supersymmetry and all that,
Sure.
in terms of visualization, in terms of how do you think about it, how do you dream of it, how do you come up with ideas in that fascinating, mysterious space?
So in my workspace, which is basically where I am charged with coming up on a mathematical palette with new ideas that will help me understand the structure of nature and hopefully help all of us understand the structure of nature. I've observed several different ways in which my creativity expresses itself. There's one mode which looks pretty normal, which I sort of think of as the Chinese water torture method. It's drop, drop, drop. You get more and more information, and suddenly it all congeals, and you get a clear picture. And so that's a kind of a standard way of working. And I think that's how most people think about the way technical people solve problems. That is kind of, you accumulate this body of information, and at a certain point you synthesize it, and then boom, there's something new. But I've also observed in myself and other scientists that there are other ways that we are creative. And these other ways to me are actually far more powerful. I first personally experienced this when I was a freshman at MIT, lived over in Baker House, right across the campus. And I was in a calculus course, 1801 is called at MIT. And calculus comes in two different flavors. One of them is called differential calculus. The other is called integral calculus. Differential calculus is the calculus that Newton invented to describe motion. It turns out integral calculus was probably invented about 1700 years earlier by Archimedes, but we didn't know that when I was a freshman. But so that's what you study as a student. And the differential calculus part of the course was, to me, how do I say this? It was something that by the drip, that you could sort of figure it out. Now, the integral part of calculus, I could memorize the formula. That was not the formula. That was not the problem. The problem was why, in my own mind, why do these formulae work? And because of that, when I was in the part of the calculus course where we had to do multiple substitutions to solve integrals, I had a lot of difficulty. I was emotionally involved in my education because this is where I think the passion, emotion comes to. And it caused an emotional crisis that I was having these difficulties understanding the integral part of calculus.
The why.
The why. That's right, the why of it. Not the rote memorization of fact, but the why of it. Why does this work? And so one night, I was over in my dormitory in the Baker House. I was trying to do a calculus problem set. I was getting nowhere. I got a terrific headache. I went to sleep and had this very strange dream. And when I awakened, I could do 3 and 4 substitutions and integrals with relative ease. Now, this to me was an astounding experience because I had never before in my life understood that one's subconscious is actually capable of being harnessed to do mathematics. I experienced this, and I've experienced this more than once. So this was just the first time why I remember it. So that's why when it comes to like really wickedly tough problems, I think that the kind of creativity that you need to solve them is probably this second variety, which comes somehow from dreaming.
Do you think, again, I told you I'm Russian, so we romanticize suffering, but do you think part of that equation is the suffering leading up to that dreaming?
So the suffering is, I am convinced that this kind of this second mode of creativity, as I like to call it, I'm convinced that the second mode of creativity is, in fact, that suffering is a kind of crucible that triggers it. Because the mind, I think, is struggling to get out of this, and the only way that you know is actually solve the problem. And even though you're not consciously solving problems, something is going on. And I've talked about to a few other people, and I've heard the similar stories. And so, the way I think about it is, it's a little bit like the way that thermonuclear weapons work. I don't know if you know how they work. But a thermonuclear weapon is actually two bombs. It's an atomic bomb, which sort of does an impression, and then you have a fusion bomb that goes off. And somehow that emotional pressure, I think, acts like the first stage of a thermonuclear weapon. That's when we get really big thumbs.
The analogy between thermonuclear weapons and the subconscious, the connection there is at least visually, it's kind of interesting.
Well,
there may be Freud would have a few things to say.
Well, part of it is probably based on my own trajectory through life. My father was in the Army for the U.S. Army for 27 years, and so I started my life out on military bases. And so a lot of probably the things that wander around in my subconscious are connected to that experience.
I apologize for all the tangents, but
well, you're doing
it. But you're encouraging by answering the stupid questions.
No, they're not stupid.
You know, your father was in the Army. What do you think about Neil deGrasse Tyson recently wrote a book on interlinking the progress of science to sort of the aspirations of our military endeavors and DARPA funding and so on. What do you think about war in general? Do you think we'll always have war? Do you think we'll always have conflict in the world?
I'm not sure that we're going to be able to afford to have war always. Because it's
strictly financially speaking?
No, not in terms of finance, but in terms of consequences. So if you look at technology today, you can have non-state actors acquire technology, for example, bioterrorism, whose impact is roughly speaking equivalent to what it used to take nations to impart on the population. I think the cost of war is ultimately, it's going to be I think it's going to work a little bit like the Cold War. You know, we survived 50, 60 years as a species with these weapons that are so terrible that they could have actually ended our form of life on this planet, but it didn't. Why didn't it? Well, it's a very bizarre and interesting thing, but it was called mutually assured destruction. And so the cost was so great that people eventually figured out that you can't really use these things, which is kind of interesting because if you read the history about the development of nuclear weapons, physicists actually realized this pretty quickly. I think it was maybe Schrodinger who said that these things are not really weapons, they're political implements, they're not weapons because the cost is so high. And if you take that example and spread it out to the kind of technological development we're seeing now outside of nuclear physics, but I picked the example of biology. I could have well imagined that there would be material science sorts of equivalents that across a broad front of technology, you take that experience from nuclear weapons, and the picture that I see is that it would be possible to develop technology that are so terrible that you couldn't use them because the costs are too high, and that might cure us.
And many people have argued that actually it nuclear weapons have prevented more military conflict than
it certainly froze the conflict domain. It's interesting that nowadays it was with the removal of the threat of mutually assured destruction that other forces took over in our geopolitics.
Do you have worries that of existential threats of nuclear weapons or other technologies like artificial intelligence? Do you think we humans will tend to figure out how to not blow ourselves up?
I don't know, quite frankly. This is something I've thought about, and I'm a spectator in the sense that as a scientist, I collect and collate data. So I've been doing that all my life and looking at my species. And it's not clear to me that we are going to avoid a catastrophic self-induced ending.
Are you optimistic? Not as a scientist, but as a
I
single
would,
element.
I would say, I wouldn't bet against us.
Beautifully put. Let's dive into the world of the very small, if we could, for a bit. What are the basic particles, either experimentally observed or hypothesized by physicists?
So, as we physicists look at the universe, you can, first of all, there are two big buckets of particles. That is the smallest objects that we are able to currently mathematically conceive and then experimentally verify that these ideas have a sense of accuracy to them. So, one of those buckets we call matter. These are things like electrons, things that are like quarks, which are particles that exist inside of protons. And there's a whole family of these things. There are, in fact, 18 quarks and apparently 6 electron-like objects that we call leptons. So that's one bucket. The other bucket that we see both in our mathematics as well as in our experimental equipment are what are a set of particles that you can call force carriers. The most familiar force carrier is the photon, the particle of light that allows you to see me. In fact, it's the same object that carries electric repulsion between like charges. From science fiction, we have the object called the graviton, which is talked about a lot in science fiction and Star Trek. But the graviton is also a mathematical object that we physicists have known about essentially since Einstein wrote his theory of general relativity. There are 4 forces in nature, fundamental forces. There is the gravitational force. Its carrier is the graviton. There are 3 other forces in nature: the electromagnetic force, the strong nuclear force, and the weak nuclear force. And each one of these forces has one or more carriers. The photon is the carrier of the electromagnetic force. The strong nuclear force actually has 8 carriers. They're called gluons. And then the weak nuclear force has 3 carriers. They're called the W plus, W minus, and Z bosons. So those are the things that both in mathematics and in experiments, by the way, the most precise experiments we're ever, as a species, able to conduct is about measuring the accuracy of these ideas. And we know that at least to one part of building of these ideas are right.
So, first of all, you've made it sound both elegant and simple, but is it crazy to you that there is force carriers? Like, is that supposed to be a trivial idea to think about? If we think about photons, gluons, that there's 4 fundamental forces of physics, and then those forces are expressed, there's carriers of those forces. Like, is that a kind of trivial thing?
It's not a trivial thing at all. In fact, it was a puzzle for Sir Isaac Newton because he's the first person to give us basically physics. Before Isaac Newton, physics didn't exist. What did exist was called natural philosophy. So discussions about using the methods of classical philosophy to understand nature, natural philosophy. So the Greeks, we call them scientists, but they were natural philosophers. Physics doesn't get born until Newton writes the Principia. One of the things that puzzled him was how gravity works, because if you read very carefully what he writes, he basically says, and I'm paraphrasing badly, but he basically says that someone who thinks deeply about this subject would find it inconceivable that an object in one place or location can magically reach out and affect another object with nothing intervening. And so it puzzled him.
Does it puzzle you?
Well,
action at a distance. I mean, not
it would, except that I am a physicist, and we have long ago resolved this issue, and the resolution came about through a second great physicist. Most people have heard of Newton. Most people have heard of Einstein. But between the two of them, there was another extraordinarily great physicist, a man named James Clerk Maxwell. And Maxwell, between these two other giants, taught us about electric and magnetic forces. And it's from his equations that one can figure out that there's a carrier called the photon. So this was resolved for physicists around 1860 or so.
So what are bosons, fermions, and hadrons?
Sure.
Elementary and composites.
Sure. So earlier I said
2 buckets.
You've got 2 buckets if you want to try to build a universe. You got to start off with things on these 2 buckets. So you got to have things, that's matter, and then you have to have other objects that act on them to cause those things to cohere to fixed finite patterns, because you need those fixed finite patterns as building blocks. That's the way our universe looks to people like me. Now, the building blocks do different things. So let's go back to these two buckets again. Let me start with the bucket containing the particle of light. Let me imagine I'm in a dusty room with two flashlights. And I have one flashlight, which I direct directly in front of me. Then I have you stand over to, so let's say, my left. And then we both take our flashlights and turn them on and make sure the beams go right through each other. And the beams do just that. They go right through each other. They don't bounce off of each other. The reason the room has to be dusty is because we want to see the light. If the room dust wasn't there, we wouldn't actually see the light until we got to the other wall, right? So you see the beam because it's dust in the air. But the two beams actually pass right through each other. They literally pass right through. They don't affect each other at all. One acts like the other's not there. The particle of light is the simplest example that shows that behavior. That's a boson. Now let's imagine that we're in the same dusty room, and this time you have a bucket of balls and I have a bucket of balls, and we try to throw them so that they pass, so that we can get something like a beam, throwing them fast, right? If they collide, they don't just pass through each other; they bounce off of each other. Now that's mostly because they have electric charge. And electric charge is light charge to repel. But mathematically, I know how to turn off the electric charge. And if you do that, you'll find they still repel. And it's because they are these things we call fermions. So this is how you distinguish the things that are in the two buckets. They are either bosons or fermions.
Which of them, and maybe you can mention the most popular boson?
The most recently discovered. It's like it's like when I was in high school and there was a really popular majorette. Her name is the Higgs particle these days.
Can you describe which of the bosons and fermions have been discovered, hypothesized, which have been experimentally validated,
Sure.
what's still out there?
Right. So the two buckets that I've actually described to you have all been first hypothesized and then verified by observation, with the Higgs boson being the most recent one of these things. We haven't actually verified the graviton, interestingly enough. We mathematically have an expectation that gravitons exist, but we've not performed an experiment to show that this is an accurate idea that nature uses.
So something has to be a carrier
For the force of gravity, exactly. Because
can it be something way more mysterious than so when you say the graviton, is it would it be like the other particles, force carriers, or
in
can it
some
be something
ways,
much more mysterious?
some ways yes, but in other ways no. It turns out that the graviton is also, if you look at Einstein's theory, he taught us about this thing he calls space-time, which is, if you try to imagine it, you can sort of think of it as kind of a rubber surface. That's one popular depiction of space-time. It's not an accurate depiction because the only accuracy is actually in the calculus that he uses, but that's close enough. So if you have a sheet of rubber, you can wave it. You can actually form a wave on it. Space-time is enough like that so that when space-time oscillates, you create these waves. These waves carry energy. We expect them to carry energy and quanta. That's what a graviton is. It's a wave in space-time. And so the fact that we have seen the waves with LIGO over the course of the last 3 years, and we've recently used gravitational wave observatories to watch colliding black holes and neutron stars and all sorts of really cool stuff out there. So we know the waves exist. But in order to know that gravitons exist, you have to prove that these waves carry energy in energy packets. And that's what we don't have the technology to do.
And perhaps briefly jumping to a philosophical question, does it make sense to you that gravity is so much weaker than the other forces?
No. Now you've touched on a very deep mystery about physics. There are a lot of such questions in physics about why things are as they are. And as someone who believes that there are some things that certainly are coincidences, like you could ask the same question about, well, why are the planets at the orbits that they are around the sun? The answer turns out there is no good reason. It's just an accident. So there are things in nature that have that character. And perhaps the strength of the various forces is like that. On the other hand, we don't know that that's the case, and there may be some deep reasons about why the forces are ordered as they are, where the weakest force is gravity, The next weakest force is the weak interaction, the weak nuclear force. Then there's electromagnetism, there's a strong force. We don't really have a good understanding of why this is the ordering of the forces.
Some of the fascinating work you've done is in the space of supersymmetry, symmetry in general. Can you describe, first of all, what is supersymmetry?
Yes. So you remember the two buckets I told you about perhaps earlier? So there are two buckets in our universe. So now I want you to think about drawing a pie that has 4 quadrants. So I want you to cut the piece of pie in 4s. So one quadrant, I'm going to put all the buckets that we talked about that are like the electron and the quarks. In a different quadrant, I am going to put all the force carriers. The other 2 quadrants are empty. Now, if I showed you a picture of that, you'd see a circle. There would be a bunch of stuff in one upper quadrant and stuff in others. And then I would ask you a question. Does that look symmetrical to you?
No.
No. And that's exactly right, because we humans actually have a very deeply programmed sense of symmetry. It's something that is part of that mystery of the universe. So how would you make it symmetrical? One way you could is by saying those 2 empty quadrants had things in them also. And if you do that, that's supersymmetry. So that's what I understood when I was a graduate student here at MIT in 1975, when the mathematics of this was first being born. Supersymmetry was actually born in Ukraine in the late 60s, but we had this thing called the Iron Curtain, so we Westerners didn't know about it. But by the early 70s, independently, there were scientists in the West who had rediscovered supersymmetry. Bruno Zumino and Julius Best were their names. So this was around 71 or 72 when this happened. I started graduate school in 73. So around 74, 75, I was trying to figure out how to write a thesis so that I could become a physicist the rest of my life. I had a great advisor, Professor James Young, who had taught me a number of things about electrons, weak forces, and those sorts of things. But I decided that I was going to have a really an opportunity to maximize my chances of being successful. I should strike it off in a direction that other people were not studying. And so as a consequence, I surveyed ideas that were being developed, and I came across the idea of supersymmetry. And the mathematics was so remarkable that it bowled me over. I actually have 2 undergraduate degrees. My first undergraduate degree is actually mathematics, and my second is physics, even though I always wanted to be a physicist. Plan A, which involved getting good grades, was mathematics. I was a mathematics major thinking about graduate school, but my heart was in physics.
If we could take a small digression, what's to you the most beautiful idea in mathematics that you've encountered in this interplay between math and physics?
It's the idea of symmetry. The fact that our innate sense of symmetry winds up aligning with just incredible mathematics, to me, is the most beautiful thing. It's very strange but true that if symmetries were perfect, we would not exist. And so even though we have these very powerful ideas about balance in the universe in some sense, it's only when you break those balances that you get creatures like humans and objects like planets and stars. So although they are a scaffold for reality, they cannot be the entirety of reality. So I'm kind of naturally attracted to parts of science and technology where symmetry plays a dominant role.
And not just, I guess, symmetry, as you said, but the magic happens when you break the symmetry.
The magic happens when you break the symmetry.
Okay, so diving right back in, you mentioned 4 quadrants.
Yes.
Two are filled with stuff
We've
2 buckets.
Yep.
And then there's crazy mathematical ideas for filling the other two. What are those things?
So earlier, the way I described these 2 buckets is I gave you a story that started out by putting us in a dusty room with 2 flashlights. And I said, turn on your flashlight, I'll turn on mine. The beams will go through each other. And the beams are composed of force carriers called photons. They carry the electromagnetic force. And they pass right through each other. So imagine looking at the mathematics of such an object, which you don't have to imagine people like me do that. So you take that mathematics and then you ask yourself a question. You see, mathematics is a palette. It's just like a musical composer is able to construct variations on a theme. Well, a piece of mathematics in the hand of a physicist is something that we can construct variations on. So even though the mathematics that Maxwell gave us about light, we know how to construct variations on that. And one of the variations you can construct is to say, suppose you have a force carrier for electromagnetism that behaves like an electron in that it would bounce off of another one. And so that's changing a mathematical term in an equation. So if you did that, you would have a force carrier. So you would say, first it belongs in this force carrying bucket, but it's got this property of bouncing off like electrons. So you say, well, gee, wait, no, that's not the right bucket. So you're forced to actually put it in one of these empty quadrants. So those sorts of things, we give them, so the photon mathematically can be accompanied by a photino. It's the thing that carries a force but has the rule of bouncing off. In a similar manner, you could start with an electron. And you say, okay, so right now the mathematics of an electron, I know how to do that. A physicist named Dirac first told us how to do that back in the late 20s, early 30s. So take that mathematics, and then you say, let me look at that mathematics and find out what in the mathematics causes two electrons to bounce off of each other, even if I turn off the electrical charge. So I could do that. And now let me change that mathematical term. So now I have something that carries electrical charge. But if you take two of them, if you turn their charges off, they'll pass through each other. So that puts things in the other quadrant. And those things we tend to call, we put the S in front of their name. So in the lower quadrant here, we have electrons. In this now newly filled quadrant, we have electrons. In the quadrant over here, we had quarks. Over here, we have quarks. So now we've got this balanced pie. And that's basically what I understood as a graduate student in 1975 about this idea of supersymmetry, that it was going to fill up these two quadrants of the pie in a way that no one had ever thought about before. So I was amazed that no one else at MIT found this an interesting idea. So that's it led to my becoming the first person at MIT to really study supersymmetry. This is 1975, 76, 77. And in 77, I wrote the first PhD thesis in the physics department on this idea. Because I was drawn to the balance.
Drawn to the symmetry. So what does that, first of all, is this fundamentally a mathematical idea? So how much experimental, and we'll have this theme, it's a really interesting one, when you explore the world of the small, and in your new book, talking about proving Einstein right, that we'll also talk about, there's this theme of kind of starting it, exploring crazy ideas first in the mathematics, and then seeking for ways to experimentally validate them. Where do you put supersymmetry in that?
It's closer than string theory. It is not yet been validated. In some sense, you mentioned Einstein, so let's go there for a moment. In our book, Proving Einstein Right, we actually do talk about the fact that Albert Einstein in 1915 wrote a set of equations which were very different from Newton's equations describing gravity. These equations made some predictions that were different from Newton's predictions. It actually made 3 different predictions. One of them was not actually a prediction, but a postdiction, because it was known that Mercury was not orbiting the sun in the way that Newton would have told you. And so Einstein's theory actually describes Mercury orbiting in the way that it was observed, as opposed to what Newton would have told you. So that was one prediction. The second prediction that came out of the theory of general relativity, which Einstein wrote in 1915, was that so let me describe an experiment and come back to it. Suppose I had a glass of water, and I filled the glass up, and then I moved the glass slowly back and forth between our two faces. It would appear to me like your face was moving, even though you aren't moving. I mean, it's actually, and what's causing it is because the light gets bent through the glass as it passes from your face to my eye. So Einstein, in his 1915 theory of general relativity, found out that gravity had the same effect on light as that glass of water. It would cause beams of light to bend. Now, Newton also knew this, but Einstein's prediction was that light would bend twice as much. And so here's a mathematical idea. Now, how do you actually prove it? Well, You've got to watch. Yeah.
Just a quick pause on that. Just the language you're using. He found out.
I can say he did a calculation.
It's a really interesting notion that one of the beautiful things about this universe is you can do a calculation and combined with some of that magical intuition that physicists have, actually predict what would be what's possible to experimentally validate.
That's good.
So he found out in the sense that there seems to be something here, and mathematically gravity should bend light this amount. And so therefore that's something that could be potentially, and then come up with an experiment that could be validated.
Right. And that's the way that actually modern physics, deeply fundamental modern physics, this is how it works. Earlier we spoke about the Higgs boson. So why did we go looking for it? The answer is that back in the late 60s, early 70s, some people wrote some equations, and the equations predicted this. So then we went looking for it.
So on supersymmetry for a second, there's these things called Adinkra symbols, strange little graphs.
Yes.
You refer to them as revealing something like binary code.
Yes.
Underlying reality.
Yes.
First of all, can you describe these graphs? What are they? What are these beautiful little strange graphs?
Well, first of all, Adinkras are an invention of mine, together with a colleague named Michael Fox in 2005. We were looking at equations. Well, so the story's a little bit more complicated. It'll take too long to explain all the details. But the Reader's Digest version is that we were looking at these equations, and we figured out that all the data in a certain class of equations could be put in pictures. And the pictures, what do they look like? Well, they're just little balls. You have black balls and white balls. Those stand for those two buckets, by the way, that we talk about in reality. The white balls are things that are like particles of light. The black balls are like electrons. And then you can draw lines connecting these balls. And these lines are deeply mathematical objects. And there's no way for me I have no physical model for telling you what the lines are. But if you were a mathematician, I would use a technical phrase saying, this is the orbit of the representation of the action of the symmetry generators. Mathematicians would understand it. Nobody else in their right mind would, so let's not go. But we figured out that the data that was in the equations was in these funny pictures that we could draw. And so that was stunning. But it also was encouraging because there are problems with the equations, which I had first learned about in 1979 when I was down at Harvard. I went out to Caltech for the first time and working with a great scientist by the name of John Schwartz. There are problems in the equations we don't know how to solve. And so one of the things about solving problems that you don't know how to solve is that beating your head against a brick wall is probably not a good philosophy about how to solve it. So what do you need to do? You need to change your sense of reference, your frame of reference, your perspective. So when I saw these funny pictures, I thought, gee, that might be a way to solve these problems with equations that we don't know how to do. So that was, for me, one of the first attractions, is that I now had an alternative language to try to attack a set of mathematical problems. But I quickly realized that this mathematical language was not known by mathematicians, which makes it pretty interesting, because now you have to actually teach mathematicians about a piece of mathematics, because that's how they make their living. And the great thing about working with mathematicians, of course, is the rigor with which they examine ideas. So they make your ideas better than they start out. So I started working with a group of mathematicians, and it was in that collaboration that we figured out that these funny pictures had error correcting codes buried in them. So
can you talk about what are error correcting codes?
Sure. So the simplest way to talk about error correcting codes is, first of all, to talk about digital information. Digital information is basically strings of ones and zeros. They're called bits. So now let's imagine that I want to send you some bits. Well, maybe I could show you pictures, but maybe it's a rainy day, or maybe the windows in your house are foggy. So sometimes when I show you a 0, you might interpret it as a 1. Or other times when I show you a 1, you might interpret it as a 0. So if that's the case, that means when I try to send you this data, it comes to you in corrupted form. And so the challenge is, how do you get it to be uncorrupted? In the 1940s, a computer scientist named Hamming addressed the problem of how do you reliably transmit digital information. And what he came up with was a brilliant idea. The way you solve it is that you take the data that you want to send, the ones in your strings, ones and zeros, your favorite string. And then you dump more ones and zeros in, but you dump them in a particular pattern. And this particular pattern is what a Hamming code is all about. So it's an error correcting code, because if the person at the other end knows what the pattern is supposed to be, they can figure out when ones got changed to zeros, zeros got changed to one. So it turned out that our strange little objects that came from looking at the equations that we couldn't solve, it turns out that when you look at them deeply enough, you find out that they have ones and zeros buried in them. But even more astoundingly, the ones and zeros are not there randomly. They are in the pattern of error correcting codes. So this was an astounding thing that when we first got this result and tried to publish it, it took us 3 years to convince other physicists that we weren't crazy. Eventually we were able to publish it. I and this collaboration of mathematicians and other physicists. And so ever since then, I have actually been looking at the mathematics of these objects, trying to still understand the properties of the equations. And I want to understand the properties of equations because I want to be able to try things that are like electrons. So as you can see, it's just like a two-step removed process of trying to get back to reality.
So what would you say is the most beautiful property of these Adinkra graphs, objects? What do you think of, by the way, the word symbols, what do you think of them, these simple graphs? Are they objects, or are they... How should we think
people
about
who work with mathematics like me, our mathematical concepts are, we often refer to them as objects because they feel like real things. Even though you can't see them or touch them, they're so much part of your interior life that it is as if you could. So we often refer to these things as objects, even though there's nothing objective about them.
What does a single graph represent?
So the simplest of these graphs has to have one white ball and one black ball. That's that balance that we talked about earlier. We want to balance out the quadrants. Well, you can't do it unless you have a black ball and white ball. So the simplest of these objects looks like two little balls, one black, one white, connected by a single line. And what it's talking about is, as I said, a deep mathematical property related to symmetry.
You've mentioned the error correcting codes, but is there a particular beautiful property that stands out to you about these objects that you just find?
Yes.
I mean, they're very early on in the development.
Yes, there is. The craziest thing about these to me is that when you look at physics and try to write equations where information gets transmitted reliably, if you're in one of these supersymmetrical systems with this extra symmetry, that doesn't happen unless there's an error correcting code present. So it's as if the universe says you don't retransmit information unless there's something about an error correcting code. This to me is the craziest thing that I've ever personally encountered in my research. And it's actually got me to wondering how this could come about, because the only place in nature that we know about error correcting codes is genetics. And in genetics, we think it was evolution that causes error correcting codes to be in genomes. And so does that mean that there was some kind of form of evolution acting on the mathematical laws of the physics of our universe? This is a very bizarre and strange idea. And something I've wondered about from time to time since making these discoveries.
Do you think such an idea could be fundamental, or is it emergent throughout all the different kinds of systems?
I don't know whether it's fundamental. And I probably will not live to find out. This is going to be the work of probably some future either mathematicians or physicists to figure out what these things actually mean.
We have to talk a bit about the magical, the mysterious string theory, superstring theory.
Sure.
There's still maybe this aspect of it, which is there's still, for me, from an outsider's perspective, this fascinating heated debate on the status of string theory. Can you clarify this debate, perhaps articulating the various views, and say where you land on it?
So first of all, I doubt that I will be able to say anything to clarify the debate around string theory for a general audience. Part of the reason is because string theory has done something I've never seen theoretical physics do. It is broken out into consciousness of the general public before we're finished. You see, string theory doesn't actually exist because when we use the word theory, we mean a particular set of attributes. In particular, it means that you have an overarching paradigm that explains what it is that you're doing. No such overarching paradigm exists for string theory. What string theory is currently is an enormously large, mutually reinforcing collection of mathematical facts in which we can find no contradictions. We don't know why it's there, but we can certainly see that without challenge. Now, just because you find a piece of mathematics doesn't mean that it applies to nature. And in fact, there has been a very heated debate about whether string theory is some sort of hysteria among the community of theoretical physicists or whether it has something fundamental to say about our universe. We don't yet know the answer to that question. What those of us who study string theory will tell you are things like string theory has been extraordinarily productive in getting us to think more deeply, even about mathematics that's not string theory, but the kind of mathematics that we've used to describe elementary particles. There have been spin-offs from string theory, and this has been going on now for 2 decades almost, that have allowed us, for example, to more accurately calculate the force between electrons with the presence of quantum mechanics. This is not something you hear about in the public. There are other similar things. That kind of property I just told you about is what's called weak-strong duality, and it comes directly from string theory. There are other things such as a property called holography, which allows one to take equations and look at them on the boundary of a space, and then to know information about inside of space without actually doing calculations there. This has come directly from string theory. So there are a number of direct mathematical effects that we learn in string theory, but we take these ideas and look at the math that we already know, and we find suddenly we're more powerful. This is a pretty good indication there's something interesting going on with string theory itself.
So it's the early days of a powerful mathematical framework.
That's what we have right now.
What are the big, first of all, for most people probably, which, as you said, most general public would know actually what string theory is, which is at the highest level, which is a fascinating fact.
Well, string theory is what they do on the Big Bang Theory, right?
One, can you maybe describe what is string theory, and two, what are the open challenges?
So what is string theory? Well, the simplest explanation I can provide is to go back and ask, what are particles? Which is the question you first asked me.
What's the smallest thing?
Yeah, what's the smallest thing? So particles, one way I try to describe particles to people is I want you to imagine a little ball. Then I want you to let the size of that ball shrink until it has no extent whatsoever. But it still has the mass of the ball. That's actually what Newton was working with when he first invented physics. He's the real inventor of the massive particle, which is this idea that underlies all of physics. So that's where we start. It's a mathematical construct that you get by taking a limit of things that you know. So it's a string. Well, in the same analogy, I would say now I want you to start with a piece of spaghetti. So we all know what that looks like. And now I want you to let the thickness of the spaghetti shrink until it has no thickness. Mathematically, I mean, in words, this makes no sense. Mathematically, this actually works. And you get this mathematical object out. It has properties that are like spaghetti. It can wiggle, jiggle, but it can also move collectively like a piece of spaghetti. That it's the mathematics of those sorts of objects that constitute string theory.
And does the multi-dimensional, 11-dimensional, however many dimensional, more than 4 dimension, is that a crazy idea to you? Is that the stranger aspect of string theory to you?
Not really. And also partly because of my own research. So earlier we talked about these strange symbols that we've discovered inside the equations. It turns out that to a very large extent, Adinkras don't really care about the number of dimensions. They kind of have an internal mathematical consistency that allows them to be manifested in many different dimensions. Since supersymmetry is a part of string theory, then the same property you would expect to be inherited by string theory. However, another little known fact, which is not in the public debate, is that there are actually strings that are only four-dimensional. This is something that was discovered at the end of the 80s by 3 different groups of physicists working independently. I and my friend Warren Siegel, who were at the University of Maryland at the time, were able to prove that there's mathematics that looks totally four-dimensional and yet it's a string. There was a group in Germany that used slightly different mathematics, but they found the same result. And then there was a group at Cornell who, using yet a third piece of mathematics, found the same result. So the fact that extra dimensions is so widely talked about in the public is partly a function of how the public has come to understand string theory and how the story has been told to them. But there are alternatives you don't know about.
If we could talk about maybe experimental validation, and you're the co-author of a recently published book, Proving Einstein Right. The human story of it too, the daring expeditions that changed how we look at the universe. Do you see echoes of the early days of general relativity in the 1910s to the more stretched out to string theory?
I do, and that's one reason why I was happy to focus on the story of how Einstein became a global superstar. Earlier in our discussion, we went over his history, where in 1915 he came up with this piece of mathematics, used it to do some calculations, and then made predictions. Yes. But making a prediction is not enough. Someone's got to go out and measure. And so string theory is in that in-between zone. Now for Einstein, it was from 1915 to 1919. 1915, he makes the correct prediction. By the way, he made an incorrect prediction about the same thing in 1911, but he corrected himself in 1915. And by 1919, the first pieces of experimental observational data became available to say, yes, he's not wrong. And by 1922, the argument that based on observation was overwhelming that he was not wrong.
Can you describe what special and general relativity are, just briefly?
Sure.
And what prediction Einstein made, and maybe some or memorable moment from the human journey of trying to prove this thing right,
Sure.
Which is incredible.
Right. So I'm very fortunate to have worked with a talented novelist who wanted to write a book that coincided with the book I wanted to write about how science kind of feels if you're a person. Because it's actually people who do science, even though that may not be obvious to everyone. So for me, I wanted to write this book for a couple of reasons. I wanted young people to understand that these seeming alien giants that lived before them were just as human as they are.
They get married, they get divorced.
They get married, they get divorced, they do terrible things, they do great things. They're people. They're just people like you. And so that part of telling the story allowed me to get that out there for both young people interested in the sciences as well as the public. But the other part of the story is I wanted to open up sort of what it was like. Now, I'm a scientist, and so I will not pretend to be a great writer. I understand a lot about mathematics, and I've even created my own mathematics that, is kind of a weird thing to be able to do. But in order to tell a story, you really have to have an incredible master of the narrative. And that was my co-author, Kathy Pelletier, who is a novelist. So we formed this conjoined brain, I used to call us. She used to call us Professor Higgins and Eliza Doolittle. My expression for us was that we were a conjoined brain to tell this story. And it allowed, so what are some magical moments? To me, the first magical moment in telling the story was looking at Albert Einstein and his struggle. Because although we regard him as a genius, as I said, in 1911, he actually made an incorrect prediction about spinning starlight. And that's actually what set the astronomers on. In 1914, there was an eclipse. And by various accidents of war and weather and all sorts of things that we talk about in the book, no one was able to make the measurement. If they had made the measurement, it would have disagreed with his 1911 prediction, because nature only has one answer. And so then you see how fortunate he was that wars and bad weather and accidents in transporting equipment stopped any measurements from being made. So he corrects himself in 1915, but the astronomers are already out there trying to make the measurement. So now he gives them a different number, and it turns out that's the number that nature agrees with. So it gives you a sense of this is a person struggling with something deeply, and although his deep insight led him to this, it is the circumstance of time, place, and accident through which we view him. And the story could have turned out very differently, where first he makes a prediction, the measurements are made in 1914, they disagree with his prediction, and so what would the world view him as? Well, he's this professor who made this prediction that didn't get it right. Yes. So the fragility of human history is illustrated by that story, and it's one of my favorite things. You also learn things like in our book how eclipses and watching eclipses was a driver of the development of science in our nation when it was very young. In fact, even before we were a nation, it turns out there were citizens of this would-be country that were going out trying to measure eclipses.
So some fortune, some misfortune affects the progress of science.
Absolutely.
Especially with ideas as, to me at least, if I put myself back in those days, as radical as general relativity is. First, can you describe, if it's okay, briefly what general relativity is? And could you just take a moment of, put yourself in those shoes in academic researchers, scientists of that time, and what is this theory? What is it trying to describe about our world?
It's trying to answer the thing that left Isaac Newton puzzled. Isaac Newton says gravity magically goes from one place to another. He doesn't believe it, by the way. He knows that's not right. But the mathematics is so good that you have to say, well, I'll throw my qualms away because I'll use it. That's all we used to get a man from the earth to the moon, was that mathematics. So I'm one of those scientists, and I've seen this. And if I thought deeply about it, maybe I know that Newton himself wasn't comfortable. And so the first thing I would hope that I would feel is, gee, there's this young kid out there who has an idea to fill in this hole that was left with us by Sir Isaac Newton. That would, I hope, would be my reaction. I have a suspicion. I'm kind of a mathematical creature. I was 4 years old when I first decided that science was what I wanted to do with my life. And so if my personality back then is like it is now, I think it's probably likely I would wanted to have studied his mathematics. What was a piece of mathematics that he was using to make this prediction? Because he didn't actually create that mathematics. That mathematics was created roughly 50 years before he lived. He's the person who harnessed it in order to make a prediction. In fact, he had to be taught this mathematics by a friend. So this is in our book. So putting myself in that time, I would want to, like I said, I think I would feel excitement. I would want to know what the mathematics is, and then I would want to do the calculations myself. Because one thing that physics is all about is that you don't have to take anybody's word for anything. You can do it yourself.
It does seem that mathematics is a little bit more tolerant of radical ideas, or mathematicians, or people who find beauty in mathematics. Why? All the white questions have no good answer. Let me ask, why do you think Einstein never got the Nobel Prize for general relativity? He got it for the photoelectric effect.
That is correct. Well, first of all, that's something that is misunderstood about the Nobel Prize in physics. The Nobel Prize in physics is never given for purely proposing an idea. It is always given for proposing an idea that has observational support. So he could not get the Nobel Prize for either special relativity nor general relativity because the provisions that Alfred Nobel left for the award prevent that.
But after it's been validated, can you not get it then or no?
Yes, but remember the validation doesn't really come until the 1920s.
Yeah, but that's why they invented the second Nobel Prize. I mean, Marie Curie didn't get a second Nobel Prize for one of the greatest theories in physics.
So let's be clear on this. The theory of general relativity had its critics even up until the 50s. So if the committee had wanted to give the prize for general relativity, there were vociferous critics of general relativity up until the 50s. Einstein died in 1955.
What lessons do you draw from the story you tell in the book, from general relativity, from the radical nature of the theory, to looking at the future of string theory?
Well, I think that the string theorists are probably going to retrace his path, but it's going to be far longer and more torturous, in my opinion. String theory is such a broad and deep development that, in my opinion, when it becomes acceptable, it's going to be because of a confluence of observations. It's not going to be a single observation. And I have to tell you that, so I gave a seminar here yesterday to my team, and it's on an idea I have about how string theory can leave signatures in the cosmic microwave background, which is an astrophysical structure. And so if those kinds of observations are borne out, if perhaps other things related to the idea of supersymmetry are borne out, those are going to be the first powerful observationally based pieces of evidence that will begin to do what the Eddington expedition did in 1919. But that may take several decades.
Do you think there will be Nobel Prizes given for string theory?
No.
Because
I think the original, it'll be. I think it will exceed normal human lifetimes. But there are other prizes that are given. I mean, there is something called the Breakthrough Prize. There's a Russian-American immigrant named Yuri Milner, I believe his name, started this wonderful prize called the Breakthrough Prize. It's 3 times as much money as the Nobel Prize, and it gets awarded every year. And so something like one of those prizes is likely to be garnered at some point far earlier than a Nobel Award.
Jumping around a few topics. While you were at Caltech, you've gotten to interact, I believe, with Richard Feynman. I have to ask.
Yes, Richard Feynman, indeed.
Do you have any stories that stand out in your memory of that?
Well, I have a fair number of stories, but I'm not prepared to tell them. They're not all politically correct, let me say. But let me just say, I'll say the following. Richard Feynman, if you've ever read some of the books about him, in particular, there's a book called Surely You're Joking, Mr. Feynman. There's a series of books that starts with Surely You're Joking, Mr. Feynman. And I think the second one may be something like, What Do You Care What They Say, or something. I mean, the titles are all, there are 3 of them. When I read those books, I was amazed at how accurately those books portrayed the man that I interacted with. He was irreverent, he was fun, he was deeply intelligent, he was deeply human. And those books tell that story very effectively.
Even just those moments, how did they affect you as a physicist?
Well, it's funny because one of the things that I didn't hear Feynman say this, but one of the things that is reported that he said is if you're in a bar stool as a physicist and you can't explain to the guy on the bar stool next to you what you're doing, you don't understand what you're doing. And there's a lot of that I think is correct. That when you truly understand something as complicated as string theory, when it's in its fully formed final development, it should be something you can tell the person in the bar stool next to you. And that's something that affects the way I do science, quite frankly. It also affects the way I talk to the public about science. It's one of my mantras that I keep deeply and try to keep deeply before me when I appear in public fora, speaking about physics in particular and science in general. It's also something that Einstein said in a different way. He said he had these two different formulations. One of them is, when the answer is simple, it's God speaking. And the other thing that he said was that what he did in his work was simply the distillation of common sense, that you distill down to something. And he also said you make things as simple as possible with no simpler. So all of those things, and certainly this attitude for me, first sort of seeing this was exemplified by being around Richard Feynman.
So in all your work, you're always kind of searching for the simplicity, for the simple, clear.
Ultimately, I am.
You served on President Barack Obama's Council of Advisors in Science and Technology.
For 7 years, yes.
For 7 years with Eric Schmidt and several other brilliant people.
Met Eric for the first time in 2009 when the council was called together.
Yeah, I've seen pictures of you in that room. I mean, there's a bunch of brilliant people. It kind of looks amazing. What was that experience like, being called upon that kind of service?
So let me go back to my father first of all. I earlier mentioned that my father served 27 years in the U.S. Army, starting in World War II. He went off in 1942-43 to fight against the fascists. He was part of the supply corps that supplied General Patton as the tanks rolled across Western Europe, pushing back the forces of Nazism, to meet up with our Russian comrades who were pushing the Nazis, starting in Stalingrad. And the Second World War is actually a very interesting piece of history to know from both sides. Here in America, we typically don't, but I've actually studied history as an adult, so I actually know sort of the whole story.
And on the Russian side, we don't know the American. We weren't taught the
American
side.
I know. I have many Russian friends. We've had this conversation on many occasions.
It's fascinating.
But like General Zhukov, for example, was something that you would know about, but you might not know about a Patton. But you're right. So Georgy Zhukov or Rokossovsky. I mean, there's a whole list of names that I've learned in the last 15 or 20 years looking in the Second World War. So
your father was in the midst of that, probably one of the greatest wars in
the history of our species. And so the idea of service comes to me essentially from that example. So in 2009, when I first got a call from a Nobel laureate actually in biology, Harold Parnas. I was on my way to India, and I got this email message, and he said he needed to talk to me. And I said, okay, fine, we can talk. Got back to the States, I didn't hear from him. We went through several cycles of this, sending me a message, I want to talk to you, and then never contacted him. Finally, I was on my way to give a physics presentation at the University of Florida, Gainesville, and just I stepped off of the plane, and my mobile phone went off, and it was Harold. And so I said, Harold, why do you keep sending me messages that you want to talk, but you never call? And he said, well, I'm sorry, things have been hectic and da-da-da-da-da. And then he said, if you were offered the opportunity to serve on the U.S. President's Council of Advisors on Science and Technology, what would be your answer? Now, I was amused at the formulation of the question.
Yeah.
Because it's clear there's a purpose of why the question is asked that way. But then he made it clear to me he wasn't joking. And literally, one of the few times in my life, my knees went weak and I had to hold myself up against a wall so that I didn't fall over. I doubt if most of us who have been the beneficiaries of the benefits of this country, when given that kind of opportunity, could say no. And I know I certainly couldn't say no. I was frightened out of my wits because I had never, although I have my career in terms of policy recommendations is actually quite long. It goes back to the 80s, but I've never been called upon to serve as an advisor to a president of the United States. And it was very scary, but I did not feel that I could say no because I wouldn't be able to sleep with myself at night, saying, that I chickened out or whatever. And so I took the plunge, and we had a pretty good run. There are things that I did in those 7 years of which I'm extraordinarily proud. One of the ways I tell people is if you've ever seen that television cartoon called Schoolhouse Rock, there's this one story about how a bill becomes a law, and I've kind of lived that. There are things that I did that have now been codified in U.S. law. Not everybody gets a chance to do things like that in life.
What do you think is the science and technology, especially in American politics? We haven't had a president who's an engineer or a scientist. What do you think is the role of a president like President Obama in understanding the latest ideas in science and tech? What was that experience like?
Well, first of all, I've met other presidents besides President Obama. He is the most extraordinary president I've ever encountered.
Despite the fact that he went to Harvard.
When I think about President Obama, he is a mystery to me. In the same way, perhaps, that the universe is a mystery. I don't really understand how that constellation of personality traits could come to fit within a single individual. But I saw them for 7 years. I'm convinced that I wasn't seeing fake news. I was seeing real data. He was just an extraordinary man. And one of the things that was completely clear was that he was not afraid and not intimidated to be in a room with really smart people. I mean, really smart people. That he was completely comfortable in asking some of the world's greatest experts, what do I do about this problem? And it wasn't that he was going to just take their answer, but he would listen to the advice. And that, to me, was extraordinary. As I said, I've been around other executives, and I've never seen one quite like him. He's an extraordinary learner, is what I observed, and not just about science. He has a way of internalizing information in real time that I've never seen in a politician before, even in extraordinarily complicated situations.
Even scientific ideas.
Scientific or non-scientific. Complicated ideas don't have to be scientific ideas. But I have, like I said, seen him in real time process complicated ideas with a speed that was stunning. In fact, he shocked the entire council. I mean, we were all stunned at his capacity to be presented with complicated ideas and then to wrestle with them and internalize them and then come back, more interestingly enough, come back with really good questions to ask.
I've noticed this in the area that I understand more of artificial intelligence. I've seen him integrate information about artificial intelligence and then come out with these kind of Richard Feynman-like insights.
That's exactly right. And that, as I said, those of us who have been in that position, it is stunning to see it happen because you don't expect it.
Yeah, it takes what, for a lot of graduate students, it takes like 4 years in a particular topic. He just does it in a few minutes.
It's very natural.
You mentioned that you would love to see experimental validation of superstring theory before
Shuffle off this mortal coil.
Which the poetry of that reference made me smile when I saw it.
People actually misunderstand that because it doesn't mean what we generally take it to mean colloquially, but it's such a beautiful expression.
Yeah, it is. It's from the Hamlet, to be or not to be speech, which I still don't understand what that's about, but so many interpretations. Anyway, what are the most exciting problems in physics that are just within our reach of understanding and maybe solve in the next few decades that you may be able to see?
So, in physics, you limited it to physics.
Physics, mathematics, this kind of space of problems that fascinate you.
Well, the one that looks on the immediate horizon like we're going to get to is quantum computing. And that's going to, if we actually get there, that's going to be extraordinarily interesting.
Do you think that's a fundamentally problem of theory, or is it now in the space of engineering?
It's in the space of engineering. I was out at Q Station, as you may know. Microsoft has this research facility in Santa Barbara. I was out there a couple of months in my capacity as vice president of the American Physical Society, and I had some things that were like lectures, and they were telling me what they were doing, and it sure sounded like they knew what they were doing and that they were close to major breakthroughs.
Yeah, that's a really exciting possibility there. But back to Hamlet, do you ponder mortality,
No.
your own mortality?
Nope. My mother died when I was 11 years old, and so I immediately knew what the end of the story was for all of us. As a consequence, I've never spent a lot of time thinking about death. It will come in its own good time, and sort of, to me, the job of every human is to make the best and the most of the time that's given to us in order, not for our own selfish gain, but to try to make this place a better place for someone else.
And on the why of life, why do you think we are?
I have no idea, and I never even worried about it. For me, I have an answer, a local answer. The apparent why for me was because I'm supposed to do physics.
But it's funny because there's so many other quantum mechanically speaking possibilities in your life, such as being an astronaut, for example.
So you know about that, I see. Well, like Einstein and the vicissitudes that prevented the 1914 measurement of starlight bending, the universe is constructed in such a way that I didn't become an astronaut, which would have, for me, I would have faced the worst choice in my life, whether I would try to become an astronaut or whether I would try to do theoretical physics. Both of these dreams were born when I was 4 years old simultaneously. And so I can't imagine how difficult that decision would have been.
The universe helped you out on that one.
Not only in that one, but in many ones. It helped me out by allowing me to pick the right dad.
Is there a day in your life you could relive because it made you truly happy? What day would that be if you could just look back?
Being a theoretical physicist is like having Christmas every day. I have lots of joy in my life.
The moments of invention, the moments of ideas, revelation.
Yes. The only thing that exceed them are some family experiences, like when my kids were born and that kind of stuff. But they're pretty high up there.
Well, I don't see a better way to end it, Jim. Thank you so much. It was a huge honor talking today.
This worked out better than I thought.
Glad to hear it. Thanks for listening to this conversation with S. James Gates Jr. And thank you to our presenting sponsor, Cash App. Download it and use code LEXPODCAST. You'll get $10, and $10 will go to FIRST, a STEM education nonprofit that inspires hundreds of thousands of young minds to learn and to dream of engineering our future. If you enjoy this podcast, subscribe on YouTube, give it 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support it on Patreon, or connect with me on Twitter. And now, let me leave you with some words of wisdom from the great Albert Einstein for the rebels among us. Unthinking respect for authority is the greatest enemy of truth. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. The following is a conversation with Melanie Mitchell. She's a professor of computer science at Portland State University and an external professor at Santa Fe Institute. She has worked on and written about artificial intelligence from fascinating perspectives, including adaptive complex systems, genetic algorithms, and the copycat cognitive architecture, which places the process of analogy making at the core of human cognition. From her doctoral work with her advisors, Douglas Hofstadter and John Holland, to today, she has contributed a lot of important ideas to the field of AI, including her recent book, simply called Artificial Intelligence, a guide for thinking humans. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, give it 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled Fridman. I recently started doing ads at the end of the introduction. I'll do 1 or 2 minutes after introducing the episode, and never any ads in the middle that can break the flow of the conversation. I hope that works for you. It doesn't hurt the listening experience. Provide timestamps at the start of the conversation, but it helps if you listen to the ad and support this podcast by trying out the product or service being advertised. This show is presented by Cash App, the #1 finance app in the App Store. I personally use Cash App to send money to friends, but you can also use it to buy, sell, and deposit Bitcoin in just seconds. Cash App also has a new investing feature. You can buy fractions of the stock, say $1 worth, no matter what the stock price is. Brokerage services are provided by Cash App Investing, a subsidiary of Square, and member SIPC. I'm excited to be working with Cash App to support one of my favorite organizations called FIRST, best known for their FIRST robotics and Lego competitions. They educate and inspire hundreds of thousands of students in over 110 countries and have a perfect rating at Charity Navigator, which means the donated money is used to maximum effectiveness. When you get Cash App in the App Store or Google Play and use code LEXPODCAST, you'll get $10. And Cash App will also donate $10 to FIRST, which again is an organization that I've personally seen inspire girls and boys to dream of engineering a better world. And now, here's my conversation with Melanie Mitchell. The name of your new book is Artificial Intelligence, subtitle A Guide for Thinking Humans. The name of this podcast is Artificial Intelligence. So let me take a step back and ask the old Shakespeare question about roses. And, what do you think of the term artificial intelligence for our big, complicated, and interesting field?
I'm not crazy about the term. I think it has a few problems because it means so many different things to different people. And intelligence is one of those words that isn't very clearly defined either. There's so many different kinds of intelligence, degrees of intelligence, approaches to intelligence. John McCarthy was the one who came up with the term artificial intelligence. And from what I read, he called it that to differentiate it from cybernetics, which was another related movement at the time. And he later regretted calling it artificial intelligence. Herbert Simon was pushing for calling it complex information processing, which got mixed, but, probably is equally vague, I guess.
Is it the intelligence or the artificial in terms of words that's
I think it's
most problematic, would you say?
Yeah, I think it's a little of both. But, it has some good sides because I personally was attracted to the field because I was interested in the phenomenon of intelligence. And if it was called complex information processing, maybe I'd be doing something wholly different now.
What do you think of, I've heard the term used, cognitive systems, for example, so using cognitive.
Yeah, cognitive has certain associations with it, and people like to separate things like cognition and perception, which I don't actually think are separate, but often people talk about cognition as being different from sort of other aspects of intelligence, sort of higher level.
So to you, cognition is this broad, beautiful mess of things that encompasses the whole thing. Memory.
Yeah, I think it's hard to draw lines like that. When I was coming out of grad school in 1990, which is when I graduated, that was during one of the AI winters. And I was advised to not put AI, artificial intelligence, on my CV, but instead call it intelligent systems. So that was kind of a euphemism, I guess.
What about, to stick briefly on terms and words, the idea of artificial general intelligence, or like Jan LeCun prefers human level intelligence, sort of starting to talk about ideas that that achieve higher and higher levels of intelligence, and somehow artificial intelligence seems to be a term used more for the narrow, very specific applications of AI, and sort of what set of terms appeal to you to describe the thing that perhaps you strive to create?
People have been struggling with this for the whole history of the field and defining exactly what it is that we're talking about. You know, John Searle had this distinction between strong AI and weak AI. And weak AI could be general AI, but his idea was strong AI was the view that a machine is actually thinking, that as opposed to simulating thinking or carrying out intelligent processes that we would call intelligent.
At a high level, if you look at the founding of the field, McCarthy and Searle and so on, are we closer to having a better sense of that line between narrow, weak AI and strong AI?
Yes, I think we're closer to having a better idea of what that line is. Early on, for example, a lot of people thought that playing chess would be, you couldn't play chess if you didn't have sort of general human level intelligence. And of course, once computers were able to play chess better than humans, that revised that view. And people said, okay, well, maybe now we have to revise what we think of intelligence as. And so that's kind of been a theme throughout the history of the field, is that once a machine can do some task, we then have to look back and say, oh, well, that changes my understanding of what intelligence is, because I don't think that machine is intelligent. At least that's not what I want to call intelligence.
Do you think that line moves forever, or will we eventually really feel as a civilization like we crossed the line, if it's possible?
It's hard to predict, but I don't see any reason why we couldn't, in principle, create something that we would consider intelligent. I don't know how we will know for sure. Maybe our own view of what intelligence is will be refined more and more until we finally figure out what we mean when we talk about it. But I think eventually we will create machines, in a sense, that have intelligence. They may not be the kinds of machines we have now. And one of the things that that's going to produce is making us sort of understand our own machine-like qualities, that we, in a sense, are mechanical, in the sense that, like, cells are kind of mechanical. They have algorithms they process information by, and somehow out of this mass of cells we get this emergent property that we call intelligence. But underlying it is really just cellular processing and lots and lots of it.
Do you think we'll be able to, do you think it's possible to create intelligence without understanding our own mind? You said sort of in that process we'll understand more and more, but do you think it's possible to sort of create without really fully understanding, from a mechanistic perspective, sort of from a functional perspective, how our mysterious mind works?
If I had to bet on it, I would say no, we do have to understand our own minds, at least to some significant extent. But I think that's a really big open question. I've been very surprised at how far kind of brute force approaches based on, say, big data and huge networks can take us. I wouldn't have expected that. And they have nothing to do with the way our minds work. So that's been surprising to me, so it could be wrong.
To explore the psychological and the philosophical, do you think we're okay as a species with something that's more intelligent than us? Do you think perhaps the reason we're pushing that line further and further is people are afraid of acknowledging that there's something stronger, better, smarter than us humans?
Well, I'm not sure we can define intelligence that way, because, smarter than is with respect to what computers are already smarter than us in some areas. They can multiply much better than we can. They can figure out driving routes to take much faster and better than we can. They have a lot more information to draw on. They know about traffic conditions and all that stuff. So for any given particular task, sometimes computers are much better than we are, and we're totally happy with that, right? I'm totally happy with that. It doesn't bother me at all. I guess the question is, which things about our intelligence would we feel very sad or upset that machines had been able to recreate? So in the book, I talk about my former PhD advisor, Douglas Hofstadter, who encountered a music generation program. And that was really the line for him, that if a machine could create beautiful music, that would be terrifying for him, because that is something he feels is really at the core of what it is to be human, creating beautiful music, art, literature. I don't think he doesn't like the fact that machines can recognize spoken language really well. Like he personally doesn't like using speech recognition. But I don't think it bothers him to his core, because it's like, okay, that's not at the core of humanity. But it may be different for every person what really they feel would usurp their humanity. And I think maybe it's a generational thing also. Maybe our children or our children's children will be adapted. They'll adapt to these new devices that can do all these tasks and say, yes, this thing is smarter than me in all these areas, but that's great because it helps me.
Looking at the broad history of our species, why do you think so many humans have dreamed of creating artificial life and artificial intelligence throughout the history of our civilization? So not just this century or the 20th century, but really throughout many centuries that preceded it.
That's a really good question, and I have wondered about that, because I myself, was driven by curiosity about my own thought processes, and it would be fantastic to be able to get a computer to mimic some of my thought processes. I'm not sure why we're so driven. I think we want to understand ourselves better, and we also want machines to do things for us. But I don't know, there's something more to it, because it's so deep in the kind of mythology or the ethos of our species. And I don't think other species have this drive. So I don't know.
If you were to sort of psychoanalyze yourself in your own interest in AI, what excites you about creating intelligence? You said understanding our own selves.
Yeah, I think that's what drives me particularly. I'm really interested in human intelligence, but I'm also interested in the sort of the phenomenon of intelligence more generally. And I don't think humans are the only thing with intelligence, or even animals. But I think intelligence is a concept that encompasses a lot of complex systems. If you think of things like insect colonies or cellular processes or the immune system or all kinds of different biological or even societal processes have, as an emergent property, some aspects of what we would call intelligence. They have memory, they process information, they have goals, they accomplish their goals, etc. And to me, that the question of what is this thing we're talking about here was really fascinating to me, and exploring it using computers seemed to be a good way to approach the question.
So do you think kind of intelligence, do you think of our universe as a kind of hierarchy of complex systems, and then intelligence is just the property of any, you can look at any level every level has some aspect of intelligence. So we're just like one little speck in that giant hierarchy of complex system.
I don't know if I would say any system like that has intelligence, but I guess I don't have a good enough definition of intelligence to say that.
So let me do sort of multiple choice, I guess. So, so you said ant colonies. So are ant colonies intelligent? Are the bacteria in our body intelligent? And then go into the physics world, molecules and the behavior at the quantum level of electrons and so on. Are those kinds of systems, do they possess intelligence? Like where's the line that feels compelling to you?
I don't know. I mean, I think intelligence is a continuum, and I think that the ability to, in some sense, have intention, have a goal, have some kind of self-awareness is part of it. So I'm not sure if, it's hard to know where to draw that line. I think that's kind of a mystery. But I wouldn't say that, the planets orbiting the sun is an intelligent system. I mean, I would find that maybe not the right term to describe that. And this is, there's all this debate in the field of like, what's the right way to define intelligence? What's the right way to model intelligence? Should we think about computation? Should we think about dynamics? Should we think about, free energy and all of that stuff? I think that it's a fantastic time to be in the field because there's so many questions and so much we don't understand. There's so much work to do.
So are we the most special kind of intelligence in this kind of, you said there's a bunch of different elements and characteristics of intelligent systems and colonies. Is human intelligence, the thing in our brain, is that the most interesting kind of intelligence in this continuum?
Well, it's interesting to us because it is us. I mean, interesting to me, yes, and because I'm part of, human.
But to understanding the fundamentals of intelligence, what I'm
Yeah,
getting at, studying the human is sort of, if everything we've talked about, we talk about in your book, but just the AI field, this notion, yes, it's hard to define, but it's usually talking about something that's very akin to human intelligence.
Yeah, to me it is the most interesting because it's the most complex, I think. It's the most self-aware. It's the only system, at least that I know of, that reflects on its own intelligence.
And you talk about the history of AI and us in terms of creating artificial intelligence being terrible at predicting the future with AI and with tech in general. So why do you think we're so bad at predicting the future? Are we hopelessly bad? So no matter what, whether it's this decade or the next few decades, every time we make a prediction, there's just no way of doing it well? Or as the field matures, we'll be better and better at it?
I believe as the field matures, we will be better. And I think the reason that we've had so much trouble is that we have so little understanding of our own intelligence. So there's the famous story about Marvin Minsky assigning computer vision as a summer project to his undergrad students, and I believe that's actually a true story.
Yeah, no, there's a write-up on it. Everyone should read. I think it's like a proposal. This describes everything that should be done in that project. It's hilarious because you could explain it, but from my recollection, it describes basically all the fundamental problems of computer vision, many of which that still haven't been solved.
Yeah, and I don't know how far they really expected to get, but I think that, and they're real, Marvin Minsky is a super smart guy and very sophisticated thinker, but I think that no one really understands or still doesn't understand how complicated, how complex the things that we do are because they're so invisible to us. To us, vision, being able to look out at the world and describe what we see, that's just immediate. It feels like it's no work at all. So it didn't seem like it would be that hard. but there's so much going on unconsciously, sort of invisible to us, that I think we overestimate how easy it will be to get computers to do it.
And sort of, for me to ask an unfair question, you've done research, you've thought about many different branches of AI, and through this book, widespread looking at where AI has been and where it is today. If you were to make a prediction, how many years from now would we as a society create something that you would say achieved human level intelligence or superhuman level intelligence?
That is an unfair question.
A prediction that will most likely be wrong. So, but it's just your notion because
Okay, I'll say more than 100 years.
more than 100 years.
And I quoted somebody in my book who said that human level intelligence is 100 Nobel Prizes away, which I like because it's a nice way to sort of, it's a nice unit for prediction. And it's like that many fantastic discoveries have to be made. And of course, there's no Nobel Prize in AI.
Right.
Not yet.
If you look at that 100 years, your sense is really the journey to intelligence has to go through something more complicated that's akin to our own cognitive systems, understanding them, being able to create them in artificial systems, as opposed to sort of taking the machine learning approaches of today and really scaling them exponentially with both compute and hardware and data.
That would be my guess. I think that in the sort of going along in the narrow AI, that the current approaches will get better. I think there's some fundamental limits to how far they're going to get. I might be wrong, but that's what I think. And there's some fundamental weaknesses that they have that I talk about in the book. That just comes from this approach of supervised learning, requiring sort of feed-forward networks and so on. It just, I don't think it's a sustainable approach to understanding the world.
Yeah, I'm personally torn on it. Sort of, everything you read about in the book and sort of what we're talking about now, I agree with you, but I'm more and more, depending on the day. First of all, I'm deeply surprised by the success of machine learning and deep learning in general. From the very beginning, when it's really been my main focus of work. I'm just surprised how far it gets. And I'm also think we're really early on in these efforts of these narrow AI. So I think there'll be a lot of surprises of how far it gets. I think we'll be extremely impressed. Like my sense is everything I've seen so far, we'll talk about autonomous driving and so on, I think we'll get really far. But I also have a sense that what we'll discover, just like you said, is that even though we'll get really far, in order to create something like our own intelligence is actually much farther than we realize.
Right.
I think these methods are a lot more powerful than people give them credit for, actually. So, that, of course, there's the media hype, but I think there's a lot of researchers in the community, especially like not undergrads, right? But like people who've been in AI, they're skeptical about how far deep learning can get. And I'm more and more thinking that it can actually get farther than we realize.
It's certainly possible. One thing that surprised me when I was writing the book was how far apart different people are in the field are on their opinion of how far the field has come and what's accomplished and what's going to happen next.
What's your sense of who are the different people, groups, mindsets, thoughts in the community about where AI is today?
Yeah, they're all over the place. So there's kind of the singularity transhumanism group. I don't know exactly how to characterize that approach, which
Right,
is so,
Kurzweil.
yeah, the sort of exponential progress. We're on the sort of almost at the hugely accelerating part of the exponential, and in the next 30 years, we're going to see super intelligent AI and all that, and we'll be able to upload our brains. And so there's that kind of extreme view that I think most people who work in AI don't have. They disagree with that. But there are people who are maybe aren't, singularity people, but they do think that the current approach of deep learning is going to scale and is going to kind of go all the way, basically, take us to true AI or human level AI or whatever you want to call it. And there's quite a few of them. And a lot of them, like a lot of people I met who work at big tech companies in AI groups, kind of have this view that we're really not that far,
Just to link on that point, sort of, if I could take an example, Jan LeCun, I don't know if you know about his work and or his viewpoint on this.
I do.
He believes that there's a bunch of breakthroughs, like fundamental, like Nobel Prizes, there's needed still.
Right.
But I think he thinks those breakthroughs will be built on top of deep learning.
Right.
And then there's some people who think we need to kind of put deep learning to the side a little bit as just one module that's helpful in the bigger cognitive framework.
Right. So I think, from what I understand, Jan LeCun is rightly saying supervised learning is not sustainable. We have to figure out how to do unsupervised learning. That's going to be the key. And I think that's probably true. I think unsupervised learning is going to be harder than people think. I mean, the way that we humans do it. Then there's the opposing view, that there's the Gary Marcus kind of hybrid view where deep learning is one part, but we need to bring back kind of these symbolic approaches and combine them. Of course, no one knows how to do that very well.
Which is the more important part,
right?
To emphasize, and how do they fit together? What's the foundation? What's the thing that's on top? What's the cake? What's the icing?
Right.
Yeah.
Then there's people pushing different things. There's the causality people who say, deep learning as it's formulated today completely lacks any notion of causality, and that's dooms it. And therefore we have to somehow give it some kind of notion of causality. There's a lot of push from the more cognitive science crowd saying we have to look at developmental learning, we have to look at how babies learn, we have to look at intuitive physics, all these things we know about physics. And as somebody kind of quipped, we also have to teach machines intuitive metaphysics, which means like objects exist. Causality exists. These things that maybe we're born with. I don't know. That they don't have, the machines don't have any of that. They look at a group of pixels and they get 10 million examples, but they can't necessarily learn that there are objects in the world. So there's just a lot of pieces of the puzzle that people are promoting, and with different opinions of like how important they are and how close we are to being able to put them all together, create general intelligence.
Looking at this broad field, what do you take away from it? Who's the most impressive? Is it the cognitive folks, the Gary Marcus camp, the Jan camp, unsupervised and self-supervised? There's the supervised, and then there's the engineers who are actually building systems. You have sort of the Andre Karpathy at Tesla building actual, it's not philosophy, it's real like, systems that operate in the real world. What do you take away from all these people?
I mean, I don't know if, these different views are not necessarily mutually exclusive. And I think people like Jan LeCun agrees with the developmental psychology, causality, intuitive physics, etc. But he still thinks that it's learning, like end-to-end learning, is the way to go.
Will take us perhaps all the way.
Yeah, that we don't need. There's no sort of innate stuff that has to get built in. This is, it's because it's a hard problem. I personally, I'm very sympathetic to the cognitive science side because that's kind of where I came in the field. I've become more and more sort of an embodiment adherent, saying that, without having a body, it's going to be very hard to learn what we need to learn about the world.
That's definitely something I'd love to talk about in a little bit. To step into the cognitive world, and if you don't mind, because you've done so many interesting things. If you look to Copycat, taking a couple of decades, step back, you, Douglas Hofstadter, and others have created and developed Copycat more than 30 years ago.
That's painful to hear.
So what is it? What is Copycat?
It's a program that makes analogies in an idealized domain, idealized world of letter strings. So as you say, 30 years ago, wow. So I started working on it when I started grad school in 1984. Wow. Dates me. And it's based on Doug Hofstadter's ideas about that analogy is really a core aspect of thinking. I remember he has a really nice quote in the book by himself and Emmanuel Sander called Surfaces and Essences. I don't know if you've seen that book, but it's about analogy. He says, without concepts, there can be no thought, and without analogies, there can be no concepts. So the view is that analogy is not just this kind of reasoning technique where we go, shoe is to foot as glove is to what, these kinds of things that we have on IQ tests or whatever. But that it's much deeper. It's much more pervasive in everything we do, in our language, our thinking, our perception. So he had a view that was a very active perception idea. So the idea was that instead of having kind of a passive network in which you have input that's being processed through these feed-forward layers, and then there's an output at the end, that perception is really a dynamic process, where our eyes are moving around and they're getting information, and that information is feeding back to what we look at next, influences what we look at next and how we look at it. And so Copycat was trying to do that, kind of simulate that kind of idea where you have these agents. It's kind of an agent-based system. You have these agents that are picking things to look at and deciding whether they were interesting or not, whether they should be looked at more, and that would influence other agents.
Now, how do they interact?
So they interacted through this global kind of what we call the workspace. So it's actually inspired by the old Blackboard systems, where you would have agents that post information on a blackboard, a common blackboard. It's like very old-fashioned AI.
Is that are we talking about like in physical space, a computer program?
It's a computer program.
So agents posting concepts on a blackboard.
Yeah, we call it a workspace, and the workspace is a data structure. The agents are little pieces of code that you could think of them as little detectors or little filters that say, I'm going to pick this place to look, and I'm going to look for a certain thing, and is this the thing I think is important? Is it there? So it's almost like, a convolution in a way, except a little bit more general, and then highlighting it in the workspace.
Well, what's it once it's in the workspace? How does the things that are highlighted relate to each other? Like,
So there's different kinds of agents that can build connections between different things. So just to give you a concrete example, what Copycat did was it made analogies between strings of letters. So here's an example: ABC changes to ABD? What does IJK change to? And the program had some prior knowledge about the alphabet, knew the sequence of the alphabet. It had a concept of letter, or successor of letter. It had concepts of sameness. So it had some innate things programmed in. But then it could do things like, say, discover that ABC is a group of letters in succession. And then an agent can mark that.
So the idea that there could be a sequence of letters, is that a new concept that's formed, or that's a concept that's
a
innate?
concept that's innate.
Sort of, can you form new concepts, or are all concepts innate?
So in this program, all the concepts of the program were innate. So because we weren't, obviously that limits it quite a bit. But what we were trying to do is say, suppose you have some innate concepts, how do you flexibly apply them to new situations? And how do you make analogies?
Let's step back for a second. So I really like that quote, that you said, without concepts, there could be no thought, and without analogies, there could be no concepts. In the Santa Fe presentation, you said that it should be one of the mantras of AI.
Yes.
And that you also yourself said how to form and fluidly use concept is the most important open problem in AI.
Yes.
How to form and fluidly use concepts is the most important open problem in AI. So let's, what is a concept and what is an analogy?
A concept is in some sense a fundamental unit of thought. So say we have a concept of a dog, okay? And a concept is embedded in a whole space of concepts, so that there's certain concepts that are closer to it or farther away from it.
Are these concepts, are they really like fundamental, like we mentioned, innate, almost like axiomatic, like very basic, and then there's other stuff built on top of it? Or does this include everything? Are they complicated? Like,
you could certainly form new concepts.
Right, I guess that's the question I'm asking.
Yeah.
Can you form new concepts that are complex combinations of other concepts?
Yes, absolutely. And that's kind of what we do in learning.
And then what's the role of analogies in that?
So analogy is when you recognize that one situation is essentially the same as another situation. And essentially is kind of the key word there, because it's not the same. So if I say, last week I did a podcast interview actually like 3 days ago in Washington, D.C. And that situation was very similar to this situation, although it wasn't exactly the same. It was a different person sitting across from me. We had different kinds of microphones. The questions were different. The building was different. There's all kinds of different things, but really it was analogous. Or I can say, so doing a podcast interview, that's kind of a concept. It's a new concept. I've never had that concept before. This year, essentially. And I can make an analogy with it, like being interviewed for a news article in a newspaper. And I can say, well, you kind of play the same role that the newspaper reporter played. It's not exactly the same, because maybe they actually emailed me some written questions rather than talking. And the written questions, are analogous to your spoken questions. And, there's just all kinds of.
And this somehow probably connects to conversations you have over Thanksgiving dinner, just general conversations. There's like a thread you can probably take that just stretches out in all aspects of life that connect to this podcast.
Sure.
Conversations between humans.
Sure. And if I go and tell a friend of mine about this podcast interview, my friend might say, oh, the same thing happened to me. Let's say, you ask me some really hard question and I have trouble answering it. My friend could say, the same thing happened to me, but it was like, it wasn't a podcast interview. It wasn't, it was a completely different situation. And yet my friend is seeing essentially the same thing. You know, we say that very fluidly, the same thing happened to me.
Essentially the same thing.
But we don't even say that, right?
Right.
We just say the same thing.
Apply it, yes.
Yeah. And the view that kind of went into, say, copycat, that whole thing is that act of saying the same thing happened to me is making an analogy. And in some sense, that's what underlies all of our concepts.
Why do you think analogy making that you're describing is so fundamental to cognition? Like, it seems like it's the main element, action of what we think of as cognition.
Yeah, so it can be argued that all of this generalization into concepts and recognizing concepts in different situations is done by analogy. That's every time I'm recognizing that, say, you're a person, that's by analogy, because I have this concept of what person is and I'm applying it to you. And every time I recognize a new situation, like one of the things I talked about in the book was the concept of walking a dog, that's actually making an analogy, because all of that, you know, the details are very different.
So reasoning could be reduced down to since you're analogy making. So all the things we think of as like, like you said, perception. So what's perception is taking raw sensory input and it's somehow integrating into our understanding of the world, updating the understanding, and all of that is just this giant mess of analogies that are being made.
I think so, yeah.
If you just linger on it a little bit, like what do you think it takes to engineer a process like that for us in our artificial systems?
We need to understand better, I think, how we do it, how humans do it. And it comes down to internal models, I think. You know, people talk a lot about mental models, that concepts are mental models, that I can, in my head, I can do a simulation of a situation, like walking a dog. And that there's some work in psychology that promotes this idea that all of concepts are really mental simulations, that whenever you encounter a concept or situation in the world, or you read about it or whatever, you do some kind of mental simulation that allows you to predict what's going to happen, to develop expectations of what's going to happen. So that's the kind of structure I think we need, is that kind of mental model that, and in our brains, somehow these mental models are very much interconnected.
Again, so a lot of stuff we're talking about are essentially open problems, right? So if I ask a question, I don't mean that you would know the answer, only just hypothesizing. But how big do you think is the network graph data structure of concepts that's in our head? Like, if we're trying to build that ourselves, like, we take it, that's one of the things we take for granted. We think, I mean, that's why we take common sense for granted. We think common sense is trivial. But how big of a thing of concepts is that underlies what we think of as common sense?
Yeah, I don't know. And I don't even know what units to measure it in. You say how big
That's
is it?
beautifully put, right?
But, you know, we have, it's really hard to know. We have, 100 billion neurons or something, I don't know, and they're connected via trillions of synapses, and there's all this chemical processing going on. There's just a lot of capacity for stuff, and their information's encoded in different ways in the brain. It's encoded in chemical interactions, it's encoded in electric, like firing and firing rates. And nobody really knows how it's improved, but it just seems like there's a huge amount of capacity. So I think it's huge. It's just enormous. And it's amazing how much stuff we know.
But we know, and not just know like facts, but it's all integrated into this thing that we can make analogies with.
Yes.
There's a dream of semantic web. There's a lot of dreams from expert systems of building giant knowledge bases. Do you see these kinds of building convert Wikipedia into something that could be used in analogy making?
Sure. And I think people have made some progress along those lines. I mean, people have been working on this for a long time. But the problem is, and this I think was the problem of common sense. We get these common sense networks here at this concept net project, right? But the problem is that, as I said, most of the knowledge is invisible to us. It's not in Wikipedia. It's very basic things, intuitive physics, intuitive psychology, intuitive, all that stuff.
If you were to create a website that described intuitive physics, intuitive psychology, would it be bigger or smaller than Wikipedia? What do you think?
I guess described whom? I'm sorry.
That's really good. You're exactly right. Yeah.
That's a hard question because, how do you represent that knowledge is the question, right? I can certainly write down F equals MA and all and a lot of physics can be deduced from that. But that's probably not the best representation of that knowledge for doing kinds of reasoning we want a machine to do. So I don't know. It's impossible to say. And people, projects like there's the famous Psych project, right? That Douglas Lenat did. That was trying.
It's still going.
I think it's still going, and the idea was to try and encode all of common sense knowledge, including all this invisible knowledge, in some kind of logical representation. And it just never, I think, could do any of the things that he was hoping it could do, because that's just the wrong approach.
Of course, that's what they always say, and then the history books will say, well, the Psych project finally found a breakthrough in 2058 or something. We're so much progress has been made in just a few decades that who knows what the next breakthrough will be.
It could be.
It's certainly a compelling notion what the Psych project stands for.
I think Lenat was one of the earliest people to say common sense is what we need. That's what we need. All this expert system stuff, that is not going to get you to AI. You need common sense. And he basically gave up his whole academic career to go pursue it. I totally admire that. But I think that the approach itself will not 20, 30 or wherever.
What do you think is wrong with the approach? What kind of approach might be successful?
Well,
again, nobody knows the answer, right?
If I knew that, one of my talks, one of the people in the audience, this is a public lecture, one of the people in the audience said, "What AI companies are you investing in?"
Investment advice. Okay.
I'm a college professor for one thing, so I have a lot of funds to invest, but also, no one work in AI. That's.
Ask another impossible question in case you have, in terms of data structures that will support this kind of information, do you think invented both in, or is something else needs to be? Are we,
I think something else has to be. Yes.
Is that be in hardware or do you think we can get far with the current computers? Or do we need to do something that is seriously?
I don't know if Turing computation is going to be sufficient. Probably, I would guess it will. why we need anything else. In that sense, we have hardware we need, but we just need to make it faster and bigger, and we need to figure out the right algorithms and the right sort of architecture.
Turing, that's a very mathematical notion. When we have to build intelligence, it's now an engineering notion where you throw all that stuff.
Well, I guess it is a question that people have brought up this question, you know, and when you asked about like, is our current hardware, will our current hardware work? Well, Turing computation says that like our current hardware is in principle the Turing machine, right? So all we have to do is make it faster and bigger. But there have been people like Roger Penrose, if you might remember, that he said Turing machines cannot produce intelligence because intelligence requires continuous valued numbers. I mean, that was sort of my reading of his argument, and quantum mechanics and what else, whatever, you know. But I don't see any evidence for that we need new computation paradigms. But I don't know if we're, you know, I don't think we're going to be able to scale up our current approaches to programming these computers.
What is your hope for approaches like copycat or other cognitive architectures? I've talked to the Greater Soar, for example. I've used that DAR myself. I don't know if you're familiar with it.
Yeah.
What do you think what's your hope of approaches like that in helping develop systems of greater and greater intelligence in the coming decade?
Well, that's what I'm working on now, is trying to take some of those ideas and extending it. So I think there are some really promising approaches that are going on now that have to do with more active, generative models. So this is the idea of this simulation in your head concept. When you're perceiving a new situation, you have some simulations in your head. Those are generative models. They're generating your expectations. They're generating predictions.
So that's part of a perception. You have a mental model that generates a prediction, then you compare it.
Yeah.
And then the difference.
And you also, that generative model is telling you where to look and what to look at and what to pay attention to. And I think it affects your perception. It's not that just you compare it with.
How you living, pimp?
It becomes.
I'll be there in a second.
It's kind of a mixture of the bottom up information coming from the world and your top down model from the world is what becomes your perception.
So your hope is something like that can improve perception systems, that they can understand things better.
Yes. Yes.
What's the step, the analogy step there?
Well, the idea is that you have this pretty complicated conceptual space. You know, you can talk about a network or something like that with these different kinds of concept models in your brain that are connected. So let's take the example of walking a dog. So let's say I say walking a cat. Some people walk their cats. It seems like a bad idea, but so my model, there's connections between my model of a dog and the model of a cat, and I can immediately see the analogy of that those are situations. But I can also see the differences, and that tells me what to expect. So also, I have a new situation. So another example with the walking the dog thing is sometimes I see people riding their bikes with a leash running alongside. Okay, so I know that I recognize that as kind of a dog walking situation, even though the person's not walking, right, and the dog's not walking, because I have these models that say, okay, riding a bike is sort of similar to walking, or it's connected. It's a means of transportation, but because they have their dog, there. I assume they're not going to work, but they're going out for exercise. You know, these analogies help me to figure out kind of what's going on, what's likely.
But sort of these analogies are very human interpretable. So that's that space. And then you look at something like the current deep learning approaches, they kind of help you to take raw sensory information and to sort of automatically build up hierarchies of what you can even call them concepts. They're just not human interpretable concepts. What's the link here? Do you hope sort of the hybrid system question? How do you think the two can start to meet each other? What's the value of learning in this systems of forming, of analogy making?
The goal of the original goal of deep learning in at least visual perception was that you would get the system to learn to extract features that at these different levels of complexity. So maybe edge detection, and that would lead into learning, simple combinations of edges, and then complex shapes, and then whole objects, faces, and this was based on the ideas of the neuroscientists Hugo and Wiesel, who had laid out this kind of structure in the brain. And I think that's right to some extent. Of course, people have found that the whole story is a little more complex than that, and the brain, of course, always is. There's a lot of feedback. So I see that as absolutely a good brain-inspired approach to some aspects of perception. But one thing that it's lacking, for example, is all of that feedback, which is extremely important.
The interactive element you mentioned.
The expectation, right? The conceptual level.
Go back and forth with the expectation, the perception, and just go back and forth.
So that is extremely important. And one thing about deep neural networks is that in a given situation, like they're trained, right? They get these weights and everything. But then now I give them a new image, let's say. They treat every part of the image in the same way. They apply the same filters at each layer to all parts of the image. There's no feedback to say like, oh, this part of the image is irrelevant.
Right.
I shouldn't care about this part of the image. Or this part of the image is the most important part. And that's kind of what we humans are able to do because we have these conceptual expectations.
So there's by the way, a little bit of work in that. There's certainly a lot more in what's called attention in natural language processing nowadays. And that's exceptionally powerful, and it's a very, just as to say, it's a really powerful idea. But again, in sort of machine learning, it all kind of operates in an automated way. That's not human.
Well, it's not also okay. So right, it's not dynamic. I mean, in the sense that as a perception of an example is being processed, those attention rates don't change.
Right. So, I mean, there's a kind of notion that there's not a memory. You're not aggregating the idea of this mental model.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, that seems to be the fundamental idea. There's not a really powerful, I mean, there's some stuff with memory, but there's not a powerful way to represent the world in some sort of way that's deeper than, I mean, it's so difficult because, neural networks do represent the world. They do have a mental model, right? But it just seems to be shallow. It's hard. It's to criticize at the fundamental level. It's easy to criticize, and well, look, exactly what you're saying. Mental models, sort of almost from put a psychology hat on, say, look, these are clearly not able to achieve what we humans do with forming mental models. The analogy one, but that doesn't they fundamentally cannot do that. Like you can't. It's difficult to say that. I mean, it's the notion that the learning approach is really. I mean, they're going to not only be limited, ever be limited in being able to construct such mental models.
I think the idea of the dynamic perception is here. The idea that moving your eyes and getting feedback. And that's something that, there's been some certainly recurrent neural networks that operate over time steps. But the problem is that the recurrence is, basically the feedback is at the next time step is the entire hidden state of the network, which is, and it turns out that well.
You see, the thing I'm saying is, mathematically speaking, it has information that recurrent to capture everything. It doesn't seem to work.
Right.
So, like, it's like it's the same Turing. Yeah, theoretically, it is anything that a universal Turing machine can be. Practically, the architecture might be a very specific kind of architecture. So it's just, I sort of ask almost the same: how big of a role do you think learning perception?
I think as it currently exists, we'll place that kind of thing will play some role. And but I think that there's a lot more going on in perception. But who knows? Definition of learning. I mean, it's pretty broad. It's kind of.
So what I mean is purely sort of neural networks.
Yeah, and feed forward networks.
That's great, but sometimes it feels like criticism of deep learning, kind of like birds in airplanes not flying well, or that they're not really flying. Do you think it could go again? Do you think that the forced learning approach could go all the way?
I don't think so. I mean, I think it's a question, but I tend to be on the this side that there's some things that we've been able to be able to, and that learning just can't happen without them. So one example, here's an example I had in the book that I think is
Jude, how are you?
To me, at least, in thinking about this. So this has the Deep Mind's Atari game playing program, okay? And it learned to play these Atari video games just by getting input